El Salvador, taking a look at some of our arrivals here on the cobblestone point. Liam O'Brien, he's had a warm-up. Rio Waida warming up. Gabby. Snake and Ethan Ewing working on a strategy. There's the defending champ, Caroline Marks. A couple of South Africans enjoying some banter at the start of the day. Checking out some footage from the warm-up sesh. Sakura making her way to the athletes area, and
after a huge finish in Tahiti, the World Surf League Championship Tour moves to Central America.
Right now, it's all about getting to that final five.
The world title is the goal.
I just want this to be over. Like, I just want to make it.
I start envisioning it and I start crying because I see it so clearly.
South swells at Punta Roca provide the perfect canvas for the world's best to keep their dream alive.
Oh my, that was crazy.
What more do you want, people?
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, starts now.
welcome to Dawn Patrol for the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. And we got a great show for you. We're going to take a look at the fight for the final five, look back at some of our event champs in the draw, and Brisa Hennessy, she's back in yellow, as well as this guy, John Florence, coming in #1 in the rankings for the men as we descend upon the beautiful cobblestone point of Punta Roca in El Salvador. They call this Surf City for all the right reasons. It's a beautiful right-hander, and I will welcome you. Buenos dias, I'm Kaipo Girl, along with Felicity Flick Palmentier and mi sobrino, Mitchell Salazar, as well. Flick, we've been here for a couple days. I mean, this place is just a dream.
Oh, it completely is. It's just so consistent, and every time I come back here, I'm reminded there's just waves everywhere. Had a couple of surfs under the belt, and I'm still trying to process everything from Tahiti. Rocked up this morning, and it's absolutely firing out there. So we've got a lot to digest and a lot to unpack this morning.
Yeah, the Chilama River, Mitchell, unloads here, creates this cobblestone point known as Punta Roca. This is the playing field. It's incredible.
It definitely is, and it's one of the world-class waves we have in the Central American region, too. We had a big rain last night, which really helped out with bringing all that sand out of the river mouth and maybe even, you know, seeing a little bit of sandbar down the point break right here, Kaipo. I'm really excited to see if we're going or not today.
I'm excited as well. Well, we're going to find out right now as we go down to the cobblestones with AJ McCord and Renato Hickel.
Yeah, Kaipo down here with Renato and the surfers coming up from their free surfs with massive smiles on their face. This guy has one too. Renato, walk us through the call for today.
It's so excited. Like we basically gonna ride the same swell we rode in Tahiti, you know, in the last event, which was an epic event, and everybody's beaming. All the surfers in hype, and we have right now 4 to 6 foot surf. With a low tide around 8 o'clock, so on a turning of the tide, the swell is supposed to push even further. Maybe we're going to have some 8-foot sets today, and we have a massive schedule ahead of us, starting with women opening round, followed by men opening round and women elimination round. If the winds behave, we'll do the 16 hits today at 35 minutes, lots of action.
So with a big day today here on day one of the event window, how does that set us up looking forward for the rest of the event?
There is no shortage of swell in this window, which is another exciting thing. Like we have 3 back-to-back swells. And like I said before, we're going to play with the winds. Winds behaving, we can pull these massive scheduled days. But if not, we're obviously going to stop and wait or can for the day and address the next day. We have what they call this intertropical zone outside the coast of El Salvador, converging these winds. So they play a little bit in this tropical region. So like I said, we're going to manage these winds. If they behave, we're in a good shape to have an incredible event.
Looking forward to it. So big day ahead of us here on day one. Kaipo, I'll send it back to you to get us started.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Renato. Yeah, we talked about this swell that hit here. Start off in Antarctica, actually, Mitchell, and then goes past New Zealand. We saw that swell in Tahiti. It traverses across the entire Pacific, and now we're seeing that same swell here at Punta Roca. Let's get some details on that as we dive into the Surfline forecast. And like Renato said, no shortage of action in the Pacific. Take a look, Mitch.
Third time's a charm, Kaipo. Third event we've had here at Punta Roca, and you can see Friday going to be very strong onshore winds. Today, though, really only in the afternoon, so we do have 16 heat plans. That's always subject to change. But as you can see, Friday going to be very windy. It's really the worst direction, too. Today's going to be great, though. 6 to 8 feet on the faces, slight onshore in the morning, and just a little bit stronger onshore in the afternoon, Kites.
Yeah, Flick. And then we take a look at the long-term forecast, and the long-term forecast looks great as well because we got a lot of swell. We got a reinforcing swell for the weekend.
Yeah, I think you look at the first thing that comes to mind, I look at this long-term forecast, is that there is no shortage of swell. I mean, Renato already said it. It's basically, we're just going to have to see if these winds behave. We're just going to have to pick the eyes out of it. You know, there's definitely lots of opportunity. I mean, Saturday and Sunday both look great as well. And yet today, major day of competition, and it's absolutely pumping out there.
Yeah, just absolutely beautiful. Thank you to Surfline for all the intel. We couldn't do without you, preparing us for what we have on. And Surfline also, you know, giving us a lot of good news lately in the last 3 weeks with the active Pacific. Well, at this event, let's take a look at some of the wild cards that we have entering into this event. Lakey Peterson, she is no stranger, Flick, to right-hand point breaks. Born and raised there in Rincon. Lakey's going to be one to watch out for.
Yeah, Lakey is definitely going to be one to watch out for. We saw her get a wildcard berth into the Challenger Series at Snapper at the beginning of the year too, which was cool to see. Obviously a point break as well. Leilani McGonigal too, this is her second start up here on the backhand too, which is a point of difference. So yeah, on the women's side, I'm looking forward to watching both of these wildcards.
Yep, Leilani McGonigal also in the mix from Costa Rica. Brian Perez for the third time, the local boy, has a wild card, and we are celebrating the return of Joao Chianca 2023. He was number 4 in the world. He got a warm-up here, Mitchell, at Snapper Rocks at the Challenger Series there. Joao looking on point.
Yeah, and he made the quarterfinals too, which is a big result given the incredible field that we saw at the Challenger Series event too. But as you said, prepping for a right-hand point break over there at Snapper Rocks on the Gold Coast. Not only did he surf well, I thought he competed even better, Kaipo. So expect big things here from the younger of the Chianca brothers.
Yeah, welcome back, Chumbinho. And there he is, Joao Chianca, getting ready for a day of competition. Smiles on his face. Well, we talked about this. This is the race for the Final 5. When we come back, we're going to talk about the current Final 5. More on the way, the Dawn Patrol. Maita Iroa. Muy bien. How good was Tahiti? Stop number 6 was incredible. We're here at stop number 7 at this beautiful cobblestone point, Punta Roca. Kaipagura, along with Felicity Palmentier and Mitchell Salazar. And a reminder for all you fantasy players, we're going to get going today. We already got the call. So make sure you get your teams all set, because once the horn blows, your team is locked. And we're excited about that stuff. We're talking about the Final 5 and how this is a pivotal event to that race for the Final 5, Flick.
Yeah, this is super pivotal. Obviously, we're getting further and further, into the year. And, I mean, just watching the performances at Tahiti, obviously this is a completely different break, but I mean, you just can't go, I can't go past John. He's obviously wearing that yellow jersey, and first time in a while, long time between drinks, but yeah, that Final 5 is really starting to shape up.
Yeah, let's look at our current Final 5 coming into this stop number 7. Like you said, Flick, John Florence, he's in that number 1 spot, but this particular venue has not been a standout venue for John Florence in competition.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, you look at the results right there. Injured in 2022, and then last year is 17th, so it hasn't fared well for him. But, I mean, it's a different John this year, and it's night and day, He's just looking so good. He's in good nick. He's, got maybe some extra dad strength that we can talk about as well. But, yeah, mindset is different, and he'll be looking for a big result.
Yeah, and it's pretty undeniable that Griffin Colapinto has been the most consistent surfer here outside of Felipe. 2 finals, and Kaipo in 2022, when he did take out Felipe in that final, he had to come back in a big way, had a 9 and an 8 in that heat total, but once again, looking very good to qualify for lowers, and I feel like could easily win his first championship this year.
Yeah, I mean, can Griffin hopscotch over John Florence for the top of the rankings? We're going to find out at the end of this event, but we know coming in, he's a top performer. Let's take a look back at 2022 and 2023. Griffin Colapinto, he made the finals both years. 2022 right here, this is where he took the W, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, Griff just looks so good out here. Obviously, Californian kid, he surfed a lot at Trestles, rock bottom, it's a rock bottom there as well here also. But for me, he just surfs this wave with the flow that he brings out here is, just a cut above the rest, in my opinion. He just surfs with a different speed, intensity. It was super evident last year as well.
This is 2023, Mitchell, where Griffin was runner-up to Felipe Toledo, but it was a very competitive final.
It was, and his confidence is the thing that's standing out the most in the last few years. If you look at his success, he's always been in the top 5 race because of the way he not only carries himself inside of the water, but outside of it too, Kaipo. And it's very noticeable this year, even with the Avatar kind of haircut that he's been having the last few events. He looks great, and once again, a pivotal event for him here if he wants to qualify to be one of the top seeds.
Yeah, well, the top seed, speaking of top seed, John Florence last year had a disappointing result, an elimination round loss to Rio Waida. We're taking a look at that heat right here, Flick.
Yeah, I think, this was a really contestable heat. I mean, John actually ended up with the highest single wave in this heat, an 8.43. Both Rio and John were surfing great. And, it was a shocker result for John, but a great result for Rio. And that's a big heat win for him. But you just know that, John, we've already spoken about it before I did, is that he hasn't had success here in the past. He's going to be super fired up to get a good result.
Yeah, dejectedly walking up the cobblestone. Rio Waida, he's ready to go. Warming up here for opening day at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Rio, took out John last year, but that was a learning moment for John. Let's get to John Florence as he reflects on 2023.
I was here in El Salvador was like my lowest point in my year last year, and I was just like so bummed and just like destroyed after losing an elimination round. And but I think taking a step back at the end of the year, like, okay, like last year was like more of a setup for this year. And I kind of started thinking about that in the second half of last year, going like, okay, like what can I change? What can I play with? And so when I came into this year, I felt like I had a much better base starting here.
There you go. What do you think about John and his mindset this year?
I think that was an incredible shift, actually, or reframe, because he could have easily have, continued with that whole same thought pattern of, oh, okay, down in the dumps, this isn't a good event for me. But yeah, quick turnaround, and I like it.
What are you seeing, Mitch?
I think there's a lot of confidence. He's been very consistent and obviously leading the ratings too. I feel like this could easily be the year where he finally makes it into lowers and then eventually gets his 3rd world championship, Kipes.
Yeah, I like your take on that, Mitch. Well, along with John Florence and Griffin Colapinto, Jack Robinson is also a favorite to win the El Salvador event. Speaking of favorites, we'll look at the current women's Final 5, including defending champ Caroline Marks, after the break.
this day would bring.
This is one of the best days for women's surfing in the history of the sport.
I just knew that, like, man, this is women's surfing. You know, like, we're doing it. I'm just so stoked right now.
An impactful day, a historic day in women's surfing as we reflect back at what happened in Tahiti. Wow. And we're set up for another great event. I'm Kaipo along with Felicity Palmentier, Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, we talked a little bit about the men's Final Five coming into this event. Now let's take a look at the women's Final Five off of the current rankings. And Risa Hennessy, she's on top.
Yeah, and it's pretty outstanding to see what she's been able to do the last few years, given, you know, all the health issues that she's had too. Really amazing to see, just slightly leading over Caitlin Simmers right now. But first time we've had a Spanish-speaking surfer on the women's side be leading the rankings since Sofia Milanovic won in 2004. 20 years, big moment for Hennessy right now, Kaipo.
Wow. Great trivia right there. And then we always look, Flick, Caroline Marks, and, you know, her results here have been outstanding.
Oh, she's incredibly consistent here, a third and then a first last year. And that first last year kind of kick-started her momentum to making that Final Five. She then went on to Tahiti, got a win there. And she's also a goofy and the only goofy in that Final Five picture right now. I think the goofy is definitely a point of difference out here. It just allows you to get that criticalness in the pocket. And, yeah, you just can't go past her out here.
Yeah. Mitch, we said earlier in the show that this event here, stop number 7, is a pivotal event. And to Flick's point is that it was a pivotal point in last year for Caroline Marks all the way onto her first world title. But really the run started here.
Yeah, it truly did. And then you look at the wildcard event, which is Fiji, the last one. A lot of women haven't competed there before. So for Caroline, getting another big result here is pivotal for her success at lowers.
Take a look back at the final between Caroline Marks and Tyler Wright last year here at Punta Roca, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, this final was great. I mean, Caroline was surfing so good all event. Obviously, like I said and mentioned, super critical and tight in the pocket on her backhand. Also, great wave selection. Tyler was surfing great too, but she actually had a bit of an injury in the final. I think it was this wave on her finishing turn, went up to hit this last section, a bit of a lit line, and landed on the rail of her board there. So pretty shocker moment for her. But yeah, Caroline getting the win, and that obviously kick-started her whole momentum last year. So yeah, good fond memories for Caroline, and she had a great result at Tahiti too. Backed up her, the previous year she got a win, and then she backed it up with a third this year. So she's looking like she's in good form.
Yeah, and we reflected back on that final, and we're going to see both Tyler Wright and Caroline Marks as we open up the day today. We're going to start with that women's opening round. What do you think about this heat, Mitch?
Well, Joanna Fay has had a great year, too. Number 4 in the rankings right now. Caroline has a lot of momentum going her way. Tyler Wright's due for a good result, though. Kaipo should be a very competitive first opening heat.
Yeah, and that's a way to start off the entire day with a bang, so we look forward to that. We're moments away from starting competition here, and we'll be back after this break. We've got a little bit more to talk about on Dawn Patrol and anticipating Heat 1, women's opening round. traditional dance of Panchimalco, the dance of the palms that represents the procession of palms celebrated on the first Sunday of each May. The dance symbolizes gratitude to Mother Earth so that there are good rains and excellent harvests for the entire population. The women are the Panchimalco House of Culture and the National Folkloric Ballet. That was a great opening ceremony, and it worked because we are getting going right now. Day number 1 of the event window. Kuiper Girl along with Felicity Palmentier. And we got the news flick that we're going to start with the women's opening round. Let's take a look at the women's opening round. And I want to have you pick out what's your favorite in this women's opening round? What's the heat that you are most excited about?
For me, it's heat number 4. I feel like both Molly and Gabriella probably didn't get the results they were hoping for in Tahiti, especially Molly. I mean, there was a lot of hype around her and her technique on her backhand, and obviously coming off that heat-up pipe at the beginning of the year with Betty Lou. I think she's going to want to pick herself back up here. And then you've got Sawyer, who came, probably had the best wave of her whole life and in competition in Tahiti. So for me, it's heat number 4.
Well, I like that. I like that a lot. And that's one to watch for. We're going to have that opening round followed by the men's opening round. And then hopefully if the winds hold up, we'll have the women's opening elimination round as well. But you know what we haven't heard from? We haven't heard from our correspondent out in the water, Strider Wazalewski. Strider, you excited for opening day and the women's opening round?
I'm very excited. I mean, are you kidding me? The waves look super fun. The horn's about to blow, and you know what? The ladies are in the lineup ready to go. It's cleared up. It's fun. The waves are just like about 4 to 6 foot faces, a little bit of chop on the lips. So you got to be super reactive today because of that local storm. And as the tide fills back in after the low tide, I think we'll get that line to clean up. But right now, super reactive, super fun, and super fast down the line maneuvers. So it's going to be interesting to watch these ladies adapt to the conditions today.
Thank you very much, Strider. And like Strider said, it is on. The clock is ticking down. Joanne DeFay, Caroline Marks, and Tyler Wright to start off the day. Now remember, this is the back half of the year. Post-cut, the opening round, first place moves on. First place for the women will move on into the quarterfinals. Second and third into the dreaded elimination round, where it will be head-to-head competition in that elimination round. Well, look at the surfers lined up right here, positioning, and it looks like Tyler Wright is kind of establishing the inside and out positions. Flick.
Yeah, I think it's always super interesting, any point break around the world, as to the positioning at the start of the heat. Obviously, no priorities established right now. And you can kind of see, it looks like there's maybe a wave that's going to hit wide. Generally, you're going to see surfers sit a bit deeper at the start because they're going to push each other. It looks like Joanne's having a look here.
Tyler using that inside position is going to get the first wave here, clears that white water, gets to the open face, stomps on the Paisel for opening turn. A little bit of a bobble, so she's trying to regain rhythm with this wave. Nice slash there for Wright. Clear water ahead. And the finishing snap looks through the inside, so still searching. Putting together a couple turns, but that was a wave that I felt she was kind of fighting against. Right behind her, Joanne DeFay. DeFay has to deal with a little white water on the face left by that first wave, and the wave closes out down the line. And that will hand over priority to Caroline Marks.
Yeah, what I saw there, both women, I mean, Joanne's wave, for one, maybe not the best wave selection. Obviously, a lot of froth on the face. There was a lot of whitewash. But Tyler, for me, just sort of undersurfed that wave. I felt like the wave quality was great. It's just that first little bauble kind of offset the rest of the rhythm of the wave, and forever on, she was just trying to play catch-up. So, in my books right now, I think advantage Caroline.
Yeah, Joanne DeFay, we're looking at her right here, coming into this event number 4 on the rankings. The 30-year-old representing France via Reunion Island. 10 years on the championship tour for Joanne DeFay. 6 CT wins, including 1 this year in Portugal. Last year she had a foot injury, so she missed the first 3 events. She got a wild card and really, exploited that wild card. But her results 9th, both showings here in El Salvador in 2022, 2023. Taking a look here at Tyler Wright on the paddle back out. And the replay of Wright.
Yeah, so this wave here from Tyler, I mean, it was that moment right there on that first carve. If she would have stuck that properly, I feel like the rest of the wave and the rhythm would have flowed really nicely. But it's just, she was just trying to play catch up. Forever the timing didn't quite look right. But the wave itself was really, really good. I mean, that was a really beautiful turn there. I think it's going to come in around that average mark. But I just feel like, you know, that first turn is super critical on a wave. And it's just so noticeable from there on out if the flow isn't there. And then behind her was Joanne. I mean, this was a great first turn, but for me, it was just wave selection. I mean, there was a lot of froth on the face. And, I mean, she kicks out here in the end because she realizes that, okay, that isn't quite the wave I was looking for. And then here we go. So Caroline also opened up her account.
Yeah, so this happened during the replay, and that was Caroline Marks with a priority error, actually, because we'll see if she kicked up further up the point. So that, no, she did not. So she lost priority. Caroline Marks going down to second priority with that error, handing it over to Joanne Defay. So the card's in Joanne Defay's favor with that priority mistake by the defending champ, Caroline Marks.
Yeah, I think she did have the advantage there for a little bit, but obviously, I mean, right now, the first thoughts when I came down this morning is it's absolutely pumping out there, right? I mean, I rocked up this morning and it just looked absolutely incredible, that first set that rolled through, so wave selection today is going to be crucial.
Yeah, Caroline Marks, a defending event champ, defending world champ, just 22 years old, 6 years on the championship tour, 5 CT wins to her credit. And Caroline, we're also, as well as Joanne, we're going to see both of those surfers in the Olympics. We're going to see them at Paris 2024.
Yeah, we are, and you know what? I mean, we just got a good showing of, you know, what the women are capable over in Tahiti. I mean, it was absolutely incredible. I mean, I'm still trying to come down from that, and then, you know, we got to see a little snippet of that in the morning show. You know, that edit that was put together was absolutely incredible. Gave me goosebumps just watching that.
Versatility is key to making the Final Five. Italo Ferreira, he wants the Final Five. He's jumped up 11 spaces into that Final Five conversation. He brought a young prodigy with him, Arthur Villar, also from Bahia Formosa, with him to El Salvador. But yeah, back to what we saw in Tahiti and what we're seeing here. Versatility is really a trait that you need if you want to become a world champion. You're going to have to switch gears from grinding reef pass lefts that are scary and death-defying to this more user-friendly, perfect right-hand cobblestone point here at stop number 7.
Yeah, I feel like you can't really get any more polar opposites, right, than the two. I mean, one, you know, Tahiti, obviously big, heaving, left-hander, barreling, very consequential. And it looks like Joanne is going to start wave 2.
Using the priority, Joanne Defay. Nice carve there. Quick, short radius turn. Longer carve on the second turn. Beautiful snap there. In rhythm with this wave. Bit of a tapered wall, but she's keeping with it. The pace through this wave. Nice, not fighting with the wave at all, flowing with the wave. A bit repetitive, perhaps, but a really nice second wave for Joanne Defay. It'd be nice to finish it off. She's unable to finish it off, but she got about 8 quality turns before that. She opened up with a 2.33. She's going to do much better than that on that wave.
Yeah, obviously this is, you know, in my opinion, I think probably going to be the best wave of the heat. The flow was there, and the timing was there as well. I back to your point there, you mentioned it. That wave had a bit of a tapered wall, wasn't necessarily running completely down the line. But it was really clean face. You could really tell that it was shaping up to have a nice bowl, so it's obviously hitting this rock bottom point break really well. And just the flow was really beautiful. That third turn there, for me, that's the highlight. That was the best carving maneuver out of the bunch here. But yeah, I feel like all the women are probably going to surf their way into rhythm. This is the first heat of the morning. We talk about it so much, but it is that guinea pig heat. You know, this is what sets sort of the judging criteria for the day. You know, all surfers kind of getting a good look at, okay, you know, this is the kind of surfing that the judges are looking for, getting a feel for the lineup, and just, you know, changing gears from a heaving, you know, consequential left-hand barreling wave into, well, you know, Tahiti.
And changing equipment, no doubt. Joanne Defay on Sharp Eye surfboards. Remember, winner of this heat moves on into the quarterfinals. And in the quarterfinals, that's when the surfers start stacking up points for their pit crew, for their shapers. The Vizsla CT rankings, all that tabulation will start in the quarterfinals. We got Joanne Defay on Sharp Eye. We got Caroline Marks on the leader right now for the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. Caroline Marks representing Lost Surfboards and Mayhem. And we got Tyler Wright out there representing John Peisel and Peisel Surfboards. So another layer of rankings, another layer of competition that we have here on the World Surf League. And going into on the heels, on the toes for that opening carve, Caroline Marks. Again, a bit of a tapered wave. We'll see if she sticks with it. Longer inside section here. Needs to get on the gas. And a nice closeout maneuver there. Tyler Wright right behind her, gliding on that Peisel surfboard. Has to race this section. Continues racing down the line. No major turn as of yet, so Tyler kicking out, and Joanne Defay will have the head start to paddle back out to regain priority. Joanne Defay, we're waiting for a score for her. Likely Joanne's going to go into the lead, and I think she's also going to take heat control once she gets out to the peak, because she will have priority and the lead once all the numbers settle.
Yeah, Joanne's in a good situation right now. I think, you know, I think she's going to be fired up too to get a result. I look at her year that she's put together. We'll get back to that. Let's have a look at Caroline. And this wave here, I think from the drone angle, you could already see before she took off, this thing had such a taper to it. So I'm sort of questioning the wave selection here. I mean, obviously it gets steep here on the inside, but it's really only offered this one turn here where she was able to get really critical and in the lip. It's probably going to feel good to get a finish, but behind her, Tyler, I mean, she looks connected here. It looks like, you know, she's found her feet in the wax, but once again, this wave as well, sort of different to Caroline's. Also maybe not the best because it just ran off without her. So, I mean, I still feel like we're waiting to see one of these women put together a really great wave.
Well, as suspected, Joanne Defay does take control of the heat. A 5.83 on her last wave. It looks like she should have first priority. Is yet to be confirmed for first priority for Joanne Defay. There she goes. Joanne Defay with heat control. And we got Chris Cote in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. What do you got for us, Chris?
Thanks, Kaipo. Well, I wish I could somehow harness the energy right here and send it out to everybody watching, because it feels really good. The surfers are super excited. The waves are firing, and I love that this is the polar opposite of what we were just experiencing in Tahiti. Had a quick conversation with Ross Williams, and this is an entirely different style of coaching down here in El Salvador. You know, it's all about the pace. You don't want to go out there and just attack, like I think a lot of us would want to do on a wave this fun. You know, there are multiple sections down the line, so I think patience is going to play a key factor here today. But again, you can just feel the excitement levels from the surfers. They all want to get out there right now. See them just really chomping at the bit to get out and get involved in these waves. I mean, you're looking at it right now. There's another set rolling through. This is epic.
Yeah, it is epic, and it looks very comfortable there, Chris. I like the bean bags. Have you tested those out?
Oh, it's a vibe. El Salvador is like that. Out in the water, pure action. Down here in the contest area, you can feel the anticipation. The excitement levels are building. This is going to be a day of days. Oh, sorry. Back to you guys. Here we go.
Thank you, Chris. And Joanne Defay on her third wave. She's got lead in this heat. Let's see if she can build up aggressive first turn for Defay. Gets on rail, keeps it smooth for a little bit of a sleepy section here. Wave's going to stand up on the inside. Let's see what Joanne can do. Attacks the lip one more time with a beautiful snap and layback. Hack, finish. She's going to ditch that 2.33. Fist pump in the air. Joanne Defay looking good. Tyler Wright, her own version of a layback there. High line, low line. And she's going to get caught up. And still a bit out of sorts, Tyler Wright, but Joanne Defay gaining momentum in this heat.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave from Joanne. I mean, the size was there. That first maneuver was super critical. It's the first time we've seen one of the women this morning go, you know, quite vertical and into the lip. So different approach there, different pace. And yeah, I love that wave from Joanne. Let's have a look here. So bigger set wave, and this is the first turn I'm talking about. So just creating that point of difference through so much spray. The wave here gets a little bit sleepy, but she already knows in her head as a competitor surfing so many times, like, hey, I've really logged a good turn here in the beginning. I've just got to get the finish. She brings it through to the inside and really dynamic turn there too, little fist pump. So, I mean, it's got to be the best wave of the heat. And behind her was Tyler. And this was looking like it was shaping up to be a pretty good wave. So a couple of carving maneuvers here, looking connected. And then she threw this layback, which she does in her sleep. I mean, she has got those absolutely unlocked. So, I mean, a bit of a bummer to Tyler that she doesn't get this finish. Kind of overcooked it there, put a bit too much mayo on that last turn. And, I mean, yeah, she'll be kicking herself because that would have been a good little score.
So waiting for 2 scores to set the situation. Feelings that Joanne Defay will continue to lead this heat and probably start pulling away from both Tyler Wright and Caroline Marks. It's interesting, Caroline Marks, number 5 in the rankings coming into this event. Joanne Defay, number 4 on the rankings coming into this event. So already, as we talk about that race to the final 5, Flick, you know, it is an important heat. It's an important heat right from the start for both Joanne Defay and Caroline Marks. It's really important if you want to be in that final 5 to avoid that potential early elimination in the elimination round. So already a lot of gravity to just the opening heat of the day.
Oh, completely. I mean, a win, you're in the quarters, which is insane. And yeah, okay, quarters is a good result, but from the women's side, you really need to be making those semi-finals and on. But it's just such a big jump in the game. You're missing out on that whole elimination round. It's great for the confidence. And I feel like, you know, for me, I feel like Joanne's got a lot to prove in this heat because, you know, the last 2 events, she's had 2 nights, and before that, she was not missing a finals day, so Joanne's going to be hungry.
Yeah, we'll take a look at our current rankings coming into this event, and we can see really close together on those rankings is Joanne Defay and Caroline Marks. Of course, we talked about Brisa Hennessy exiting Tahiti with the yellow leader's jersey. Katie Simmers, though, and Molly Picklum, I feel those 2 surfers are going to be ultra dangerous, ultra competitive, probably very progressive on this right-hand point, so I can't wait to see when they hit the water.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that too. From what I saw from Katie out here last year, she had moments of absolute brilliance, and we've spoken about it last year and this year, but she just draws different lines, and she has a different way of looking at a wave and breaking it down, and just a different approach, which is really fun.
She did a frontside air, didn't she, last year?
Yeah, she did.
And we don't see a lot of those on the women's side in competition, and she's stuck with stylish straight frontside air, so I want to see more of that from Katie Simmers. Scores are in. 7-point ride for Joanne Defay, and she is off to a strong lead. Last score for Tyler Wright, even without the finish, a 5.57. So to your point, Flick, she was on her way to a great score if she was just able to ride out of that final maneuver. Caroline Marks, our defending champ, still a little bit quiet, but lots of time on the clock at 18 minutes. Caroline with priority, but just hasn't broken a 4 on a wave as of yet.
Yeah, you know what? Even that 3.67 on that last wave, seriously, all the points are coming from that last maneuver where she was actually able to get vertical. The first 2 carving maneuvers were pretty horizontal. And I feel like so far for her, it's just been wave selection sort of let her down. I really feel on the backhand here, I honestly think it's an advantage. I think it just allows you to get so critical and tight in the pocket. It's just the waves that she's been taking off on are not allowing that.
As we wait for Caroline Marks to strike again, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. It's a perfect time to froth up a cappuccino and get back to the action. We'll be back after this.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf, by Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour, and by Corona. This is living.
Welcome back. Women's opening round out in the water. Joanne DeFay, Tyler Wright, and Caroline Marks. DeFay with the lead right now on the paddle back out because during the break, Joanne did catch a wave, and we'll look at this, but it was a 4.83. It's not going to change the situation, Flick.
No, it's not. And, you know, it was under priority. She did have a swing at it, and it did have a good little line, and she was, I mean, pretty aggressive in the way that she's attacking this wave. But, yeah, obviously not factoring in. 4.83. Not in the top two, but I kind of like it. I mean, she's looking fired up. Like I said, she's hungry to get a better result, to pick up that momentum again, because she's kind of been trending down the rankings as this year's progressed. I mean, she started off with a bang, and I feel like she's going to probably feel like, hey, I need to get back in that finals day conversation. She's looking hungry.
It looks like right now that, you know, what all the surfers are looking for are these long walls at Punta Roca, but it seems like there's a couple of different swells in the water. I just want to get confirmation from that. I got Strider Wasilewski. He is actually out in the water.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, you know, we can see these overlapping swells running in. So from the water, you can see the lines are coming in, and then you see an overlapping line that's bigger coming over the back of these waves. So they're converging. So you have to really pick your waves, be really smart, and be really critical on where you're taking off on the wave as well. So, you know, there's a deeper swell running out the back, and then this new swell is kind of coming down the point further, and it's giving you a big, long, running, fast wall. And as the tide comes up later, we'll see all of these athletes riding this inside section a lot more. But right now with the lower tide, they're way out the back, and those overlapping swells are really hard to read sometimes. So that's why some of these waves that they're catching are disjointed and don't look like they're really quality waves. It's just because that new swell is coming in and pushing over the back of that new old swell. One thing I did notice was the Christmas trees that Joanne DeFay is throwing out here. A lot of water coming off of her surfboard. A lot of power in the base there. Really fun to watch from the water. Massive sprays.
Speaking of, you know, watching from the water, Strider, can you give us a temperature check just about air and water temperature currently?
We got to be close to 85, maybe even 89 degrees out here in the water. The water is so warm. The wax is, you have some good base coat on your board out here today for sure. And then the air, actually, there's a little offshore wind, which was a surprise for us. We had a little onshore forecasted, but Mother Nature had the benefit of the doubt today and giving us a little offshore wind, which is kind of keeping it cool above water.
Oh, thank you, Strider. We'll be checking in all day long with Strider Wasilewski. And I like what he said about the water temp. That's one thing here, ultra warm water in El Salvador. So preparation for surfers, Flick, for your traction, but also for your grip, for your wax is really important. And Strider said it is a tip for anyone heading to a tropical location. Get that base coat on your board. You need that base coat to stick around and to hold the wax and bring some hard tropical wax. Oh, we got a little bit of more info on waxing. Chris Cote, what do you got for us?
I'm glad you guys brought up wax. Look, these rocks, as anybody knows who's walked in them, are very slippery, and they stay slippery when you get into the water. I feel like wax is going to be a hugely understated but so important aspect of who's going to win this contest. You know, you're watching people just they're waxing everything, tops of their feet, and I've seen some kind of what I think is maybe some low-key secret waxing techniques that I promised I would keep a secret, at least for a little bit. But I just say keep your eyes on the competitors in the lead up to them getting their jerseys and preparing their equipment, because there is wax flying all over this place. It does get really slippery, again, in and out of the water. So the rock dance is a huge factor in, I would say, success here. I mean, if you can manage that, it's going to take you about 5-6 minutes to just get to the water's edge from the competitors' area. So, you know, this is the best job in the world, but there are things that can make it difficult. These rocks are one of those things.
Yeah. Wax the top of your feet, roll them together. Make sure that you're waxed up. Joanne DeFay, our heat leader, is able to pick off the first wave of the set. Joanne, long bottom turn, Beautiful carve. Now she's really opening up. Big snap there. We got some variety on the first 2 turns for DeFay. Has to skip over this whitewater section. Again, throwing a lot of spray off the rail of the Sharp Eye surfboard. Inside section stands up nicely for DeFay. Gets around there, big snap, nice and early, and jumps off right as it gets really shallow on those cobblestones. Wow.
Yeah, I love that wave, and under priority too. I mean, that set was rolling in. Both Caroline and Tyler did not want it, and Joan was like, thank you, I'll have this one, and I'm going to say it, I think that's going to improve her situation.
I agree. And just a reminder, first place moves to the quarterfinals, and that's ultra important when we look at that race for the final 5 with Joanne DeFay, number 4, and Caroline Marks, number 5. So one of those 2 surfers that are currently in that final 5 conversation is going to have to face that really, I mean, it is, it plays with your mind. It's a tough challenge, that elimination round that we may go into this afternoon.
Well, that's a great point. I mean, if we do go into that elimination round this afternoon, if the wind cooperates, that's a big day. And it's a big day now, El Salvador, because this is honestly one of the hottest places I've ever been to in the world. It is, you know, during the middle of the day, you're just going to be managing, you know, your hydration levels. You've got to be hitting the electrolytes because it's a big day, and to be thinking that you could potentially be surfing again this afternoon, it's a lot of energy exerted.
Yeah, hydration's key. Here we go. Look at this wave flick. I really like this.
Oh, same. I think this is going to better her situation. Big opening carve, and then straight up into lip, cracks it. You know, identifies this section's running off down the line, and then this turn here really surprised me, just how much, you know, rail she buried in the face of that wave. That was really, really well done. And, you know, a little bit light on the finish, but I think she just wanted to get that because she just knew already that she was on her way to such a good score. This turn here, I mean, just the technique was really well done. And I love how she drew it out a lot more too, so it was a lot bigger and, yeah, straight up into that spicy little crack in the lip. So really well done here. But this turn, this is the one that I was really impressed with. Just how much she was able to draw, you know, that turn around, really lean on her heel side rail, and yeah, it was just really well done.
Let's take a look at the numbers for that last wave, as it did improve her score line. A 6.33 checks in after we throw away the high and the low of the 5 judges and average out the other 3. So Joanne DeFay starting really to pull away from Tyler Wright and Caroline Marks. At the moment, Tyler needs a 7.76 to turn the heat in her favor. Caroline, who's been really patient with priority, now needs a 9.66 if she wants to take the lead in one wave.
Yeah, I'm curious as to her thought process of letting that one go. Maybe she's, you know, maybe being a goof, this could also be a conversation. She's sort of looking for a different type of wave, being on her backhand. But yeah, both Tyler and Caroline letting that one go, and Joanne capitalizing on it. Yeah. And I've liked her approach. She's keeping busy.
Well, we talk about the current final 5 coming into this event and how they have fared in the last 2 events. This is the 3rd year here in Surf City, El Salvador. We can see Joanne DeFay, she made the semifinals in 2022. Caroline Marks, though, who's below Joanne on the rankings coming into here, would be the favorite in this heat, but and with a 3rd place finish and a 1st place finish. And Flick, Caroline has the highest heat winning percentage here in El Salvador out of the 3, 67% in the favor of Caroline Marks.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation in this heat that we're finding her in, just with the results that she's had out here in the past. It's here we go, live action, Caroline.
Caroline fades that bottom turn, slashes on top, strong opening turn from Marks. 2nd, beautiful turn, well timed, looks down the line, matches the pace of the wave for a 3rd. Technically beautiful turn, 4th beautiful turn, and stuffs the finish, unfortunately, but that surfing up until that point, amazing.
Best wave of the heat so far. That was incredible. Timing, fantastic, so precise, so crisp. You know, I was kind of writing her off a little bit before about, you know, letting that one go, but okay, for good reason. And it's kind of to my point. She was waiting for a different style of wave, It's the best wave that's come through in the heat, and it's the best surfing that we've seen. And to your point before, Kuiper, it's just echoing the fact that she has the highest heat percentage total out here because of this kind of surfing. It's fantastic. Okay, shame she doesn't get that last turn there. Damage was already done in my books. I mean, this has to be the best wave of the heat. It was incredibly well done.
It's amazing how she's able to just sit on her heels on those bottom turns and really place the top turns in the perfect position every time.
Yeah, just super critical. I mean, the way she pivots there, she threw so much spray. These first few maneuvers were fantastic, right? For me now, it's going to be, okay, how does she find this back up? Because this is, without a doubt, best wave of the heat. But she's got a bit of work to do because she's going to be in that third priority situation. Good news is it's a point break. She can kind of get a bit of space, right? But, I mean, 5 minutes on the clock, you've got to be thinking that Joanne's going to want to defend this because, first place is going through the quarters. And, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this last 5 minutes play out.
Yeah, and to your point, you made a really good point that being a point break like this, even if you're under priority, you can, in a way, hide in the lineup if you would. You can be further down the point and get away from everyone. Strider, you saw that from the water.
I did, and that was just money right there. It was laser precision, the technical surfing in the lip line, placement of board, perfect, buckets out the back. Everything about it was excellent to me in my mind just watching it. If she would have finished the wave, guaranteed would have went, into the excellent range, or if not, if she's not there already. But, I mean, really beautiful surfing. So, only problem, I feel like she's waited a little too long. She does have some time on the clock, but she's back right next to her competitors right now, not giving herself that separation that Felicity was talking about. So I think that she's going to have to find that separation, find that next wave, and then stack up some points, because surfing like that, she can do it on a mediocre wave.
Yeah, thanks, Strider. She got a 7.5. Caroline Now's seeking a 5.83. Under 4 minutes remaining. 5.83 for Caroline Marks to take that lead off of Joanne Defay. Like we talked about, they're number 4 and 5 respectively in the rankings. So this is turning into a bit of a grudge match heat now in the final 3.5 minutes. I think a multiple wave set could do it though for Caroline Marks. We'll see how this plays out, Flip.
Yeah, already, even as Caroline was paddling back out, Joanne had already moved down the points. She's not a dummy. Like, she knows that, okay, hey, like, I've got to stick to Caroline right now. It looks kind of like we've got a few little lines coming through. So, I mean, I just hope for more opportunity for all of them. I feel like we still have, it was great signs of things to come from Caroline. And it looks like Tyler's going to go.
Tyler's got first priority, 7.76. Will take Tyler Wright into the lead. Winds up double pump bottom turn, floats that section there. Big section in front of her. Has to climb the white water through that section. Wave running around away from her, and she goes down. She will not be in the conversation right now. Joanne Defay uses priority right here and switches priority. That was a big priority error for Joanne Defay, taking off on that wave, maybe trying to block Caroline, but with 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, this could be ample time for Caroline Marks to secure a wave and score that 5.83.
Yeah, okay, so kind of error for Joanne and Tyler bawbling and kind of having a little fall on her wave too. But, I mean, Caroline right now, she's out the back, she's got priority, and she did her job. She forced Joanne's cards and she forced her hand, which was great. But 2 minutes on the clock, I mean, I think just, when the sets come, they're great, but it has been a little bit inconsistent, has been a little bit slow. And I feel like, that's what you get when you see those longer period swells. Generally, longer sort of lulls between those sets. So we'll see if Caroline can get something on the board. 2 minutes on the clock, just under.
Yeah, it looks like we got some lines here and ample time for them to hit the point. This one should see that WSL buoy. This one should lift up that buoy. And another thing that is interesting is that it's breaking further up the point as well. So I feel that if you really were in a panic position, you see where she's sitting right now, you could paddle further up the point in an emergency and just at least give yourself a chance to get that 5.83.
Yeah, I think it comes down maybe to the beginning of the heat too. I think, I think you mentioned it already too, but I think she's left that charge a little late. However, it's not over. There's still a minute. And if I think back to her 3.67, she basically got that score for her last turn, right? It was just that one vertical maneuver. So really, 2 big backhand hangers, and she could get the score.
This is it right here. Caroline's going to go. She's very interested, and Joanne's going to make sure she takes it. Here we go. Strong snap there. There's a weird bobble at the bottom of this wave, but it doesn't bother Caroline Marks. Needs a finish. Oh, she's going to get an inside runner section. Caroline firing on all cylinders right here, making the most of what's in front of her, stinging a couple of backhand turns. One more sting for the finish. Points to the crowd. 5.83.
Oh, well, you know, that was great surfing. And there was a couple of big backhand hangers on there, I will say. I think, and, you know, hats off for holding composure, because literally only, you know, less than a minute on the clock, she takes off. And there was a lot of weird lump and bump, but that weird lump and bump worked in her favor. Sometimes you can be so off with that, and other times it can just work, and her timing was impeccable with that.
Yeah, I agree. I feel with that warble on the bottom, she was really smart not to really go too far at the bottom. She kept her bottom turns above that warble, kind of to stay out of that distressed water. We'll take a look at it here. Watch this.
Okay, so it's super lumpy and bumpy. First turn, you're not really affected by it, but here, that second one, you could just see the warp, but it worked in her favor. Just really projected that spray further up into the air. And then here, just to have the read and the pace that she did on this wave, yeah, okay, sure, it was a smaller wave, but technically the surfing that she was putting together was really good, and strong finish too. I think, in my opinion, I think she gets it.
I agree. We're waiting for what the judges thought, though, because that's the opinion that matters. Those 5 opinions up in the judges' tower. As we see, this is the tricky part about this break, is the entry and the exit into the water.
Yeah, it's definitely an awkward little dance, that's for sure. I mean, Chris already spoke about it. Those rocks can be slippery, but here at Punta Roca too, there's also a few little barnacles on them as well. And it's just like, you're just having a shocker, no matter what, right? And it's like, do you take the low road or do you take the high road? Because if you're ending up on those high rocks, you just get belted. Oh, scores coming through.
Oh my, it comes in under a 4.93. Not enough for Caroline. And you can see she's hearing that news as well. So it will be Joanne DeFay moving on to the quarterfinals. Tyler Wright as well as Caroline Marks. We'll see them in the elimination round as we reseed that elimination round. More on the way. Number 1 in the rankings, Brisa Hennessy. She's going to be coming up against Sakura Johnson and Leilani McGonigal when we return.
We really didn't know what this day would bring.
This is one of the best days for women surfing in the history of the sport.
I just knew that I'm just so stoked right now.
Yeah, congratulations to Vahine Fierro for winning in Tahiti. In that final with Vahine was Brisa Hennessy. That runner-up finish for Brisa put her in the yellow jersey. Yellow jersey's on the water, but we're going live action there with Sakura Johnson, who's in the heat, as well as the goofy foot, Leilani McGonigal, the wild card from Costa Rica. Leilani in the white jersey. We just see Sakura here in the blue jersey. And Brisa, of course, we talked about that wardrobe, will be in yellow. Sakura Johnson, just 19 years old, from Haleiwa, Hawaii, currently number 8 on the rankings. 3rd year on the championship tour, and part of the new school, if you would, that we've been talking about in women's professional surfing. Sakura started the year with some pretty historic surfing at Pipeline.
Oh, completely. We'll get back to that already. Brisa.
Hennessy, big snap here for current world number 1. Hangs onto a float. Wow, 180 pivot. Coming around, and sure-footed as always, Brisa Hennessy. That's one of her strengths, I feel, Flick, is that she's so solid on her board. She's hard to knock off.
That was sick. That was so good. That opening wave was incredible. And, you know, there was a lot of variety there and really good instinctual read. The second maneuver that she went to, I mean, she could see that she was, or feel instantly, she was maybe going to get a little bit hung up. Let's break it down now. So first maneuver here, cracks it in the pocket. This is the maneuver I'm talking about. She grabbed her rail there for a little second and then comes around and really pivots tight on the tail. So getting a little bit of release there, which is really funky, really fun, and then gets the finish. So cracker of a wave to start the day. And let's have a look from this water angle here. You can just see that rail grab again. I really liked that. Just, yeah, showing a bit of difference in her surf and in her repertoire, sorry. But here too, just really leaning on that front foot, releasing the tail, getting the spin there. And yeah, variety on this wave was really well done.
Yeah, and a couple of really unique turns. So that, for the judges, should be refreshing. Brisa Hennessy, talked about her. She's 24 years old, representing Costa Rica. Matapalo, Costa Rica, up north. And she's got another Costa Rican in her heat in the way of Leilani McGonigal. And here goes Leilani on the backhand. Nice bottom turn. A little caught up on the top there. Has to make up for it. Long bottom turn. Better second turn for Leilani McGonigal. Really paced approach for the Costa Rican. And pretty soft inside section here. Convergence of water, but she does not ride out, actually. That's not going to count as a make for the finish, but a couple of quality turns just to get her account started. We talked about Leilani, 24 years old. She's the highest rated Central American Challenger Series surfer, so that's why she is the wild card for this event. She comes from a great left-hand point, Pavones, in the south of Costa Rica. Here we go, wave number 2 for Brisa Hennessy. Guess the fins skipped out there. Dynamic turn, and she's able to catch back up to open face. Another big snap for Hennessy. And again, sure-footed finish. So from rapid fire for Brisa Hennessy, she's going to take an early lead, Flick.
Yeah, I like that approach. Just back up that original score really quickly. I mean, sure, yeah, she took off probably a bit further down the line, but to back it up that quickly is just a great tactical move in this heat. She's going to get the early lead. It's going to put her into a really great position. But she's looking, to your point, Kipes, so sure-footed. And she's looking really spicy out of the lip, like really fiery. She's able to get that whip. Let's break down Leilani's. This is a bigger set wave here. She does get a little bit caught up on that first maneuver. This second one is the money, though. That threw a lot of spray. This wave had a bit of a funky taper to it, and as it came through to the inside here, I mean, she ends up pretty, you know, starts getting pretty shallow. You can see those rocks starting to gurgle up. She's looking for the finish, but, I mean, it's just super shallow right there, and that converging bit of whitewash, just really hard to ride out of. And this is Brisa's, so on the way back out from her opening ride, you know, identifying that, okay, this has got some scoring potential down the line. Beautiful opening hack there. She almost lost it and brings it around. little spicy jam in the pocket here and gets the finish right in front of Leilani.
Yeah, strong 2 opening waves for Brisa Hennessy. First wave's a 6.5. Second wave for Brisa's a 4.83. Strider, how'd Brisa look from the water?
You know what? Brisa looks like she deserves that yellow jersey on her back. Last year we saw a lot of great surfing from Brisa, really round and powerful. This year she's got a brand new twist. You guys talked about it a little bit, but at the end of her turn, she's putting that extra 110% in. She's always been 100%, but that extra 10% on the end of that is just so fun to watch. You see her gouging into the lip line and then throwing that tail around, really pushing as hard as she can, and then obviously finishing out her wave. So, you know what? I love the new Brisa. I think she's on fire. She's got what it takes to, you know, keep this jersey on her back. She just needs to stay consistent, and that's kind of her middle name. She knows how to stay on that board. So hats off to Brisa and the new extra 10% on the top of the 100.
Yeah, I agree with you. And as we watch Sakura trying to get some momentum, she only has a couple of fractional scores so far, so this is going to be her best effort. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, but still really not connecting with, you know, enough opportunity, I feel, on her waves.
No, I don't think so either, but, you know, with Brisa and Leilani both putting a couple of scores on the board, I feel like she's going to want to keep pace. I think, you know, all 3 surfers in this heat are going to have watched that opening first heat and have going to realise that, you know what, it's kind of slow in between the sets. Don't want to end up in Caroline's situation of leaving that charge too late, so let's keep it pace with Brisa and Leilani.
Yeah. Well, Joanne DeFay, she's our first quarter finalist, and she's with AJ.
Yeah, Joanne, coming out of the water, catching your breath here in El Salvador, first heat of the day. How did you approach your heat, both mentally and with the waves that you wanted to take?
Yeah, it was, I mean, it's really good this morning. I had a little free surf and felt good. I've been here for a couple of days, so I kind of expected that they would be running today. So yeah, I was just ready to also choose the right wave, like you said. And I think I got lucky in the rhythm of the priority too. Like the bump just came when I had priority, which is cool. Sometimes you're just in pace with the ocean. So yeah, I had a couple of mistakes though, but I had much fun out there.
When you find yourself in the rhythm of the heat like that, where the wave that you're taking off on is exactly the one that you want, how does it bolster your confidence throughout the heat?
Yeah, you're so right. It's just like so much more like fluid and flowy, and it feels good. You just feels like you're doing the right choice, and it's helped to like surf just more freely. And yeah, nothing worse than having a heat where you just see your opponent getting the bump, and you're like, where is mine? So yeah, I'm happy to get the good pace this morning.
Congratulations, see you in the quarters.
Thank you.
All right, well, we got numbers coming through for Sakura Johnson, a 4.6 for Betty Lou. She moves into second position, needing a 6.73 to take the lead off of a strong-looking Brisa Hennessy. Flick, you talked about it, as well as Strider, as far as Brisa. I mean, she's had some challenges, you know, in her life with her health and, you know, getting cut last year, not surviving that mid-season cut. Got issued a wild card, actually, for this season, and look at her now. She's on the top of the rankings.
Yeah, and you know what? I feel like that time away and having that, you know, journey with her health, and anyone that's been on something like that in their life, it then in turn gives great perspective on what she gets to do as a job and career. And, you know, she's been pretty open and vulnerable about, you know, during that time there was questions of, do I really want this? Do I want to continue? And I'm glad that she made the decision to do so, because this year, obviously, it's a different Brisa Hennessy compared to the last. I mean, 2 years ago in 2022 to now, it's night and day, in my opinion. And I feel like that new perspective on life and an approach to life and the journey she's been through has only, you know, obviously struggled at the time, but she's come out, you know, absolutely firing and stronger for it.
Yeah, let's hear from Brisa Hennessy and her own thoughts.
My motto for this year is change is freedom, and the only thing you can count on is change. And I'm embracing that wholeheartedly. And I'm in this weird space of, I feel like, growth and trying to evolve into this new person and being uncomfortable, but I'm like moving through this discomfort, and I'm actually truly finding my why and finding my purpose and what makes Brisa Brisa. And I think at the end of the day, I'm having to really believe in myself and have that inner competitor because I want to do it, not because I'm doing for someone else.
That was at the beginning of the season with Brisa Hennessy, and she has since then put those thoughts into action. 3 semifinals so far this year, and now just coming off of a runner-up finish. So Brisa has made 4 finals days this year and has earned herself that yellow leaders jersey. So talk about putting thoughts into action. There's the display right there, Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, and just as consistency, you know, it's been incredible. She's just, and even when I think back to decisions that she's made in heats, I think a lot of it's come down to, you know, strategic decisions and sometimes getting through heats, like the ones that don't necessarily, you know, feel good in terms of getting, you know, excellent scores, but just grinding her way through it, being super smart, being selective on waves. And then, I mean, I couldn't be more proud watching her in Tahiti because I feel like, you know, she's obviously spent a lot of time in Fiji growing up and over the years, and she's really honed her backside tube riding. But for what I saw this year there, it was noticeably different. She'd improved even more, and just that confidence level, her technique on her backside is different to any other woman on their backhand. And yeah, I was just so impressed, and just to hear her speak in her post interviews, it's just a breath of fresh air in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, Sakura Johnson, after a tough start with a couple of fractional scores, she came up with this, and this was a 4.6 flick.
Yeah, smaller wave, tapered wave, but she surfs it really well. So a couple of carving maneuvers, brings it through to the inside here, gets that jam in the pocket. You know, it's a good sign. I feel like she's probably just so hungry to get one of those ones that Joanne had in her heat. You know, those long running waves, bigger set wave.
Yeah, it does show potential, though, because the wave, although it was short, she was able to squeeze out a 4.6. So Sakura Johnson, her talent is amazing. And so I'll expect big things from Sakura. She just needs to line up to a quality wave to really open up, because as far as talent, the 19-year-old Queen of Haleiwa, to me, is really one of the top performers when we look at progression in women's surfing. I put Sakura in the top 5 worldwide.
Yeah, she has really impressed me this year. I mean, you just got to go back to that first event of the year at Pipe, the heat with Molly. I mean, we obviously talked about it a lot this year, but it was incredible. And the way that she showed up in that semi-final, incredible, yeah. Amazing.
Let's take a look at that. Let's go to the beginning of the year for Sakura Johnson at the Bonsai Pipeline. It was a historic heat between Sakura and Molly Picklum. Sakura threading throaty backdoor barrels.
Yeah, the confidence level from her was just amazing. And she just, the way she attacked it, I mean, this day, I mean, we've said it, will go down in history. I mean, and you know what? This whole year, I feel like the narrative has been the progression on women's surfing, and it's cool to see that Betty has completely been a part of that.
Yeah, this is actually highlights of her entire journey. Not just one heat, but the whole journey from Sakura. She was great at Pipeline. She was great at backdoor. And we're cutting to live action here for the wild card. Leilani McGonigal on the backhand. Warbly section for Leilani. Able to negotiate that Warbly section, but that cost her in some downtime there, and it's going to cost her for a clean finish as well. It's so, timing is so important on point breaks, and being able to predict the future, if you would. Predict what's happening down the line to make sure that you match the pace of the wave.
Yeah, it's a good call. And I like that she pushed so hard on that turn, but I don't think that was the right section for it. Obviously, in turn, she was then caught behind and couldn't really complete that last maneuver. Looks like Brisa maybe having a little look here, or Betty.
Sakura a little bit wider on there. Neither surfer likes the little, and Strider was talking about the mix of swells out here. You can see some of the warble. That one kind of, because of the warble and the cross-up swells, actually pulled back and wasn't able to break. And by the time it did break, it was on pretty shallow cobblestone. Now remember, up there without the in the lineup. We have a bunch of shallow sections, but we have a rock that actually has a name out here. Mama Roca.
Oh, yeah, we do. Let's have a look. Oh.
So this is Leilani again.
Yeah, so Leilani obviously using her priority, Betty having to get out of there. First carve for Leilani. Yeah, I liked that she attacked it. It just wasn't the right section for it. She overcooked it that bit much and then just got caught behind here and then down with that sort of exploding foam. So yeah, just that read just not quite right, not quite finding that pace to this right-hand point break here.
So McGonigal with a 3.37 for that. It does get her into second place, but her requirement still is larger to go into first place. You can see in the needs column, she needs a 7.96. That's near an excellent score, while Sakura Johnson needs a 7.73. Just 2 waves ridden by Brisa Hennessy, and the lead as well as priority. So heat control right now for world number 1.
Yeah, Brisa's looking really solid. She's looking really sharp as well. And I just like that she's just been able to switch gears from Tahiti to El Salvador just so quickly and seamlessly. And I feel like that's the sign of someone who's, yeah, wearing that yellow jersey.
Let's go to Mitchell Salazar in the Red Bull Athlete Zone and check on the conditions, Mitchell.
Yeah, buenos dias, guys. First of all, Dios mío, the waves are cooking, aren't they? I mean, just incredible to be able to see Punta Roca at its very finest. But, you know, the coefficient of tides is very huge. 0.3 low tide at the moment. At around 2:30 p.m. this afternoon, 7.1 high tide. So a big difference right there. But also the temperature both inside and outside of the water, close to 90 degrees in terms of both of them. And the humidity levels are very large. I mean, Strider, out there in the water, it must feel like you're melting out there, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, we had that little puff of offshore earlier, kept it cool, but right now I'm starting to sweat. I can feel it. It's setting in, and it is really warm, and you have to pace yourself on your paddles. Brisa actually mentioned it paddling by. She's like, no race today, no paddle battles. We got to keep our temperature down as she paddled into this heat. So all the athletes are acknowledging that heat and how warm it is. And you know what? With that low tide, we've got that lull. So the ocean will take a little breath and a breather, and then as it goes slack tide, and then as it starts to push in, we're going to see all those sets start to fill back in. But that deep peak up there is so enticing, and it fools you into wanting to go up there to try and catch a wave, but those good ones are still further down the point. So there's probably some fool's gold in your mind out there looking at those waves coming off the top of the point, but you really do have to hold your position, stay on this inside corner, well, not inside, but the takeoff spot, and that's where the quality waves are, and we'll be seeing that build through the afternoon.
Yeah, we can take a look at the overall bathymetry of this spot and the point, the cobblestone point, and where Mitchell and Strider are talking about is on the top of the point, it's much straighter. So at the top of the point, you know, when we look at it from above, it's very straight, and then when you get further down the point, that's when you see the angle come to this cobblestone point, and that angle provides a peeling, you know, right-hander. But further up the point, you're going to look at that wave and think that that's going to be a quality wave. But what happens is, because it's flatter up there, it's very sectiony. And by the way, this whole setup right here is really created by a river, the Chilama River, which is right above the point, and that's the outlet that pushes both sand as well as these cobblestones. There's the so this is the shot right here to explain the bathymetry. You can see up there, that's flat, that's straight. So waves are breaking on top of the point, but because you have not hit the curve section yet, you don't have that peeling right-hander. Right behind there, you can see the Chilama River. The Chilama River is through centuries and centuries of watershed, all the way from inland volcanoes. These rocks, these lava rocks, are tumbled down this river and tumbled into cobblestones, and then currents take them around the corner and make this right-hand point break.
Yeah, it's so interesting, and obviously we know the ocean's so powerful and it moves, you know, it has a lot of energy, but it's incredible to think that it's moved all those rocks, because those rocks are really heavy. They're so heavy, you know.
Water is one of the strongest things, powers in all of Earth.
I believe it.
Here we go. Our heat leader and ratings leader, Brisa Hennessy. streaking through that first section before she beats a big snap there. One more time for Brisa. Unfortunately, just room for 2 moves, and it will be iffy if she improves upon her scoreline there. We're at 12-minute mark right now. It's time to take a break. We'll be back with more action. Opening round for the women's here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Hey, Dad's Day is coming up soon. You want to hit the WSLstore.com. Get Pops some gear. I know he'll love it. Sakura Johnson here, back to live action. She's trailing Brisa Hennessy as well as Leilani McGonigal. But Sakura is looking dynamic on this wave, gets the finish. A 6.73 gives her the lead as Kuiper Girl along with Flick Palmentier. Action from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Yeah, you know what? Like, Betty got a 4.6 on that smaller, really short wave, in my opinion. And I thought that was a pretty high score, right? So, I mean, this was a longer wave, spicier turns, more turns completed, and in my opinion, better turns. So, obviously, this is going to go higher than the 4.6. It has to, I think. And out the back, Leilani pulling the trigger.
Leilani McGonigal. Beautiful carve to start. And second backhand turn looking good. Great tempo down the line. Froth to deal with, but it's no problem for the Costa Rican. On beat on this wave and stings a finish. This is going to tighten up the heat.
Yeah, it will, and the pace was on there. I mean, clearly, I feel like she's figured out the speed of the wave. I feel like she wasn't trying to oversurf anything or overcook any sort of turns. She was really waiting for the section to present itself, and yeah, it's got to be her best score for sure. So things are going to tighten up. Brisa, in my opinion, though, she's still got this advantage. Let's break down Betty's last wave. So here we go. She's just waiting for this first maneuver, really lays it on rail there, straight up into the lip, really aggressive, followed by another little snap and another little spicy finish. So Betty Lou chasing, you know, a 7.3, and then behind her, we've got Leilani. So bigger set wave, and like I said, she's really figured out that pace, really waiting for these sections. It wasn't an easy wave to surf either. This one actually had quite a lot of lump and bump to deal with, a bit of whitewash in the face, and definitely makes it more challenging. So good surf wave there from Leilani.
Yeah, and during those replays, the last score for Brisa Hennessy did drop. And Brisa did improve upon her scoreline on that wave where she only got 2 turns, but they were 2 dynamic turns. So she did increase the needs for both Sakura as well as Leilani. So Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, 5.03, her last score, not enough to take the lead. And Leilani McGonigal, her last score comes in really at a measly 4.47 for the surfing that we saw there. So both surfers trailing Brisa Hennessy, who clearly is in the judges' favor in this heat right now.
Yeah, Brisa's put together a really smart heat once again, and it's just to the point that we were talking about before. Strategically, she's putting together great heats, and there's reason for her wearing this yellow jersey, and this is it right now. And she's in a commanding position. 7 minutes left in the heat, and she's got priority with the lead. I mean, the next set that comes through, she's going to have first choice, and if her wave selection is anything to go by this morning already, she's going to be improving on that 5.4.
So here it is again. This is the 5.4.
Yeah, so this is only 2 turns. And I actually think this is great judging because it just proves, sort of to my point in that first heat, you know, Caroline could have got that score for just 2 turns. If you can get critical enough, yes, this is a point break and, you know, forces a lot of maneuvers, but you can also get great scores just for 2 big hangers. And
well, pretty late on that second one. It was kind of 2.5 turns, but the judges were impressed by the speed and the power.
Yeah, speed, power, and the preciseness of it, I think. And they were bigger sections as well, so which in turn makes it more critical.
Well, with heat control, priority, and a big lead over the pack, Brisa just needs to wind that clock down and defend her position. Under that priority, Leilani McGonigal, she needs a giant score in the context of today's numbers, a 7.43. A couple of nice backhand hooks, but from indication of what we've seen earlier today, not going to be enough.
No, I definitely don't think so. I think she needs something with a bit more bowl, a bit more size to it. I feel like it's going to be pretty similar to the scores that she's already locked in, so she's going to need to chase something else for sure.
Yeah, and as well as Sakura Johnson just took a quick in and out, tried to surf under the priority, just stood up and kicked out, so it's not going to factor into anything. That is just a fractional score. Sakura still needing that 6.87. Leilani's going to continue to search for a 7.43. And we're nearing the 5-minute warning here with Brisa Hennessy in complete control in Heat 2 of the women's opening round. Paddle by Sakura. And that's going to activate Brisa Hennessy. Brisa. Nice carve there. Powerful snap of the Glen Pang surfboard. One more quick snap. A third lightning fast snap. And a fourth with a huge redirect there. And that Pang looking like it's working out. There's Katie, Brisa's mom, with the applause.
That was great surfing. I mean, in the beginning, I was like, hey, questioning maybe the use of priority because it did look like a smaller wave, but Brisa obviously knew that this thing was going to run on the rocks, you know, and it really stood up as we see a little bit of a paddle battle occurring right now. Looks like Leilani's trying to get the jump on Brisa, but I mean, Brisa to me is surfing with a different sort of speed and pace. It's night and day. She's surfing faster. She's more snappy, more critical in the pocket. Let's have a look here. I mean, this wave looks small, but she identified that this thing was going to run. And, I mean, I think it was a good choice of priority and wave selection. There, just jabs it in the pocket. And looking zappy. It's just, yeah, so fast and so quick. She's getting great release on that board right there. She's looking so great underneath her feet. And I'm not sure, you know, if it will improve on this situation, but I think it was smart because, you know, with the form that we've seen Betty in, I think it was just a smart idea to hold her off.
Yeah, you can see this in slow motion. Really analyze the technique. Just quick, short radius snaps to work down the line. And a lot of power and a lot of control for that 180 redirect. So still waiting for the number for Brisa. We'll see if it changes her score line. She needs to improve upon a 5.4 for it to influence her score line. She is in the lead, however, and there's just 3 minutes on the clock, and it's a big lead.
Yeah, Brisa, I just can't, you know, sing the praises enough of how she's put together this heat and how well she's surfed it strategically. You know, if there's a reason, I've said it already, why she's in this yellow jersey. It looks like we're having another set, maybe roll through, maybe one more roll of the dice for the women.
Brisa gets a 5.67. She does improve upon her scoreline with that last effort. She ups the ante for both Sakura Johnson, who now needs a 7.14, and Leilani McGonigal, who needs a 7.7. Johnson with priority. Look at this set coming through. Let's see if she's in position too deep on that one. Leilani's going to take this one further down the point. Good size wave. Double up ahead. Little chop off the top there. Trying to take a high line to get through. High line doesn't work for Leilani. She's going to be in the elimination round. Sakura here, second wave of the set. Eases through a cutback. Lining up on this inside section. This is when the wave's going to run. Big slash off there. Little caught up, makes up for it. One more slash for Sakura. Sakura off the bottom. And a solid finishing maneuver. Shinobu, Sakura's mom, applauding on the cobblestone. Did she turn the heat in the final 2 minutes? Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Flick, she needs a 7.14. It would have to be the best wave so far surfed in this heat.
Yeah, I don't see it. I think it was great surfing, and I just feel it. You know, all the points are going to come from those last 2 turns. I mean, it was a bigger wave, but she really had to wait for that last section, and I mean, it definitely would have felt good for her. But there was a couple of little warbly moments which leaves questions in the judges' minds for sure. So this is just kind of a setup carve for the rest of the wave. And she eyes off down the line. She can see it's really going to stand up. This is the moment, you know, she almost got caught off balance there, almost, you know, lost it. Another little carve here. And then, yeah, okay, that's critical. She hits the lip. But to me, it just looked a little bit disjointed, that whole wave. And out the back, Brisa again.
So Brisa gets a wave here. Good sized wave, draws off the bottom, snaps off the top. Again, looking super solid on her surfboard. Quick direction change there. And a floaty finish. The convergence gets her, so we'll see if she improves upon that 5.67. Still waiting for last score for Sakura Johnson. A 7.14 is what the Queen of Haleiwa there needs. It was a good sized wave. She made up with some critical maneuvers. There was a little bit of loss of control, but maybe that will impress the judges on regaining control. All we can do is wait for their decision at this moment. Here we go again. One more look, and look at this sleepy carve here. But after this, these are a couple of dynamic turns.
Yeah, I think this second half of the wave, I mean, it's sort of well surfed, but then at the same time, I mean, it's leaving question marks in my head. I think even on that bottom turn there, you could see her skipping out. I think in my opinion, the control wasn't quite there. And out the back, here we go. This is Brisa's last wave of the heat. And I think just, you know, really reiterating that she is on point. I mean, the way that she's surfing is just really, really well done.
Betty Lou, we're watching this replay right now. And we're going to come out of this replay. And Sakura Johnson needed a 7.14. Sakura gets a 7.17. And I feel like that was really the commitment to those maneuvers. There was a little bit loss of control, but she was able to reconnect to them. Look at 2 judges going 7.5. We throw out one of those 7.5s, and we average out 2 7s and a 7.54. That's 7.17. Still waiting for a score, however, for Brisa Hennessy. And Brisa can turn this heat in the final exchange. Brisa needing a 5.71. And it feels like Brisa should. Well, there wasn't that finish, but those turns were pretty good for Brisa Hennessy.
I feel like I just don't have a good read on it this morning, clearly. But I think that, you know, the judges obviously loved, you know, the commitment from Betty. That has to be it, right? I mean, bigger section and bigger maneuvers, even though, in my opinion, it didn't look controlled. They loved it.
Yeah, it didn't matter. Brisa turns the heat with that last one. A 6.3 for Brisa Hennessy, even without the finish. So nice last exchange between Brisa Hennessy and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, but it will be #1 in the rankings moving into the quarterfinals. We're going to see Sakura Johnson. She's on the download there with Ross Williams. Sakura will be in the elimination round along with Leilani McGonigal. Big, strong heat for Brisa Hennessy. More action on the way. Caitlin Simmers, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Lakey Peterson in the water when we return. It's going to be Chris and Mitchell in the booth.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We are straight into a look back at Caitlin Simmers, your 2024 Pipeline champion. I mean, a true warrior right here. This was a couple of waves, a heat, a performance that absolutely changed the game. Not just for women's surfing, but for surfing in general. And you see the read Katie Simmers had, backdoor. I mean, it's like she was born and raised at that wave, the way she was surfing it that day. The elation, that was her skyrocketing to the top of the world. First of many trophies right there, hoisted by Katie Simmers. But we're back at it. Caitlin Simmers in the lineup right now, current world number 2, going up against Tatiana Weston-Webb and Lakey Peterson. And I am Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar, and we're very excited to bring you this action. We're ready for a big, fun day of surfing, and so far it's been so good, Mitch. It's firing out there, and it seems like all the surfers got the memo. Go out there and rip.
And that's the thing I'm most excited about, is that the waves actually showed up this year, and we got the same swell that we saw in Tahiti showing up here in El Salvador, and we're finally going to be able to see Punta Roca at its most highest potential, but most importantly, good consistency of waves out there in the first few heats of the morning too, Chris. It's firing, and as you said, a lot of big scores already in the first 2 heats.
Yeah, and it's fun because, you know, we were just in Tahiti where each and every wave looked like it was ready to just take your head off. It was a different kind of nervous energy. I would say a lot of fear, regardless of the surfers admitted it or not. But for surfers like Caitlin Simmers, who you see right now, current world number 2, this is going to be a breath of fresh air because, of course, they revel in charging at the end of the road. See a quick up and down right there for Lakey. But in talking to Ross Williams, one of the coaches to the Stars before the opening round here, basically saying, look, this is a polar opposite wave, completely different type of surfing, and also completely different type of boards. Talked to Jessie Mendez about Tatiana Weston-Webb's quiver choice. I think she was riding 6.3s, 6.4s in Tahiti, obviously, you know, big wave guns. Here, more like 5.7, 5.8, I'm sure, for most of the competitors. So they're back to their standard shortboards. Tatiana Weston-Webb, as everybody who's ever watched a heat of hers knows, she is lethal on her backhand. She has the ability to go vertical, throw more spray than pretty much anyone on tour. So this is going to be a really fun heat to watch. We got a really cool group of different type of styles out here in the water, Mitch.
Truly, and Tati's past results at right-hand point break speak for themselves. Final over at Bells Beach. She's won at Margaret River before, and, you know, just talking about her consistency this year, it's been a little up and down, but she's coming off of her best results so far over there in Tahiti. Not just that, her confidence has to be sky high. She was so happy even after she lost the semifinal. She was just stoked about getting the perfect 10, Chris, so she's got to be riding that wave of stoke into this event here.
Riding the wave of stoke. I like that, Mitch. That sounds great to me. Here we go. Caitlin Simmers flying down the line and finds a messy tube. It looked good from the jump, but Katie Simmers goes down. Katie down here traveling with her brother, her dad, her grandfather is here as well. And I asked them earlier on, did you guys bring skateboards down here to El Salvador? And they said, no, not this trip, but they did bring guitars. So if you're staying next to the Simmers family down here in El Salvador, you're hearing the Simmers family band. They've been jamming every single night. It's keeping it loose down here in El Salvador. And all the accolades that we gave Tatiana Weston-Webb early on about her backhand, that's not indicative of what we usually see. So a quick slip there. And, you know, Mitch, we've done the rock dance here before. This is a different type of entry and exit in and out of the water. It is slick anytime you touch any of these rocks. So with 28.55 to go, Brisa Hennessy is looking incredible in that yellow jersey, ripping her way through that heat. She's on the glass now with AJ.
Yeah, Chris, the glow from this yellow jersey coming off of me this morning with Brisa, certainly surfing with so much confidence here at Punta Roca. We talked yesterday about why you love this wave and how much confidence you have on it. How did that confidence come into play in a heat where you needed a score in the final minutes to move on to the quarterfinals?
Yeah, it was firing out there. I mean, it was really special to be out there with no one out. I mean, glassy conditions and perfect right point breaks. I mean, how much more can we ask for? It's really special to be, you know, in Central America, and I'm just feeling feeling that good energy, you know, that pura vida energy, and yeah, hopefully, yeah, the sun's out, and yeah, I'm feeling it.
And we talked a lot about the color of your jersey these days and how it has turned yellow, but the reason that it has turned yellow is not actually because you've been focused on the results, but instead it's about staying in that moment for you. Now that you have the yellow jersey, how do you carry that flow state, that staying in the present moment into this competition?
Yeah, I mean, the yellow jersey comes with so many, I think, different just challenges, and I think it can, you know, either lift you up or it could really drag you down. I mean, it's a lot of pressure that comes with it. I mean, wearing it definitely feels heavier, but also I just think about the color yellow and what that signifies to me. You know, that's positivity, brightness, lightness, and I feel like El Salvador brings that, so why wouldn't I try to bring that too?
Do you want to say anything to friends and fans watching you here in Central America?
Sí, estoy muy feliz de estar de vuelta en El Salvador, en Centroamérica. Me siento muy emocionada y muy honrada de representar, you know, Costa Rica y Centroamérica. Y sí, vamos con todo y estoy muy agradecida. Gracias.
Congratulations, Brisa. See you in the quarters.
CJ.
Solid start there for Brisa, Hennessy, and Mitch. I was in Tahiti on the boat. That's an awesome job. I did get to speak to Brisa and a bunch of surfers who came in from getting the best barrels of their lives in many cases. Brisa actually surprised and almost kind of a little shook when she got the news that she was in the yellow jersey. I feel like between there and now, she's got very comfortable in that color. The way she surfed that last heat was incredible, and I agree with what Kaipo and Felicity were saying in the previous rounds, that, you know, Brisa, who in my opinion is the by far most improved surfer over the past 2 years, is now really leaning into it, and I feel like she's just got that belief in herself that she has what it takes to become a world champion. And I feel like an absolute ding dong because I did not put her on my fantasy team. And I'm kind of rattled right now, to be honest.
Well, look, we've seen a lot of people crumble under pressure wearing that yellow leader jersey, right? And I think overall, as you touched on, confidence is the biggest factor when it comes to leading the rankings. And to me, after that heat right there, Sakura was able to flip it. Then Brisa was able to get a wave at the end. We've even seen it from Caitlin in certain aspects this year competitively, too. You want to be able to put yourself in those situations, but be able to get out of that hole you dug yourself in. So to be able to see those people not only compete for the World Championship later this year at lowers, I think we have a great class of surfers, both on the female and on the male side, that will be allowed to do that. And I think it just comes to show you how far we've come in terms of competition and how much it's evolved over the last 10 to 15 years, Chris. Really nice, exciting class of surfers right now we have on the CT.
And I think the three surfers in the lineup right now have to be pretty stoked with their draw this morning. Those first two heats were pretty telling just about the conditions for sure. It reminds me of a Yogi Berra quote. You can observe a lot by watching. Sounds pretty simple, but it rings true. You watch those first couple of heats, I saw all the surfers in these third, fourth, fifth heats really paying close attention to the lineup, to what's happening. And if you showed up here as a free surfer, you would just be out there trying to hammer every section, putting everything into it. But I feel like patience is going to be critical. You have to maximize the wave, right? But then that word flow comes to mind. You've got to just surf the waves that come to you, the waves that you select. So, I feel like mistakes are going to be magnified because this wave is so fast. Let's see what Tatiana Weston Webb has for us here. That right there is a Tati turn. And you can see the speed that she's generating down the line here. I mean, that's all the wave right there. Just taking the high line and just a little off her game so far for Tatiana Weston Webb. Only one big Tati turn there in her last two waves. So 2 mistakes, but still with 23:57 left to go. Lakey Peterson in the lead, 4 now. Low scores so far, the highest single wave, a 2:17 so far. So, well, it does look absolutely perfect on screen and on the beach when you're looking at it. I think it can be probably a little bit vexing and a little bit tricky out there because some of these waves are just running so fast down the line. If you're not in the perfect spot, you're going to get caught behind. And you tell us what happened here, Mitch.
Well, speed management is the thing, as you have touched upon already, Chris. Great opening turn right there, but you see she takes the high line twice, but it's that third section right there that she's not able to make it around, and it really comes down to this low tide right now. Me personally, I like a mid to high tide here, especially with the size of swell. Smaller days, low tide is fine, but right now, if you're not just going pedal to the metal from the beginning of the wave, you're more than likely not going to be able to make it around this section. You know, not to spill the beans, but it's really that midsection right there that you need to be worried about. Opening turn is fine, but if you're not making it around where we saw Tati just fall off right there, that's really where you're leaving most of the points on the board. So, you know, it's kind of counterintuitive that you want to look for the waves that close out, but those eventually end up being the ones with the most wall down the line. Tough wave for goofy footers, though, Chris. We haven't seen many of them be successful here in the past, despite Caroline Marks' great 2 performances we've seen.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, the goofy versus regular conversation is pretty dead even. We saw that in Tahiti. We've seen it around the world. But at the tide we're at right now, with that opening section kind of being that slingshot, we've already seen a few surfers, frontside and backside, get caught behind that midsection of the wave. So you said it. I feel like speed control is paramount. And it's super important if you are going too fast or going too slow. You're going to be caught in a bad spot on this wave.
Yeah, and I think time management is a big thing out here, too. We see long period swells. You want to be able to, capitalize on the few opportunities that you might have within a heat, too. But most importantly, don't be thinking about priority all the time, either. We saw that a lot in Tahiti. You're moving yourself too far up the point. There's a lot of waves that have gone unridden way below where we're seeing the surfers establish their positioning right now. So I feel like if you're in third priority, even second priority, might as well move over.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of move over, there's a young surfer coming up through the ranks that has basically parted the seas and jumped straight from grommethood to one of the best in the world. The next generation, the new generation, the now generation is led by Katie Simmers.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because like the 2 best women in the world are like not doing the tour this year, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, I guess it'll just change things. Like it'll be a little shift in like generation or whatever. Like, I don't know. I guess just seeing the younger girls kind of like push the sport almost, because I feel like it's going pretty damn fast and it's pretty cool to see.
It's very cool to see. I think if you polled a vast percentage of surf fans out there, who is your favorite surfer? Katie Simmers would be on many people's list, and definitely my favorite interview subject as well.
I agree.
She rules. Well, Tatiana Weston-Webb trying to get back into the literal swing of things on her backhand. Couple good turns down the line. I feel like that's going to be a good pace setter for Tatiana. Her best score so far at 2.6, really on the strength of 1 turn. So we're going to vastly improve on that. And here is Jen Now.
Wow.
Caitlin Simmers, surfer, skater, free surfer, contest winner, title contender.
Musician.
She's everything. I mean, one of the best styles in the business for sure. I love that she's traveling down here with the whole crew, the whole fam's down here. Apparently her grandpa is an incredible blues guitarist.
Ooh.
So you see, the influences and the styles kind of coagulating that make for one of the world's best in Caitlin Simmers, only 18 years old. I mean, this is such a great time to be a surf fan. We get to watch Katie Simmers for, at least in a decade in a jersey. I'm here for that, Mitch.
You know what's so impactful about her performances so far is that she's done it not only at a very young age, she's done it against people that have been on the championship tour for over a decade right now, including Lakey Peterson, who has made a final here before too, but good contrast of waves right there in terms of the style suit. Tati, much more top to bottom. And as you said, just swooping cars right there by Caitlin Simmers. I feel like this is going to be a big score for her. 19 minutes to go. I think she's going to be able to take the lead with this last one, Chris.
And I love that Tatiana Weston-Webb, after getting her 10-point ride in Tahiti and making her way to the finals, basically said, oh yeah, no, I'm a big fan of the new generation. They're great, but don't forget, I'm still here.
Yeah.
And Tatiana Weston-Webb, of course, has a long, bright career ahead of her as well, still at the peak of her abilities. So we see now surfer in white, Lakey Peterson coming through as a wild card, Mitch. So Lakey, of course, a perennial talent. She's a veteran with a huge future as well. Great to see Lakey back in a jersey. Just dealt with some injuries in the past few years. See right there, I would say just kind of a placeholder wave. 217 is her high mark. That's going to beat that for sure. You know, Lakey and a right-hand point break like this, you feel like that's just a match made in heaven. And I think if she does get that long extended wall, that right there is kind of a medium-ish wave. It'll be a decent score. I don't think anyone's really smashed through into that excellent range quite yet. We'll see what Tatiana Weston-Webb is given on this wave.
I like the ferocity in the turns right there, that little extra whip that she has on the backhand, Chris. And a smart maneuver right there to select for the finish, too. That comes through as a 4-point ride, so her best at the moment. And this of Caitlin Simmers. Really loved the way she was able not only to use the entirety of the wave, but her rails, too. Inside-outside rail with the bottom turn. Good connection with the lip right there. Once again, brings it all the way back. And look at how smooth it is the entire time. You talked about, you know, not only capitalizing on the one wave that you do have, but not trying to oversurf it. That was really the case in point right there by Katie. And then this one from Lakey, her best ride so far, 3.33. Decent one. One of those that didn't necessarily have the best wall out of the 3 waves that we saw surf, but still, at least getting something on the board, getting her best ride. Nice little click right there and finishes with a little floater. Former finalist. She still has the most experience out of these 3 surfers, given that Tati actually had to withdraw due to illness last year.
Yeah, we were actually staying near Tati, and she was down for the count. She had turned gray for a few days, but bounced back and then headed straight down to Brazil and had a pretty decent event there. So unlike Tatiana Weston-Webb to go down that easily on her backhand, you see the highest single wave score now is with Caitlin Simmers. It's a 5.83. Mitch, you know this, I know this. All the surfers know this now, but the fans might not know that every single morning of every event, surfers are sent an email, or the night before even, basically what the judges are looking for. And in this case, it's a pretty long, extensive list. So you see Sawyer Lindblad getting ready with her coach, Jake. And it's cool that the judges, mind the pun, leave no stone unturned here at Punta Roca. As they have all the information. They know exactly what the judges are looking for. So there's no question when they come in, well, I didn't know you were supposed to go out there and do a big air. Nobody told me. Well, they told you.
Yeah.
So I love that these surfers, you know, they have all the information they need.
They're setting the standard really high today, too. The highest wave we've seen so far, the 717 from Betty Liu in the last heat. I think that's just because of the quality of the waves that we're seeing today. I mean, really pushing the limit in terms of how good this wave gets. But they also know that with the higher tide coming up later today, it is really going to get as perfect as you could possibly imagine right here at Punta Roca. As you said, though, those boulders right there, they seem like they're really easy to get in and out of. Dude, I'm telling you, I've left a good amount of skin on those rocks over there. There's ones that are super slippery, have barnacles on them, and the other ones, as soon as the sun comes out, are hot as heck, too.
Yeah.
So you got to watch out.
Yeah, these boulders are the size of basketballs, and they're covered in slime. So be careful out there. 14:50 to go. And guess what? It's time for a Bonsoy brew break. So we will be right back with more action on Punta Roca. Stay tuned. where were you when Tatiana Weston-Webb got the perfect 10 at Chiahopo in one of the best heats that's ever been surfed at the end of the road? I'll tell you where I was, Mitch. I was sitting on the boat screaming my head off for every single wave that came through. This was an amazing day for surfing. Tatiana Weston-Webb showing us the difference between a 10, which is awesome, and a perfect 10. That means every judge across the board threw that excellent number, and this was a wave that she's going to remember forever. It'll be in her family history for 1,000 years, and that wave right there, I'd say, changed surfing. Mitch, I know you were doing the Spanish broadcast during this. Were you guys screaming into the microphones?
I did. I screamed almost every single excellent ride that we saw all event long. You know, we spoke about it on the lineup podcast with Dave Proden and myself, but shout out to Tours and Comps, especially Jesse Miley Dyer. They gave them the opportunity. They went out there and ripped, Chris.
I can't wait to be on the lineup with you and Dave. Wait for that invite. Here goes Tatiana Weston-Webb now. And you know, again, this is the exact opposite type of surfing that these surfers were doing just a week ago. Tatiana Weston-Webb was riding 6.3s, 6.4s. Now she's riding 5.7s. And it's it's like one day you're playing soccer at the elite level, and the next day you're playing baseball at the elite level. I mean, it does not get much more different than this.
Sounds pretty fun, though, and it just goes to show you how complete of an athlete you have to be.
You have to be.
Most importantly, too, travel-wise, not that big of a gap between events. Are you bringing all of your big wave boards that you brought over to Tahiti here, too? Do you have to fit everything into a certain amount of board bags as well? That's another big thing, too, that I remember traveling a lot with, was that something that I needed to use for multiple events in a row. Is this something that's just going to work in any given beach break and at a point break, too? So, you know, I just feel like right now with the equipment that we have, given that this is the best equipment we're talking about, right, in the world. But, you know, it's a big thing that you have to do, especially if you're traveling by yourself, Chris.
Well, I think we're talking straight up F1 pit crew style changeover, because a lot of the surfers that we were on some flights with coming back from Tahiti, you really only had maybe a day, if only maybe 6 or 7 hours of a layover, probably in LAX. So Tahiti, LAX, a couple hours there. You know, hopefully you would have had someone come in, switch your board bags out. You're going to probably be riding the same boards here as you would in Brazil, which is our next stop. So at least you have an advantage there. You know, there are things about this job that these athletes have, which I would say is the best job in the world. There are hazards, right? No one's going to give you much sympathy. You know?
No.
Well, I only had a 6-hour layover between Tahiti and El Salvador.
Yeah.
You're not going to get sympathy for that from the
Crimea
fans.
River.
But, you know, when you're an elite athlete, the preparedness has to be up there with the best of them. Just a quick look at the rocks there, and our perspective from the beach is that is a long walk to the lineup. But from the actual lineup, we've got Strider Wasilewski. What's up, Strider?
Well, we're out here. Conditions are changing just a tad bit. We've got a tiny bit of texture on the water, a little bit of an onshore breeze. I can see the El Salvadorian flag starting to move a little bit. But with that, kind of gives your board a little more life. I feel like that super smooth, glassy vibe will kind of get that sticky feeling in a sense. And once you get this little texture on the water, you get that free flowing, flying around. You get that above the water freedom. So I think we're going to see some insane action as this little bit of wind picks up. And this tide's going to push in, and we're going to start to see more waves. It's actually cooled down a little bit too, because that little bit of wind gives us that little bit of cool breeze in the face, which is nice. Let me tell you, when it got glassy out here, it was literally melting hot. I mean, melting.
Be careful what you wish for, right? Strider, I know that you made that walk out over the rocks into the lineup. About how long did it take till you felt like the slickness and kind of that slippery rock feeling went away?
Well, usually, you know, you got some wax on your feet. You can wipe off the tops of your feet, you know, like get the bottoms and get everything all nice and sticky, and then you get on your board and catch some waves. But the producer told me I wasn't allowed to catch any waves, so I haven't been able to really get that slime off my feet yet. So I'm still slimy on my feet.
Hey, Strider.
And it's been an hour.
We've talked about the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings this year. We focused on boards, but what about fin selection out there today? Is a wave where you really need to generate and control your speed?
Yeah, I'd say everybody out here riding tri-fins, and I feel like sensible. You really want to be on that pivot out here and that, big carve and really holding strong on your turns. Not to say that with a quad setup you can't do that, but there's just some sort of sense of stability and confidence with a tri-fin setup. So pretty much everybody we see out here today is going to be riding those. And I feel like there's going to be different templates that are going to be picked. There's definitely, larger fins and different kind of setups with smaller back fins. And, people have their own recipes, so to speak, for their fin setups. But I think traditional, tri-fin setups are the way to go today. It's just your size of fins will vary.
Man, being a surf nerd is fun.
It is.
We got a lot of fun stuff to talk about. Thank you, Strider. 7:15 to go, and we're back at it with Tatiana Weston-Webb, your current heat leader.
Wow.
4 and a 3.67.
Woof.
And when Mitchell's making noises like that, good things are happening. That is the Tatiana Weston-Webb we know and love. 4 big snaps out the back and gets the completion through to the inside. She's hyped. Fans are hyped on the beach, and I'm sure the judges are going to like what they saw there. We'll see if they throw out for Tatiana Weston-Webb. And this wave's gone pretty weird for Caitlin Simmers, but she's up for it.
Ah.
And answering right there for Caitlin Simmers. I love that she saw that section and realized that it was doing something kind of quirky, so she went ahead and went to attack mode, blasting the fins out. I would say she is, I feel comfortable saying she's the most progressive surfer currently on the Women's Championship Tour. Would you agree with me or disagree with me, Mitch?
I wouldn't disagree, but I'd say top 3 for sure.
But you did disagree.
Well, I would say there's a few in there that I think have kind of elevated things, but in terms of creativity, I would say, yeah, she's the top one. This wave of Tati, though, I really like it, Chris. She caught this under priority, too. She was in highest part of the spot, and as you can see right here, just consecutive maneuvers, just one after the other. Great flow. Love the variety of attack, too, and really smart just to be able to land on her feet for the finish, too. Should be one of the best waves of the heat. And then in contrast right here, Caitlin selects a wave with priority. It seemed like this one was really going to have that wall down the line, just the one turn on the outside. And as you said, quirky right here. She made up for it on the inside, though. Knew that she had to go for something big just to be able to get a score out of it. 5.83 on the opener. To me, this is the best single turn we've seen all heat long. The progression, as you said, right there. But the element of surprise, too, Chris. Completely unexpected right there on that last section by Katie.
Well, she was born and raised on the Pier Bowl right.
Yep.
In Oceanside, and that's the type of section you see at Oceanside Pier, Oceanside Harbor all day long. So Katie Simmers just feeling right at home there. And I agree with you, Mitch, that's the coolest looking turn that I've seen all morning long, and no surprise that it was done by Caitlin Simmers. So as the judges right now are locking in their numbers, give full props to our judging panel. A lot of them have made the transfer from Tahiti to here, and so they're fully reconfiguring what they're looking for as well. And I'm hopeful that we see a double-digit ride, a 10-point ride here in El Salvador would be amazing. You'd have to really show the judges something special, and that's a good start right there for Lakey Peterson. To me, that is her money turn. I mean, that beautiful forehand carve that has California Gold written all over it. You see her, the rail fully engaged all the way around. I mean, it wasn't a big or even that long of a wave. I think she made full use of it there. There's her shaper, Britt Merrick, and with Matthew McGillivray. There's Phil right there behind him. You see those guys in the background are creating some really great shows. Inside Pro Surfing is one of them.
Yep.
If you haven't watched that yet, you should. I mean, at least the voiceovers are amazing in that show, I'll tell you that. But here's a look back at Lakey Peterson, and here comes that turn that we loved, Mitch.
And as you said, silky smooth coming out of it, too. Great wrap right there. Fully engages the rails, too. Good amount of power. And I really like those transitional floaters. It's actually a piece on Instagram by the WSL last year with Ditalo. He had a 1-6 floater that you called in. I just feel like it's such an underrated move, especially when it comes to transition. That right there, though, wasn't necessarily the maneuver that she needed to finish that wave off with the high point on that score. So a 3.33 is really what she's been keeping all heat long. And with 3 minutes to go, based off of what we saw from Katie and Tati on their previous wave, she needs to get at least something in the mid to upper fives, Chris.
As we see Tatiana now Mitch, two of my favorite trick names. They're really weird people, non-surfers out when you say them. Foam climb and foam bounce.
I love
those
foam
are
climb.
exclusive to surfing. Maybe White River rafting is the only other sport you'd hear those trick names. But foam climb and a foam bounce, as you know, Mitch, is really actually a great way to generate speed and to get past the section. A lot of times you do a kind of a foam climb or a foam bounce proper. It's going to slingshot you down the line even faster. Doing a foam climb or foam bounce backside, pretty challenging.
It's hard.
The most I've ever said those two things in a 30-second span in my life.
It was good, though.
So I hope to see more
Proud of you.
foam climbs and or foam bounces. 2 minutes ago, Tatiana Weston-Webb in control for now. We are still waiting for that last score for Caitlin Simmers. It was a 2-turn
Pretty
wave,
impactful, though.
but the second turn was as good as 2 or 3 turns. That's the equation the judges are thinking about right now.
And that's why they send out those emails and the texts the morning of, too. You don't necessarily have to be on the largest waves. They want to see you on the best quality waves, though. And as I said before, just the one turn on the outside, saw that one section doubling up. She made up for it with that last maneuver. I mean, who's been able to do that not only within this event so far, throughout the entirety of the year? Seems like she's going to move up in a first with this last one.
Yeah, and the numbers are trickling through at the bottom of your screen. We have a panel of absolute experts, best judges in the business above us, and keep them honest basically by throwing away the high and throwing away the low. You average those middle 3 scores, and that average is a 6.33. So that launches Caitlin Simmers into the top spot with a 12.16 total. Tatiana Weston-Webb now in 6th, needing a 5.76. I like the pace that's been set today. Mitch, you kind of alluded to it earlier. The judges have been keeping these scores in that kind of mid to upper mid range. And that's good because we know that these surfers have more to give and room to grow. A 9 or a 10 is not going to come easy. I mean, you're going to have to do something that literally shakes the foundation of this place to its core.
Just of the sport
Yeah,
itself.
yeah, you know, McTwist, big back 5, you know, 18 huge airdrop floaters down the line might get you that.
And it can't be just one either. It has to be a combination of multiple things,
And
too.
a variety. Variety is the spice of life, Mitch. Judges have one of those little signs that they got
at the
at a
entrance.
home goods
Yeah.
store. It says variety is the spice of life. They look at that every time they go into their judging box. Well, just like that, Caitlin Simmers flips the heat on the strength of one big fin blow. So Oceanside on top. Caitlin Simmers gets the win. Tatiana Weston-Webb second. Lakey Peterson third. So much more to come here from El Salvador. We will be right back with more action from the Surf City El Salvador Pro. just like the San Diego rock group Wally World said. Molly Picklum raised some cane. Got rowdy out at big, gnarly Sunset Beach for the 2024 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Mitch, you and I were both watching this, not together, but in separate places, and I think it's safe to say, not just us, but every fan in the world out there was blown away by what Molly Picklum did. A huge, unruly sunset. She went off.
Back-to-back years, too, winning at that venue right there for Pickles. That one turn, the 9.67, was just ridiculous, and expecting big things from her right here at this event. Number 3 in the rankings right now, Chris.
I'm hyped on this heat. There's something for every type of surf fan out there. You got Molly Picklum, Gabriella Blyne, and Sawyer Lindblad. Australia, Hawaii, USA in the mix. Molly Picklum has to keep the pace currently being set by the top 2 surfers if she wants to stand a chance to break on through into that final 5 at the end of the year. I'm not worried about Molly. She has been so consistent. Did bow out early in Tahiti, but I think the next 3 events really speak to her skill set as we see Molly Picklum. Yeah, no worries. There's just a giant boulder in the landing area. She is so fiery. Love to see it. Gabriella Bryant coming through now with a big carve to start this wave. This entire heat just got launched out of a cannon. And we love to see it as Gabriella Bryant got the memo. Go out there and go off. Woo. That is going to be a fun series of waves for our judges to decipher. Both pretty different, but both super radical and kind of answering all the things that the judges asked for. Speed, power, flow, excitement. Got us fired up. Mitch is over here growling.
Dude, that was rad right there.
Yeah.
How about that exchange to open up
That was worth
the
the
heat
growl,
too?
my guy.
I don't know, brother, man. This is one of those heats right now where I don't know who's the favorite. Sawyer Lindblad at right-hand point break. Pretty darn good, too. But Gabby Bryan right there, just gouging her way to a good start right here. Let's look at Pickles first, though. I'm a huge fan of the wave she selected. Great top turn right there. How's the commitment? Under the lip snap right there in front of Mama Roca. That's tough. I mean, it's not the biggest of waves, but how about these first 2 turns? Great degree of difficulty on the first one. Excellent commitment to the second one. I mean, if you put the entire surfing community and ask them on the spot if they were to go for that turn right there in front of that big boulder, as you said,
No.
I would probably say 95% of them would be no need.
She almost went accidental Freddie Pataccia on that rock right there. That was radical.
And then the contrast on the other hand, Gabby with the 2 big forehand gouges right here, and then cleans it up on the inside too. And this should be a great venue for Brian. Truly feel that after Margaret River, the result that we saw in Tahiti wasn't necessarily what a lot of us expected. Going to be a good bounce back event for her right here, Chris. Still plenty of time on the clock too, 30 minutes.
The Jam said it best, Mitch. That's entertainment. Love to see it, and I'm so happy that there's still nearly 30 minutes left to go in this heat because we are about to see some big numbers come across this board. See Gabriella Bryan, Kilauea Kauai. So scores are starting to come through now. Surfers making their way back in the lineup. Sawyer Lindblad out the back with priority. Strider Wasilewski at the 50-yard line. Front row seats, bro. How's it looking out there?
Well, right now, Sawyer's up and riding, banging away at that backhand, and just slams it into the lip, vertical, straight into it, throws another big carve into this. This is a banger of a heat. I mean, finishing strong. Sawyer just, wow, this has been so fun. The kickoff on this thing has just been insane. You know, that late turn over those rocks that we saw from Pickles was so committed, and that gouging turn from Gabby. So Gabriella Bryant caught up with her just before this heat, riding a 5'10 driver 3.0 by Matt Biolas. And Matt said, hey, let me get you some more flair out of this. I'm gonna kick up the tail. I wanna see a little more explosion out of the end of your turns. We all know she's got mad power, and we've seen that in her surfing, but Mayhem wanted to see a little more flair. So what he did is he got down on that rocker and he peeled up that back of the board so that there's a little lift in the tail. So when she's coming out of her turns, she hits that release and that quick jab at it. Beautiful work by both of them to catch up, rehearse that, and put a board under her feet. She said it feels like magic. So this thing's just getting started. Sawyer on a mayhem as well. This is going to be fun to watch. DHD always in the running for the Shaper of the Year. The Vislish rankings, Mayhem on top right now. I can't wait to see this thing play out through the rest of the year.
Oh, right on. Thank you, Strider. And yeah, that vantage point right there is probably as good as it gets. But I did have a friend who was watching in Tahiti, and she asked, so does that guy just sit in the water all day? And I said, yeah, and he loves it. And we're glad to have him out there. We'll see how long he lasts. This is a different type of animal down here. It's very hot.
Yep.
Again, no one's going to hear any complaints who are currently experiencing May Gray, June gloom in Southern California.
It's been real,
They're not going to hear about it when we say it's hot down here. Let's just say it's paradise. And the surfers in the lineup right now are hearing some news. For one of the surfers, it's great news. That's Sawyer Lindblad starting off strong. I had a good feeling about Sawyer going into this event, seeing these waves, knowing how good she is on her backhand. I mean, you've seen the footage of her at lower trestles, and you know she's making a case that she has officially one of the strongest backhands on tour right now with that 7-5 to start. But here goes Molly Picklum. Big answer back. Some strong turns there for Molly. Carving through to this inside section. Here's where she gets the hammer of the finish. So Molly Picklum has fire in her eyes. You know, you see it every time. She is she's hungry for it. She wants another win. She got a taste for it in Hawaii. And now we see all three surfers activating on all of their powers as well. Beautiful, strong, powerful, elegant surfing here for Sawyer Lindblad. So fitting 3 nice turns into a tight pocket. Sawyer Lindblad, so now the judges have something to chew on. Mitch, we haven't talked about it yet, but the pocket of this wave is probably among the best in the world. I mean, you really can wind up and keep so tight in the pocket here. It's like a perfect cup, and it's going to give you a lip to hit nearly every single time, especially through that mid portion of the wave. And I just feel like, you know, backhanders, they're going to be able to go more vertical, but forehanders are going to be able to do this, read the open face of this wave.
She ripped this wave too, Chris. Great opening wrap into the lip right there for the second one. Throws a tail. Really like the variation that we're seeing from Pickles on this one. And a stellar finish too. Looking at her best ride right here, but once again, the regular footers, they can really use the open face to their advantage. How's that technique too? Always well centered on top of her board, and once again, the combination of major maneuvers is something we're seeing in terms of the biggest score so far today. We've seen it with the 7s, and we've even seen it with the 6 and the 5.93 so far in this heat. I mean, just the consistency that we're seeing from these 3 surfers out there in the water. They haven't fallen, first of all. That's a major thing, but their confidence has to be sky high with the quality of waves we're seeing. Good gouge right there to open things up for Gabby. And a strong finishing turn, too. I like the explosiveness and the release out of the last turn right there from Ryan. Should be a solid backup. And then Lindblad decided to get her second ride on the board, too. Under the lip snap, wraps it back. And how's the intensity on this last one, too? Holy, throws the tail right there at the end. Even drifts the fins a little bit. Should be a solid score. Out of the first 4 heats of the morning, no doubt the most competitive one we're seeing right here, Chris.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, this heat is flaring up, and there's just beautiful style throughout as well. So a real fun heat to watch. 24-24 on the clock. AJ is with Caitlin Simmers.
Yeah, Katie, you're somebody who at the beginning of the year we talked about how you wanted to be able to get more compy in these heats, and here you are turning the heat in the final minutes in El Salvador. How did you flip that switch?
I guess I kind of saw that it was super slow. Didn't see that it was slow. I saw that it was the opposite of slow. I saw that it was really consistent in the heat before me, so I was like, it's gonna be slow. So I guess, and I also just don't want to end up sitting. Like last year, I literally sat my whole heat, you know, and that sucks. So I just don't want to do that anymore. So I was like, even if I'm catching waves that aren't like completely bad waves, then it'll be like, then I can't really be that bummed. But so I was just kind of like yeah, I don't know, just catching waves that look half decent and trying to surf it. Just like didn't really go like too hard, but on that last turn on my, I think it was a 6, I like kind of thought I went a little too big on the end because I was like, I only need like a 2, like what are you doing? But then I made it, so I was hyped. So that's the story.
That's the story, and it's a good one because it's cool for you to have this moment here in El Salvador where you said, this is what happened last year. I don't want that to happen again. How does that sort of articulate just how you've grown as a professional competitive surfer from last year to this year?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm just really like pretty lucky to just get to like travel the world and like live a pretty good life. So I feel like that itself like just teaches you like to be grateful and like, and then in terms of heats, just like trying to get better. I don't know, because you're like might as well try to stay in it, you know. But yeah, I've just been having a good time lately, just like talking to my friends and like I don't know, listening to Billie Eilish and those are my 2 things. That's the secret. That's my secret. But now it's public. But yeah, that's.
Don't worry, it's fine. We'll just move on. Congratulations, Katie, on to the quarterfinals. See you then.
Yep, thank you, AJ.
I'm here for the Billie Eilish. I thought she was a punker like her dad, but I like that she mixes things up. You see a freshly tatted Katie Simmers right there, and I will say, not only has she grown as a surfer, I mean, obviously that shows itself, but I remember interviewing her a few years ago at the US Open, and I didn't know if she was trolling me or if she was nervous or making fun of me, but her answers were pretty different. Now you can see she's just feeling a lot more comfortable in the spotlight, and any post-heat interview you get with Katie Simmers is going to be a good one. So thank you, AJ. That was awesome. And you may have heard a slapping noise in the background. That's Mitch and I high-fiving during that interview because Molly Picklum just dropped another hammer, a 7.9. Strider, did you hear Mitch and I giving each other high fives during that wave?
I can hear it always. You guys are like, you know, I can hear through the walls. I mean, you can just feel the excitement coming out of, you know, when it makes our job as commentators so much easier when you see the surfing that these ladies are doing. And after that wave that Molly Picklum caught, she paddled by, looked over and said, that was the wave I came to El Salvador for, right there. And you could just see the content and the happiness in her face as she paddled by in a heat and just looking over and taking the time to appreciate it. So very present, very stoked. These athletes are on fire. Molly Picklum, she's on fire. I can't wait to see this. I mean, the most competitive heat so far by far this morning, and I can't wait to see more of it.
It was fun as well. I mean, this is definitely the heat of the day so far. The numbers back me up on that. The analytics show that this heat is awesome, Mitch.
Yeah, it truly is, and I just think the commitment that we're seeing to a lot of the best waves in these heats too is something that needs to be pointed out as well. It's not only been one of the most consistent heats, but it's because of the change of the tide, and we did have a big rain here last night, but because of that, there's a lot of sand that came out of the river mouth right here at the Chilama River and is actually benefiting this point break right here. Contrast to popular belief, it isn't just a cobblestone point break. There's a lot of sand involved right here. And that one wave of Caitlin Simmers where she got the 6 where it was a bit broken up, that was because of all that sand that's stored on the inside. So, you know, that rain truly benefited us, especially with the amount of swell that we have out there in the water right now, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't dialed up a better opening day here for the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. 19:28 left in this super heat. And this is one that you could look back on later on to get yourself fired up to go surfing wherever you're at.
I'm ready.
Yeah, and you know, if you are planning a surf trip, feel very confident and comfortable in saying, come to Surf City. This place is holding. And it's not just Punta Rocas. There's 100 breaks up and down this stretch of coast.
You're not revealing our secret spot,
no.
are you?
I don't think it's ours either. It's theirs. We're guests. 18:50 left here. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. What motivates the world's best? Well, let's hear it from Molly Picklum.
I guess that, like, keeping motivated, it was a struggle last year, which is surprising, I guess, because it's such a rookie and, like, so many new things. But I don't know, it was just such a long year compared to what I was used to. And I guess the motivation is just like the world title at the end of the year. And then also, I think the world title at the end of the year is the motivation, but also when it's in the middle of the year, remind yourself about that, because it's kind of so far gone that you forget about it until it gets a bit closer. So I think just keeping that dangling carrot a little bit closer.
I'm writing this down. Keep the dangling carrot closer. Molly Picklum right there, explaining the different type of motivational factors that go on through the year. Right now, she's just motivated by perfect waves. You know, these are the exact waves that I'm sure Molly was hoping that she would be surfing down here in El Salvador. Here on opening day, she's already sitting on a 7.9 and a 6. That's one of the highest heat totals of the day so far, 13.90. Sawyer Lindblad right behind her with a 7.5 and a 5.43. She would need a 6.41 to get into that top spot. Gabrielle O'Brien needs a 7.48. And you would think that these opening rounds here are kind of relaxed, you know. No losers in this opening round, but I'll tell you what, if you win here, you launch straight into the quarterfinals. So there's a different type of stress, I feel like, in this post-cut landscape. I would say the feeling of relief in Tahiti was a little different. You know, it hit different because, yeah, you're relieved that you made the cut, but at the same time, you're going to be going into some of the scariest waves in the world.
Yeah.
But here in El Salvador, there is a lot of comfort and relief with these surfers. Here's your season summary for Molly Picklum, current world number 3. She did wear the yellow jersey at least for a minute there. She had a 10-point ride and 1 event win at Sunset Beach. Mitch, I'm looking at the heat win percentage, 52.6. That feels low to me for how good I feel like her year has been, but
yeah.
What do you read into that stat right there specifically?
Well, the most important thing is the average place. At least a quarterfinal every single event, 1 event win, which is surprising given how good she's been so far throughout the entirety of 2024. You know, first career 10-point ride, that was in that epic semifinal against Sakura.
You want to see it? You want to check it out?
Why not?
Let's do it. So she got a Yeti stuffed with goodies. And Mitch, why was that a 10-point ride? It's pretty clear to me, but you tell me. You're an expert. Why was that a 10?
Couldn't have done anything better with the conditions that were out there, Chris, and truly believe that not only was that a pivotal moment for women's surfing, I just think for this generation that we're seeing right now, to the best right there in the world, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson had to settle with the semifinal finish. We got this question on the lineup the other day. Dave and I were discussing what heat was more important for the development of women's surfing. Was it Betty Lou against Molly at Pipe, or was it Vahina and Tati over there in Tahiti? I think they're equally as important, Chris.
Come on.
Woo!
Somebody needs to tell Molly there's a giant rock right there, and I think she's finding that out for herself. Yeah, that was awesome. I want to see her make that. I love that. I mean, so much pop. Perfect section for it right there. She does not care. You know, my friend Todd Richards has a famous quote, landings? She doesn't care about landings. And right there, that is a perfect display of that. Mitch, I don't think she cares that there's a rock in the landing area.
She got
to be honest.
Good amount of height on that thing too. Beautiful single grab right here, Chris. So you can see right here, look at the hang time, good projection. And she did everything right just due to that low tide and the impact of all those surrounding rocks in the area. Going to be very difficult to land in some clean water right there. So
how did her board not break on? That was, yeah. So,
well,
Mitch,
how did she not hit a rock?
Exactly.
First of all?
Well, she hit something because we saw the way she was swimming away from it. But guess what? She doesn't care. She's back at it. She is fired up, and we're here for it. Molly Picklum, again, hunting a ramp. She gets out of that wave. So, Mitch, the way we saw how she was in the air, right? She's floating. The wave had broken. And there's almost like a big V that happens, right? The lip hits the water, shoots straight back up, and there's kind of a sketch zone in the middle. It's like a V. She landed straight in the V. You either want to be landing on the kind of on the lip as it's coming down, or after the white water dissipates a little bit. I mean, she did everything right.
Yep.
At 99.9% of surfers at any level would have fallen on that air, but love to see it. Love to see that effort, and I hope we get to see Molly land that air, because if she does that air and lands it perfectly, we're looking at a 9, maybe a 10.
Big number. Big number there for Molly Picklum if she sticks it.
13:30 left here. Molly Picklum in the lead, but Sawyer Lindblad hanging in there. We got more to come. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Stay tuned for more surfing like this. We'll be right back.
Training for pipeline. That was good, Doc. Good boy. I started surfing because my dad is a surfer.
She's just driven, very driven. But she always wanted to be like her brother.
Come on, Ninja.
She went from just another little girl splashing around in the waves to where she is now. She's a world beater.
My brother, he's definitely been a huge impact on my surfing career. I don't even think I would be surfing if it weren't for him. Almost taking us out! We're very competitive with each other.
She's aggressive. She wants to grit her teeth and win.
We definitely like push each other. What motivates me is my love for surfing. I'm honestly obsessed with it. I'm definitely an underdog, so yeah, this is a great opportunity for me to show what I'm made of. My name is Sawyer Lindblad, and I'm a rookie on the championship tour.
You know, I never want to correct anyone. She said she's an underdog. She used to be an underdog because in 2024, Sawyer Lindblad has been having her best competitive year ever. Got 2 of the best waves of her life, one at Pipeline, one in Tahiti. And right now she's showing us that she can do it in any conditions. As we see a quick look there for Molly Picklum, but a really cool piece right there for Sawyer Lindblad. And I think a lot of people knew from a very young age that she was going to be someone special when she got here to the elite level, and she has absolutely become that and more. 10 minutes to go here, and with more on Sawyer Lindblad, we've got AJ McCourt.
Yeah, Chris, you talk about what a special year Sawyer is having, and now she can add a high school graduate to that resume of things that happened in 2024. A lot of the surfers making their way here to El Salvador straight from Tahiti. But for Sawyer, she had a quick stop in Southern California, landed from Tahiti at 10:30 in the morning, and then at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, graduated from San Clemente High School. She said she was watching that forecast in Tahiti the whole time, hoping that that swell didn't get pushed too far because she really wanted to make it to that milestone moment for her, and she did, now carrying that energy here to El Salvador.
Well, I would venture to say she is the most barreled graduate from San Clemente High School of 2024 after what she did in Tahiti. But watch out, trying to regain the attention of all of us is Gabriella Bryan, and she's doing that with hard carving surfing there. A couple big hooks out the back. Gets the finish. Oh, looked like it was nicely timed. Hanging up on there and finally goes down. And there's her pit crew taking notes. Dog Marsh right there. Wonder what do you think he wrote down in his notebook after that?
Wave selection, probably. Waited a long time with priority right there to select that wave, and was at a point of the heat where might be want to breaking things up into 2 waves separately. Needs a 7.48 And given by today's standards, that's a high score, Chris. So hitting basically a 7.5. The quality was there. I just don't necessarily know if this is the one that she was waiting for the entirety of the time. Good opening carve right there. Second one, too, a bit more engaged and a bit more drawn out. But it's just a bit repetitive there at the beginning of the heat. So that won't necessarily be a big talking point for the judges. Right there, if she's able to manufacture the right amount of speed off of the bottom turn and ride out of that cleanly, I think we're seeing probably one of her top 2 scores. As of right now, though, needing a 7.48, don't think she's going to get it. But still 8 minutes on the clock to be able to get that score close to an excellent range.
Yeah, good work out the back. You know, you said it. Those were repetitive turns, but they were good turns. So if you're going to repeat turns, make them good. We'll see what the judges throw out there. No questions asked on the final turn. She did not make that turn, but that will not wind up on Instagram. That was a non-make on the inside. And going back a little bit to Sawyer Lindblad, her and her brother Taj riding horses right there.
Yeah.
That's a different type of speed, power, flow. But one thing I know about horses and, you know, like working with them is you have to have a lot of confidence. So that could actually be kind of a secret training technique, right?
You want to hear a funny story?
I would love to hear a funny story, Mitch.
Taj has won TQSs. I've been at both of them. They were both in SoCal, one in Pismo Beach, the other one at Morro Bay. And last year, he beat Nolan Repose in the final at Morro Bay. To celebrate, they brought his horses onto the beach. He rode that thing all the way up to the podium and was basically a cowboy for the rest of the day. He's actually in the channel as the caddy for Sawyer right now. But I think it was so rad and it was so different to integrate that in the celebration process for Taj. It was really amazing to see.
Well, that rules, and now the secret's out. You want to surf better? Ride horses. 6:30 to go now. Molly Picklum in the lead. Out the back with priority, Sawyer Lindblad. She needs a 6.41 for her. Absolutely attainable. And I'm realizing it after every wave I'm seeing Sawyer surf here. The similarities with her and Caroline Marks. You know that when they're out at lower trestles together, they're going wave for wave. And if you squint, it's kind of hard to tell them apart. Both of their backhand styles are similar.
Yep.
They're
aggressive.
Amazing. I mean, let me go through the thesaurus and figure out all these words for just perfection. As a goofy footer, I mean, what I wouldn't give to be able to surf like Sawyer Lindblad or Caroline Marks.
Has some big idols too. Use number 24 to represent Kobe Bryant too.
Oh.
So a big inspiration right there with the Mamba mentality, Chris.
5:40 left. There's Taj Lindblad right there.
Great surfer in his own right. Probably going to be on the Challenger Series in years to come.
So this is the board caddy area.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, you got to stay behind this little white buoy they got over there. And not only will they be springing into action if, you know, a fin pops out, a board breaks or whatever, but also it's that little bit of coaching that you can get. You know, maybe it's just either go for it or hey, stop blowing it. You know, you never know what the coaches are going to say from the channel right there, but they can speak to the surfers as they paddle back out. No Red Bull jet ski assist out here today, and it's not really needed.
It's almost better from my view too. You could potentially catch the best wave of the heat a little bit on the inside.
I think 75% of my best waves in my life have been caught paddling back out. Underrated.
You did that yesterday. You did that yesterday. Paddling back out, snuck one under priority. Got the best clip of the trip so far.
Couple.
Oh, whoa. Easy there, Tiger. It's only day 2 so far of the trip.
Again, lots of waves up and down this coast. 4:23 to go here. Molly Picklum in the lead. So we're starting off with our opening round of the women. Winner of this round heats goes straight to the quarterfinals. After this round, we will be heading into the men's opening round. Got a couple of heats to watch. I mean, every heat is worth a watch, but let's just pick a couple of them here. Let me start. I'm going to go heat 2. Jack Robinson, Crosby Colapinto, Connor O'Leary. Come on. Crosby Colapinto has been charging hard. This wave right here speaks to his strengths. Mitch, what are you excited for heat 3?
That's a good one. Crosby obviously very good at point breaks. I like heat number 8 though. Barron, Cole, Yagodora. I think that's going to be an exciting one.
The return of Zhao Chianca as well. Cannot wait to see what Zhao has for us. You know he's going to be fired up. Here we go, Gabriella Bryan. I would say in terms of power, I'm going to give her the edge. She is the most powerful surfer in this 3-surfer heat. But so far, wave selection, and I just feel like fire and excitement is with Molly Picklum. You know, she's super dynamic, and she's kind of just going through her trick book, right? She's picking things out. We are waiting to see that air landed by Molly Picklum. She was real close on her first attempt. And Sawyer Lindblad, I mean, she's got to be proud of what she's done in this heat. All of these surfers have big numbers.
Yeah.
You look at, I mean, the averages here for Gabriella Bryan, a 6.43 and a 5.93. Does this wave eclipse the 5.93 or even the 6.43 in your opinion?
Especially given what we saw in the 5.1, I doubt it. Nice little finish right there. And let's be real, Gabby surfed a great heat too. I mean, more than 12 points. That's a heat total that you got to be proud of right now. But we're at a level, especially after the cut, we're talking about the very best surfers on the planet right now. And 3 of them that are evenly matched, especially in terms of their age group. Gabby surfed a good heat, but it's just not enough given the 7s that we've seen, and especially with the backup of the 6-point ride, which is Molly Picklum's first wave. She has been the smartest and also the most active so far. 7 waves in contrast to the 4 of Gabby and just 2 of Sawyer so far, Chris.
Well, you look at that last heat. Caitlin Simmers got through the 12.16 with a win. And this is one of those heats where all 3 of these surfers are doing so well, putting up such big numbers that if you kind of had put each one of these surfers in the other heats, they would have won. But for them, they've all matched up, and they're matching each other wave for wave. This is exactly what surf fans want to see. And this is one of those heats where, you know, you come in, your coach would probably say, I don't know what to tell you. You did amazing.
Yeah.
Molly just did a little bit more amazing.
And she selected a bit better wave too, but that's the only difference, you know. Everybody surfs good at this point of the year, and most importantly, everybody knows how to compete. And as we're seeing right now, Molly has competed the best out of the 3 surfers within this 35-minute frame. 6.41 though, with priority, it's very attainable, especially considering what she was able to do under pressure with the 7.5 as her first scoring ride in this heat. But with just 60 seconds to go, she does need to get moving right now, Chris. If it's not necessarily a set wave, you can't be bummed at that. You just need to go pedal to the metal with the sections that you have on offer out there.
Well, 55 seconds left. This train is rolling. Almost hear Ozzy Osbourne's Crazy Train in my head because it's just rocketing down the line. And guess what? We're almost through the opening round for the women. This is the last opening round heat for the women. From here, we're going straight to the opening rounds for the men. Ethan Ewing, Rio Waida, Matthew McGillivray to start us off. You got number 4, number 13, number 21 in the world, all with room to grow here in El Salvador. That's 3 regular footers coming up, so a different look. I'm going to get a really good seat. I know I'm not the only one watching right now who's very excited to see what's coming up. But so far, the heat of the day has been this heat you're watching right now. Your opening round heat for Molly Picklum, Gabriella Bryan, Sawyer Lindblad, all putting up big numbers. But at the end of that 35-minute super heat, it was Molly Picklum with a 7.9. She dropped that grenade on the field right about midway through this heat. Hung on for the win till the very end. But big ups and props to Lindblad and Bryan, who both put up sizable chunks of scores. Well, more to come. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. The men are coming up next. Stay tuned.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by El Salvador, land of hosts, by Yeti, built for the wild, and by Bonsoy, the official milk of the WSL.
Time for men's opening round. We just got off of the women's opening round. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, along with Felicity Flick-Palmentier and Tide filling in. I feel the waves are getting better.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, on the break, I had a little walk around the event site, and it's consistent out there. And if, you know, that last heat is anything to go by, I mean, they're 3 big heat totals, and yeah, really a positive sign of things to come.
Yeah, there is our event site as we speak of the opening round. Heat number 1 for the men, Ethan Ewing coming up against Rio Waida and Matthew McGillivray. Again, just like the women's opening round, winner goes into, skips the elimination round. In the men's case, however, the winner moves into the round of 16. So we'll see who's going to get through and skip that dreaded elimination round. We start with 35 minutes on the clock. We're down to 32-20, and we're just waiting for a couple of scores to tabulate, but they look like they're small scores. This is what happened as we were rolling into this heat.
Yeah, so Rio getting things started pretty early, and this wave looks a little bit lumpy, a little bit bumpy. A little turn done there, but decides to exit out of that one. And then Ethan as well, getting his account open too. And straight up into the little foam climb, and he's out of there.
So to live action here with Rio Waida, our Indonesian representative. On his second wave, much better for Rio. You can see a couple of ribs in the face that he has to deal with. The wind's starting to churn up just a little bit. Rio keeping that sharp eye surfboard, though, through its paces and kicks out on that one. So that's going to be second and a much better effort for Rio Waida.
Yeah, I think that's one thing I definitely noticed when I was walking around is that, obviously watching the last couple of heats, is that wind has sort of kicked up a little bit more and a little bit more texture on the face of the waves. So a little bit more lump and bump, and it was definitely evident on those first few rides.
There's the point there, the cobblestone point of Punta Roca, and the Chilama River right next to that, which feeds the sand and the stone into this bend on the coast, creating this right-hand point wave. Rio Waida with a 1.6, 1.23 for Ethan Ewing, still waiting for second score for Rio Waida. But you can see how picturesque the coastline is. And when we talk about El Salvador, we talk about a plethora of surf spots. It seems like it's just endless here. Every turn of the corner, Flick, there's another wave.
Oh, completely. I mean, as far as the eye can see, I've just been so blown away by El Salvador. Last year was my first year here, and just the variety of waves. I mean, where I'm staying close to La Bocana, it's just, you know, this perfect little peak, which I sort of think is sort of like a poor man's Lowers. It is really, it's really rippable. It's super fun. And then you've just got, you know, obviously the right-hand point breaks after right-hand point breaks.
Well, with 30 minutes remaining, plenty of time and no meaningful scores as of yet on the board. 2.5 second score for Rio Waida. And priority and attention now to Matthew McGillivray, our South African representative in this heat. McGillivray, you know, he's representing J Bay, South Africa, and he's had a number of years on tour. Matthew, with his 4th season on the championship tour, one of 2 South Africans on the men's side on the championship tour. Matthew along with Jordy Smith, Rio Waida with a quick pivot. So Rio with a nice air reverse to start, and now we can see his strategy. Just keep on riding waves and keep on building his scoreline. And he's going to do just that. Would help for a finish. He gets the finish. There goes Rio Waida, and he will further distance his lead over Ethan Ewing and Matthew McGillivray.
Yeah, I kind of like this approach. I guess I think back to that last heat with Molly, Sawyer, and Gabby. And, you know, Molly obviously getting the win and staying super busy in that heat. And Rio making the most, you know, he doesn't have priority, so may as well roll the dice on this one. Getting funky on the first turn there, just really progressive, and goes up into a carve, another little snap. I mean, this wave's small. We haven't obviously seen a set yet in this heat, but, you know, he doesn't have priority, so I kind of like this decision to just, you know, keep the ball rolling, keep momentum, and try and build on that scoreline.
Well, we're talking about the wind and its effect on the water. Let's go to the water with Strider Wazlewski. What you feeling out there, Waz?
Yeah, we got a little texture on the water right now. We got a little bump coming across. It's basically that kind of like east-southeast wind coming across the water, and it's giving us, you know, what we see right now, which is a little bit of texture, a little bit of current on the point too, with the tide moving. So we got that to add in. I think the go is going to be that second wave of the set. After that big set comes through, maybe it'll pull the sheets tight and clean up the faces. But, you know, we haven't seen that big one yet. We got a big set coming. I'm going to go under this one, and we'll be back.
All right. Yeah, get to the channel there. Point break should be pretty easy to stay out of the way. Matthew McGillivray, he's going to go on this one. Bigger wave for McGillivray. Attacks that first section. Fights to get around it. Does so. So big opening turn for Matthew McGillivray. Weaving that Channel Island surfboard down the line. Snap again, and a little bobble, and that's going to cost them a finish.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I feel like the start to that wave was looking so good, but you could definitely see that it was just disjointed, and maybe it's speaking to that point that Strider had earlier today. You know, there's those couple of different swell directions, and things aren't quite lining up. You could definitely see it on that wave, but I liked where things were heading with that. Just the way that he attacked this first turn. I mean, yeah, just right here. I mean, straight up into the lip, really critical, really fast, but almost maybe a little bit late because he got caught, but gets around it. And then here, right here, just you can just see that this wave's sort of split in two and finds the inside track. But maybe a little bit of a mistimed section there. Maybe should have waited a little bit longer just so that he could get that finish. But this first turn here, I mean, this was just really well done. I mean, this was super critical. Gets a release on the fins. Really radical. And, yeah, a lot of points going to come from that first turn.
Score is in for Rio Waida, a 4.33 on his last wave, and we're still waiting for score for Matthew McGillivray. You can see him on the paddle back out, number 27 on his back. Interesting note also in this heat is that Ethan Ewing, Rio Waida, and Matthew McGillivray will all be Olympians. They will all be participating in the Paris 2024 Olympics. Ethan representing Australia, Rio representing Indonesia, and Matthew representing South Africa. Score for McGillivray on his last wave. That bobble cost him a 3.77. So he left a little bit of points on that wave without that finish and that bobble on the end, the fins cavitating on the bottom. Ethan Ewing, we got a little vision of Ethan up on the point here. He's the highest rated surfer in this heat, number 4 in the current rankings. Coming into this stop, number 7, Ethan Ewing. Brilliant surfer, 5th year in the championship tour, and 2 CT wins to his credit, but probably most impressive finishing off last year, number 2 in the world, after surfing that WSL Finals, still mending and healing a broken back that he sustained in the free surf in Tahiti.
Yeah, I really can't sing Ethan's praises, you know, high enough. I think that, you know, what we saw from him last year was incredible. The bounce back, you know, obviously he suffered that back injury, you know, in Tahiti, and then, you know, from that pulled out of the event. There were questions whether or not he would even surf in that final 5 in the race for the world title, but the way he showed up and just how much progression he showed and variation in those carving maneuvers that he was doing was incredible, and some of the best power surfing and rail surfing I've ever seen. And I think, you know, I think back to even his performance here last year, where he actually lost out to Liam O'Brien. In my books, that was one of the most entertaining heats all event last year. I feel like those two surfers were both on fire, and this wave really suits Ethan.
Well, Ethan Ewing already has a world title to his credit. He was a 2016 World Junior Champ, but he wants the big trophy, a world title. Let's hear from Ethan on his thoughts on a world title.
Oh, that would be my biggest dream. Yeah, that's kind of why I mean, I didn't start competitions because of that, but later in my career, like as a junior, has always been my biggest dream to win a world title, and that's why the Mick Fannings and Joel Parkinsons and Andy Irons, that's why they're my favourite surfers, because they were winning world titles when I was young, and that's who I wanted to be. And yeah, I just want to, that's, yeah, my biggest dream, and yeah, hopefully I can get there and inspire younger kids to chase their dreams too.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing, 2016 in that World Junior Championship, he faced off against Griffin Colapinto in that final in Kiama, and that's how the junior series works. Is, you know, we see a glimpse of the future of potential world champs. By the way, Ethan Ewing from Australia. Australia has not had a men's world title since 2013 with Mick Fanning.
It's crazy, right? Like, I mean, Australia was so dominant there for so many years. You know, you think Joel Parker, you think Mick Fanning, and I mean, it just, yeah, it's insane to me. But I feel like, you know, Ethan is a part of that next generation, and what he said, like, he hopes to inspire, you know, those younger kids coming up. He's doing just that. I mean, he is Australia's best hope right now for a world title. There's no doubt about it. Him, Jack Robbo, but I mean...
I was hoping you could go say Jack Robinson as well, coming from Western Australia.
Of course, Jack Robbo's up there, but, you know, you've just got to go off performance from last year, and what we saw from Ethan was, you know, incredible. But, yeah, I think this is going to be pretty pivotal for him here, you know, coming into El Salvador, because the last couple of events he's had a couple of nights, and you know, he's really relying on the strength of that second, you know, in Portugal. But I feel like he would be searching and hoping for a good result here.
Yeah, and you're right. It's been a roller coaster for Ethan Ewing. Been a roller coaster for this guy as well. Griffin Colapinto, I talked about those 2016 World Junior Champs. Griffin was part of that final, and Griffin's here on the championship tour. He wants another chance at being in that final five and have a chance at his home break, lower trestles, to win a world title. These two matched up at trestles last year, and Ethan, the visitor, got the best of that.
Yeah, Ethan did a great job. I mean, Griff obviously coming into that was surfing incredible, but I feel like there was a lot of hype, there was a lot of expectation, and you know, that's his home crowd, it's his home break, he spent so much time there, and I feel like maybe, I mean, just from looking on the outside, I wasn't there, but it almost seemed like that kind of could have been a little bit too much pressure, and also his first showing there, so, you know, we'll see what happens if he can maintain holding on to one of those final five positions, and if he gets another shot at it.
Well, some potential for waves right here. We'll see if Ethan uses his priority, and it's going to be actually down the line with Matthew McGillivray taking this corner, throws it up, and Matty pivots off the nose for that air reverse. Still kind of a sleepy wave there for McGillivray, 3.77 currently in his score line. He's going to get another mid to lower range score for that. So no big numbers as of yet in this matchup.
No big numbers. I think one thing, though, just to mention about that, you know, that last wave of Matty's is that with him, you never know when he's going to throw a maneuver like that. It's always sort of a surprise. Whereas some surfers, you just know, you know, the stance shifts and you're like, okay, they're setting up for an air. But with him, he has that element of surprise, which is really cool. So love watching it.
Set wave here. Ethan Ewing uses priority. Surf from North Stradbroke Island with a big slash to start off with. Right up in the lip one more time. The ruffle bothers him not whatsoever. Clean rails on the DHD. One more snap there in some funky water. A couple of foam climbs there before he kicks out. Ethan Ewing making the best of the slowly deteriorating conditions.
Yeah, that's going to be the best wave of the heat. I mean, it was so well surfed, and like you said, Kipes, I mean, there was a lot of lump and bump on the face. And you know what, right now, I mean, it's all very well and true. You say you want the second wave of the set because it's going to be cleaner, but we haven't really seen a 2 to 3 wave set. So Ethan, you know, pulling the trigger on this one, and I mean, the board is just cutting through this lump and bump so nicely. You can see it though, it is affecting it ever so slightly. There is a little bit of chatter there, but he's just powering through it and gets a beautiful finish there. So, I mean, good start for Ethan here, and he's going to look to back this up.
Yeah, you can really see this in slow motion, and the strength of Ethan's technique as well as body mechanics as he goes through his paces. Just really beautiful surfing no matter what the conditions.
Yeah, definitely. I think his surfing just suits this sort of wave. I mean, I think Ethan is has one of the best styles on tour, and style by me, I sort of mean flow, you know, and when you surf a point break, you need that, so it goes hand in hand.
Molly Picklum, she won the last heat of the women's opening round. She's off to the quarterfinals, and she's with AJ McCord.
Yeah, Kaipo, I was just talking with Molly. The way you started that heat, so strong, getting the 2 scores that you ended up keeping on your first 2 waves. How did you want to attack that heat from the very moment you got in the water?
Yeah, I think it's a good question because obviously we're at pumping Punta Roca and there's a lot of fun waves for sure. But I feel like there's different sections and kind of zones of the point that I just want to try and tap into and just try and surf as much as I can, honestly. But it's always tricky. You kind of open up, say, with a medium score, and then obviously you want to wait for priority, or do you like surf and just get your score? And you're always like kind of contemplating which way to go. And I kind of just wanted to lean on my surfing, so that's why I was trying a couple of airs and yeah, just bits and pieces.
Let's talk about one of those airs that you tried, because everybody gasped as you went up for that air. Looks like almost right over that massive Mama Roca rock out there. How do you fight to push your surfing every single heat and just try those progressive maneuvers out?
Yeah, when I actually identified that wave, I saw that I was pretty deep and there's like trends to be this little crumble down the line, and I saw I was kind of near the rocks, but I was just go for it, you know, let's see what we can do. And I mean, trying to fly is fun, but I will say coming down on rocks isn't that fun. But I actually got away with it. There was one rock and I straightened out a little bit and then went around it and jumped off, and I got away with it pretty good. But it was definitely, I was coming down and seeing the rocks, thought, come on, just try and commit. I'll get a new board, deal with that stuff later.
Deal with it later, maybe in the quarterfinals. Biggest lesson you're taking from this round into that quarterfinals?
I feel like watching, honestly, this heat, Ethan, I really aspire to his surfing in Rio, and I guess just watching the guys and seeing where they sit. I think in that heat I identified maybe a few double ups that I wasn't really going, but I don't know, it was slow though. But let's see, there's definitely a lot of different waves and it's just so long, so you can surf different sections of the wave. So let's see, I really want to surf though.
Can't wait to see it, Molly.
Thank you, thanks for having me.
All right, well, during that interview, that number for Ethan Ewing dropped to 5.83, best single wave score so far of this matchup. And a little after 10 o'clock a.m. local time, the tide continues to fill in. We're going to be filling over the cobblestones for another about 4 hours right now, peaking at a 7-foot high tide. So we'll see how that changes the playing field here. Certainly some of these takeoff spots are going to shift. We can already see more water on the cobblestones, and that water will continue to fill in throughout the competition day.
Yeah, it's just one thing you've really got to factor in coming here. I mean, the tide change is massive. You know, it's 7 feet of tide. It's a big shift. It's a big difference. You know, one thing I picked up what Molly was saying, you know, it is slow out there. It's pumping, right, when they come through, but it is really slow. And, you know, she could just hear in her voice that she was just so hungry to surf. She was like, I just want to catch waves. I just want to surf. I just want to let my surfing do the talking. I think that's just a bit reflective of, for her, you know, in Tahiti, you know, she wants to be a part of that conversation of pushing women surfing, and just because she's been a part of it all year. So it's just interesting. Obviously, she noted, hey, it's slow. I want to surf. She was, you know, trying to chase scores and manufacture that heat, and she made it happen.
Yeah, she almost put a ding in that Darren Hanley, that DHD board. But talk about boards, you know, we always talk about the Vissla Shaper rankings and what people are riding. Strider, he's got a first-hand view of the equipment on all the surfers. What do you got for us, Strider?
Yeah, we're out here. We got a Channel Islands in the water. We got a Sharp Eye, and we got a DHD, the Juliet model. It won the Stab in the Dark. It's a 6-1. And it's a tri-fin. It's a squash tail with a future fin set up in it. So that's what Ethan Ewing's riding right now. Jake Patterson, the Snake, out here caddying for him on an exact replica of the board. So both boards are exactly the same and looking super loose and clean on the face. Looks like he's got a really nice board under his feet. So we'll see how he can, you know, negotiate that little bit of chatter that's on the water right now.
Thank you, Strider, for the insight. And yeah, that DHD model that Strider's talking about is a new model that developed with Ethan Ewing called the Juliet. And that's been Ethan's go-to board. Here we see on the Channel Islands, Matthew McGillivray doing a good job of getting past that section onto the open face down the line. McGillivray loads up off the bottom, bangs off the top there. A little late, but no problem. One more snap for Matthew McGillivray. The surfer from J Bay, no stranger to long right-hand walls and feeling right at home here at Punta Roca. Nice finish for McGillivray. A little caught up on the cobblestones there, but did some damage down the line, and his speed down the line was impressive.
Yeah, that was really well surfed and sort of crucial. I mean, time's ticking down. There hasn't really, I mean, Ethan obviously got the 5.83, but there's nothing really super substantial in this heat. So critical wave for Maddie, and I think he did a good job. I mean, you could see Ethan was kind of having a look at that wave as well. So kept Ethan off that wave and converted. So let's break it down. He had to do a little bit of work to get around this first section, lip lines that, and yeah, does a really good job here. Lines up this second section, waits for it to get a bit bowlier, and yeah, I just love that he kept Ethan off that wave and scoring potential, and then, you know, obviously got the finish. You could see it wasn't an easy wave to surf. I honestly feel like even since Molly and Sawyer and Gabby were out there, I feel like it's gotten just that little bit more tricky. I feel like it's harder to find the right pace on the wave, and yeah, just with that little bit of texture on the face.
All right, well, for Matthew McGillivray, a 4.33. He takes the lead. Can he hang on? We're going to find out. And we're also going to take a Bonzoy brew break. Froth it up. Flying above beautiful El Salvador, great surf, friendly people, great cuisine, and you can pick up a football match if you like too. And with all the rain here, you can guarantee the fields are going to be green. Kuiper Girl along with Flick Palmentier as we fly from that football field down to our event site and the famous Punta Roca here. Probably the star of the show when it comes to surf breaks here in Surf City, but there are tons of other waves. Mizata, K59, K61. I'm giving away all the waves, Flick, right now, but everyone knows where they are. El Zonte, El Sunzo, La Bocana, you were talking about by where you're staying. Punta Mango and Las Flores.
Yeah, there's a lot of good waves, but if you're not into surfboard riding, there's a lot of other fun things to do too. Last year we checked out a couple of waterfalls. I believe there's a very big volcano you can go and check out too.
Yeah, we thank the volcano for this break right here.
This is true.
Yeah, all volcanic rocks have been tumbled into cobblestones and make up this right-hand point break. When it comes to surf spots, and although there's a plethora of surf spots here in El Salvador, this is one of the key spots here. This is the star of the show and the site for stop number 7 on the World Surf League Championship Tour. We went to break with Matthew McGillivray taking the lead with a 4.33. The situation has not changed as we turn back to this opening round heat number 1. Priority now sitting with Rio Waida, and Rio activating here. Waida double pumps off the bottom. The Indonesian with a big slash off the top. Gaining speed down the line, has to float through that section, gets back up into the open face. Big snap, lip glide. Kind of a disaster almost, pulls it off, and so we'll see what the score comes there. Right behind him, double E, Ethan Ewing. Slashing through. Not once, but twice. Big redirect there for Ewing. Foam on the face, no problem. He gets the finish.
Yeah, so that was cool. I mean, you know, Rio took off on that first wave, bit bigger, first wave of the set. I mean, I think he did a really good job. Only needed a 3.78 to, you know, jump up. But behind him, Ethan, second wave of the set, a lot cleaner, a little bit smaller, but just the level of surfing was super technical. So let's break down Rio's first. And straight up into the lip, throws so much spray. Flying down the line here, little lip float, and then this turn here, I mean, I really liked that turn. It was kind of like a fin throw into like a, if you were skating, like grinding a rail almost of the lip. And behind him, Ethan, I mean, this was just so technical. It was so crisp. And this next turn here, this carve, where he just whips it around in the pocket, that was, you know, reminiscent of the kind of surfing that and rail work that he was doing, you know, on finals day at Lowers. It was just precise and just that weight shift that he's able to do and just grab that variation is just really impressive. It's this turn here, I think, where he just really wrenches it around. He really puts all that front foot weight on and releases the fins. And it's like turning on a dime. It's so easy for him to do. And just does with so much control to gets the finish. But yeah, two great waves there and really critical because, go back to that, Matt, up and running.
McGillivray zooming down the line, the South African with a big snap through that section. Late there on the foam, looking for something. And floats, fins come free on that floater, but just battled the whole time with that warble, with that refraction, and that wind coming straight up the face on him, so was not able to complete that wave. We'll be waiting for scores for all three surfers to set the situation under the 7-minute mark here.
Yeah, things are getting really tight now in this heat.
Feeling that Ethan may have gotten the best of that exchange. We'll see if that feeling translates into numbers. Number 4, Rio Waida is checked in at a 5.6. Waiting for Ethan Ewing's number as well as Matthew McGillivray. Ewing, 4.1 will give him the lead. He's going to get that and more as suspected, waiting for scores from the judges. Ewing checks in 6.9, and as we suspected, and the judges confirmed it with hard numbers, Ethan Ewing goes up to lead. We're still waiting for a score for Matthew McGillivray, although Matthew needs an 8.4. That's not going to happen for McGillivray on that wave. So it would be Ethan Ewing, double E, in the lead here at the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of tell from a mile away, right, that was going to be probably the highest wave of this heat so far. It was just really well done, super technical, really precise, 6.9, and making that job harder for Rio and Maddie.
Let's go to the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Chris Cote.
Thanks, Kaipo. Well, it's a lot of subtle things happening in a big way over here. I think the memo from the coaches and the crew down here to their surfers is do less. No one's stretching. No one's on the exercise bike. Everyone's just chilling, hydrating, and I think trying to stay as still as possible before they head out there. And I'm also looking around for surfboards. I don't see any. So that tells me that it's too hot out here to keep your boards in kind of the traditional board rack we have right here behind this athlete zone. They're keeping their boards literally in the refrigerator, back in the lockers, so the surfboards are staying safe. And one more thing that I'm looking at, think of the length of one of your favorite songs, about 3 minutes, 30 seconds. That's how long it's taking these surfers to get from kind of this line of rocks. You see where the gray rocks turn into darker color. Just from there to the point where they're paddling, we're looking at about 3.5 minutes. That's like the Immigrant song by Led Zeppelin, let's say. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to get out there. Might not sound like a long time on paper, but when you watch these surfers walk out, they're taking great care in that rock dance and also making sure their surfboards are not making contact with the ground. This place will break your fins out, ding your board, no problem, twist your ankle. So the rock dance right now is pretty critical. So we're seeing these surfers taking their time out there. And so far for this next heat, everyone's made it out. Everyone's safe, all fins intact. Surfboards are in good hands. And it was pretty cool to watch Britt and Merrick watch Matthew McGillivray on that last heat, literally taking mental notes. Subtle things, but big things happening right here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Gosh, there's a lot to unpack there with Chris Cote. One thing with the song reference,
that was a lot.
I think it's, yeah, well, that's okay, Chris. I mean, it comes to mind the B-52s and Rock Lobster when we talk about Punta Roca. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. And I like the take, though, that he gave us the insight on, hey, look, it's hot out. You're already warmed up because it's warm. The boards are important, too, because tip for everyone, you know, especially people coming into surfing, when applying wax, you want your board at a lower temperature than your wax. And that's how it works out. Looking at our, speaking of waxing up boards, our Vizsla CT Shaper rankings coming into this event. Matt Biolis lost surfboards, out in the lead. Sharp Eye straight behind him, looking to make up some ground. Channel Islands, Paizel, and I have a feeling that Brisa Hennessy's going to be earning more points for TNC Surf, who's sitting in the 5th position.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this right here and, you know, lost right now, absolutely running away with 128,000 points. But something that's a little bit surprising, DHD not featuring in this top 5 situation. We've obviously got Ethan out there at the moment, rides DH, Molly Picklam in the last heat riding DH. So a little bit of ground to catch up on.
Yeah, and the pressure's on for Darren Hanley, but his stable of surfers, talk about incredible surfers.
Oh, yeah.
He has a stable of absolute incredible surfers, including this guy right here, who's gunning for a world title. That's all that's on his mind. Double E, Ethan Ewing, one of 3 surfing brothers from North Stradbroke Island. Maybe, perhaps, the most technically adept surfer with the best kind of body mechanics and approach to his surfing. It's just beautiful to watch him surf with no really wasted energy, and the lines that he draws and the way he's able to keep his board on rail through every single turn and turn variation. Outstanding for Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think it's pretty evident. You can see where his influences come from too. You know, straight away I think Mick Fanning. I think a blend of Andy, Bruce a little bit, Joel. I mean, yeah, you know, 4 of the absolute greats.
Rio Waida, he's got priority. Needs a 7.13 to take the lead. Here he goes, big snap there, on his way. Looking down the line, something dynamic down the line, has to float that section just to catch up. Foam climb through that section. That's what he was looking to, toss the board into the air, but a little late to the party and incomplete for Rio Waida.
Yeah, I liked his intention at the end there, because up until that point, I mean, he'd had a couple of great, good moments. But if you're chasing a 7.13, which has to be the biggest score of the heat, you've got to go big at the end. I think he probably checked that out as well as he was going down the line. It's like, well, you know, I've got to throw a Hail Mary here because the start of the wave isn't going to be that score, you know?
Yeah. You could see he was trying to chase down a ramp, right?
Yeah.
And you could see him forecasting on that, projecting on that. Wasn't able to find that ramp. So because he was in that air mine, a lot of the wave was spent chasing, and it was just a 3.7. So that was a priority error statistically, because if you use your priority, I feel, and you don't improve upon your score line, that would be in the error column. So hands over complete heat control to Ethan Ewing at this point. Ewing can just sit back. He's got 25 seconds. He's got the lead. He should walk into the round of 16 in the next 20 seconds.
Oh, completely. I mean, looks like there might be one tiny little lump coming through, but if it does break, he's going to use that priority. So, I mean, really in this heat there wasn't too much opportunity, and Ethan really capitalized on it.
Well, great surfing prevailed in this first heat of the men's opening round. Ethan Ewing with a 5.83 and a 6.9, 12.73 heat total, and that's enough to see Ethan on to the round of 16. Waida and McGillivray into the elimination round. More action. Crosby Colapinto, Jack Robinson, Connor O'Leary when we return.
sentir este aire, esta brisa. Qué bendecido, mi bro. Las cascadas de San Antonio es un lugar mágico para visitar y para estar conectado con la naturaleza también.
Para llegar a la cascada está muy cerca de playa Punta Roca, está como a 10 minutos en coche, de ahí hay que caminar 30 minutos para llegar a la cascada, pero vale la pena toda la caminada. Muy fácil de llegar, súper lindo, no hay mucha gente.
Los salvadoreños pues protegemos esas partes que son bonitas y que son lugares que nos llenan de mucha gratitud y mucha paz en el corazón, la verdad. Me recargo de mucha energía positiva, estar conectado con la naturaleza, conectarme conmigo mismo, conectarme con lo que somos, de los salvadoreños, y es una sensación demasiado bonita.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Check out Corona Cero, the new Corona Cero, all natural ingredients, 0% ABV. I like mine with a slice of lime. We got another heat out in the waters, Kuiper Girl, along with Flick Palmentier. Opening round heat number 2, Jack Robinson, number 3 on the rankings, up against the rookie Crosby Colapinto, and the coiled up goofy foot in the way of Connor O'Leary representing Japan.
Yeah, another cracker of a heat. I'm really excited for it. I think, in my opinion, I feel like Jack's going to be very fired up to get a result here. I feel like he probably really would have been looking at finals day in Tahiti and thinking, you know what, I wish I was a part of that. When you think of all-time greats out there, I feel like his name comes to mind. He just surfs those kind of waves of consequence so well. So I think he's going to be fired up here. I think he's going to be hungry for a result.
Yeah. Coming off of a disappointing 17th place result in Tahiti, but one thing that Jack has shown us this year is he knows how to win CT events. He's the only surfer on the CT this year who's won 2 events, taking a win over at Sunset, and then again taking yet another win at Margaret River. So there's Jack Robinson, just 26-year-olds, but he's made a name for himself in the surf world. 4th year on the championship tour, and just in 4 years, Jack Robinson has won 7 CT events. He's got an impressive number. Let's take a look at Jack Robinson and his stats page here. Look at the numbers, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, this season, I mean, it's great. And you know what? One of those wins, obviously, at Sunset, where he surfs incredible, right? Big open ocean water wave. But then the second win coming from at Margaret River, where he's gone back to back, you know, and that's not an easy thing to do. 1, at any event, but 2, your home event where you feel so much pressure. You know, you got the whole community behind you. It's not an easy feat. So statistically, he's looking good this year.
Yeah, that 75% heat winning percentage just glares at me 3/4 of the time. Jack Robinson is going to win his heat, and that's best on tour right now. So there he is. We gave you all the stats, we gave you all the analytics. Now is to see if Jack can live up to all of that. No waves ridden so far in this heat. We start with 35 minutes on the clock. We talked about Jack Robinson and you know, it's already so many accolades in only 4 years on the championship tour. Jack finishing number 3 in the world in 2022. He made the final 5 in 2023. However, his best result here in El Salvador has only just been a quarterfinal finish. Last year, he had that disappointing 17th finish here in El Salvador. So we'll see if he can regather himself and get in the groove with Punta Roca. And he's got some great competition out there, because Crosby Colapinto right here has been an exciting rookie to watch, a 22-year-old out of San Clemente, California. He's in the blue jersey. We saw him with a quick paddle down there. And then positioning-wise, there's Crosby, 22 years old, rookie, San Clemente, California. What do you think about Cros?
Impressive this year so far. Obviously, one of the rookies, you know, himself and Cole managing to stay alive past that cut. And I've been impressed with, you know, just the excitement levels and the energy that he brings to every tour stop.
It's cool having brothers, Griffin and Crosby Colapinto, right? So in stop number 3, Crosby with his best result, a semifinal finish. Brother Griffin made it on the opposite side of the draw into the final. Everybody was hoping for that brother-on-brother final. That didn't happen in Portugal, but they did meet up at Bell's in the next event and had a brother duel, and I think Big Brother took him out.
Yeah, he did. And I think, you know what, like, the waves were pretty challenging that day at Winky, and I think we're all just, you know, really hoping and waiting. I mean, it's going to happen, you know. Eventually they're going to have this moment where it's going to be this crazy duel. The waves are going to be absolutely pumping, and it's going to be on because they're going to take it to each other way harder than what you would if it wasn't your brother.
100%. It's going to be like AKA Bruce and Andy Irons.
Yeah.
AKA Damien and CJ Hobgood.
Yes.
Type of rivalry right there with the two brothers.
Yeah, no. I you know, you pray for those sort of matchups because they're so entertaining to watch.
But then you see other brothers like Samuel and Miguel Pupo who actually like don't want to surf against each other because they care about each other so much and they don't have that like brotherly rivalry, you know? They feel bad when they beat their brother.
Yeah, I think it also matters on where you are, you know, on that leadership board because that was just so crucial in Margaret River, those heats, you know. I mean, and there was a lot on the line, and I'm sure it would have hurt as much for, you know, Crosby or Griff if that was the same scenario.
Well, Crosby and Griffin both riding lost surfboards. For more on boards, we'll go out to the water where Strider Wazlewski is sitting on a board.
I am. I got myself a Mayhem. That's a driver 3.0. And in the water right now, Crosby, he's sitting on a nice Mayhem himself. And, you know, usually riding about a 6.1.5, but just going up to a 6.2 for this heat and just trying to find a little bit of point of difference. They did some surfing on the free surfs, and we're looking at boards, you know, the regular board and then a little bit of a step up, and the step up just looking so much better under his feet and looked like he was just gouging through sections. And so they've identified that, you know, a little bit more board might make a better difference, especially in the conditions today with a little bit of chop on the face, being able to cut through that and make it look really good. You know, there's Jack, he's on a Sharp Eye. He actually buckled his favorite board this morning, so he's on a new board out there right now, and he'll see, you know, we'll see how that thing goes under his feet. But, you know, surfboards are so high performance these days, Kipes, you know, with the glassing and for these team boards, there's like a single 4-layer instead of a double 6, and all these different layups on the resin and everything to keep these boards super light and high performance, but how easy can they break?
Yeah, they break pretty easy. And actually, another component, Strider's fin technology. I mean, people are being very specific on the fins they ride.
Yeah, you know what? I've seen a lot of different fin setups, but I've seen a lot of Future fin setups as well. You know, FCS and Future, both are big fin manufacturers or fin systems here for most of the competition boards. And, you know, the FCS fin system, solid, but I feel like that Future fin system also has a stronger base to it, maybe giving you a little bit more drive. At least that's the way I feel. And, you know, it's a kind of a personal preference because the Future fin systems are heavier than the FCS system. So you kind of have to, you know, apples and oranges and pick your favorite combo and get out there and shred.
Love the board talk, Strider. We're going to keep on with that board talk, and thank you for all the intel. There's a Future fin setup. So you can see it's a full box that is installed pre-glass, routed in there. The cant on that fin system is actually in the base of the fin, the base being the bottom of the fin. There you see a couple of Almeric template fins there. Almeric template fins with their signature in that trailer fin flick is slightly smaller than the two lead fins to loosen up the tail just a little bit. And those Almeric templates also feature a fin with a bit more rake, that's the curve in the fin, and a smaller, more flexy tip. But a lot of people love those Almeric templates.
Yeah, fins as boards, fins, equipment, all of it, you know. I mean, there's so many different variables and there's so much to play with as well. And I mean, it's just interesting when you get the different takes on different surfers. You know, some surfers get so involved in all of it and they want to know everything down to a T. And then you've got other surfers that are like, you know what, just shape me the board and I'll tell you if it goes good or not, and they just don't get involved with it. So I think it's just funny, just, you know, and as you learn about these different personalities on tour, you can kind of pick who's going to be super involved and who's just like, you know what, give me the boards, give me the fins, and I'll just go ride it.
Yeah, I mean, I think a good example of someone who doesn't get super involved in design, but is brilliant surfer, 3-time world champ Gabe Medina, just has trust in his shaper Johnny Cabianca, and Johnny makes him 10 boards for every event, and he just trusts in his pit crew that he doesn't get into the specifics of it. He doesn't really, I don't know how much he really studies it or anything. He just goes out and surfs those boards obviously extremely well, but that's the faith in that. And then other surfers, you know, like a John Florence, he spends a lot of time. He's really picky. He knows every single inch and leader on his boards by John Pizell. And there's John with Ross Williams just getting ready for John's heat. Ross Williams, John's coach.
Yeah.
And he's actually been a great sounding board for John. I think one of the reasons John's had a great year is because of Ross. Connor O'Leary on the backhand. Talk about boards. That is a Darren Handley design underneath the feet of Connor O'Leary. Crosby Colapinto pumping the mayhem, trying to get into the open face, does not. So both of those waves will wait for a score, and Jack Robinson's going to sit out there with priority.
Yeah, so to me it looks like, you know, obviously a lot of time ticked away where no one had caught a wave. Everyone was slightly out of position. We saw Jack take off. I mean, he's sort of fighting with Crosby for that wave. They were positioned further up the point, and Jack was way too deep. And, you know, small score for him. And then Crosby also too deep on his wave. Connor was positioned further down the line. He's, you know, got the better of that exchange, a couple of belts on the backhand. But, yeah, everyone, you can just see Jack now moving further down the line. Now that everyone has caught a wave, priority is going to be established. We're going to probably see, you know, they're going to be in position for this next set.
Yeah, and they were actually about 2 minutes away from a fresh clock and a restart. At the 20-minute mark, the horn would have blown and given these guys a fresh clock. But now we're down to a 21-minute heat, waiting for a score for Connor O'Leary. It will probably be the highest number checked in so far when that score drops.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look here. So Connor was positioned further down the line, one big belt on the backhand, and then brings it through to the inside here. Yeah, so he actually got a little bit more work done than what I saw. So 3 big backhand hangers, and yeah, it's easily going to be the best wave of the heat.
He's up again. We talk about the coil in Connor's surfing. Low off the bottom, strong off the top, rhythm with the wave right here, relentless on his approach. Connor O'Leary going to town.
Well,
he's feeling the opportunity that has presented itself in this shortened heat from the quiet start. So now he's going to have 2 meaningful numbers in his scoreline.
Yeah, I like this approach. Obviously, exactly what you said, Kais. He's been like, okay, well, I'm surfing a 20-minute heat now, so I better get a move on because, I mean, it's not very much time, especially in the context of today when we have had such long lulls. So backing up this his first wave. And you know what he did? With every turn he surfed here, he kind of figured out the pace of the wave a little bit better. They were, you know, with every turn, the timing was just got better and better. Obviously, a little bit late there on that last one. He still got the finish, though. I just feel like he feels at home, obviously, on these right-hand point breaks. He now lives in Lennox Head, you know, with his wife, Steph, single. And it's just, yeah, I can't go past Connor as a pick here at Punta Roca because, yeah, he feels at home on the right points.
You can feel that, right? You're a goofy foot, I'm a goofy foot. When you see that kind of rhythm right there and that verticalness on the backhand, can't do nothing but applaud. Let's give a hand to Ethan Ewing because he just won his heat. He's against the glass with AJ.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Yeah, Ethan, it was interesting. I was talking to Molly after she won her last heat. You just had one of your best waves of the heat, and she said, that's the kind of surfing that I want to showcase here at Punta Roca. What is it about this wave that you're able to showcase your skills like that?
Geez, I guess it's just like I don't know, it's a pretty high performance wave and gives you a lot of speed, which is cool. And I've got a wave like this at home, which is really helpful to, I don't know, try and just learn how to surf these waves. And yeah, favorite sort of waves to surf for sure.
We saw that in that last heat, and as you come into this event here in El Salvador, how do you balance staying present in this competition and also knowing how close we're getting to the back half of the year and that final 5 picture becoming clearer?
Yeah, I don't know, I guess the last few results haven't been that good, which has kind of, I think, almost helped me not get too far ahead of myself. And yeah, I'm just looking, I mean, obviously trying to get a big result, but just trying to look around, and we're in a beautiful place, and I've got my dad here, which is great. And yeah, just trying to really enjoy it because so many times I finish an event, I'm just like, geez, sometimes I haven't had too much fun. So yeah, just trying to have a lot of fun.
Congratulations, Ethan, off to a great start.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, Ethan hanging out with his dad, Bill, who's been such a great supporter and a grounding force on tour life. Scores did come in through Connor O'Leary, 5.83, 4.83. O'Leary up in the lead. Priority with Jack Robinson. Here goes Robbo. Glassy face here. Wind slacks off for just a bit. Enables Jack Robinson to put that sharp eye on a sharp turn. Up in the lip there, though. A little short on the wave, however, not a lot of opportunity for a point break for Jack Robinson. Right behind him, Crosby Colapinto. Let's see if he can get more down the line moves. Crosby with two nice carves. A little bit of a wonk on the inside here, but he's going to hop over this double up section. He's going to seep it way up on the cobblestones. Tail throw on the Mayhem and gets caught up without the finish.
So, I mean, automatically, I mean, as soon as Jack took off on that wave, I thought he was on an absolute winner. It looked like one that was just going to, you know, peel at the right pace, but only sort of allowing those couple of turns. So I'm interested to see where the judges go with that. He completed it. Let's have a look here. Really smooth face of the wave, like you said, Kaipo. I mean, lump and bump is not going to phase Jack, though. He comes from Western Australia, you know, a lot of lump and bump over there. So really not going to phase him too much. And then out the back behind him was Crosby. Takes off and, wow, he's just displacing so much water from that first turn. I mean, really hacking into the face of this wave. Wave goes a little bit funky here. Just does his best little dance to get through this section. And, I mean, it's a bit of a shame he didn't get that finish because I feel like that probably would have, you know, helped his situation a lot now. I mean, time's ticking down and yeah, I feel like there still hasn't been that meaningful wave yet put on the board.
Yeah, that double up comes into play, Strider, and it really can make or break a ride.
A lot going on out here with so many different types of waves coming in. You know, we saw like Jack's wave hit the reef and was a little bit wide, came running down here towards the channel and, you know, had a big long section on it, so he only was able to get off those two turns. And then Crosby's wave looked really good when he took off, and then it had that second wave in it, so that means that those two swells were converging and created that double up, and he had to jump over into that next section to try and finish, and I think he came unstuck. So this heat is wide open right now. Only real score on the board for me is from you know, Connor O'Leary, but I think we've got plenty of surfing left in this, and I think we just got to pick that right runner. I think that those double ups are the ones, those medium size.
All right, thanks, Strider. We're watching a replay of Crosby and that double up section on the inside in which he went down. He just got a 3.33 for that ride. Jack, however, with that very short but dynamic ride, Jack Robinson gets a 5.27 flip.
Yeah, I kind of had thoughts that it might go there. Just for the two-turn combo, it was a bigger wave, therefore the section was more critical. The two turns were really well timed and pretty dynamic, and it looks like there's another wave coming through. Jack looks pretty keen to pull the trigger, but Connor's got priority.
Yeah, Connor getting priority, and he's going to take this nice smooth face. Now he's got to exploit this wave ahead of him. Nice snap there, but the crumble getting on his heels. He's without the rhythm that he's had in the previous waves, so I feel that's going to be a priority error, and Jack just sold one to Connor, and Jack now takes first priority, and Jack just needs a 5.4 to take the lead.
Yeah, this is advantage Jack for sure. I mean, he definitely just sold Connor a bit of a lemon. I don't think that's going to go into his top two. I mean, it was two backhand belts.
He had no rhythm, yeah.
Yeah, slightly mistimed. So Jack right now, I mean, this is the moment here. You can see Jack's like, okay, I'm going to force this situation. And kind of goes, oh, yep, okay, you're looking at it, I'll go.
Yeah, Jack's just like, look at this shiny lemon. Don't you want it? Doesn't this shiny lemon look so sweet? And Connor took a bite and found out that that thing was just sour as could be, just a 3.5. And that is not going to help Connor O'Leary.
No, not at all. So advantage Jack for sure.
Jack Robinson, he can take the lead with a 5.4. Jack's got first priority. We'll find out if he can take that lead as we continue on this heat. We'll be back right after this.
I just wrote like, I am a pro surfer, I'm kind, I'm positive. I'm going to be the best surfer to come out of San Clemente, okay? I got into surfing because my dad had a surf camp. He's gotten Griffin and I into it, and he's gotten me like fired up on it.
Crosby was the younger brother, and everything was about Griffin. He was happy for his brother, but now it's game on.
Appreciate it, the boss.
Crosby is a little more of a wild card.
A goofball, he'll play any character. I'm a basketball professional from Australia.
They're really in tune with their emotions, and they're not afraid to show it.
Love you. Wow. I feel like competing and being a professional surfer is almost like a fast track to loving life and finding yourself. My name is Crosby Colapinto, and I'm a rookie on the championship tour.
Back at Punta Roca after hearing from a rookie, Crosby Colapinto. Here's Cronulla's Connor O'Leary currently in the lead, and O'Leary gets busy with the disco spin on the second turn, showing some variety and stabs a vert finish. We talk about the spring-like action of Connor O'Leary. We talk about the compression just illustrated there. Jack Robinson looking down the line, big float for Robbo. Just clears that section via the roof. Working down the line, caught a little bit behind, looks for something big, frontside boost, and reverts out of that air reverse. Looking for more on the inside double up for Jack Robinson. Easy carve, just to buy some time. And Robinson, way down the point, past the board caddies, and he gets a great finish. Crosby Colapinto here. Crosby looking down the line, big speed here for the big guy. Nice bottom turn, top turn combination. Down carve by Crosby Colapinto. He's gonna have to deal with some white water on the face, the froth, resisting cavitation of the fins, and Crosby stays smooth in some difficult water coming through here. One more time to the top. He gets the inside runner and double up section as well. Multiple maneuvers, fin drift to finish. Crosby Colapinto, what an exchange flip.
Wow, that was super exciting. I love that. I feel like we've been lacking that and wanting that this whole heat. So great exchange by all three surfers, and so much to digest and unpack it. And I feel like things are going to really tighten up. I mean, first of all, we've got Connor, saying absolute Ohio gozaimasu right here. To all the fans at home in Japan, just absolutely belting that wave. So that was beautifully done. Then out the back, Jack Robbo. Loosey-goosey float here. And then, okay, just eyeing up this section, waiting for it, and whoopah, just launches into the air. That was just so cool. And then he looks pretty relaxo here because he's like, okay, I'm on my way to a good score. Let's just sign, seal, and deliver this deal. And he just gets the finish. You just knew he was never going to fall here, right?
No, he postmarked this ending express. Exclamation there to finish Jack Robinson. And then Crosby, we'll take another look at Jack. Oh, let's see the air.
Love this angle. Here we go. Big air there from Jack Robbo. Just done with so much ease too. Grabs the rail, gets those fins really high, lands on the roof and spins around. So yeah, once he'd locked this in, it was kind of just like, you could see the body language. Okay, I'm a bit more relaxed. I'm on my way to a good score here. I'm backing up this 5.27. So behind him, Crosby, this opening turn, beautiful flow into this second section. However, I just feel like the wave quality sort of let Crosby down. His surfing's fantastic, but yeah, just that froth on the face is just making things a little bit tricky, a little bit difficult. But, things are going to get tight here after this.
Yeah, you are right. Crosby looking ultra fast and just putting together that loose finish. So waiting for that score for Crosby Colapinto. We can report to you the wave for Connor O'Leary came in at 6.67. Still waiting for Jack's number. Still waiting for Crosby's number. Down to 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Jack already back out the back, and here goes Jack again. This time for a little slidey reverse to start, showing some variety. Patience on his approach again through this midsection. Building up some speed here, eyes the lip. And slashes a finish. Crosby, beautiful wave here for Colapinto. Needs to get around this section, and he's not going to do it. Too deep. Connor O'Leary, smooth on rail, sets up a long bottom turn, stabs a vert, finish, backhand reel, maestro, Connor O'Leary. And the crowd enjoying what they're seeing. Well, previous wave for Jack Robinson, and Connor's going to hear this, an 8.33. Connor O'Leary is going to hear Jack's giant number as he's on the paddle back out. We're still waiting for a score for O'Leary. We're still waiting for second score for Jack Robinson and a score for Crosby Colapinto. I believe actually 2 scores for Colapinto. Let's get through some replays, Flick.
Yeah, so bigger set wave here. Obviously this swell's starting to really fill in. Connor lining up this section here and goes to town. I mean, that was a big, big backhand turn. I mean, that thing was deadly. I mean, look at the way he draws off the bottom here. This is where you see, okay, years and years of living at Lennox is coming to fruition. Just the timing, the squaring up off the bottom. I mean, the timing doesn't get better than that. As a one single, if we're just going to single one maneuver out today, for me, that's been my favourite. I mean, obviously we're at a point break here, so you want multiple manoeuvres, but as a single manoeuvre, that was incredible.
Yeah, and really being able to appreciate it in slow motion is one of the magic that we're able to deliver. This is Jack Robbo's last wave.
Yeah, you can just see, you know, shackles are off. He's locked in at 8.33. He knows it. He's feeling good. And things are looking loosey-goosey. He just looks really calm, really at ease. It's going to be interesting to see where this goes. You know, that air it looked fun, but is it really going to improve on his situation? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. I think the judges are thinking the same thing. So Jack needs a 5.27 to improve upon his situation and increase his lead. We're waiting for that score. And Jack on the paddle back out. We'll go to Strider.
Yeah, Jack on the paddle back out. So Jack just, you know, had a really long wave. His last 2 waves were extremely long. And on his way back out after his first one, where he got the 8, he actually was drafting Crosby Colapinto on a paddle battle, and he was basically coming up behind him and sitting right on his heels. And he sat on his heels and let himself draft through with Crosby pulling him along basically, and then said, okay, now's my time, and took over Crosby Colapinto on the paddle battle and got out before him, and then got priority for that last wave. So some heavy, you know, tactic coming into play out here, especially with that draft and then coming around to get that, you know, priority to get on that last wave. This has been a really fun heat. Connor O'Leary, to me, is just going through the roof with those huge belts. I mean, this is what we come for. Those battles out here. It's been really fun.
Yeah, slow start, but really, really gaining momentum. Okay, here's the last wave for Connor O'Leary. His previous one was a 6.67. Connor in second. Connor at this moment needs a 6.94. So the first judge coming in under. 2 judges coming in over. This is going to be right on the line, Flick, as we're waiting for Judge 1 and 3 to punch in their number.
This is just, I mean, it's right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right now. I mean, it's...
Oh, 2 down, 2 up. It's going to be up to, oh.
Wow.
Needed a 6.94, and he got shortchanged on the 6.6.
So close. I think that was great judging, though. I really do. I think it was right there. I think, you know, bigger wave. But in my opinion, that first turn was kind of just like a horizontal cutty, and it was more of a setup for that one turn. So in my eyes, that 6.6 is basically coming from one big turn.
I look at that as that one could have gone easily either way, because that was a 3-2 decision out of 5 judges.
Yeah.
2 judges gave him the number. 3 judges didn't give him the number. Now what happens mathematically is it's a differentiation between the actual numbers, right? So if it was just like thumbs up or thumbs down, that would have been simple and clear cut. But yeah, 3-2 decision going against Connor O'Leary. Now the painful ones when we talk about judging, Flick, are the ones that are 3-2 in favor of you, but you still don't get the score because of the separation of numbers. Follow me? So what,
Look, let's
what
just
happens?
say maths
what-
isn't my strong point. I can look at surfing and analyze it, but
Yeah.
numbers ain't a strong
Yeah,
point.
well, I'm just saying
Stick to speaking in English.
Yeah, if two judges just give you the scores, but the other three if three judges just give you the score, but the other two judges, go way low, you're going to throw away one of the lows,
Yeah,
but the
got it.
way low one's going to bring the average down.
I'm following.
And so those are the
I've got
heartbreak ones. But this one's pretty straightforward for Connor O'Leary. Did not get the number. He's under 2 minutes. The good news for Connor Flick is he's got priority.
Yeah, good news. I mean, you know what? We have had long lulls, but that last set was super promising. And that was probably the biggest set we've seen all day, all morning. And
we got the tide push.
Yeah, exactly, right? So I wonder if we're going to see a little bit more of that consistency as we go from that medium to higher tide.
Yeah, well, Connor O'Leary's wondering too. He's hoping for a set to come through, and now he's just got 70 seconds. And we take a look, and it doesn't look like there's a lot coming up from the top of the point. So this could end with Connor sitting on his board down to 50 seconds. And with that number, it's not like he can take the inside one. He needs a decent wave.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, you can't be dropping basically, one of the second highest heat score, 6.94 on a small wave right now. I mean, he has to wait for a set, and honestly, I don't think he's going to get that opportunity. And you just think back to the start of the heat where it was super slow. I mean, there wasn't much opportunity, but these guys literally surfed a 21-minute heat. I mean, there wasn't much that came through up until that point. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's going to dissect this, but maybe needed to get a little bit of a wriggle on earlier.
Yeah, well, thank you, Jack Robinson, Crosby Colapinto, and Connor O'Leary, because that was an extremely entertaining 21 minutes. So the shortened heat ended up going Jack Robinson's favor. He clocked in with an excellent score. That 8.33 went to the sky, got a big number, backed it up with that 5.27. Jack Robinson on to the round of 16. Connor O'Leary, Crosby Colapinto into the elimination round. Up next, brother Griffin Colapinto, Ryan Calnet, and Joao Chianca.
We just took you on a quick little tour through the WSL store. Don't forget it's Father's Day coming up. And if anybody out there is listening, I would love Katie Simner's jersey for Father's Day. We'll see what happens. All right, let's get right back into it. The Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona is well underway. It's been going off, some high scores coming through. I will say, so far, the ladies have outscored the boys, but we still have time.
Right.
That last heat was a solid matchup, and I'm Chris Cote. That's Mitchell Salazar. Speaking of solid matchups, come on. We're having some fun in here. And out in the water, the surfers are showing us why this is one of the premier right-hand point breaks in the world. Jack Robinson with a 13.60 total, just getting the edge over Connor O'Leary, who had a 13.27. Well, things are about to amplify in the lineup now. Griffin Colapinto, Ryan Callanan, and the return of Zhao Chianca coming back after an injury. And you know, in watching some of the video parts that he's been putting together and watching some of the Instagram clips, watch out, world. Zhao Chianca is back in a big way. So he did compete on the Gold Coast on the Challenger Series, but this is his debut back on the championship tour as a WSL wildcard. Seen out there wearing a helmet. Did have a pretty severe injury, so I like it. Safety first. Why not? It looks like he's kind of got a hybrid, lightweight style helmet on his head. And I think we should all just kind of get used to it. Of course, the Olympics around the corner. You know, Tahiti, those big, scary waves. We see it more at Pipe. So, helmet's cool in my book.
He's looked good during the free surfs, too. This is one guy who works personally with the shaper, Britt Merrick, too. That is a very intimate relationship when it comes to using those boards to your personal benefit too. And I was actually just talking to Britt a while ago, and he says the model that Joao has is usually one that's called a remix. It's between a CI Pro and a 2-point Pro, looking good out there, and it seems like he's going to start us off, Chris.
First wave of Zhao Chianca. He makes his return to the championship tour. That's not how you want to start, but you could tell maybe a case of just being a little too fired up right there. You saw how excited he got when he took off heading down the line. And and your board talk point of view there, I asked Britt Merrick, are you taking mental notes with every ride ridden? He looks at me like, that was not a very smart question. Of course I am. That's my job. Callanan now in his backhand. This kid is known to throw a lot of spray. Big, powerful surfer out of Australia. I haven't been doing the math.
Right out.
The goofy versus regular deal so far seems
pretty even.
Yep. But doing the math there, over 2/3 of Ryan Callanan's board seemed to be out the back of that wave on that finishing tail slide. That was cool surfing.
And it was unexpected, too. Really cool. Number 15 in the ranks, 32 years of age now. One of the larger surfers on tour, 6 feet for Rhino, and coming off of a great result over there in Tahiti, too. Expecting him to have a good back end of the year, Chris. And surprisingly enough, we've always known Ryan to bring in his free surfing ability into a jersey. He's never had a 10-point ride in a CT career.
Come on.
Isn't that weird?
Wow. Today could be the day.
Potentially. You've called for it already. Looking at the replay here of Joao. Just a misstep after the floater right there. Seems like he hit a bit of a chop. Put him out of rhythm.
That's getting a little too excited when you get your pupusa. When they put it on your plate right at first, you got to let it cool down a second. You can't get too excited to take that first bite, as we saw from Zhao now. But taking a look back at Callanan, get ready for this finishing move, Mitch. You love it.
I did, and just the flow that he had on this wave, too, the variety of maneuvers. But as you said, like, that was so unexpected. How did he get the right amount of speed just to be able to throw the tail like that at the end? Some good stuff right there from Rhino.
I love surprises.
No doubt going to be the best wave of the heat so far, and going to put him up in a good position for the rest of this heat here.
So far, no waves ridden yet for Griffin Colapinto. He's had a ton of success here in the past. He won 2 events ago, got 2nd place last year to Felipe Toledo, and now potentially sinking into a little bit of that older brother angst. His younger brother just got relegated to the elimination round, so maybe Griff has a little added fire.
Question, Chris. Could he pull off his hairdo right now?
Me?
Yes.
I might look a little strange with my lack of hair, but I'm seeing it more and more often. So Griff coming through with that airbender arrow. It's kind of faded a little bit. I think he's kind of gone into a little bit more normalcy, but I just love Griffin's act over the past few years, really just opening up his own spirituality and sharing his journey. Very cool, and you can tell he's got a lot of confidence, but when did he find that belief in himself? Well, let's find out from Griff.
I think once I won my first contest is when my belief evolved. When I won that contest in Portugal, I was just like, okay, I did it. I beat a lot of the best guys in the world. And then I won another contest in El Salvador and like my road to victory was like against a lot of the best guys. And so after that, it was just like the belief definitely catapulted, but I also believe that the belief comes from like the effort you put in too, you know, like all the days of like the extra hours in the water, the extra exercise on the land, all these things like the meditations, just like who you are being as a person around your friends, your family, strangers, like all these things just add up. And like when you're giving it your best every single day, you get in the water and you just like have this power of like, I've been giving it my all, like come on, just like let's do this, you know? And that feeling I think is where you get your belief from.
It's like that scene in When Harry Met Sally. I'll have what he's having. I want to surf like Griff. I want to get in that mindset. He is definitely in the flow state. And it's funny that he said he just found his belief in himself after that win in Portugal, because most of us started believing in him when he was about 12 years old, watching what he did in NSSAs and amateur events. I mean, he was a shining star early on in his surf journey, and it was pretty much undeniable that he was going to be one of the best of the best, starting a long time ago. I'm sure you announced a lot of his heats when he was in that teenage zone, and judged him as well, probably maybe surfed against him in a few Key West's?
I'd never surfed against him personally, but we surfed in a couple of the same events.
You might have beat him, though, if you did.
No,
Back
I
then.
don't know.
Back then.
He ends up being
Today.
one of the best surfers in this modern era, which is saying a lot, too, given how good, you know, surfing is nowadays. Belief is the most important part about success at this level. There's so many environmental factors that are against you, out of your control, and for him to have that control of his own emotions, of what he's doing both in and out of the water, that goes to show you that the last 2 years there's been a major development in that, and why he's been a contender for the World Championship, you know, his last 3 years of competing. Really excited to see him compete here once again. 10 minutes have gone by on the clock, though. Still no waves ridden for Griff.
All right, so the only score of note so far, 5-1-7, but 25-25 to go. Let's go down to that glass where AJ's standing by with Jack Robinson.
Yeah, Jack, understandably rehydrating after that last heat, a marathon, where it just seemed like every set had something to offer. In a heat like that, how do you execute what you want on each wave?
Yeah, we have to stay focused because I thought we were going to get a heat restart at the start. We're super close, and then Crosby was trying to push deep, and I was like, okay, I'm not going to let him get a wave. And then I got the wave, and it didn't. I was too far behind, and then he got one. So we kind of started off in a bit of a scramble, and then after that, just had to be patient and ended up getting the 8, and yeah, just getting going, you know, and especially the paddle back out, it was just like my head was just so hot, like I was like just boiling, but yeah, I wasn't gonna give it up. It was all the way.
Let's talk about how that patience paid off in the 8.33. You told me that you've broken a fair share of boards out here in El Salvador, and yet no regard for no lack of desire to still push it on every wave. Mm-hmm. How did that happen on the 8.33?
For sure, yeah, just all in, don't hold back. You know, because the guys surf so well, everyone on tour is ripping, and you know you can't really hold back on tour now. So yeah, just keep focused, be patient, and yeah, I'll run across these rocks real fast. So if I broke a board, I would have just charged across the rocks.
Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
What a cool dude.
He's awesome.
Like, I still remember him as the small kid that used to ride for Quicksilver all that time ago. And I just can't imagine seeing all these kids all grown up now. And not that they're much younger than me, you know, but I still remember everybody that way. Kanoa, Griff, Jack, all those guys.
I'm not trying to toot our own horn over here, but Trans World Surf put Jack on the cover of the magazine. I believe when he was 12 years old. This is just after he kind of got rid of that bowl cut that he had as a little kid.
Yeah.
It was right in that transitional period, and he just got this perfect shot in the barrel. West Oz.
Is that North Point?
Somewhere. I think so. I mean, it was just a beautiful blue barrel, but it really at the time epitomized what surfing was all about. Not just for us as a magazine, but I just think surfing as a whole. Everybody was going, who is the next Kelly Slater? Who is the next Bruce and Andy Irons? And Jack Robinson was and still is that guy. You know, obviously one of the best two-breaders in the world. And then he kind of came out full force showing that he can match anybody air for air. He's added a lot of power, and he's added a different mindset. I think he's one of the first surfers to kind of just openly meditate get himself in that flow state behind the scenes, these contest areas, and that's definitely spread. You see him doing some pretty cool techniques to get in the zone, and I think as the rest of us who are just trying to surf better on a daily basis, we watch these events. I used to watch people kind of stretching and warm up, and I go, okay, you got to do that if you want to surf better. Now you're watching, the spiritual side of it, the meditation, getting your mind prepared. And, I see more and more people in the parking lot kind of getting to their little Zen spot. So it's working, whatever it is. Everybody on tour is surfing better.
You would hope so, and I think it just comes down to finding your weaknesses and working on that, and also working on your strengths. One of the strengths of Callanan is no doubt his backhand, Chris. Great opening combo right there on the 517. Really love that turn. Nice and tight in the pocket too. Smaller wave, but just well worked, and the high point of the heat so far. I'm in disbelief of how much speed he was able to get off of the bottom turn right there to throw his tail out the back on the finishing one. 21:30 and in the lead, and third priority. I feel like he's in a good position right here to get a second score underneath everybody else's positioning, Chris.
Yeah, I don't know if he was meditating before this, but he is shreditating now. Apologies for that one. Here we go, Zhao Chianca. One of the most electrifying surfers currently on the championship tour.
Ooh.
We've been missing him. We know what he's capable of. Goes down on the final turn there, but a couple nice whips on that mid portion of the wave. So Zhao Chianca, again, just returning to competition, getting a injury wild card, which basically got hurt before the season started. I'm talking like an hour before the season started in 2024. And I think a lot of people were very excited, putting him in the conversation as title threat early on.
Number 4 in the world last year, you have to.
So he was right there, but it's really nice to see him come back, and I guarantee you when he gets a full season in 2025, I mean, Final 5 and beyond for sure, which is something, that he knows is the goal. And right now it's the end of the marathon, right?
Yeah.
We're getting to the last few events where you've got some surfers that are kind of hovering in the lower part of the post-cut rankings with still a chance. And that right there is exactly what the judges wanted to see. It went from dream to disaster real quick. Probably one of the best turns we've seen of the day on the first snap.
Second one was sick too.
It was almost sick. It was on the verge of sickness.
Yes. He spoke about the airbender, the avatar haircut. Definitely was bending some air and some water right there on that one, Chris.
What happened? I mean, maybe overexcitement on the second turn?
Maybe pushed a bit too hard. I love this first one, though. Brought it all the way around. Look at the draw for the bottom turn right there. Just catches an edge with the, toe side rail right there. And, we've seen Griff push hard before. We haven't necessarily seen him push too hard on a combination like this throughout the entirety of the year.
Okay, if Leonardo da Vinci drew a diagram of a surfing turn, that would be it right there. That was perfect.
And look at the amount of risk to go for that one. It seemed like his foot came off just a little bit when he was in transition of getting to the lip, and when he came down off of it, it slipped a little bit more. So
I feel like there was a little kind of weird added chop on that wave too.
Yep.
But here we go with priority. This is Ryan Callanan.
You know what?
Strange things happen sometimes.
It's the heat. We're at a point of the day where it's hot outside, Chris, and you got to be very smart with the way you're waxing up your board. To me, I'd be carrying a piece of wax out there with me.
I asked, who did I ask? I asked Jesse Mendez, does anybody carry wax in their pocket out there? He said not to his knowledge, and I'm like,
You should.
Even I do that sometimes. Zhao Chianca now, that's the surfing we're used to seeing from this young Brazilian. And, I said it just after Tahiti. There was a Brazilian storm brewing off the coast of Tahiti heading towards El Salvador. And guess what? We've added some fuel to the fire, returning Zhao Chianca into that storm. And to me, that right there is going to be a sizable score because everything was critical. It was fast, nice and smooth, tons of flow. I'm just still a little bit shook and heartbroken that Griffin Colapinto wasn't able to pull that second turn because the first turn was
gnarly,
incredible. But let's now get to Zhao Chianca. Great precise surfing here.
Yeah, and very quick too, which is, a thing that stands out with his surfing, Chris. Beautiful carves right there on the open face. Brings it back around right here, and I like the variation with this last maneuver too. So he's going to get his best score. Nice little Larry layback right here to finish off. So, you know, in contention for the lead, but not breaking anything better than a 4-5 at the moment. So keeps him, you know, in the conversation.
It was good.
I just think, though, given what we saw from Griffin on that one wave, both Ryan and Joao really need to step it up right here, because Colapinto gets on the right wave. You better watch out. He's going to drop 8s or lates, Chris.
No doubt. 17-14 to go. Speaking of hot, it's getting hot in the channel, and that's where Strider Watts Lucy's hanging.
Yeah, it's steamy out here. Let me tell you, the wind is laid down. Things are nice and clean. And, man, I think that was the best turn I saw all day from Griffin Colapinto on that first opening ride. I mean, I just want to see more of that. I want to see these guys, because this heat's still wide open to me. It's just the time crunch is coming down. And if we see some more waves like we saw, or turns like we saw out of Griffin, if 2 of those, man, he's going to go excellent. There's some incredible surfing. If that's a look into the rest of this contest, he's obviously a contender. He's one of the favorites, but that was unbelievable. Just a precision turn, the way that he arced through it and actually laid it out, way out, and finished with spark. You know, coming out of that with so much speed is super impressive. And watching that, coming off of Tahiti, oh, he got a bad finish. You know he's kind of a little bit under the pressure of this event.
Yeah, we're all on the same page. That turn was excellent. But that being said, the judges laid it out nice and clear. This is a long point break wave, right? They want to see a combination of major maneuvers. They did add a line in there like, look, if you do one air, it better be huge if you want to get a big score. And while that was a huge, big turn, the judges do want to see a combination of major maneuvers. Will this be the wave that Griff provides us with that? Speeding down line. There we go. Good start. Solid turn for Griff. Another one on the open face here. This wave pushing him down the line. He's just generating speed through each and every carve. Does feel a lot like a lowers right. He makes his way to the inside. That's where it kind of flattens off a little bit. Tables out. Now here's the speed section. Hunting the ramp. A little late to it there, but guess what, Mitch? That was just solid, powerful, fundamental surfing. That will be a nice baseline score for Griffin Colapinto. Even though that first turn he did on his opening wave was an absolute just
dagger,
perfect carving, slicing snap, it only came through at a 397. So that just, again, shows us the judges want to see the entirety of your act all the way down the line. Is this an excellent score, or is this going to fit right there in that mid-range?
Well, he should be getting the lead here. 4.21 is what he needs. Not the same amount of spark, as you were saying, that we saw in the 397, but still some beautiful surfing. Couple carves to start things off, brings it all the way around with the roundhouse cutback. And once he gets to the inside here, the smart play is just clean things up, make sure that you're finishing the wave off. He does that very well, and, you know, really slow pace on this one, Chris, but just to get back to the point right here about the 397, he does that combo on a wave like this, we're seeing something close to a 10. There's no doubt about it. But you need to regroup after a fall like that, because you have an excellent turn, maybe the most dynamic turn we've seen all day. This is a well-paced wave. You're recovering after it. Your confidence gets back to where it was before. Just make sure that you're getting into the lead, and once you do that, everybody else is chasing you rather than you chasing them, Chris.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think this wave is going to put him solidly in the lead. He only needs a 4.21 jump up in that top spot. Zhao Chianca is currently sitting with a 4.5 and a 3.67. Here we go. Ryan Callanan, lethal backhand. 2 big snaps there on the outside. High lining, speeding through to this inside section. Waiting for the right spot to strike, and he gets it. This kid is a cobra.
Why?
Sometimes cobras make mistakes. I've seen it. Trust me. The end of that wave, I did like the idea to just go full board in that last turn after doing 3 big whips like that. Score comes through for Griffin Colapinto, kind of where we thought it would be, 5.67. So again, the judges are leaving that top of the scale open because, you know, you think of that first turn, right? The 397. This is the last time I'm going to mention it. Maybe. 397. If he does 2 of those turns, okay, that's an 8, right? That's kind of the equation that I think the judges are looking for. 2 big turns like that, that's an 8. You do an air at the end, you're looking at a 9, potentially a 10. So the equation sounds nice and easy sitting in this chair, but out in the water, it's a whole different ball game.
Yep.
So all 4 of these surfers have a score on the board for now, but no one's really cracked through and kind of dropped a grenade in the mix. But I'm sure it's about to happen. Somebody's going to drop an 8 any minute now. There's 12.5 to go. Ryan Callanan, his score comes through a 5.67, so matching what Griff did on his last wave. A lot of similar scores here in the scoreline, so big things to come for sure. Ooh, watch out. Mitchell, you tell me. So we see Gabriel Medina on screen right there. Is there any surfer better at the back half of the season than Gabriel Medina, historically speaking? Who does it better than Gabriel Medina in the final 3 events?
Well, he's made the semis here. He's done well in Brazil before, despite him not winning. But then in Fiji, he's won there. You better watch out. I think if there's anybody that can pull it off, being all the way in the back, coming all the way to qualify for lowers, it's that guy right there.
Gabriel Medina will be in the final 5. Write it down. Write it down when I said that, because I want to sound smart 3 events from now. He's got a big heat coming up, going against his, I would say, friendly rival, Italo Ferreira, and also Leonardo Fioravanti. Every heat.
Gnarly heat.
Every heat is so rad. I mean, look at the next heat. Heat 4 coming up. John Florence, Liam O'Brien, and Brian Perez, the Pink Panther, has entered the chat. 11:29. We got a Bonsoy brew break. Go ahead, if you're in Oz, why don't you do a Bonsoy Shui? And we'll be right back.
My name's Jason McInnes. I run the live broadcast camera department for the WSL. So for the last 10 years, I've been traveling the globe, putting on these surf events. The fact that we are able to do what we do, of how to basically put on a sporting event and broadcast it out to the world, it's amazing, the behind the scenes, it really is. What attracts me to the knife making is definitely being able to use my hands and have a creative outlet. It's just such a rad thing to know that whatever tool I create is going to be used to nourish other people and hopefully, you know, for generations. That's one of the coolest things about my job is there's that challenge, and then when you overcome all the obstacles and you have a win and your broadcast is up and everything's working, that's a great feeling. Yeah, you did your job and you can be proud of what you've done.
Cool piece right there. I know that guy too, Mitch. I beat him at arm wrestling once in the 90s. Here we go, Griffin Colapinto. Right into it. Slicing carve there. Comes around this section.
Wow.
That right there was straight up lowers style coping at the top of that wave. Gets a third turn. Here's where the reform happens. Double up. Come on, Griff. Boom. There we go. That's straight up solid surfing from Griffin Colapinto, but right behind him, Zhao Chianca. Almost digs his nose in his opening turn. That right there was a hard slice. Gets right back into the pocket. Just full use of the rail and tail of this board. He's got one of the quickest snaps in the business. Kind of reminds me of a Mick Fanning-esque type of frontside whip. Finishes it up with a nice frontside tail slide reverse. Gets his tail high up in the air, so adds some flair to the end of that wave. That's the variety the judges want to see. This is going to be a fun comparison between these two waves. They were, as you would say, same, but different.
Yep, little bit, but I like this wave. Strong surfing right here by the surfer from San Clemente. As you said, the little coping from lowers right there. That was sick. Beautiful tail slide by Griff. Wraps it back, and that's where you see the two swells mixing together when that wave on the inside doubles up like we see right here. Another great blow tail to finish that one off. So his third ride, no doubt going to improve on the 397. Should be one of his top 2 scores. And the answer back by Joao, I really like that turn. Tight in the pocket, a lot of intensity with it too. And I think the element of speed is just the one thing that kind of separates him from a lot of other people on tour. You mentioned the Mick Fanning comparison, but being from Saquarema, I see a lot of Jaoni Monteiro too in that kind of style of surfing. Really unexpected reverse right there. Did not think that was going to be something that he was going to throw on that last section.
I hate to tell you, Mitch, that right there was a chop hop. There wasn't much lip for him to work. That was an ollie, straight up curb cut hit right there. That was about as close as you get to a chop hop. I'm here for it.
It's a throw tail reverse. It's not a chop.
We're gonna have a lip there. We'll talk about this later.
We're gonna have to
talk
compare
about this over dinner.
Your chop hops to that reverse right
there's no
there.
comparison.
So yours is better?
6 minutes to go. Now it's in the hands of the judges. Scores are starting to come through. We got 5.67 and a 6.93 for Griffin Colapinto. He is now in the lead, into the double digits as well, the 12.60 total. Callanan hanging through there, right in the middle. 5.17 and a 5.67. Zhao Chianca coming through with a 4.5 and a 5.43. So while he did mix his maneuvers up, you know, you think about the turns he did. He had that one searing carve right at the beginning, and the rest of them were kind of placeholders.
They were okay.
Complimentary placeholders for sure. And even though the end trick got us pumped, the judges know. All of our judges surf. They all surf well, so they know that while it is a flashy move, it's not necessarily the most difficult thing to do in surfing.
Right.
And that's being hypocritical because Zhao is amazing.
The thing is, as you said, there wasn't really a section.
It wasn't
there.
a critical section.
So
I'm so happy when we get along.
You do that on a set wave on the outside where there's actually a meaty section to it.
It's a whole different story.
Yeah, but still good. I mean, he's in the mix right now. Needs a 7.17. Rye needing a 6.93, basically a 7 himself. Chris, it's still a very attainable score by the standards that we've seen for the consistency of the waves and the quality of the waves. Right now, though, the thing is, I see Griff position right there. He's all the way on the outside of everybody else. He's just looking to improve on the low 5 right now that he has in his score line.
So as we look at this picture of the lineup right there, our drone team is just the best. I mean, these visuals, look how steady that is. It's like we're on a pier or something. But anyway, this being Surf City, you know, it has become one of the premier destinations for surfing in the world. The government has put everything into surf tourism.
Yep.
So we're looking at right now as 3 people out. What would the crowd be like here on an average day like today? Would there be 50 people in the lineup?
I'd probably say around 30, 40 at the most, yeah.
Oh, right there, you see Colapinto with a higher priority than Zhao Chianca. He had the ability to drop in on him. And that's totally fair, totally legal, and very smart for Griff because he's sliding down the line, throwing the tail through the mid portion of the wave. Still more to give here on the inside section. I mean, he has put together a great wave. Medium-sized set. It's offered him up a lot of opportunity. A nice cup of the wave, and he's got more. Foam bounce alert. Another tail slide. So Griff showing us his fins about 5 times down the line on that one. Dad's hyped. There's
So
David right there, guitar player for Steel Pulse. Got some VIPs in the house.
Who's a bigger celebrity, though, Mitch Colapinto or David from Steel Pulse?
I know they help each other with inspiration, that's for sure. 3:18 to go. To me, that was one of the most exciting waves we've seen of this heat. And this is part of it too, because this is kind of a cool tactical thing.
Well, Joao was just kind of forcing him to use priority right there, and a good decision to go by Griff. Really like that opening carve once again. Kind of slows it down a little bit, still really explosive when it comes to that second turn. Blows the tail, as you said. Those aren't necessarily maneuvers that would be considered transitional, but he makes them transitional, Chris. It's because he uses his speed so well down the line. He's always kind of aiming his board towards the next section. Great tail slide once there again. Foam bounce, you're calling that, or a foam climb?
Let's see.
A little bit in between
yeah.
it. It is a bounce,
I think
okay.
it's a bounce.
And then throws the tail once again at the end. So no doubt to me, can improve on the 5, 6, 7. Some real good stuff by Griffin Colapinto. Not counting this heat, he had only surfed 10 heats before at this event. He had won 8 of them, though, Chris. So statistically, one of the best to ever do it right here at this point break. Seems to me like we're going to see another finals day berth by Griffin.
Good call right there. An easy call to make after a wave like that. So far, he's got the highest single wave score of this heat with a 6.93. And something about that last wave just feels good, right? It just felt
flow,
a little bit more exciting. It was
speed.
fun to watch.
Get a high five there by his coach, Tommy Whitaker.
Quick debrief, minute 45 to go. So he will get out the back, but he'll be in third priority, so he'll have to wait in line. Ryan Callinan's in a pretty good position, at least for now, until this number drops, needing a 6.93.
Gonna need a bit more than that 7 that he's requiring right now, and I want to see Ryan at least get a chance to answer back. He has the capability of dropping big numbers, especially on the backhand. There was one wave, Margaret River a few years ago, was a 9.93, 2 big backhand turns on a huge wave. Like, he's capable, but as we're seeing right here, Griffin's going to extend his first place positioning, Chris.
Yeah, Ryan Collins going to need about a 9 after this score drops. So the high so far 7.5, low so far 6.8. This one's going to fall right there in the pocket, 7.5. So a new highest single wave score. That bumps Griffin Colapinto up to a 14.43 total. That number right there will have gotten you through any heat of the day. That's a solid heat total. And now Ryan Callanan does need a 8.76. Zhao Chianca needs a 9.0. I mean, any way you slice it, however this heat ends, it's great to have Zhao Chianca back in a jersey. You know, he was one of those surfers we're so excited to see here in 2024, and it's great to have him back. And I think the next couple of events, of course, are going to speak to his strengths. You got here, you got Brazil, and I think Cloud Break speaks to any surfer on the Champion Tour strengths.
Too good of a wave to not have any strengths, Chris. Seems like Rye making a move right here. I don't know if there's enough time for him to catch a wave, though.
12 seconds left. A little lump potentially there. So here goes Griffin Colapinto. What we think may be a victory lap. Nice slash there. Kind of cool, this little lump that starts to form right about here. The wave grows in size. Gives these surfers some speed right there. Kind of sketchy place to go down. It looks deep enough. There's Mitch and David Electric. Team good vibes right there. So we got one Colapinto brother already into the quarterfinals, or into the next round. That's Griffin Colapinto. Callanan second, Chianca third. More to come. John Florence coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Let's get right into it with the one and only Pink Panther. This is Brian Perez. He is a Punta Roca local and an absolute hammer. An Olympic qualifier. And if anybody knows this break, it's Brian Perez. What a way to start. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. And I'll tell you, this is how you make full use of every section coming your way without making it look forced. Great style, speed, power. Yo, Brian Perez has entered the chat, Mitchell. Right behind him, Liam O'Brien. This is exactly how you want to start a heat. Lob with one of the most technically beautiful styles on the championship tour. Match that with his rail game. And you've got the complete surfer. I would say Lob, one of the most underrated surfers on tour.
No doubt.
Did make the cut, and seems to be thriving in the post-cut landscape. That was a great wave right there. Why not do it again? In the words of Frank the Tank, fill it up again. Let's go. This is John Florence, current world #1, current holder of the best airdrop floater of the day as well. And that is a competitor from our last heat. Be no mind to Ryan Callanan doing that cool grab rail card. But here we go. Tail of the tape. John Florence, world #1. Liam O'Brien, 16, and your local wild card, Brian Perez. To me, Mitch, this is one of the heats of the day.
It is.
On paper and, of course, in person. If I'm a surfer in this heat, even if I'm John Florence or Liam O'Brien, who have plenty of experience out here, I'm watching Perez like a hawk.
Yes.
He knows exactly where to sit. He knows which waves to take off on. Do you ever have an experience like that where you're surfing somewhere where it's just the uber local is in the lineup with you and you're able to kind of study and do your research on the fly?
Well, I try to do it before the comp starts, but yeah, it has happened. And, you know, you should be looking at the free surfs and looking at where he sits, which kind of waves he's selecting. It can be difficult at times, though, Chris, because as we all know, the ocean changes day in, day out. And Brian, once again, getting the wild card here at Punta Roca, his home break. Great opening snap right there by Perez. Down the line, a lot of speed. Was able to not only control it well, but bring in some variation with that layback right there, too. Great following turn. And once again, I just think that the read that he has on this wave is pretty uncanny, you know. It's not only a strategic wave right here, but it's a good opener. Should be in the mid-range for him. Nothing crazy dynamic, but as we've seen him compete before and progress through his competition savvy, he's really improved in the last 2 years as well. We look at Lob right here, as you said, one of the most underrated surfers on the CT. How's that carve right there in that pocket? Beautiful layback to follow things up too.
Variety.
Well, and not just that, the amount of flow that he had on this wave was sick too. And you know, you mentioned underrated, he's also very physically strong too. You can see right there, already at what, on turn number 5, 6, to be able to manage to fit in that floater right there at the end. Your legs are burning. It's difficult to be able to keep up that speed and tempo.
Look at this. Speaking of tempo, that's exactly what you want to see. 3 of the world's best.
Double J, though. I mean,
man.
He had the one major layback on the outside, and how's that wrap in the pocket, too, Chris?
Man.
Truly looking like the rankings leader right now. Finishes off with the lip line floater, as you said. Great exchange. It seems like John is going to get the best out of the 3, though.
I mean, let's do this. Here we go. John Florence. It's fine. Mitch, it's okay. We still have 29-25 to go. I get it, though. I was almost falling out of my seat in excitement.
I wanted a replica of the first
wave. The
wave.
good news is John's going to get right back out there. That's a cool part about this wave as well. Almost, when you get into the channel, it kind of sucks you around straight to the takeoff zone. So, you know, look back at John. I mean, that wave, I think the wave did it to him.
Yeah.
It's not your fault, John.
Maybe don't push too hard on the first one.
Well, the good news is they can't hear us in the lineup. If you're just joining us, maybe this is one of your first events that you're watching. The surfers do not hear us. They do hear our friends Mateo and Ixa, who are our beach announcers, experts in their field, and they're basically giving them all the information they need, scores, time, etc., in both English, Spanish, and Portuguese. Sometimes?
Depending on if there's a Portuguese speaker, yeah. Well, in Brazil, for sure, we're doing it.
Yeah, it's also
especially
a little bit of information for the fans on the beach. They don't get excited, and they're straight. You know, they call them technical announcers.
Yes. Scores, situation, priority.
They're not growling through turns like Mitch and I sometimes do.
I've done it a lot today, I will admit it. But the waves have been really
get
good.
3 more growls today.
Just
Use
3?
them sparingly. 28 minutes to go here. Griffin Colapinto just went off. 14.43 total. That's a big number. He's on the glass with AJ.
Yeah, going off is one way to describe what you did in that heat, Griff. It was so strategic to watch you pull off, especially the final few waves. The one you took off of Joao ended up being one of the keepers. What did you see in that wave that you knew you wanted to be the one on it?
I feel like I've formed a pretty good relationship here over the last few years, and I've done 2 free surf trips here, not for the contest, so I feel like I have a good idea of what waves hit the cobblestones the best, and I could tell on that one just the line on it and the bowl to it. It had that like perfect pace, even though it was like kind of like a tapery looking wave. Those ones seemed to just like reel all the way through, and yeah, I was glad I figured that one out.
Well, and you talked about your relationship with this wave. It's so obvious, whether it's free surfing or in results. You won here 2 years ago, got runner-up here last year. How would you describe your relationship with this wave here at Punta Roca?
Well, it's super similar to my home break lower trussels, so that helps. The boards go, my magic boards at home go perfectly magic here, so it's just so easy. The board thing doesn't come into play at all, and probably the only thing to manage is the heat and having the right wax and stuff. Actually, last year in the final against Felipe, I felt like I had this weird debacle with my wax where I changed it right before the final because I thought I could make it stickier, and somehow I made it slippier, more slippy. And I was like super timid on the way, so I learned a lesson there. And now, yeah, I don't know, excited. The waves are on fire, and we're still going.
Congratulations, Griff. Great start.
All right, thank you.
Glad he brought that up. Slippier, whatever it is. I mean, we never talk about wax. And wax is pretty key. It's pretty crucial. Griffin said it right there. It can really be the difference between a win or a loss. We've seen a couple slips early on, and I mean, I'm still kind of blown away that maybe they're just not admitting it, that they're not bringing a little nugget, a little peanut-sized wax ball in their back pocket.
Small kind. That's all you need. Just a little on top. My key, base wax all the way, everything super tropical, and then just a bit of full wax on top.
Just
That's
a
all
duster.
you need.
We call that a duster.
Literally like a small kind coat. Works perfectly.
25-30 left. Looks like a little set rolling through, but I don't know for sure. That's why I'm going to go out to the lineup and ask Strider what's happening out there.
Well, we do have a couple little nuggets rolling through. I don't know if anybody's going to pull the trigger on them, but that opening exchange, I feel like set the heat up for, who was going to win it. It was unbelievable to watch. I mean, I felt like Brian Perez would have been on one of those bigger waves. I think he pulled the trigger a little too quick because I think he was just pretty amped up to get one. Okay, here we go. John's on one now, so we're going to have to talk through this one. Snaps off the top. Going for that backup score. Big slam again for number 2, and he's going to come to this inside section and throw the tail. Big air reverse to the beach. And by the noises, it sounds like he pulled it off.
He did.
And the crowd goes wild.
And the crowd goes wild. But I feel like that first exchange set up what this heat's going to play out like. I mean, John winning the exchange, getting the high score, but it was an interesting start to the heat because Lob paddled out from the very top of the point and went for his, I think he's from Lennox Head maybe, and he jumped off the top of the point there. So this is, kind of the cobblestones and the rocks, kind of the same deal where he jumped off the top, paddled out, got priority over John. When I saw that first wave of him, it was just incredible. And to see, John go one higher than Liam on his wave and get that little edge really played out the story for me in this heat. So I think John, obviously, it's been a long time since he's been wearing that yellow jersey, but right now he's got a yellow jersey, he's got a yellow leash, and he's got yellow rails on his board.
Ooh.
Okay.
And it's all by coincidence. He's not playing into it, and none of that stuff comes into his head, but he just wants to go out there and break the lip. He wants to break the water. He wants to just destroy waves, and that was the plan.
That's the John we want to see, the angry John. Put him out there. Thanks so much, Strider. And Strider, thank you for your service. It is 11:50, the hottest time of the day, and according to Brian Perez, the hottest time of year when you kind of the heat and the
rain,
the moisture and the whole deal. So Strider is
going through it.
He's a warrior,
Yeah.
and we really appreciate him out there. And we got to keep him out there. His insights they're just too good. We can't allow him to come in just yet. So thank you, Strider. 23 to go here, and I agree with that. John Florence, I mean, he's always on a little bit different of a level. 7.83, one of the highest single wave scores of the day so far, but don't crown him just yet. Liam O'Brien's right there with a 7.33. Arguably did I would say his first big slicing carve was probably the turn of the heat so far.
I thought John's layback at the beginning might have been.
That's why I said arguably.
It was up there.
While I was just prodding you. I want to debate you.
There wasn't a big difference between the scores either, and I think judges agreed with you.
Yeah. Well, here we go again. Liam O'Brien, a.k.a. Lob. Nice little tail jam right there. The late hit sometimes works out for the best. Can he make it? Come on, get up. He goes down.
Cool,
this wave's powerful. I mean, it will knock you off your board. As we see the Pink Panther, Brian Perez. Look at this wave winding up, growing down the line. A great section for him to work with. Little airdrop there. Almost some backwash coming up the face of this one. So interestingly, you know, I was giving Brian Perez all the credit in the world for knowing the lineup, for knowing which waves to pick, and so far, and I'm being hypocritical here, he has not been on the best waves of the sets so far. And Strider did say, look, I mean, he's not in championship tour heats all the time. There's got to be some nerves. He's going up against John Florence, probably one of his surf heroes. So far, Brian Perez has not been on the best waves. He's surfed them well.
Yeah.
But I feel like he just needs to click into his local knowledge a little bit more and keep the pace right now being set by John and Liam.
And then from the get-go, it seemed like it was going to be a great wave. That snap was beautiful. A lot of backwash on that one, too. And then right here, it just stretched too far down the line, and he kind of had to commit to that 2-for-1 combo right there at the end. I'm a huge fan of this wave from Liam O'Brien, though I do think that he needed the finish in order for him to get a big score. How's this turn right there, though? Following this one up, delayed bottom turn draws it out just a bit more. And if he pulls this one off, there's no doubt that we're seeing something in at least the sevens, you know. But I really like the drawn-out bottom turn, Chris. I think it's essential to see a lot of these big maneuvers. And as you can see right here, just a little late to that one. Set him up well for the finishing maneuver and, you know, had to go for something major. So, not that I'm saying that it was a maneuver that wasn't well selected. That was something that he just saw and, you know, felt that it was something necessary at that point of the wave. And got a 4.7, was needing a mid-6. So, no harm, no foul for Liam, especially with the time left considering.
Do you see any Mark Richards?
Oh, all the time.
In Liam O'Brien's style.
Not just
his
the
hair,
surfing.
obviously.
And his personality is even there, too. He's the modern-day Mark Richards, yes.
Write that one down.
Modern-day
That makes
Mark
us sound
Richards.
really smart. 19:50 to go here. John Florence out the back with priority. Just dropped a solid backup score, 6-point ride. So John sitting out in the lead. 13.83 heat total so far. That's a big number already, and we still have just under 20 minutes to go here in opening round, heat 4. And I love these post-cut events because things go so fast.
Yep.
Rapid fire succession of results, of shakeups in the rankings. I mean, who knows who's going to leave this event with the yellow jersey? You know John wants to hang on to it heading into Brazil, whereas he's had a lot of success in the past. So 19:15 to go. Let's get a word from the man himself. This is John Florence.
I was here in Elsa. Was like my lowest point of my year last year, and I was just like so bummed and just like destroyed after losing on the elimination round. And but I think that, you know, taking a step back at the end of the year, like okay, like last year was like more of a setup for this year, and I kind of started thinking about that in the second half of last year, going like okay, like what can I change? What can I play with? And so when I came into this year, I felt like I had a much better base starting the year.
You know, I don't think there's been many surfers in the world born with as much natural talent and ability as John Florence. We saw that at age 6, him surfing Pipeline. So for him, it was all about, you know, getting that heat IQ up, figuring out what he needed to do to win. He's got all the tricks, he's got all the talent. As you see, his heat win percentage, 65.3%. 110-point ride at Margaret River, which is
mind-blowing.
Him and Margaret River, that's a match made in heaven, and made 3 finals this year. Just made the final in Tahiti, just narrowly edged out by Italo Ferreira. He is your current world #1, though, and seems to wear that yellow jersey well, right? I mean, he doesn't
It fits him.
appear to be stressing,
Yeah.
you know. He's kind of got he's very steady, his act on the beach, on land, and really interesting, too.
And
I mean, the things he does out of the water are always like, what?
Let's
Beekeeper? Sailing the world? He's
Waterman,
awesome.
foiler, he can do everything. Well, first of all, a rad dude, a businessman now with his own business in Florence Marina X, also does Vea Supplies. Numbers-wise, though, we're talking about one of the most successful surfers ever on the championship tour. Excellent heat totals, Chris, in his career, 40.3%. So close to half of the heats that he's surfing, excellent heats. Excellent waves, 387. Heat win percentage, 65%, nearly 2 out of 3 heats he's winning on the championship tour. Not only that, you look at what he's done outside of the CT, winning the Eddie, being the youngest winner ever. I mean, his results speak for themselves, obviously, but more importantly, he has just elevated the sport. Him and Gabe have brought this to a different level when it comes to modern era.
A view from Blue Moon.
Dear Suburbia, that last section in Japan with those huge waves, too.
Bro, I hear you. I hear you. I'm with you. We all are. John Florence right there at the top of the rankings. Your men's championship tour leaderboard. John up top, Griffin Colapinto in second, Jack Robinson third, Ethan Ewing 4. Italo making a huge jump up into the final 5 picture after his win in Tahiti. Jordy Smith just quietly lurking right under that 5 cut line.
Yeah.
You got Jake Marshall.
Yep. Shout out San Diego.
Team Encinitas right there. In 7th place, his best placing so far of his career. Baron Mamiya right there. Cole Hauschman going for that Rookie of the Year spot. And Kanoa Igarashi in 10. You know what I like here? And I know just under that 10 mark, you've got some sharks. Medina, you know, Yago. You've got you've got some heavy hitters under that cut line. But to me, this 1 through 10 is awesome because there's a lot of different names that we haven't seen up in that top 10 spot in a long time. So it's like I always say, it's the best time ever to be a surf fan.
Yeah. To be a surfer, just period.
Yeah.
Equipment-wise, waves, championship tour, like...
We're living it.
I just love being a surf nerd, too.
Oh my gosh, it's the best time to be a surf nerd. And here we go, 15:28 to go. And talked about it a little bit earlier, right? Do less. You see these guys, you know, if we were in J-Bay, if we were at Lowers, you know, you'd probably see some jumping jacks, you know, get on that that stationary bike and move around, but it's all about conserving energy. You know, we keep saying how hot it is. It's paradise hot, right? If you're here on vacation, you're loving it. If you're here on a work trip,
you're
like
loving it
these,
too.
You ladies and gentlemen are, you're loving it, but you're also, you know, you're here to work, so you got to follow the rules. You got to keep things chill. There's Leonardo Fioravanti coming up. You know, again, and just talking to Ross Williams early in the morning, he was saying, you know, and I think we all can agree with this, as surfers, we're looking at this wave and you just want to put everything into every turn. You know, especially you're at the CT level, you want to go out there and do your best turn on every section, but you have to be clinical about it, right?
Yeah.
You can't throw everything at every section. That's when mistakes happen. So be patient, be smart, and everybody at this level is. There you see Leo grab his trusty steed, that sharp eye board. Looking perfect.
He's done well before in the past, too. Get a combination of maneuvers for Leo on the open face here, Chris, expecting a good result from him. Top 10 finish last year, too. I mean, that's what you talked about, the diversity within the top 10. Just look at the top 22 alone. Some people that have had major success. We had seen Jordy Smith at the middle of the pack for several years. He's number 6 right now, just outside of it. And remember, he qualifies for Lowers. He's won there twice before. So there's a lot of people that are just lurking around right there, including Medina, too, at number 12. We got 3 events to go. I am pumped. I think we're going to have a stellar finish to the regular season.
13:30 to go. We're going to have a stellar finish to this heat. You're going to have to wait for it. because right around the corner, you know, John, Liam, Brian Perez, they're going to go wild out here in these perfect waves here at Punta Rocas, watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hey, what's up, guys? One of the best rivalries in all of surfing. Right here, John Florence, Gabriel Medina. This was one of the best heats of the year, if not the past 5 years. These two surfers going at it, wave for wave, blood for blood. John and Medina. And this was just a display in
barrel riding
athleticism and just how amazing these two surfers are. And right before this, talked to Gabriel Medina. I said, you got John coming up in your next heat. What do you think's going to happen? And he just said, just watch. I thought he was Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Terminator. He didn't say anything. All he said was, just watch.
Watched we did, Chris, because it was just lightning.
Probably one of the most watched heats of the year.
Yeah, all time, I would even say, too. Look, the waves were on fire. The guys were on fire. And for John to claim a wave, which rarely happens, you know that it must have been something pretty wild. And shout out to both of these guys. We've talked about it not only during this heat, but during their entire tenure on the championship tour. They've elevated the sport. They've changed the game. And I don't think without them, we'd be in the position that we're in right now.
Yeah, and they're homies.
Yeah.
Friendly rivals,
Great
I
friends.
would say. And they bring the best out in each other. We love to see it. Here we go, 10:22 to go. Liam O'Brien. We love to see that, too.
Dang.
Highline carve, quick snap there. This wave's starting to form through to the inside. You see a little power pocket start to develop right here. It's over the hump. Things could get interesting right here. He blows the tail. A little hung up on that last turn, but just beautiful, powerful surfing all the way down the line. Someday, if I practice enough, I'm going to surf like Liam O'Brien.
You did that
It might
yesterday.
take a while.
Check out Chris's
Who
Instagram.
Who would not want to surf like Liam O'Brien? That right there was just great surfing. Stylish, powerful, fast, smooth.
And it's close to his requirement, too. I mean, he's a 6.51. It would have to be one of the top 3 waves. So he comes through as a 6.23, Chris. Really close. And I just think, as you said, getting a little hung up right there at the end cost him to getting that score.
Well, unbelievably, the Brazilian storm was not talked about at the beginning of the year. If anything, we were wondering, where are the Brazilians? There was no Brazilians in the top 10. But guess what? Blink your eye, boom.
They're back.
Everything's changed. That storm whipped up quick. Italo Ferreira making his way out there. Current world number 5 going up against Gabriel Medina and Leonardo Fioravanti. Come on. Brazil, Italy in this lineup. Goofies, regulars, it's about to be on. It's still on in this heat with 8:54 to go. This is that wave we loved of Liam O'Brien. We'll see what the judges say. 6.23, pretty decent score there.
Yeah, just under the requirement, Chris. And
what did he? Oh, he needs a 6.51.
Yeah.
So what is the difference between a 6.23 and a 6.51?
I just think the finish right there. He rides out of that cleanly, or maybe with just a bit more speed. We're probably seeing him move up into first place. Obviously, the style is the thing that stands out the most, but just the read of the wave, too, is something that's really beautiful from Lob. I mean, look at that technique, the way he pushes the nose into the water, does the 180 right there and brings it all the way back around. Unfortunately for him, with this high tide, it's difficult to get that speed on that push out of the whitewater right there. So really tight battle between John and Liam right now, and props to Liam, too. He lost to Ramsey in the elimination round over there in Tahiti with more than 16 points in his total. And this is a guy who's only been on tour for a couple of years. I feel like he's definitely due for a result that's, you know, moving him into the final and maybe even back into the top 10. But when it comes to good surfing, just overall being a good human being too, it's that guy wearing number 47 on his back, Chris.
Truth, 7:40 to go here. So again, Liam O'Brien's last score 6-2-3, just under the requirement to get up into the lead. Currently being held by John Florence.
And where's Brian too? Needs an 8-3-3 at the moment. Second priority, needs to go big here, Chris.
Yeah, it sounds like you have some worry in your voice. I'm not quite worried for him just yet. You know how good he is out here. Lob on a kind of a medium mid-sizer. Maybe, yeah, just kind of messing around here.
Isn't that crazy?
How hard would it be to not go on that wave as a surfer? A perfect little right.
That's a free surf wave that you're going on right there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I was just going to mention to you, how crazy is it, the impact that social media has on a lot of these people's careers? Because, you know, up until a few years ago, we hadn't known too much about Brian. I remember when he was taking care of the parking lot right here when he was way younger. I mean, he lives steps away from the point.
It's literally his backyard.
But then you see it become more of a viral sensation when it comes to social media, posting these clips of these amazing combos and maneuvers, especially airs, and then you see him compete and you're like, okay, the kid's legit. But with the 3 wildcard appearances, including this one, I still feel like there's more to give out of him, and we just hold him to the highest of standards is the thing.
True. You ever heard of this guy? Gabriel Medina? Pretty good.
How many world titles has he won?
A lot. He's pretty sponsored too, huh? This guy gets paid to surf, and he does it well. One of the best to ever do it.
Yep.
Frontside, backside, and power, air, barrels,
Anything.
whatever.
Anything
He
you
is
can
a
think
complete
of.
Surfer. And he's getting in the zone. His own form of meditation, whether it's some kind of prayer or just tapping into the source here.
Still remember that heat he had with Coyote Belly at the King of the Groms in 2009?
The perfect heat?
Yeah.
You know what? Anytime he goes into the water, there's a chance for that.
Yeah, I know.
He was literally, maybe like if he was a half a foot more in the barrel in Tahiti, he would have had a perfect heat.
We could talk about it, and then it might still not have happened, you know. But
what?
1973? You kidding me? Like
close, very close, and it could happen right now. He's that good.
Yeah.
The perfect heat is out there.
Good heat coming up though. Italo has really good numbers. Gabe's made the semis here before. Leo, no slouch, especially at a right-hand point break. I'm looking forward to it. And as of right now, John competing super well in this heat, holding down priority. You know, we're talking about him potentially getting his 3rd world championship. I'm a firm believer in that, and he's still my pick to do it. I think being one of the top 2 seeds would be pivotal for him to be able to do well over there at lowers, though. I think that's really the secret to him doing well at that break.
I heard if he does get his 3rd title, we have to start calling him John Florence. Did you read that memo?
No,
oh,
but I'm not opposed to it.
Else.
Triple J.
4:30 to go here. Let's talk a little bit more about Brian Perez. Super low, absolute ripper, current Olympic qualifier. To me, this is kind of reminiscent of what happened here last year when he got the wild card. His first heat wasn't him firing on all cylinders that he can kind of lean into, but his second heat was incredible. And so I think for Brian, you know, he only gets to compete one time on the championship tour throughout the year. So for him, I mean, hometown hero, there's got to be a little pressure there, a little stress. You know, this is his spot. He's going up against John Florence, Liam O'Brien, so you can't fault him for having a little bit of nerves in these opening rounds, but you know, trust us when we say he has the ability and the potential to win this whole event.
Yes.
When he's at 100%, I mean, he's nearly unstoppable out here. On any given day, too, he's going to be the standout in this lineup.
You know what's so crazy about him too is that, well, you spoke about the pressure. First and only Salvadorian male to compete at the championship tour level, but without having done a major event outside of the country either up until that point. You know, like that's a huge deal. Like
Right.
at least in Mex, we had seen Alan Cleland Jr., Diego Cadena, Oscar Moncal, all those guys had already had a lot of experience, not only competing but surfing outside of their country of origin. Talking about a guy who has been born and bred and literally done everything right here at home too. So the pressure's one thing, but just being able to surf to your ability is another thing, Chris. And I feel like in the past 2 years we've seen it. Given there's a lot more meat left on the bone here in this heat in these last 245, and I just want him to be content with the way he's surfing. You know, that's really what we want to see out of him in this event.
Well, I think this heat's going to fire him up. You know, I think he's probably had a couple missed opportunities. He knows he's got a lot more to show us than what he's done so far. But, I mean, still decent scores, 5.5, 4.17. It's a great warm-up. But we, and I'm sure he expects big things for his next heat. Most likely will be relegated to that elimination round, where we've already seen a lot of great surfers go. Kalinin, Zhao Chianca, potentially Liam O'Brien. We have 2 minutes to go here. John Florence is in priority, ending his heat exactly how it started, in control and command of what's happening in the lineup. So, you know, mentioned a little bit earlier, the quiet start for the Brazilian contingent on the championship tour. Well, today is going to be the day that they're going to throw it back at us, right? You know, by now we should have realized they know exactly what to do. I'm quoting Oasis Wonderwall, foreshadowing the next heat, because I'm really excited.
You've thrown a couple
Italo
of them
and
in there.
Gabriel, come on. Add Leo to the mix there. In my estimation, I feel like Italo and Gabriel, right, they've got a fun rivalry together. And so if they are kind of in attack mode with each other, that might free Leo up a little bit to maybe
Could
sneak
be.
under the radar a little bit. I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But as of now, with 1:14 to go, John Florence, current world #1, surfing like John Florence, doing his thing. 7.83 to start, backs it up with a 6. Only 3 waves ridden. So not a lot of wasted energy or movement. So he's still going to be primed and ready to go in his next round, which probably is not going to be for a while, because he is most likely going to skip the elimination round and go straight past it.
Here we go, though, Chris. 45 seconds. Lobby looking to sell John on any wave. Let's see what happens here. Going to block him.
Yep. Good sales pitch there from Liam O'Brien. But this is John Florence we're talking about. Searing carb to start. Building speed. Hunting the ramp. He gets it straight to the air. Boned out. Frontside air. Gets the grab for John. Follows it up somehow with another huge carve. Give him an inch. He'll take a mile. He's on his way to an excellent score, no doubt. Quick little snap fade stall there. Waves starting to build up a little bit through the inside again. And what do we have on the inside? Quick little, yeah. It's too easy. It's too awesome. It's John Florence, ladies and gentlemen, but watch out. Here comes the Pink Panther with a redemption song. 2 big snaps there. Jamming his tail into the water in his second turn. Now he's building speed. He got the memo. Take to the air. Nice front 3 there for Brian Perez. Getting his feet back underneath him now. I think that wave that Lob sold John turned into a gem. That might be the highest single wave score we've seen of the day, Mitch.
Could
I'm not a
be.
judge, thankfully, because I'd be throwing 10s out all day. We have the best in the business right above us. 5 international judges, male and female. They all surf great. They all know how hard everything was that John did on that wave. Not for John, but for the rest of the surfing world. That was pure skateboarding right there. That was amazing.
Very unique.
I'm gonna watch that wave 15 times later.
You know, and it went so slow there for a while, and then all of a sudden, right at the end of the heat, we get a flurry of waves. Great opening carve right there by Brian. Draws off the bottom well. Massive turn right there in the pocket. So much better wave selection. And this is no doubt going to be one of his top 2 scores. Chris, great variation.
It's raining at Punta Rocas.
And of course, it had to be the Pink Panther himself. Chemistry looks good under his feet.
Yeah.
Throws a tail right there. So you know, I just don't.
That's a feel-good wave for Brian Perez. He's got to
At the
feel
end of
great
the
with
heat,
that one.
right? Because we're thinking John's easily going to improve on the 6, right? So
Well, that shows us more of what he's capable of. The first 2 turns were just blistering.
yeah, and
hammered away.
That's the thing. Like the way you compete changes in a man-on-man heat in comparison to having to manage 2 other people to compete out there with. So good performance right there at the end. That really shows us his true colors. But you know, all in all, this was, to me, one of the greatest waves we've seen, not only in this event, but throughout the entire year. Great carve. Love the way he kind of brings it back right at the end, too.
And you know what he's about to do.
I thought he was going
Boom.
for an alley-oop, personally, and then just a straight grab right there, the front.
Oh.
Little huck right
How
there,
do
and
you do
then
an
once
air
again,
into a turn like that? How is that even possible?
positioning.
Jeez.
I mean,
Just be John and you can do that kind of stuff.
there's only one John out there, though, and I'm agreeing with you right now that if he gets the 3rd World Championship, which is a major possibility, we're going to have to start calling him
John.
Triple J, yes. And then throws a little reverse right here at the end just to clean things up. Looking good. I feel like it's going to be another major score and going to extend his first place positioning right here, Chris.
Yeah.
What
easy,
a great heat.
easy call for everybody. Easy for the judges. 8.5. Got to be one of the highest single wave scores of the day. Definitely one of the highest heat totals. A 16.33 for John Florence. And I'm seeing John in championship form. That right there was a brilliant heat. And you know he's got room to grow. The Paizel board looking perfect. Yellow on yellow, come on. John Florence is on it. And John right now straight to the glass with AJ.
Yeah, John coming in and hearing that score. We talked so much coming into this heat, how this was not your favorite event last year, but how you wanted to redeem it. How does this start that out?
Oh yeah, feels really good. The waves are they're pumping when they come in right now. It's long waves, but it was just fun to be able to start my heat with a high 7 like that and have a couple sets, and then yeah, Liam got that 6.2 and I like paddled too deep, and I was like, no. I was like, that was my mistake, and then I got lucky on that end. Last wave was a fun wave.
I mean, luck had a little bit to do with it, potentially with it coming in, but you certainly made the most of that final wave. Walk me through how you wanted to attack each section.
Yeah, the wave started off with not a ton of wall on it, and then it kind of was going down the line, and it's pretty good for airs right now if you can find the section. And, so yeah, it had a good section on it, and I just a little straight air, land a couple turns, another little air. It was fun.
You said that you want these competitions to feel like you're just out there surfing with your brothers and having a great time in the waves. How was that first heat?
Yeah, definitely felt good. I was definitely like, it's just always, first heat's always like a little nerve-wracking. You're like, okay, like where am I? Like, where am I on scores and things like that? And so it's nice to like start with a heat like that in an event. And yeah, so I was able to just kind of relax halfway through and just be like, oh, if I was surfing this with my brothers right now and knowing I would be so fired up, I wouldn't be able to control myself. So yeah, I could definitely try to bring that into it.
Congratulations, great start, John.
Thank you.
Hey, happy John is lethal John. Cannot wait to see what's next for John Florence. Well, we got a huge heat in the lineup. Gonna bring Kaipo and Flick back into the call. Italo, Gabriel, Leonardo. Wow. Stay tuned.
Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. It's hot outside, and the action is hot. We just saw John Florence win his opening round. He'd advance on into round of 16. I'm Kuiper Guerrero along with Felicity Palmentierra. And Flick, talk about hot, we got a burner heat in the water right now.
Oh, this is absolutely insane. And obviously it's the way the chips have fallen and the way the seeding's fallen throughout this year. I mean, talk about big names in the opening round for a matchup.
4 world titles in this warm water. 3 for Gabe Medina, 1 for Italo Ferreira, and then we have the feisty Italian Leonardo Fioravanti. Want to spoil both of the Goofy for his plans on going into the round of 16. We already had an incredible opening exchange. Here's the replay to start with Gabe Medina, Flick.
Oh, I mean, straight out of the gates too, on the backhand, bigger set rave, belts that first section there, hangs it up into the lip for the second, almost gets a little bit hung up, but just continues to just play with this wave down the line, looking really sharp and looking connected. And, you know, I feel like he's found a great pace on this wave. Just taking it through the inside right now. I mean, does he make this last turn? Oh, he gets a ball there. So, I mean, already a good score on the board for him. And then out the back, Leo is getting some work done. Goes up into lip this wave here. A little bit frothy and a little bit of lump and bump. But he's negotiating it pretty well. Lip line there. Maintaining that really low center of gravity as he scoops around into that next section. Little fin release there. But so far for me, Gabby's got the jump, and then out the back, Italo. So this is actually Italo's second wave. First one, only a 1.93, so looking to do some damage here on this one. And he's doing that. I mean, look at these backhand hangers. I just can't believe that this is the matchup in this opening round. I mean, it's incredible. Just the amount of talent that's in this heat, and we'll see what this inside of this wave looks like for Italo. Just stomping on the trackpad there, really just waiting for this inside, trying to get a finish, and he does.
Italo Ferreira coming in to stop number 7 hot. Here we go, live action. This is Leonardo Fioravanti. Leonardo with a nice carve on the forehand, little far back there, has to catch up to the open face, does so, and exploits the lip with a big stab. A little catchy on the rails there, but is able to muscle his way back into this wave. You can see the higher tide pushing in here was an open wave face, looking for this inside double up section. Long walls this afternoon, and Fioravanti, endless turns. He gets the finish. So count that for Leonardo Fioravanti. Judges are going to owe us 2 scores for Leonardo. The 26-year-old representing Italy on the paddle back out. But what a great start. We got some big numbers to cover. Let's cover this replay one more time. This is what we just saw.
So this is Leo's second wave. And you can really see the size in the swell too. I feel like with that incoming tide, it's just giving a little bit more push, and the swell is forecasted to keep stomping throughout the week. Does get a little bit hung up there on that turn. It's a little bit slower here, but you can just see he's just waiting for this inside section, right? He's waiting for this steepness to present itself. Wants to be able to get a bit more critical. Just weaving his way through to the inside here. And, I mean, that finish was pretty good. I mean, doesn't get any more critical, right on top of the rocks there. So already 2 waves locked in now for Leo. 2 waves locked in for all surfers.
Yeah, so we'll give you the scores for Italo Ferreira, his second wave, the one that's going to be the keeper, a 7-point ride. Gabe Medina. Medina opens up with a 7.3. We're IDing Leonardo Fioravanti right now. Number 20 on the rankings coming in here. He's just had a tough year. He had quarterfinals at Pipe, quarterfinals over in Portugal, but other than that, just a string of 17s. He did make that mid-season cut, but he is on the bottom of the rankings in the back half of the year, but never count Leonardo Fioravanti out. He's got cut in 2022, fought his way through the Challenger Series to get his place back on the Championship Tour. He actually won the Challenger Series in 2022. Here's the scores coming through for Fioravanti. It's a 6.17. So all the scores are in, and Fioravanti on top by virtue of a good backup score of a 4.83. But what we really look at is Gabe Medina's single wave score of a 7.5. Like that is the highest single wave so far.
Yeah, I think basically to say what you were saying. You know, Leo sitting out there, it's sort of a false sense of security in the lead right now. Obviously, he's got two waves. That 4.83, the strength of the backup is what's doing it. But, I mean, you just can't go past the form that Gabby's in. I mean, that 7.5, I mean, it was so well surfed. He didn't even make the last turn.
Yeah, there he is. Gabe Medina, 3-time world champ, 30 years old. He's number 12 on the rankings coming here. He's up 7 spots after his performance, his semifinal performance in Tahiti. And remember, in Tahiti, Gabe Medina had a heat 19.83, tied for the best heat of his CT career. He had another 19.83 back in 2015 in France. He's got 17 CT wins. That's the best, third best on tour out of 12 seasons. And when we talk about Gabe Medina, we talk about a man in his career with 18 10-point rides. There's only one surfer with more 10-point rides than Gabe Medina.
Labyrinth.
Kelly Slater. Kelly Slater would be that one.
Do we know?
Would be that one surfer. We got Italo Ferreira out in this heat in second place. He's chasing a 4-point ride. Ferreira, 30 years old as well, ranked number 5, Flick, on the live rankings coming in here. He moved up 11 spots on those rankings after his win in Tahiti. He had a lackluster year so far, but that win vaulted him up the rankings. And that win was his Italo Ferreira's first win since his win in Newcastle in 2021 during that Aussie quaddy following kind of the world opening up after COVID. Medina wants to back up that 7.5, and he's on his way. Big opening slash. Has to put on the gas right here to get around this section. A little bit more difficult on your heels, but Gabe Medina finds the open space, drifts the fins there for some variety. Now the wave slows way down here as it moves towards the point. And Gabe would love the luxury of an inside double up. Stomping on the tail. A lot of times that's a sign that he's looking for a round, but he's going to have to go for turns here on this inside section. Vicious backhand gaff. One more time, drifting the tail of that Cabianca design because snaps on the way out. That's a signal that he likes it.
Stop it. What a good backup. It was great. I mean, you know, I feel like he just had such a good read on this wave and just realization that, you know, what each section was going to present. And you said it this morning, Kaipo, it's kind of like you got to predict the future on a point break. I think there's been no truer words spoken. It sounds a bit woohoo, but it's actually completely true, right? Like, the best surfers out here have this sixth sense of they can, you know, just by looking at the face of the wave, they know what turn to choose. And I feel like Gabe on this one has completely figured it out. He goes straight up into the lip here, sends a spray flying up into the sky, realizes this section's running off. Okay, most surfers, wouldn't have actually got around that. Realizes this is really, really, you know, cupped out little section that wasn't going to offer much after this. I can really blow out the fins. And then just sort of playing with it here through this inside section, stomps on that track pad and, yeah, identifies that, okay, it's going to get a little bit steeper here. Fin release, check, and backs it up with another fin release, a bit more variation there, and yeah, gives it a bit more juice. So he's liking it. But back to this first turn, I mean, just talk about technique, talk about timing, talk about precision. Doesn't get any more textbook than that.
Yeah, with added power, and I like that how you broke that down. Then he had to get on the gas. Then it was almost a stop and go wave where it had these really fast sections and it had these slow sections. And Gabe adjusted his tempo on his approach for all of those sections. And the judges so far think it's excellent. 2 judges with an excellent 8, 2 right underneath, but a 7.7 is going to come under, and a 7.9. But nearly excellent score for Gabe Medina. He's way out ahead. Here goes Italo Ferreira, slashing off the top. Look at the size of this wave for Ferreira. One more carve, a slow carve, setting this up on the inside. Another slow carve for Italo Ferreira, and has to go for another one. So the wave's still yet to give us anything super exciting. Cutbacks, and now little messy inside section, but never count out Italo Ferreira because he can throw the fireworks at any given time. Really reliable on the finish. And a nice Superman dismount.
You know what? That wave, you know, you're sitting at school, you're really bored, you're not paying attention, and you're drawing waves, you're drawing a point break. I feel like that was the kind of wave you draw. You know, first one was Gabby's on the inside, first wave, and then the one behind it was Italo's. That thing was just so good to watch. It was, you know, it's just definitely getting bigger. I mean, look at the size of this thing compared to what we were seeing this morning earlier. Big first turn there. I really liked that. I feel like these two turns here were probably two of the stronger turns. I wish this wave would have just been a little bit more steeper through this section, but he had a great read on it, you know what? And like, he's pulled the trigger. You may as well try and get a back up. He wants to back up that 7-point ride, and he surfed it really well. I mean, this inside section, this is not easy to deal with. I mean, there's a lot of lump and bump and a lot of power, you know. Like, there is, I think it's about 16 or 17 seconds, the period in this swell. And, you know, it does pack a bit of a punch on this inside. So good read on that end section there, and he's going to back up this 7-point ride beautifully. And I like the climb.
Yeah, the dismount's pretty cool. Yay! Waiting for the number for Italo Ferreira. He needs action. Oh, we'll get back to the needs because we're going to go to live action here with Leo Fioravanti. Fioravanti finding a bit of a runner here, so he has to get some speed down the line. Lip glide there, punches it for the air. Late reverse out of that one. Easing a cutback, anticipating an inside section. Fioravanti smooth on the rails. And just a little busy work on the inside here. Pops it for the reverse. It does the splits that look like it hurt, and incomplete for the finish. So we'll be waiting for the score for Leonardo Fioravanti, as well as we're still waiting for the score for Italo Ferreira to set the heat.
Okay. I feel like, you know what? I feel like Leo's last wave, it's going to be better than his 4.83. I like his intention of trying to spice things up a bit and get a bit more progressive. He obviously is pushing the limits there at the end, on that end section, trying to go to the air. Didn't really come to fruition. Let's break it down. This beginning of this wave was great. I feel like he picked a really good one, had a nice bowl to it. It was really clean base wave. Great flow into this turn here. But then things sort of slow up and gets a bit more of a taper on this wave. So he's just waiting for this inside section, and it was a bit of an awkward sort of section approaching where he had to put this air into, and I feel like, just couldn't quite land it, couldn't quite get out in front of that converging whitewash.
So score is in for Italo Ferreira. Comes in at 6.9, so he still trails in the heat. Leonardo Fioravanti, 6.17, so a mirror image of his last wave score-wise. 2 6.17s for Fioravanti. He needs to go way up excellent, 9.23. Italo Ferreira, you can see him on the padlock, the 2019 world champ. He needs an 8.4, so he needs to go up into the excellent range to take the lead in this heat. Meanwhile, Gabe Medina, who has a history of having a better back half of the CT season than the front half, is again showing us those traits. Great performance in Tahiti, and already he's kicking off with a couple of keeper scores, a 7.5, a 7.9. Medina looks like he's in form and could be the one to beat.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's living up to that sort of prophet of what you were just saying, that the back half is always better. I think even if we just rewind to the beginning of the year, I mean, even just pre-cut, right? I mean, we've had both Gabe and Italo maybe staring down the barrel of potentially not even making the cut, right? I mean, here's the results right now. I mean, you just have to look at it. I mean,
Hawaii was heartbreaking for him with 217s, right? A little bit back in Portugal and nearly made the final there, but then again, that result hurt him at Bells when he took that 17th to Cole Halschman in Winky Pop. I think that hurt him, but I think it motivated him at the same time.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely some motivation being taken from that result for sure. And then obviously the 9th at Margaret River. I mean, he literally only just hung on by a thread. And I mean, I'm stoked to see him pass this cut, because obviously we got to see him in Tahiti, and what a show he put on.
Yeah, that was a show. Seven, 17:35, and Gabe Medina with priority. Waves coming through here. Medina not interested in any of these waves. And let's hear from Gabe Medina and his feelings on the Brazilian storm.
I feel like the Brazilians are always in a good vibe, you know. Sometimes we travel, most of the times we travel separate, but when you're competing and surfing, the places we go, we try to meet the other Brazilian guys, you know, we do barbecues and stuff. So we have a great relationship. I think we try to help each other, you know. So if nowadays Brazil dominate the tour is because we have a great relationship, you know, we always push each other. But at the same time, we're fighting for titles and stuff. But it's part of the game, you know.
It is, but the support's evident. I mean, we saw Gabe and Felipe Toledo here last year in El Salvador supporting each other's cause. We saw Gabe celebrating in Tahiti after Italo's win. He was right on the side of Italo for celebrating with his friends, and that's all part of the storm, right? It's the convergence of energy, and when that energy feeds upon itself just like a lightning storm and actually raises the level of all the surfers, Italo Ferrer and Gabe Medina.
Oh, definitely. I think all you had to do is listen to his body language and the tone and when he was talking just then at that piece. He's talking about, oh, yeah, we are all friends. We're all friends and we travel, we do the barbecues. Oh, but then we're trying to beat each other, and he got really fired up, you know? And I think that you can just tell it paints a picture, you know? He's fired up. They spur each other on. And, I mean, that's why we talk about this Brazilian storm, and they've been so dominant in recent years because there's just been so much great talent come out of Brazil.
It's hard to beat a Brazilian barbecue, by the way. Like,
this is also true.
Look at how beautiful El Salvador is. This is why they call it Surf City. You got points, you got beach breaks, you got little coves and nooks, you got water that's extra warm, and delicious food and friendly locals. I like a bean and cheese pupusa myself.
Oh, yeah, it's stunning.
Have you had a pupusa yet?
Not this trip. I did last time, though. And, yeah, I've got to second that. Bean and cheese is the way to go.
It's secret formula in the tropics to fuel you up for surf. Italo Ferrer identifies a corner. He's going to prone into this. So already kind of, yeah, that's not the way you want to start a wave.
Tell you what sucks, taking off like that. It just really does. There's nothing I hate more in surfing than if I have to do a whitewash takeoff.
The old
really
prone sunset takeoff.
Don't like it. I hate it with a passion. And if I see a wave coming towards me and I know it's going to be a whitewash takeoff, I will let it go. I just don't want a bar of it, eh? They're just hard work.
Yeah. Well, putting in some work right now is Gabe Medina. Can he hang on to the lead in this heat? He's up ahead of Italo Ferrer as well as Leonardo Fioravanti, way up ahead. Ferrer needing an 8.4, Fioravanti needing a 9.23. Medina with priority. We'll be back with this. It's been an exciting heat so far. Gabe Medina out in the lead with great surfing like this. in Tahiti. Gabe Medina did some incredible surfing. 10-point ride for Gabe Medina. Look at this, Flick. Just almost impossible, making it possible.
Oh, no, this was insane to watch. It was insane to call. And just proving once again, I mean, he really is the best out here stats-wise. It's incredible. I mean, you know what? One judge on that second wave actually did throw a 10, and I'd have to agree with that. I thought it was just insane. I mean, the waves were pumping. Gabe was on fire. He was connected and locked in.
Jake Marshall was motivated, had to step up in this challenge. He got one of the waves of his life, but it was all Gabe Medina, 19.83. That was a 10 and a 9.83. Incredible. Here we go, live action. Leonardo Fioravanti trying to fight back into this heat. And doing a good job with some great control. Wave lets him down just a little bit. 3 turns for Fioravanti. Leonardo's previous wave was a 7.2. So Fioravanti coming in, and actually what we watched, we're going to get the score on that, a 7.2. So Fioravanti now has reduced his deficit with this performance. He now needs an 8.2.
Yeah, Leo's wave here, I feel like, for me, it's wave selection, right? He's surfing really good. He's putting these waves together great. It's just, you know, you got to compare it to what Italo's been doing and what Gabe's been doing in this heat. And, I mean, for me, it comes down to wave selection. It's, you know, just the height of the wave, the length of the wave. It's allowing Gabe and Italo to get more critical in the pocket. I mean, this was really, really well surfed by Leo, and he's getting himself back in the game. I mean, but 7.2, obviously you can see it there at the bottom of the screen. I just want to be able to see him, yeah, open up a little bit more, because his surfing he's looking really good right now. He's looking fired up. And you can tell too in his body language there. I mean, he's at pace. He's just got to back it up.
Yeah, I mean, we know he's a fighter. At just 26 years of age, Leonardo Fioravanti came up early and qualified for the championship tour at 19 years old. 6 seasons on the championship tour for Leonardo Fioravanti. He's had to endure a broken back. He's had a separated shoulder. Most recently, he's had a turned ankle, a bad ankle sprain that he started off the Hawaii season with. And even with that taped up ankle, Leonardo Fioravanti made it to the quarterfinals there at Pipeline. So we know he digs deep. We know that he's a fighter. It's been proven in his history as a professional surfer, and also just a passionate surfer, you know. So I love to see that passion from Leonardo Fioravanti, but he's still searching for an excellent score. We can take the results for 2024 is on the screen right here. A couple quarterfinals, but then those 17th sting.
Yeah, they're really the thorn in his side right now, 100%. It is a bit of a shame. And he, yeah, like you said, Kipes, he's having a look here. We'll get back to that.
Looks behind him, already distracted, so maybe he's just trying to reposition himself. And it's tough because these 3-man heats, Flick, it's an uneven priority rotation, right? So you can get caught like Leonardo right now, and when you're in the back of the line in a 3-person surfer heat, it's really difficult to get a quality wave.
Yeah, I was kind of talking to, when I was on my break about this to Molly Picklum, and sometimes, you know, you can just be in that right rhythm, especially at a point break, right? I mean, here's probably one of the hardest times to sort of predict that and make that luck go your way. To a certain extent, you can, you know, like obviously Ocean has rhythms. Sets are coming every certain, you know, amount of time, and you can try and figure it out. But sometimes that cookie just does not quite crumble your way. And I mean, you can be trying to do everything to force it, trying to force those hands, but you're just not in that right rotation. And yeah, it can sometimes just really kick you down.
Yeah. And I think it's a simpler game when you're head to head, where you say, okay, my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn. But Gabe Medina with heat control here, because what he can do with this big lead and priority is he's just really going to control the pace of this. He's going to control everyone's priority. He's really in the driver's seat right now. Mm-hmm. He is the Uber driver right now, and everyone else is the passenger.
Yeah, that's completely true. And he's so smart, you know, obviously 3 world titles, and it's been around for a while. So he's not going to, you know, you think he's not going to make too many mistakes here, been in this position so many times before. And you know, to speak to what we were saying before, back half of the year tends to be stronger for him. And he's, you know, obviously coming off an incredible event in Tahiti. I think that, yeah, I just feel like the momentum's going his way, and he's got to be feeling good after that.
Yeah. I mean, I feel for Gabe Medina last year as well as this. Gabe's just been kind of happy and lighter about his whole approach. And I think that's going to pay off for him in the long run. Because I feel with 3 world titles already under his belt, he doesn't have as much to prove as he did, you know, coming into the pro ranks, you know, back in, when did he come in? Halfway through 2010, 2011? That's when he came in, right? I mean, he was on tour and won in 2013 a World Junior Champion title. It was like almost unfair for all the other juniors at the time. But he's been around for so long, but his early years was like, okay, Medina the machine.
Yeah.
Medina not talking to anyone, laser focused, eyes, headphones on, but now he's a different Gabby. He's matured and he's just really, you know, light in everything.
Yeah, I don't think that's just experience, and I think that's just growing up, and, you know, everyone has a journey and everyone has different stories and different things that play out in their life over their time and time on tour, and whether that be competing and personally, and I mean, he's just growing as a person and probably feeling more comfortable within himself, and feeling, probably realizing, you know, when he first got on tour, a lot of expectation, a lot of hype around him, big shoes to fill, wants to fill that. Now, exactly what you said, Coates, he's got those 3 world titles, be a bit more lax, be a bit more, you know, sort of playful with it, and I like that. And you know what, I actually feel the same about Italo as well. I feel that Italo's got a lot of energy, right? And obviously he's working with Reynos, you know, Reynos Hayes now as a coach, and I feel like, you know, I had a couple of words exchanged with Reynos in Tahiti. He's just like, yeah, he's got so much energy, it's so great, you know, it's all about just trying to channel that and trying to, you know, make, you know, sort of pivot a little bit more to being a bit more relaxed, a bit more calm, and I feel that for both of these surfers, and I like it.
To your point, Italo Ferreira, out of these 3 surfers in this heat, he actually has the best analytics coming into this event. When we look at just El Salvador, he's got a 57% heat winning percentage in El Salvador specifically. He was in the semifinals in 2022. He made the quarterfinals last year. So when we look at analytics, yeah, Italo Ferreira, he's a dangerous surfer here at Punta Roca. You know, so I agree with you on both accounts, and that's why I was so excited to call this heat. You know, we got some time to talk about it because it's a big lull, and Gabe's holding court at the moment. But that's why I looked forward to seeing what was going to happen in this heat when these 2 clashed, along with Leonardo Fioravanti, who we know is a passionate, talented surfer.
Oh, completely. I think you touched on it before, you know, the injuries he's faced, the journey he's been on. I mean, the word that comes to mind for me is resilience. I mean, just the ability to bounce back, to reframe his mindset continually and keep showing up in the arena. I mean, it's impressive. But, I mean, you know what I want? I want another set. I'd like one more exchange to go down, because I kind of want Italo to sort of force Gabriel's hand. I just want to see that exchange go down.
Yeah. Look at the great facility that we've built here. Every year, the fans come out, they hang out all day. It's been a very welcoming community here. It is a growing surf community in El Salvador, dubbed Surf City. And there's our judges tower, where the judges are, and some of our media are underneath there. But it's incredible what they put up for us.
Oh, it's an incredible event site. I mean, you can see the big priority board.
Can't miss priority.
You definitely can't miss priority. And you know what? There's no shortage of around here?
Coconuts.
Yeah, coconuts. Just be careful. Don't stand underneath one of those. Oh.
And then we can swing by here. That's the Red Bull Athlete Zone and the Corona VIP deck behind it. And then that's where all of our spectators are further up the point. You can see one of our many live action camera towers there. And yeah, that's what it all puts together. So that's why we're so stoked to come back here year after year after year, and to watch Surf City evolve and get better. The infrastructure continues to get better and better every time we're here. It's an easy flight from a lot, especially if you're on the east coast of the USA. It's an easy flight to this place. They've updated the airport. It's Good stuff, yeah.
Oh, completely. I feel like it's very accessible for America, 100%. I mean, you can get on a direct flight, or there's, you know, one that goes through via Dallas or Miami.
Yeah.
But it's pretty quick. I mean, you do it in less than a day, and you're down here. It's beautiful weather. It's hot. Lots of point breaks. You've got beach breaks. So many different options. And you know what? It's consistent here.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, there you go.
wow, it's just always got surf. I mean, you know, if I was a Grom and I was, Italo's asking for time, but if I was a Grom and I was wanting to train and, you know, improve my technique, I mean, this is a great zone to come down and do that. It's just consistent and so many different options and waves.
Yeah, and also affordable at the same time. So you combine that, and then, you know, that's why you get a name like Surf City. We're down to 90 seconds right now, and Gabe Medina continues to hold court in Heat 5 of the opening round. Medina looks like he's destined to find himself in the round of 16. Italo Ferreira paddling up the point. He wants any kind of option. Ferreira with second priority right now, down to 60 seconds for Italo. He's going to try to chase down this right. We'll see if Gabe tries to block either Leonardo or Italo. Gabe's going to let Italo go. Italo decides not to. Leonardo decides not to. Another wave. Maybe pulled everyone out of position. We'll see on this one. Sure did. Oh.
No way.
Yeah. Well, given effort, I mean, prone takeoff, sneaky. Sneaky takeoff for Italo Ferreira. And he's hoping for this wave to line up on the inside. I like the fact that he's at least giving himself a chance. He needs an 8.4. That means he needs something incredible down the line. Building up speed, launches, twists, and almost makes it off axis, corked out. Gabe Medina is just going to have a fun ride into the beach. And no harm, no fault for Medina. He's going to win this heat and on to the round of 16. This should be a formality, I feel, for Leonardo Fioravanti on the ride in. And we'll see if this ride even started before the hooter blasted. So we'll get back to you. We'll get back from the information from the judges tower. We'll see. And it did. So his hands did leave the rail before the hooter. So there will be a score owed to us by the judges for Leonardo Fioravanti, Italo Ferreira. The feeling, at least I feel, Flick, that neither of those surfers got the score to change the heat.
No, I don't think so. I think body language was pretty evident from Leo, and Gabe fell on that last turn. And yeah, it was, you know what was cool? It was Italo giving himself a chance there when, you know, Gabe was still right next to him. I thought that was pretty funny, like, you know, taking off in the foam. Easier, made it look easy, but yeah, definitely didn't get the score on that one.
All right, we got the numbers, they're in, and it's confirmed. Gabe Medina, 15.4, looking strong in the opening round. He's into the round of 16. We're off to a commercial break. We'll be back with more action from El Salvador.
Estamos acá en Playa El Sonte, uno de los paraísos del Salvador.
Y para ver el atardecer queda muy cerca también de Playa Punta Roca, está como unos 20 minutos. Yo voy con mis amigos, con mis primos y la paso súper bien, la verdad, siempre lo disfruto a lo máximo.
Un lugar que se ve el atardecer es súper bonito, un lugar mágico, la verdad para mí. Yo vengo acá siempre a despejarme la mente, a escuchar música, a pensar, disfrutar de este paraíso, disfrutar de la vista que tenemos, ¿sabes? De la vista, del sol, de las olas. Y disfrutar con una cervecita siempre cae rico. Salud.
Gabe Medina, Italo Ferreira coming in after a matchup along with Leonardo Fioravanti. Gabe got the best of that. He's on to the round of 16 with a win in the opening round. Kaipagura along with Flick Palmentier on the call here. Beautiful El Salvador. It's the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Heat number 6 of the opening round. Out on the water, Michael Jordan Smith, we call him Jordy. He's in the red jersey. Ramzi Bukhayam, the rockin' Moroccan, he's in the blue jersey. And the Hawaiian, Seth Moniz, is out there in white. Again, winner goes to the round of 16. Your thoughts on this heat?
Ooh, another stacked heat. I mean, wow. For me, I mean, my eyes go to Ramsey, absolute standout in Tahiti. I just have to take my hat off because the performance that he put on there, I mean, he didn't have easy heats, and I just can't go past that quarterfinal that he had with Kelly. It was incredible.
Yeah.
And the numbers he was dropping were amazing.
Yeah. Hey, let's hear from the machine, Gabe Medina. He did it again, winning yet another heat. Gosh, guys, starting to look unstoppable.
He certainly is, Kaipo. Unstoppable indeed is a way to describe Gabriel Medina coming off of that fantastic run in Tahiti. How did you carry that momentum right here to El Salvador?
Yeah, there's such a difference between the waves. But yeah, I'm happy to be in El Salvador. It's really hot out there. I was paddling, just wishing for water. But yeah, I'm happy with my performance, and the waves are incredible. Got slow in the end, but in the beginning it was incredible.
When the waves are incredible like that to start the heat, what do you look for to decide which waves to take off on and really utilize each section?
It's all about the feeling, yeah? Like you see the wave and then you decide. And yeah, that's all I was trying to do, pick the right ones, you know. I felt like I got the ones that had more wall, so yeah, so I could hit a little better, and yeah, but yeah, win is a win. I'm happy.
A win is a win, especially in the opening round, to get a chance to skip that elimination round. Para o Brasil, você tinha o controle de prioridade e a liderança pela maior parte do tempo. Como você chegou a este ponto?
Não tinha muito o que fazer, né? Igual no Tahiti, quando o mar tá devagar, você tem que selecionar as ondas. Eu fiquei bastante com a prioridade. I just went to Portuguese, sorry.
Exactly.
Eu selecionei ali no final, mas sabia que qualquer um podia tirar uma nota boa, então tentei ser seletivo.
Parabéns.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'm going to have to ask AJ what he said when a little bit later, but I think like he said, just, hey, having a good time. I'm making heats. Waves are good. Water's warm.
Oh, no, he seemed pretty stoked. Pretty cool. Cool as a cucumber, but pretty stoked.
Okay, well, with you know what? Sometimes we feast, and then sometimes you go a little hungry. Right now, we're going a little hungry at the beginning of this heat, as no waves have been ridden. A little bit of a lull. Now, mind you, it is 1 o'clock local time here. We have another hour and a half of rising tide here. The tide going up to a 7-foot high tide around 2:30. That's about 2:28 local time. So another hour and a half of this water gaining upon the cobblestones right here. So those tides may be coming into play. You mentioned it before, Flick, on this long period swell. So that already brings some lows. Then you come in, when you start to have a maxed out tide, there's our tides right there. So again, it's 1 o'clock right now, and that high tide at 2:28 p.m., 7 feet of water. And over, about 7 feet of tide change. That's a big coefficient.
Oh, it's massive. And for me, coming from West Oz, where, you know, yeah, okay, we might get meter, sometimes a little bit more. I mean, it's giant, and it plays a big factor. And you know what? Also on that dead high of a tide too, sometimes that can a little bit slow things up as well. Right now we've still got that tide filling in, so I feel like it's pulsing. But as we push forward to that high tide, maybe in an hour and a half, we might see things start to get, you know, a little bit slow.
Look at this graphic too. I want to hold this up here. How many places in the world is the water warmer than the air? 89-degree water Fahrenheit, 83-degree air Fahrenheit. That's rare.
Completely, right? You try to escape it on land, but nah, the ocean's got other ideas. Keep trying, mate. The ocean is just as hot.
That's just incredible, yeah, to have warmer water than the air temperature. And, you know, we talked about it before, you know, the surfers keeping their boards, you know, in a chilled area, you know, how important waxing your board is here, and how important it is to maintain hydration and just your energy level, because it's something that can zap you of energy.
Oh, completely. I mean, think about these women if we go into this elimination round. I mean, I'm sure they've probably taken some time away from this contest site, right? They've gone back to where they're staying, back to their accommodation, but energy levels and preserving that is just so important during this event. And last year, I mean, the guys and the women were all speaking about it and speaking to it, you know, already when you surf a heat. It's way more intense than just going for a free surf, and we all know that. We all talk about it. And here, you know, in El Salvador, it's the hottest stop on tour.
Yeah, it is. Well, I got Mitchell Salazar. He's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. And what do you got for us, Mitchell? I think you got some words of wisdom or some insight.
Hey guys, just want to talk about Ramsey Bukiam a little bit. Kaipo, remember when we were at the Challenger Series in Saquarema 2022, the final between Ramsey and Gabe? I called it Alien versus Predator. I got a chuckle out of you. Guess what? He's been fully the Predator this year, coming off of the third place finish over there in Tahiti. Most importantly, though, what he's done for the sport overall, being the first surfer from Northern Africa to qualify for the championship tour. And remember, after especially missing out on last year, having qualified in 2022, big bounce back for him, right outside of the top 10 right now. And I feel like this is a venue, Kaipo, where we could definitely see him put up some big numbers, especially coming from Morocco, where we see a lot of right-hand point breaks like the one we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mitchell. And great movie and comic book analogies. I can always count on you for those. that was brilliant. Yeah, look at Ramsey is technically in his second year on the championship tour, but he had that heartbreak injury, right, in his rookie season. Wasn't able to compete. Then he had to bounce back this year via a wild card. But first of all, at Pipe, he got a wild card because of Joao not being able to surf at Pipe. And then when Felipe announced that, hey, he's going to take a year off, he got the rest of the season as a wild card. And look at what he's done. Quarterfinals over in Portugal, and then, of course, all the way to the semis with an outstanding performance in Tahiti.
I think no one deserves it more, in my opinion. I mean, he was on the Challenger Series, the qualifying series, for 10 years trying to crack it, right? And you finally get your shot on tour, and then you have this devastating injury, and you don't even really get to start your campaign. I mean, that's traumatic stuff right there.
Yeah.
And so, in my opinion, no one deserves that wild card more, and to see him sort of fulfill that, I mean, how good is it? And he's where he deserves to be.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. You know, and we just saw Gabe Medina win his heat. I mean, Ramsey and Gabe are the same age, and they came up in much different fashions with both the same talent, but it just took Ramsey a lot longer to get to the top of the hill than Gabe. Gabe exploded to the top of the hill. But through their junior series, they were battling the whole time, Ramsey and Gabe Medina. So, I mean, sometimes it takes longer, but that talent has always been there for Ramsey Bukiam, and we're glad that he was here on the championship tour. Let's hear from Ramsey.
I would say maybe staying true to myself, you know, throughout the process, you know. I would say that's something I'm proud of. I mean, it was natural for me, you know, but yeah, you know, I've always been the Ramsey, you know, the crazy, funny, serious Ramsey, all mixed up, you know. Try to be the same with everyone, every person I meet all the time, in any situation. My parents gave me an education and try to apply this on a daily basis in life. Of course, making mistakes, doing bad things sometimes, you know, we all do it, but it's a learning process. But I think I would say that, you know, staying true to myself, having values, and try to keep straight with a little bit of, but always find the straight line.
The crazy, funny, serious, and sometimes off the path, but keeping a straight line. There was a lot to digest right there from Ramsey. And he's got an interesting conversation, interesting perspective. You can't help but being a fan of Ramsey. I'm also a fan of the oldest surfer on the championship tour, currently on the championship tour. That would be Jordy Smith. Michael Jordan Smith is his full name. 36 years old, 17 CT years, and he's still at it. Can't wait to see what Jordy brings to a right-hand point, because we know what he's able to do at the long walls of J Bay. And Seth Moniz, the Hawaiian, is going to be the first to strike here. Here's Seth. A couple of nice carves, goes way back into the pocket, hangs on there after the fins slide out a little bit. The taper on this wave is not helping him out, though, with a series of cutbacks. He's going to need something a little bit more serious maneuver-wise to get the score up there. He's hanging on to it before finally giving up. Jordy Smith also just with a quick kick out. Ramsey on the backhand, blasts the lip there. And just that one blast for Ramsey, so we'll catch up with all those rides on the replay. And it looked like a set came after a big lull, and probably a 6-wave set coming through the cobblestones right now at Punta Roca.
Yeah, that was a really, really long lull. I mean, we almost potentially got down to a heat restart there. I mean, they would have got restarted at 20 minutes. So Seth pulling the trigger, that basically, I mean, I'd be interested to see if Ramsey got any more work done on that one, and also Jordy when we break that down. But you know what? They're all basically surfing a 21-minute heat in my book. So let's have a look at Seth here. I like where this was going. It just ended up having such a taper on this wave. Here, he brings that one so far back, he gets a little shampoo on the rebound. And another little carve there, but this wave just not offering what he's looking for. You can sort of see it. He's a bit disinterested. Yeah, he's just sort of looking to bring it through to the inside here, but just sort of snaking his way through to the inside. Behind him was well, that takeoff was super hard. But yeah, he's sticking with this one too, seeing if anything is going to come to fruition. And let's see if he gets any work done here. So wraps it back to the pockets. And he's out of there. So let's see what Ramsey got done. Kind of just looking like this one big turn here. And it was. I mean, it was well timed. So advantage Ramsey. However, I feel like it's pretty even Stevens because no one really got any wave of significance.
Yeah, and the taper on the wave with the higher tide and the tide just rushing in is really, really apparent how things have changed, because just a few heats ago, we saw some long running fast walls. And now it seems, you know, the cup's kind of full of water. It's almost spilling over the edge. And so those walls have become more tapered. 4.17 for Ramsey, and that puts Ramsey in the lead. Seth Moniz, a 3.17, and just Jordy for a kick out is going to get 1.67. So he called it like it's anyone's heat at the 20. It's a 20-minute heat now.
Yeah, 100%. It's a 20-minute heat, and that it's going to be pretty challenging out here because today there's been long lulls. So I mean, it's just going to be a little bit of a chess match, and it's also going to be who's in that right priority rotation.
Yeah. Well, earlier today, Mitchell Salazar caught up with the wild card, the local boy, Brian Perez. Let's hear from the Pink Panther.
Brian, your first heat out of the entire year, just incredible that that is actually even true. How do you feel out there competing against world number one, John Flynn? You had a great wave right there at the end.
Yeah, for me it was the first heat of the year for sure. I was a little nervous, but the last wave I just letting go everything, and then I was just enjoy the wave, enjoy the ride, and it feels good to have a hit with John and Liam O'Brien, two both good surfers, and super stoked to show my surfing in the last wave, and I just so grateful to be here, you know, again, and put the jersey again, and be with my brother, with my family. The support that I have here is beautiful, and then the whole country here too, you know, it's so beautiful to see all the people come to the beach and support me. It's beautiful.
Brian, de nuevo, muchas felicidades, ser otorgado de nuevo el wildcard por el tercer año consecutivo compitiendo aquí literalmente a metros de donde es tu casa originalmente. la competencia que obviamente es muy grande, pero el desarrollo del país hasta más grande. ¿Cómo te has sentido con eso últimamente?
Sí, la verdad que es un evento muy grande, la verdad que lindo ver a Salvador y al gobierno trayendo estos eventos acá, la WSL, el proyecto Soul City trayendo estos eventos tan grandes. Es demasiado bonito ver estos eventos en casa con estas olas tan increíbles que tenemos. Tercera oportunidad también para mí, como para mi vida, para mi carrera, y nada, la verdad que súper agradecido por que hagan estos eventos acá y que se den las oportunidades también, no solo para mí, sino que también para los nuevos niños que vienen en camino. Y nada, El Salvador está creciendo cada vez más, muchas cosas buenas vienen para El Salvador y la verdad que se está viendo cada año, cada mes el fruto.
Y también platícame acerca de eso, ¿cómo se siente ser una fuente de inspiración para la siguiente camada de surfistas, no solamente de El Salvador, de Centroamérica y también de Hispanoamérica, obviamente teniéndote ya como surfista olímpico para París 2024, ¿cómo te sientes en ese rol tú?
La verdad que sí, es un rol demasiado bonito porque desde pequeño yo crecí viendo a personas que me motivan a mí y hoy ser yo esa persona que motiva a los nuevos niños es para mí una bendición ser parte de este lindo camino, ¿sabes? De este lindo deporte que el surf, que te abre muchas puertas y motivar a los niños, ¿sabes? Hoy, gracias a Dios, ya he visto muchos niños de El Salvador motivados, que se la creen, porque ya hay un salvadoreño que logró llegar a lo más alto del surf y es toda la disciplina, toda la honra y la gloria para Dios y nada, la verdad que es súper bonito ver también a los niños motivados ahora en día.
Muchas gracias y muchas felicidades, Brian.
Muchas gracias, saludos a todos.
Pantera Rosa, Brian Perez, he's an inspiration in this developing country. He wants to be, an inspiration and support of all the kids coming up, and he leads by example. What a great role model he is. Gosh, you can't help but getting behind a personality like that.
Yeah, definitely. And he, exactly what you said, Kikes. He's going to be such an inspiration to the whole younger generation coming up here. I mean, he can hold his head high because the last wave that he scored in that heat was a great wave, came in at a 7. So going into this, elimination round, I feel like he's got some good momentum and some good memories from that last heat. So hopefully he can make it happen in that next round.
Yeah, yep. Well, the crowd will certainly be behind him. All right, 6 minutes and 20 seconds. And the lull has set upon us again. So, and I like this actually in a way because, as a surf fan, when the tension builds, that's when you can see who is able to, as David Bowie would say, handle the pressure. Under pressure would actually be the quote.
Looks like Seth's going deep on the point.
Seth really deep here, and here he goes. Nah, he's just, you see, that's the challenge though there, Flick, is that you see, I call them like mirage waves because you see them up the point, but they actually have too long of a wall for you actually to drop in on and make that section. There's a full point of diminishing return where there's a full border in which, okay, which waves are rideable for a long distance and which are just certainly too far up on the point. Maybe you'll get a turn in if you have really quick feet, but sometimes not even a turn,
Yeah, I think I like to think of it as severe angle. You look up the point and it's like, oh wow, that thing's really rattling off. I could at least do a few turns on that. You get up there, it's basically a straight closeout. Like it's actually so hard to make. So I mean, Seth's sort of being lured up the point a little bit, but I mean, this is slow going this heat. There's no doubt about it. 15 minutes on the clock. Everyone's only got one score. Good thing is it's so even. I mean, it's just going to take this next exchange and, someone to run away with it.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, surfers, a lot of times have a bunch of support squad, and they have people who help them out, and you can make all the plans, beforehand. And even if you draw the playbook, sometimes you just, it's audible, when the things change. And talk about plans. Here's Jake Patterson. He's making a plan with Kanoa Garashi. Let's listen. Well, Snake kind of saying exactly what we were saying in that, hey, you look up there, but the good ones are a bit wider because those are the ones with actually a controlled pace to the wall that you can rattle off multiple turns.
Yeah, I agree with him. It's funny, looks like Seth's having a look here.
Insider here, third priority for Seth Moniz. Nice carve for the Hawaiian surfer. Looking for a ramp, I feel. Oh, goes for the fin throw, reverse instead. Jordy Smith behind him. The South African with some severe angles on these turns. Has to hop over a curb into a double up section on the inside. Talk about quick feet earlier. That was some quick feet for the finish.
Yeah, that was really well done by Jordy. I feel like, you know, he needs to make something happen. There's literally only 13 minutes left on the clock. Those first couple of maneuvers were really well done. Super slidey sort of tail release on one of those carving maneuvers. Did well to negotiate that bump. And, I mean, it's critical times right now. Seth wave, I mean, it was smaller. It was more on the inside. I like the finish. I mean, you just don't really see that sort of turn that often anymore. And let's have a look at it here. So smaller inside wave, a little bit of a taper. Had to start with a bit more of a cutback. But like you said, Kites, you can just see he's just eyeing off this end section. Hits it with a lot of speed. Gets a big tail release there. That tail was super high. Love this super slow-mo angle. You can really see. I mean, that was a degree of difficulty there. I mean, it's a hard maneuver to make. And to meet what he did there, like approaching that section quickly, was really smart. You wait for it too long, the converging bit of whitewash is hard. That turn by Jordy, beautifully done. Two big hacks. And here, hard section to negotiate. Bunny hops down this little section and lip line to finish. So something a bit more substantial on the board for Jordy.
All right, well, we're waiting for this break, but we're going to take a Bonsoy Brew break. We'll be back with scores, more, and the conclusion of Heat number 6 in the opening round here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
By Corona is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. And by Corona, this is living.
Back in the men's opening round here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. It's Seth Moniz, Jordy Smith, and Ramsey Bukhayam out in the water. Kaipagura along with Flick Palmentier on the call here. And we're coming from beautiful Punta Roca here. It's one of the many jewels of the El Salvador coast, littered with surf spots and plentiful with coconut trees and all kinds of greenery. I mean, we got a lot of oxygen over here. You know, there's a ton of photosynthesis happening at this moment right now, and all these trees releasing oxygen into the air, and you want to make sure you're oxygenated because there's been a lot of effort put forth today, and heat management, not just heat management in your 35-minute heat, but heat management as far as body temperature.
Oh, completely. I mean, this joint is super hot in temperature-wise. I mean, it's really the hottest stop on tour, 100%. Get back to that. Seth is up and riding.
Here we go, Seth Moniz, nothing going there. So that was just going to be a throwaway for Seth. He's going to go down to the bottom of the priority ladder. Jordy Smith. Still searching for a backup for his 4-8-3. Seth Moniz being sneaky and getting a couple of threes. That's enough for the lead, but I feel that's going to be a temporary lead for Seth.
Yeah, I've got to think so too. I feel that, you know, obviously Jordy's sitting out there. I mean, this is a low-scoring heat, but to be honest, they haven't really had that much opportunity. I know we did hear Jake before when he came on screen and he was talking to Kanoa and he was sort of saying these guys have pushed super far up the point. They've missed these ones. They've been coming through underneath them. So maybe there was a little bit of missed opportunity at the start of this heat, but honestly, there really hasn't been that many sets. So I still feel like you could throw a blanket over all three of these guys because I still feel, you know, another set's going to come through. Things can change.
Yeah. Yep. Well, here's some San Clemente greats right there. It's Cole Hauschman, his dad Sean, and San Clemente legend Snips, Mike Parsons. The guy who's ridden some of the biggest waves in the world, and now he's coaching. I think he's coaching both Caroline Marks as well as Cole Hauschman, Mike Parsons. And figuring out a plan right now on the high tide is what the surfers in the remaining 2 heats of the men's opening round are figuring out.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this is going to be definitely a topic of, you know, contention, especially back to what you were saying earlier, Kipes, is that we are coming up to that high tide, right? So that's definitely going to factor in. Things generally slow right on the dead low or right on the dead high, you know, just waiting for that water to start filling in or draining out again. So I feel like you've just, I mean, got to be a bit strategic as to how you map out your heat and, yeah, how things play out. Looks like there's a bit of a set starting to roll through now.
Jordy Smith put himself into position. He just needs a 2-point ride to take the lead. Here he goes. Clears that section with a nice lipper. Slashes. Oh. Whoa. Pushes. Oh, no. The opportunity had just slid through the fingers or toes of Jordy Smith. Looked like he was on his way easily to the lead. Now he's in third priority. A 1.9 for Smith's not going to do it. He needed a 2.01. So that maneuver completion would have secured his first place. Here we go, Ramsey. The Moroccan goes vert on that first off the top. Slashes a second one, back up, 2-for-1 combo for the finish. Ramsey Bukhayam, a 2.67. He'll turn the heat and take the lead. I feel like we just saw a lead change.
Yeah, definitely. Got to agree with you there, Kipes. He's definitely going to take the lead with that last wave. I can't help but think that, you know, he mistimed his first turn, but then he really corrected that pretty quickly. Registered that, okay, I can get 2 more turns in down the line here. I'm going to cut this second one short, and then he got the finish up, and I mean, in quite quick succession too. So good read on the end of that wave there by Ramsey. But I just can't go back past, I mean, Jordy as well. On this wave, to me, it was home and host. Like, this was, you know, we're going to seal the deal here. But just, it looked like all the hard work was done. It just didn't quite stick, unfortunately, for Jordy. Let's have a look here. Stomps on that front foot, releases the tail. Back foot comes off the tail. He looks like he reconnects, but the nose just peaks and the inside rail kind of got caught. So, yeah, missed opportunity there for sure for Jordy. And then Ramsey on the backhand, yeah, overcooks that first one a little bit, but readjusts here really well. Pulls that one a little bit short and then straight up into that. I mean, the projection he got on that last turn was really impressive.
Yeah, and he got a 5.67, and Ramsey takes the lead. Seth Moniz with priority needs a 6.17. Jordy Smith's second priority needs a 5.02. So things have gotten a little bit more serious. Remember, the opening exchange, Ramsey got the best of that. Held on to priority through most of the midpoint of this heat, and now put down the hammer with that 5.67 for some quick feet and smart surfing. So Ramsey Bukhayam in the lead and 4 minutes away from skipping onto the round of 16.
Yeah, I think, you know, in terms of opportunity that they've had in this heat, back to your point, Kaipo, is that Ramsey's done a really good job just with the opportunities he's had and converting on it. And sometimes you only get what you're given. And I mean, on all his opportunities, he's kind of capitalized on it.
I think that's going to be the mantra. So there's 8 heats in this round. So we're on heat number 6. So we're going to have 2 more heats. I'm guarantee you the surfers that are in these remaining 2 heats are taking note and knowing that with limited opportunity, every time you get to your feet, every time you use priority, you need to execute. And that is, to your point, Flick, is what Ramsey's done, and that's why he's been successful so far in this heat. So next heat coming up, Jake Marshall, Kanoa Igarashi, and Imai Kalani de Vault. They're in heat number 7. They will be very aware. They'll be hyper-focused on every wave that they stand up on, knowing that there's a little bit of a wave shortage with this tide.
Yeah, and I think as the next couple of heats progress, like, it's only going to get harder. I honestly think that with this tide. So, I mean, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. I'm actually looking forward to seeing how Kanoa plays it out, just hearing that coming up in that next heat, because we got that inside info from Jake. So it's going to be interesting to see Kanoa's positioning. But, you know, it's not over right now. I still feel like he can throw a blanket over these guys. You know, Seth sitting out there with priority. He only needs a 617. And Geordie out there, second priority, only needing a 5. If one set comes through, I mean, that's totally doable. I mean, that's 2 big bells. It's 2 big turns. I mean, we saw Jack get a pretty high score for 2 turns today. So I think you can still throw a blanket over these 3.
It's going to be the goofy foot from Morocco, though. Okay, up and out there, too deep on the point. He was 3rd in priority, so that does not matter, doesn't factor in. Patience here, decision time for Seth Moniz. He says no. Jordy Smith's going to take a look at this one. Here goes Jordy. Just needs a 5-point ride. Cut back to open. Inside section. Punches it for the air. Reverse and pulls it. Rides over the cobblestones as well. Oh my. He may have got that 5. What do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's going to be close. That was pretty epic last turn. So we see Ramsey.
Ramsey wants to ensure his place in the lead. So a couple of bangs on the backhand there for Ramsey Bukhayam, the rockin' Moroccan. And so the plot thickens within the last couple of minutes of this heat. Ramsey checks his watch, and the watch says, hey, you got 1 minute and 14 seconds remaining. Seth Moniz, here we go, uses his priority. Nice opening carve. Moniz slashes there. Patient off the bottom. Quick off the top. This wave, probably the best wave that we've seen in this heat. The patience is paying off for Seth Moniz. Banging away over and over again. More opportunity in front of him. Carves through this section. Once more. Getting shallow on the inside here. Wave stands up, stomps on the tail, punches it like a Kiwalo's closeout for the finish. Right on the rocks. Doug Silva, his coach, likes it. He's the guy with the green, bright yellow armband and the big medallion. Moniz may have just taken the heat with the last wave of this heat.
You know what? I said it. I feel like you could have just thrown a blanket over all. Oh my goodness! And that is the rock hop, the sketchy little dance that you have to do when you come in.
Yeah.
And go out.
He's got Hawaiian feet though. Look, strong right there. No problem on the rocks. Let's go for some replays.
Yeah. So here we go. Let's break down Jords and this wave here. Little roundhouse cutty to start, but this is what got us excited. This big tail high air. It was super inverted, and right on top of those cobblestones. So he was only chasing a 5.02, so not too high of a score. I mean, this is where all the points are coming from, right? I mean, the roundhouse, yeah, sure, okay, great roundhouse, good technique, but I mean, that was really critical. It was so inverted.
That thing was corked.
Yeah.
Here we go, Ramsey.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to improve on Ramsey's situation. I just instantly I don't get that vibe. I mean, I could be wrong. Have been wrong already a couple of times today, but. I'm not sure if that'll improve Ramsey's situation, but this wave here from Seth, I mean, talk about beautiful surfing. He actually looks really connected on this. He looks like fired up. It just feels that the pace is right and the speed is right too.
Yeah. We're watching this replay, but numbers have come in, so the requirement grew for Seth Moniz. What we're watching right here, Seth now needs a 6.83 on this performance. Still the best wave of the heat, I feel. Jordy Smith got a 5.67 for that corked out air reverse. So Jordy did turn the heat. Now it's really relying on this number and this score for Seth Moniz. He gave it his all.
Yeah, he did. Gave it his all. It needs to be the best wave of the heat. That's the question. Is it the best wave of the heat?
Yeah, he needs the best wave of the heat by over a point, too. Looking at the requirement. Again, Seth needing a 6.83.
I mean, just got to compare. It's so interesting, right? Because you go back to Jordy's last wave, 5.67, and then Ramsey also a 5.67, two totally different styles of surfing. Jordy's 5.67 was literally from that one big air. So, I mean, when you compare it to that, you've got to be thinking, okay, like, this is the best wave of the heat.
Yeah.
But just, is it going to be a 6.83?
Well, like, to use a gymnastics analogy, you're comparing a vault that Jordy Smith did for the 5.67 to a floor routine that Seth had with all that connectivity and those multiple turns that he used. That was a complete performance for Seth Moniz. So we'll see if the performance outweighs the big vault. It needs to outweigh it for over a point. Actually, about a point and 2/10 is what it needs. We have no indication as of yet from the judges. Please tell us.
Well, the fact it's taking a while means that they're really having a good old look. You know, they're going to be comparing all these rides. They're going to be looking at those 5, 6, 7s from Jordy.
Waiting. I thought I lost it.
He's feeling good about it. Let's hear. Listen in. The tension continues to build. Do you feel tense, Blake?
Look, everyone, yeah, tension's building, but both surfers kind of a little bit laxed right now. I feel that, yeah, I'm not sure where this is going. I'm really not sure.
Yeah, and remember, we need a score for Ramsey, too. So Ramsey's in the mix. Ramsey's score comes in at a 4.9. Ramsey goes to the lead. Now Seth Moniz needs a 6.9. This last exchange is determining this entire heat. So the Seth Moniz score, and I feel like there's a Jordy score owed to us too, but I don't know if that's correct on our scoring screen. We'll see what pops up.
Yeah, interesting times right now. You know, so Ramsey's improved on his situation, which means that the requirement for Seth is just that little bit more. It has to be the best wave of the heat, well and truly, 6.9.
Yeah, and we're still waiting for another score for Jordy Smith. And so I think the 5.67 that we saw was for a couple of turns for Smith. The air, I think we're still waiting for that score to come in.
Okay.
He needs a 4.93 to take the lead, and guess what he got? A 4.93. So the lead changes once again from Smith to Ramsey, back to Smith, and we're still waiting for the score for Seth Moniz. Seth, looking at here at the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Seth needs a 6.93. It's been growing. His need has been growing as these scores have been dropping.
Oh, lol, this is a good old time, isn't it? I mean, it's just so super interesting. It might not be the highest scoring heat, but it's still really entertaining.
The drama is incredible.
Drama, drama, drama.
Okay, so scores switch back and forth. Ramsey. Oh, no. Scores coming in for Seth, and it's going to be under. Yeah, a couple more judges to make it official. It will come under the requirement, and it will be Jordy Smith on to the round of 16. We're going to see Ramsey Bukhayam and Seth Moniz again in the elimination round. That was some drama at the end of the heat. Jordy hearing the news right here. Flick, just give me a reaction.
Drama, drama, drama.
Back with more action. Jake Marshall, Kanoe Garashi, Imai Kalani to vault when we return to El Salvador.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by El Salvador, land of hosts, by Yeti, built for the wild, and by Bonsoy, the official milk of the WSL.
All right, surf fans, let's rock and roll. We got another great heat in the lineup. Jake Marshall, Kanoa Igarashi, and Imai Kalani DeVault. And what a lineup this is right here. Out of the fire and into the frying pan. Welcome, Strider Wasilewski, to the booth. Mitchell Salazar's right here. I'm Chris Cote, and we're pumped to bring you the action from Punta Rocas here in beautiful El Salvador. And so far, what a day. Something for every type of surf fan. And let's just go ahead and fire it up again, starting with Kanoa Igarashi. Precision, power, a lot of style. Kanoa Igarashi, a perennial title threat. It's because of turns like that. What a way to start your heat.
Yeah, and Kanoa in the top 10 right now, sitting at number 10 Strider, definitely looking for his breakout result so far this year. You know, despite a bad result over there in Tahiti, I still feel like he's due, given that we have two events that are quite good for him in the back end of the year.
Yeah, he's the team. I felt like this is the event that he's going to have it in.
All right.
Made the quarter twice. Made the quarters twice here, Chris.
I got to say, my fantasy team is kind of ripping. So thank you to my fantasy team. Jake Marshall, Kanoa Igarashi, Imai Kalani DeVault, kind of all over the board here. 7th, 10th, and 18th. Jake Marshall had a huge showing in Tahiti. Didn't get the victory over Gabriel Medina, but did get one of the barrels of his life. He came in from that heat kind of like, you know what? I did lose, but I also won because that was the best barrel I've ever ridden.
Huge showing everywhere, really. I mean,
best year on tour of his life so far.
By far, and most importantly, he's competing well at every venue, Strider. I'm really impressed with what we're seeing from Jake so far.
Well, Imai Kalani DeVault, up and down real quick.
Come on, not at this level.
I heard them saying there was a lot of drama. Well, that was drama right there. A dramatic floater to start his campaign. Imai goes down. Here we go, Jake Marshall, the lot troll out of Encinitas, California, taking the high line. Beautiful glassy wall in front of him. Nice bottom turn. Good carve right there. Straight back into the white water, though, you know, back there, the back part of the wave. He's back into it. I love how he's just staying right in the pocket. Beautiful tail slide there. Another big carve. You know it's going to be a good highlight wave when you can barely speak at the beginning of it. So Jake Marshall starting strong right there. Surfer in red officially on the board, but watch out, big numbers coming through for Kanoa Igarashi. A 7.17 to start.
Yeah, it's a big number given, you know, what we've seen in the last few heats, especially the last one, how slow it was. So Kanoa back-to-back quarterfinals here, Chris, opening up with something in the get range already, but most importantly, his confidence is the thing that he needs to elevate the most. I was able to speak to him earlier today in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Really happy. It's a place that he truly believes is very close to his heart, and most importantly, given that he's made finals day both times, Strider, this is a venue where he feels like he could eventually get his first win out of 2024 too.
Yeah, and it's all or nothing right now for him. You know, we've heard some interviews from him. I talked to, you know, Jake Patterson, and it's all about just sticking to the plan and dying on the sword if it doesn't go your way, you know, and they really have a do or die situation. I love it, and I think it's going to be the next step for him. I think it's going to put him into the winner's circle very soon.
I'm not going to disagree with you there. Fully agree with you. Kanoa is one of those surfers that when he's on, I mean, he is on.
Yeah.
Super consistent, always seems to be in the top 10 conversation. Did make the Final 5 just last season ago. So Kanoa is really due for that title run.
I feel like Jake Marshall, just back to him and how well that he's surfing, the leaps and bounds and the walls he's breaking down as a pro surfer on this tour and feeling like he belongs. What he did in Tahiti was absolutely amazing. I mean, he put his head down and he went on some of the heaviest waves that he has ever attempted to ride and executed them and rode them out and just like literally came out into the channel with elation and like almost I mean, for me it was emotional to watch him break down those barriers and watch him, you know, rise to the occasion. Here, I mean, we saw his first wave. That was an incredible ride. I mean, he surfed really well, but you know, there it was just next level. So my hat's off to Jake for really taking the next steps in his surf career.
Well, he knows he's underrated. He knows he's underestimated, and I think he likes it. He said it in an interview. He was like, you know, I might not be the guy that everyone's saying is going to win, but I kind of revel in that. And you see his hunger with every wave that he rides. A 6-point ride to start.
That's the thing, Chris. I mean, you touched on it. He's doing it quietly. How many people are talking about Jake Marshall and how good of a year he's had? He's number 7 in the world. He's 2 spots away from qualifying for lowers, which is just 30 minutes north of where he's from in Encinitas, too.
Facts. Well, let's hear it from Jake Marshall himself.
I mean, I really want to compete with the best guys, and that's what the tour gives you the opportunity is to surf at the highest level against the best surfers in the world. And I want to kind of like, I want those heats, and I want to compete against like Felipe or Ethan or Griffin or John. And those are the people I look up to, but now I feel like I'm like, okay, I want these heats, and I want to see if I have what it takes to go versus these guys. And that's kind of what's motivating me now.
Well, guess what, Jake? You do. 7th in the world right now. A big result here will launch him towards that Final 5 conversation, of course. You know, then we're talking about Medina, John, Jack Robinson, Ethan Ewan, etc. And as it's going this year, I mean, Jake's right there. He's been consistent. Check it out right here. This is his placing so far. A couple 9ths to start the year, and then a couple 5ths right there. I mean, 5ths are keeper at the beginning of the year for sure. A 9th at Margaret River, a 9th in Tahiti, but that's a big 9th in Tahiti. That 9 right there does not tell the full story. That was a confidence-boosting event for Jake Marshall. And you know, I love the idea of surfers when they realize, wait a second, I'm here for a reason. Why not me?
And he also stated in an interview that, you know, the WSL platform in the 30 or 35-minute heats, whatever it is, you may not be the best surfer in the world, but you can be in that heat.
In that 35 minutes.
And he can win, you know, and that's the thing that he is settling on and really kind of making sure that he understands, is that he can be that guy in that 35 minutes. And that, to me, it's a win, no matter how you look at it.
Well, realistically, everybody on the CT should have that kind of mentality. Because, first of all, in combat sports, styles make matchups, right? Same thing here in surfing, Chris, as we look at Jacob and riding again. But what was most outstanding out of his results so far this year, Chris, he hasn't lost before the round of 16. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's number 7 in the world, but just look at everybody else, especially the top 5. Everybody has either lost in the elimination round or something like that, but nobody's carrying just 9ths and 5ths like Jake is.
It's a great stat. I'm going to write that down and use it when I'm not sitting right next to you. 25:50 to go. Igarashi in the lead to 7-1-4. Let's go down to the glass. Jordy Smith is with AJ McCord.
Jordy, a grindy heat came down to the final scores. What was going through your mind as you were waiting for the last results to drop?
I was just thinking, gosh, give the big dog some love. But the old boys hooked it up. I was stoked. I don't know. I think the heat before us, Gabe and those heat, and them, I think they just kind of teed us up to fail because their heat was just non-stop bombs. And then we actually had a few, but the testosterone levels were high in our heat. You know, everybody was pushing deep, and yeah, we kind of missed all the first couple waves. So then we started scrapping for average waves. To be honest, I think I picked the worst waves and kind of did the best with them. I think I got a 5.6 on my cut back to air wave, and then technically I thought my last wave was like my best wave surfed or completed, but I only got a 4.9. I'm not sure if that kind of went in my top score, but I felt good. Board equipment, everything's feeling really good. Yeah, I was just trying to stay hydrated and pick the right waves, pick better waves than I did.
Well, I was going to ask, coming off of a heat like the one before you, you've been around, you've been a veteran on this tour, so you know that the ebb and flow of heats happens, right? So when you notice in a heat like yours that it's not going the way of the one you just watched, how do you adjust your strategy?
Well, my strategy was kind of wait for the better, bigger waves and do the surfing I like to do. And then we were just too deep, and the first set, I think it broke within like 17 minutes or so to go in the heat. So that's not ideal for anyone. I think actually Seth maybe took the first one, and myself and Ramsey we kind of had in our mind that we might get a restart, but then that kind of got eliminated and the ball was rolling.
Ball was rolling and it keeps going for you here in El Salvador. How critical is it to skip that elimination round?
It's huge. Every round's huge, but in this heat, every round, every wave, it just drains energy. So anything you can kind of save for whatever you got coming next is well worth it.
We'll see you in the next one. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, AJ. Yeah, not the best heat, but definitely the best post-heat interview. I love that. Let the big dog eat. I love he gives the shout out to the judges. Give him something. They gave it to him. Well, he earned it. Scrappy heats are fun to watch, but of course, like he said, you want those heats where the cadence of the waves are just pumping all the way through. But either way, a win is a win. Jordy Smith skips the elimination round, goes straight to the third round. Ramsey Bukiem and Seth Moniz are titans now, relegated to that elimination round. Watch out.
Yeah, you better watch out. And those.
And they're
close
angry
heats,
now too, so that's good.
Well, that's one thing to consider when it comes to the close heats. It could go your way, it could go against you. We saw it go against Ramsey and Seth right there at the end. And that should elevate your performance in the next round, because now you know what you're not supposed to do and what you can improve on Striders.
Yeah, and one thing that I do love about Jordy, though, just back to the winner of that heat, is I think he's right there neck and neck with Mason Ho for post-heat interviews.
Agreed.
I mean, because he's always
Get him
got
on the glass.
something to say on the glass.
He's
and
honest, too.
I just love it. I think it's amazing. I feel like he's super honest. He's super, what's on his lung or on his tongue. He's on his, it's just so fun to listen to him speak about his heats, his experiences, and everything he's been through.
Yeah, he's our kind of ultimate tour vet at the moment, but he's surfing as good as ever, and we're here for it. Jordy Smith, this wave, if all the elements come together, he's going to be dropping some of the biggest scores of the week, no doubt. He's that good, no questions asked. So 22:05 to go here. Kanoa Igarashi with a 717 is the high heat wave for now. Jake Marshall right behind him with a 6. Imai Kalani DeVault just kind of quiet in third place, but holding that top priority area with the 0.73. This was Kanoa's last wave during that interview.
Yeah, 2.67 right here, Chris. Great layback right there for the Japanese surfer in the blue. Kind of mistimed that second section and wanted to regroup and go even larger right there, but just maybe committed a bit too much for that end section. So missed opportunity for Kanoa, but at least, still in the lead and with third priority looking to improve on that low score.
And how fun is that turn to come up from underneath, bottom turn up towards the lip and just lay back into it with everything you have. Kanoa does that turn so well. Let's say that's one of his specialties, and he's got a lot of specialties with 21.14. Kanoa Igarashi, I'd still say he's controlling this heat, even though he's looking to better that 2.67. Now, Kanoa is on the hunt. He has been on the hunt for a world title for a couple years now, but this year, he's looking extra strong. Let's hear it from Kanoa himself.
I've been on tour since I was 17 years old, and I felt like I was always kind of doing better, taking baby steps, getting better and better and better. But to become world champion, you can't just be taking baby steps towards becoming the best in the world all of a sudden. So instead of taking those little baby steps, I felt like I just needed I needed a breakthrough year. And I feel like the only way a breakthrough year is going to happen is by taking risks and taking different kind of approaches. And that's kind of what I did last year. Whether it was trying different types of boards and trying new coaches, a lot of things I wanted to try out. And a lot of things didn't work, but I think that was the kind of almost the affirmation that I needed, knowing that, hey, I was on the right track, I had the right mindset. I just need to step it up, a few percent. These next maybe 3, 4, 5 years of my career are going to be those years where I really want to go for a title.
Kanoa Igarashi started out as just one of the ultimate child prodigies. Strider, I know you scouted him early on. He was on Team Quicksilver way back in the day, probably when he was like 8 years old. What was it about him back then? He was obviously a really great surfer. He won every amateur thing you could possibly win. But you see that steady increase in his power and his just precision, everything. What was it back then, do you think, that everybody noticed kind of pointing at him as the future?
Well, to be honest, I feel like it was, obviously he was talented and he was groomed to be the surfer he is today, but I really feel like it was an elevation between rivals. I feel like Leo Fioravanti himself, even Jack Robinson, there was this group of surfers that was just, basically poking each other constantly. And with that, and that rivalry and that, trying to outdo each other, they brought the level of these guys up to, an elite level of where they're at now. And that's something that's really, really key noted that I think people need to understand and look back at and think, okay, this guy really got me to this next level. Even though they're friends, even though they're rivals, you got to give them credit for getting you to where you are.
And it's one thing to be, duking it out with your hometown rivals, the best kids in your town. But for Kanoa, he was going against the best kids in the world.
Yeah.
You know, international rivalries, and they, I'd say they helped each other elevate super quick.
Yeah, they did, and I can just speak from personal experience, you know, hanging out with Kanoa and knowing him for so long. To me, it's his work ethic that stands out the most out of everything. When he qualified for lowers in 2022, you know, the days leading up to that event over there, he was training around 8 hours a day, including 2 serves per day. But he was hitting the gym every single day, and he was also doing any kind of cardio that he could do just in order to be able to serve 5 or 6 heats in a single day, you know, Chris. And overall, I feel like we've not only seen him mature throughout his long tenure on the championship tour already. We're talking about a kid who's only 26 years old, first Japanese surfer to qualify, first Asian surfer to qualify, and he already has a win under his belt, too.
Well, this could that's not going to be anything, but just that overview told me something really nice. It showed me something special. It's glassing off.
We are
yeah,
so blessed.
it does get hotter,
It's
but
wild.
from here, this is exactly what I want to see.
It's wild how fortunate we've been with this forecast, because there was supposed to be some wind this morning that was supposed to be light onshore, and we had light offshore. Then it went completely glassy. We had a little ruffle.
It was windy for about 20
minutes. Let's not jinx it, guys.
But, I mean,
I'm
honestly,
knocking on wood.
we've
We're good.
been super fortunate already to have such a beautiful day of surf. It just looks like we've got plenty more to come, too, down the pipe on the forecast.
Yeah, it's 1:55 p.m. local time here in Surf City, El Salvador. Pretty cool. I think we're the same time zone as Texas.
Yeah.
We got a
Mexico
1 hour
City?
difference
Yeah.
from Cali.
Yeah, so
Central Time.
interesting too, because you think of all the travel that you have to do. These surfers from Tahiti to here. Well, Tahiti, same time zone as Hawaii, so it's not like wild jet lag coming from there to here. And I feel like the relief element after you've survived and thrived at Chopo, you come down here and you know you're just going to the skate park. You know, this is one of the most rippable waves we have on the championship tour. There's no fear involved in this. You know, it's all about performance and all about just freeing up and putting on a show. And so far, so good. Love to see it. 16 minutes to go here. More big heats coming up next. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy Brew break. That's our word for a commercial break. We'll be right back with more. We're live from Punta Rocas. It's firing. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Buenos tardes, amigos. It's 14:20 to go here in our opening round, Heat 7 of the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. We've got Kanoa Igarashi in the lead for now with a 7.17 as his high mark. Jake Marshall with a 6. Nobody with a backup score just yet. You got Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar and Strider Wasilewski in the booth. And this is your surfer in blue, Kanoa Igarashi. Nice turn out the back. Kind of waiting for things to form up through this inside, and here we go. It builds up, it grows down the line. He's got a good section to work with, throws the tail. Meanwhile, out the back, Imai Kalani Davald hammered his outside turn. Let's get a third rider up. Come on. Where is Jake Marshall? And on command. This is exactly what we want to see. Imai on the inside. He goes down. Now Jake's flaring out. Big carve out the back. Comes around this section, right back into the pocket. Streaking down the line. There's the flat spot. Grab rail
Sick.
carve. Love to see that. Stylish, technical. Wait for it. Don't blink. You're about to see something radical. Quick little fade, stall. Straight to the power section. 2 for 1 there. Well done, Jake Marshall. What did you think, guys?
That was just a
yes.
pleasure field.
Right?
Sitting back, watching all those guys surf on all those
I was
waves.
looking over at you guys, and you're just
I was
glazed over
mesmerized by
looking
how
at the screen.
beautiful it was. I mean, you
Waves
had
are so good.
Kanoa
They're
kicking
so good.
out. You had, Imai thrashing the lip. You had then Jake paddles in and just huge arc. I mean,
I love when that happens.
Are you not entertained? That was amazing.
Very.
Thank you very much.
12:40 to go. That was the coolest 30 seconds I've seen in a long time.
Oh, equipment change.
Board change. Quick little download. Strider's right here.
Yeah, well, that's Jake Patterson, Snake.
Okay.
He's his coach, and he's in the water, and we were like, you know what, let's get on a different board.
Strider, you were sitting basically right where Jake is sitting there. So how much communication is there between the surfers and the coaches as they paddle back out? That was obviously a pit stop right there.
Yeah, but as the tide gets higher, the surfing and the coaches get closer. But in the morning, when it's lower tide, as we saw, there's a huge separation. So there's a lot of yelling going on in the water, but there's not a lot of close communication, and that's just strictly because there's too much field there in between the surfers.
Here's what just went down. This is fun.
Well,
Started off with Kanoa.
He's for sure improving on the 2.67, and he was in the worst of the priority rotation, so I had to make do with what he had available. Some great surfing on the inside, though, guys. Beautiful turn right there into the lip once again. Really like this layback that he fits in right there in the pocket. So that, for my perspective, was a well-surfed wave on a much smaller wave there on the inside. And then you see Imai getting his best score so far. 3.67 on this one. He's riding a 2-point pro to 6.0, so a little bit larger than he would normally ride. And this wave right here seemed like it had the line, Chris, but just seems like he's been a little bit out of sorts. Was waiting a long time too, Strider. So
yeah,
might have been a bit cold out there.
Unfortunately for him, he did look off tempo. But this turn right here from Jake, his opener, gouges all the way through down into the corner. A little funky at the bottom there, but really a great wave selection for Jake. And really, the tempo, the pace on the wave for him was pretty much perfect. And then this inside 2-for-1 combo. I don't like how lackadaisical he is getting on the in-between, but this turn right here, quick snap and then throws it back up into the lip. So some great surfing from Jake right there. There could be some cleanup. I feel like all the surfers did really well, but Imai coming up short on that one turn.
This is
the
nice
pleasure field that we were
replay
talking about right here.
You want to try and broadcast all three of them at the same time again, Chris?
Well, I do have a question.
Strider
I do have a question. Obviously, you guys have been around the contest scene for a long time. What are the judges doing here? We have 5 judges, right? International panel, but there's 3 surfers up at once. How do the judges kind of split up what they're seeing when all 3 riders are up at the same time?
They have 2 minds and 4 eyes.
They have like 6 minds each.
They got gecko eyes up there.
40
One's
eyes.
going one way, the other's going the other. You know what, though? This is when the judges have
You earn your paycheck. You earn your
But
paycheck.
they also
right
can
here.
rely on replay and look at that front-on angle of what, they look at one angle.
But let me put it this way. We're at an event where we have that ability. You can go back, you can look at it from different angles. At a QS, at a junior event, many times you won't have this, Chris. And there's times where you're splitting hairs, you have to try to concentrate on everybody, and that's where you got to give them their due credit, because 3 people riding at the same time, 3 different types of waves too, one larger, one smaller. You have to try to focus on the big moments, those moments that really stand out a little bit more. Great job right there, because that was a tough exchange, especially when we're talking about comparison to scores.
Well, we'll see what scores they throw out there. I mean, either way, if you weren't mind surfing one of those waves, what are you even doing? Because those were 3 perfect waves in a row. 8:50 to go, waiting for scores, and it felt like Jake Marshall, and that was easy for me to say because I started to see the numbers populate right there, and A 7-1-7, well earned from Jake Marshall right there. Stratter, you nailed it. I mean, the tempo, the cadence of that wave, his variety, selection of maneuvers. He didn't repeat a turn, and it was just really smooth and well surfed from the way outside.
I will say that could have been an excellent score.
Little, if he maybe pushed a little bit harder.
Well, the
Why?
first turn where he came out of his big arc, and at the bottom there was a little bit of a bobble. And then he came back out on the face.
So flow was
and
just...
then he went, I mean, everything flowed really well, but I feel like the closer as well was something he could have worked on, because he did throw that quick half snap and then a vertical, like, kind of a lip climb, where he could have just done one big blow tail on the inside, and I think he would have went excellent.
Like maybe if he was behind, that was towards the end of the heat, and he went extra. But to me, that was a great just foundation layer. And we'll see what happens. You never know. Imai, this kid's got all the potential in the world, all the firepower. A little behind the section there, and I mean, you can just tell he's not quite tuned in as much as Jake and Kanoa is. This kid is an amazing surfer.
Oh, yeah, he is.
He made the cut for a reason. And when he is on, I mean, he surfs with such great style, so much speed, so much power. And you know what? That could have been a restarter right there for him. It'll be a decent score. It's not going to go in the excellent range, but it'll definitely help him build a little bit of momentum. Jake Marshall jumps into the lead with that 7-1-7, pairs it with a 6. I mean, it is slight, but Kanoa Igarashi now needs a 6-point ride to get back into that top spot. Let's take a look at what Imai did on that last wave.
Well, the outside, as you were saying, still a bit off tempo, Chris. Really like the way he made up for it right here on the inside, though. Still right there, a little bit behind the section, but then recovers and starts using his rails well. You can see right here, this next blow tail, he slides the fins well, Strider, and it's really his signature turn, too. And this is where he made his money over there in Margaret River, not only to make the cut, Chris, but to get his best result so far this season, too. Score comes in, he's back in the heat.
Yeah, 5-1-7 there for Imai Kalani DeVault.
I feel like we're not watching the Kalani DeVault we're used to, though. I feel like there's something going on. Maybe it's equipment, maybe it's confidence. I'm not sure, but he's usually a lot more like heavy-footed on the rail, and you can see him engage the fins a lot more. And I'm hoping we get to see that after that wave. I feel like you're right where you said that's kind of like his back on the horse wave, where he kind of regain that confidence. But I'm so used to seeing him surf to another level.
I want to ask you guys something, Chris, being a former editor for Transworld Surf, how evenly matched do you guys think the CT is nowadays? Because it seemed like, we had top 44 back in the day, like there were clear tiers, right? Like nowadays, it seems from 1 all the way to 22, like there's a lot of really close heats that could go either way. Seems like it happens more often than not.
Well, I feel like in, let's say, the past 5 years, I was talking 3-4 years ago, you had the big 5. It was undeniable.
Yeah.
Most of them were Brazilian. But then you had John, you had those names that were pretty steady, that were going to be in the top. I feel like you still have, right now we're starting to see a little bit of a rise in the 2-headed monster. It used to be the 3-headed monster, Felipe, Gabriel, Italo. Now you're starting to see, I think what you're alluding to here, that gap is getting a lot smaller. It used to be almost an impenetrable wall to get up into that Final 5 conversation for pretty much everybody 10 and below. But now I think we're going to see some different names, some shakeups in that Final 5 conversation. I still think Gabriel is going to skyrocket right up into that Final 5. The rest of the names, still a little uncertain. John, most likely, by the way he's surfing. But, as it stands right now, it still feels pretty wide open. And I want to hear Strider's perspective as well, because, again, we had that basic brick wall, and you didn't really stand a chance to crack up into that Final 5 in the last few years. But I would say in the last 2 years, and I include this year, it's a little bit of a crack in that wall, and you've got some surfers rising to the occasion.
There is, I'd call it a crack. I think that there is still some dominant surfers on this tour. I feel like, even though the numbers aren't saying it, Medina is one of them. But then you got John, you got Griffin, you got, Ethan and Jack. So there is this upper echelon to me when I watch these guys and some of the turns that they do and their heat IQ, the way that they surf heats. But there are the wild cards that are going to come up. I think like somebody like Yago Dora could win an event real quick and be straight into the top, 5. It's like, it's wild how quickly people can cannonball into that kind of arena. But those are wild card calls, and not expected to happen.
Okay, I don't want to get controversial here, but whoever wins this event is going to have a good shot at making the final 5.
Well, I mean, that was pretty obvious, it seemed. But, let me just put it this way. How many different winners have we seen throughout 2024? Like, that alone is a big deal. Cole Houshman.
To your point exactly.
Winning at Bells.
Yep.
When
He's
was
on
the
my
last
team
time
here for sure?
When was the last time we saw a rookie win at Bells? Like,
Yeah.
one of the hardest venues. He beat #1 in the world in the final, too. All 3 of those guys in this heat right now could easily be a world champion. All 3 of them could easily win multiple events per year. And as you said, minimizing the gap between the very elites and everybody else who's still elite on the championship tour, that's where I feel like we're at nowadays. And
Well, I'll tell you, my fantasy teams this year are vastly different than they were last year. And that just goes to show you the talent level, because anybody could have their day. And we've already seen some of the, lower ranked surfers taking out the upper ranked surfers, and more of that will come as we head into the elimination rounds. So with 2:17 to go, case in point, Jake Marshall having the best season of his career so far, currently in 7th place. He's in the lead right now. And Kanoa Igarashi does have priority, does need a 6. 6s aren't easy to come by right now because the judges are really making you earn it.
He's just got to surf with confidence, and he knows exactly what to do, and he can put himself in that driver's seat real quick. He and Jake are sitting on the one high score of the heat that of substance. So, this is still wide open for me. I mean, this thing's going to be fun to watch the closer. If we just get another set, it'd be so fun to watch.
surprised Imai's deeper than everybody else with 3rd priority too, Chris. Like, if it were me, 3rd position right now, needing an 8, I'd be sitting pretty wide right now, just
Get a little
hoping
scrappy.
for a rogue set to come through. You're at a point of the heat where you need the only excellent score, and you probably think if another set comes through, both Jake and Kanoa probably going to improve on the low score too. A minute 20 though, and in the court of Kanoa right now, he only needs a 6, Chris.
Well, you say only, but I say 6s aren't easy.
Oh, well,
today.
yeah, true. Sorry.
You don't have to apologize. I mean, we're in the same boat here with a minute to go. I mean, if a wave doesn't come, there's your 6.
Yeah, it's
doesn't
been
exist.
unfortunate today. There's been a lot of people, putting it to the end of the heat, and you can't leave it like that. At 5 minutes, you need to be leading the heat.
Long period swells, though. You get those.
That's just a fact. You want to have priority in leading the heat, and then you have some kind of control to finish up.
I think the ultimate strategy would be don't leave it up to the judges. Drop 2 9s. Make it obvious.
Right. It's
Way easier said than done.
Yeah, that's talking about the very
Dream
best
scenario.
male and female surfers in the world, and #1 in the world was only able to drop, less than 16 points. So
Well, and this is a great equalizer too, right? Everybody's going to rip in waves like this. Tahiti's a different story. You know who's going to shine there, and it's surprising when somebody kind of new shows up and packs a bomb out there. Here, at a wave like this, I put this wave, lower trestles, just super, super rippable. They're all up for this right now.
This
So,
wave has so much more power than lower trestles, though.
Agreed, for sure.
And you can go so much faster
It's
out
more
here.
of like a Karamas, I would say.
It's pretty impressive how much this wave has in it.
Well, there we go. That's it. And at the end of it, it's Jake Marshall from Encinitas, California in the red jersey, getting the victory over Kanoa Igarashi and Imai DeVault. With more to come, Baron Mamiya, Cole Houshman, Yago Dora coming up next. Well, it was destiny. We always knew from the jump that Baron Mamiya was going to be a dominant surfer at Pipeline, and he proved all of us right. Kid's an absolute hammer in slabby waves of consequence. Your 2024 pipe champion, Baron Mamiya, really fulfilling kind of the thought that we all saw early on with this young surfer, born and raised on the North Shore, and it's because of that. Late drops under the lip, he sits on the inside, unafraid, really sick style. Baron Mamiya's got it all.
This was a 10-point ride, I believe, and to be honest, it was so impressive to see the positioning of where he was and how good were the waves. I mean, it was just amazing to watch that hometown hero coming in, and all of his boys picking him up. I mean, that was an amazing event, and wow, did the waves show up.
Love to see that emotion too, because generally speaking, Baron is just, you know, stone-faced and you know, almost like he's got ice in his veins when he hits the lineup. He's well trained and well ready for heats like this, and this one is going to test every bit of his preparation. We've got big Cole Hauschman on his backhand, about to throw buckets. Yago Dora, I'm pretty sure he's going to go into the air upside down and do some Yago Dora stuff.
How
this right
crazy
here
was that one he did last year?
I want to see him do it again.
Oh, wow.
He can. Can somebody page him or send him a text?
We already talked about it.
You asked him? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Oh, that wasn't it.
That wasn't. It's not what we talked about, Yago, but it's okay. There's 31-34 to go. Just 0.5 there, but that means we're rolling. No restarts yet on the day. Why did I even say that word? Knock on wood.
Yes.
I don't think we're going to need it because the waves are pumping, but at the moment, everybody's caught a little bit behind. Strider, you've seen tidal fluctuations out here before. It's kind of a totally different takeoff zone. Are we seeing this trend where surfers go out there? I think Jordy Smith said it, a lot of testosterone in the water, everybody paddling up the point. What's happening with positioning right now?
It's a great way to put it. I mean, the reality of the beginning of the heat, so you got one guy who's basically out of the rotation, Yago. So, you know, then you're going to have Baron and Cole that are going to be posturing, but I feel like they're actually not doing that right now, which I like. I like to see
good clean start,
some good clean fun out there, but I understand the first wave of the heat being important.
Here we go. And it is your surfer in white, Yago Dora. So took off quick on the outside, maybe just a repositioning wave, 3 belts on his backhand. And potentially have a ramp on the inside. Thank you, Yago Dora.
Bullet.
That's exactly what we wanted to see.
Yep, we talked about it, remember?
That's yeah. Mentioned that.
But
I love sounding
the
smart.
greatest part about
guys.
this whole like posturing thing and the testosterone thing is, I mean, you think back to like, you know, if you understand how to win and utilize the priority in the beginning of a heat, Adriano de Souza won a world title doing that. You know what I mean? It was that's how important it is.
Really beautiful wave here, Chris. Smaller one on the inside, but this is what the high tide does. It gets closer to the actual cobblestones that are on the beach, and it just allows you to tee off on a couple consecutive maneuvers. And he was eyeing the section down the whole time. Great rotation there, too. A little dirty on the landing. He recovers super well, though, but, you know, going to be a good score by today's standards. As you said, Chris, just to break a 6 is something very difficult, so wouldn't be surprised to see something at least in the get range right here. Look at the pop he got on that thing, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's
how quick did he rotate? That's where I just look at it. Everything seemed so syrupy, and then all of a sudden he's just cork twisting off the top of that thing.
It was almost like he was aided
with
by
velocity,
just a little piece of misplaced whitewater. Almost helped him out. It looked like a little bit.
Pushed him actually to get up easier.
A 2022, that's a 9.5. It's going to be interesting to see what a 2024 air like that gets scored. Overall, an amazing wave, but caught behind there, Baron Mamiya.
Well, they're fighting for position. They're looking to be the alpha in this.
The peacock feathers are out.
Baron and
posturing on the outside.
But now I feel like, you know, to be honest, I think that Cole has kind of the driver's seat.
He won the battle within the war.
Didn't capitalize on his position. I feel like Yago's going to get a solid score, but I feel like, Cole's now going to be able to wait for the best wave of the heat.
Strider mentioned it already. There needs to be a balance of both things. The heat between Gabe and Kolohe, 2014 at Chopes.
Where they paddled to Maria.
It's like...
Pretty sure they did that at Fiji, too.
I love you guys, and I understand where you're coming from, but that's the whole reason why overlapping heats has been implemented a lot more, because they don't want to waste any waves, and I just feel like situation like this, there's a lot of waves out there. You want to take advantage of the good conditions that you have. You need to leave your ego out of it for a certain moment, Chris, and as of right now, I feel like ice has been broken already here. Get to work now, because the clock's ticking, Everybody's already got something under their feet except Cole, and now he's forced to use priority a certain way.
Well, there's that score for Iago Dora. A couple judges loved it enough to give it a 7.5. The rest of them kept it at a 6.5, which, I like it in a way because that wave was smaller than some of the bigger sets we've seen. So imagine if that wave was twice as big as some of the bigger waves we've seen of the day, and he did those 3 turns and then that air. That's why they're leaving that space up there, because if that was a bigger, longer wave, most likely would have been up in that 8.85 range. But I like that score, loved that air, and I love that Iago just did exactly what we wanted him to do. So thank you, Iago.
Well, thank you, Strider, for telling him, take to the air.
Well, I manifested it.
Okay.
No, we were all just thinking it.
Yeah, I think we all
and then we get to
manifested that.
see it, and it's just fun to. He is one of the most entertaining surfers in the world to watch.
He's one of the most
in a
creative,
heat or not
too.
in a heat.
Yeah. Well, and he's talked about it a little bit. He had a very frustrating start. It's almost unimaginable to think that Iago Dora was pretty much invisible for the first quarter, if not third, of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's almost like he woke up, and he's quickly rising through the ranks, making his way up towards that top 10 and potentially into the final 5. And you do not want Iago Dora in your heat at lower trestles.
No, you do not.
I'll tell you that much. So 26:10 to go from Encinitas, California. We've got Jake Marshall on the glass with AJ.
Yeah, Jake, coming in here, your first time competing here in El Salvador since 2022. How did you try and find a rhythm in this first heat?
Yeah, I got down here and it was like the Medina and Itla and Leo heat, and the waves were just absolutely firing. So I didn't really need much motivation to get out there. I was just psyched to surf some good waves. Between here and getting these waves here and just the last event in Tahiti, it just seems like we've been scoring the last couple of events, which has been really nice after kind of a slow start to the year. So, this is why everyone wants to qualify and do these events, is to get to surf waves like this. So it's really fun, and just didn't really luck into the best waves in that heat. It was getting a little tricky with the tide filling in, but I'm stoked that they were just good enough to make it through, and hopefully I can get a little better rhythm in the next heat.
What is the lesson that you learned here in this first heat that you'll carry into that round of 16?
I think I was catching the biggest waves of the heat, but I don't know if they had the best wall compared to some of the more medium ones. So maybe on the higher tide you kind of need to eye out a little bit different wave than I was catching. So I'm not sure. I'm going to have to watch the heat back and kind of see what the other guys' waves looked like and see maybe what I could have done differently. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like my surfing's really good. My board's working great. So a lot of positives for sure.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And he gets to hear all the nice things we said about him. It's going to be a fun 35 minutes for Jake Marshall. Great win there for Jake. Anytime you take out Kanoa Igarashi in a heat, you've done something pretty big.
Oh!
Little varial attempt for Iago Dora. But here we go. We got Cole Hauschman on his backhand. Usually a deadly combination, but a little bit stuck in the soup here. He's making full use of it. It's automatic every time you see that wind up, and it's just full force, brutality with each and every turn. He's got good style, but it's really, to me, about the force. He just did 8 backside sledgehammer turns, and those are the types of turns that basically had him dominating the Challenger Series. I think every event he won on the Challenger Series was a backhand event where he just was doing that. Just vertical, bam, vertical, bam. Almost like a shotgun, right?
It looked cool.
Those are my sound effects.
Those are good freestyle rap beat right there, too. You know what, Cole, obviously he's got a hammer, but I think he's got to be careful. He definitely needs to break rhythm sometimes and do something different.
Right.
I think he was a little repetitive, but You know, I think Yago's a really great backside surfer to watch because he always tries to mix it up. You know what I mean? And the way that Yago's surfing, you know, you can see all the different variations in his style, with different maneuver choices and everything that he does. So it's really fun to watch Yago and his impact on the wave.
It's almost like Cole surfs so hard that he breaks the criteria. It's undeniable when you do 10 turns like that.
Oh, another pleasure field.
Tube? Of course. If anybody's going to find a tube, it's Bear Mamiya. It was a no-go, but still probably looked and felt cool. Maybe he's just cooling off out there.
To your point, though, Chris, there's times where you need to tone it down a little bit, and you don't want to over-torque, you know, and you don't want to make it seem like it's getting overused, the same maneuver. And there was a good amount of repetition, but when he's cracking it, I mean, you can't deny that the timing is there and the power is there.
His fluidity and timing is perfect.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And that's why you see such a massive amount of spray, as well as the 220 pounds he's putting behind each turn. Do you know what I mean? I think, though, as time goes on with him on tour, he's going to have to, you know, he's going to have to evolve and show different facets of his backhand.
I love that you mentioned that because precision is, I would say, underrated virtue of a great surfer.
You want my quote?
Yes.
Precision beats power, timing beats speed.
Okay, that's true, but when you have precision and power, like Cole, what does that equate? What's that equation?
Beat both timing and speed, I guess.
Well, the judges liked it. Cole Houshman starts off his campaign with a 6.17. Basically, what, 1.2 points for every big backside turn he did? So if he does 10 of those down the line, is that a 10?
12.
He'll still get a 6.
21-25 to go. Yago Dora in the lead. Yago did go upside down in the air, which we loved. 6.83.
I'm just going to say this. I can't even imagine competing, you know, 80s, 90s when they used to count turns. Like that to me, especially judging a lot of events too, just kind of upsets me. I can't believe it took us this long.
You're still upset? That's over, Mitch.
Yeah, well,
let's just appreciate the evolution.
It wasn't that long ago, though.
You know?
Like, if you think about it, it wasn't even that long ago. Like,
well, so was you know, wind-up phones, but we have new cell phones now, so we got new judging, and it's amazing to watch the evolution of that. And where we are now is amazing. I mean, I love that quality over quantity of the judging field, and with the way that they enjoy critical maneuvers in critical parts of the wave. I mean, that part to me is so beautiful to watch, and the emphasis on that, because it's really it's really fun to watch a guy go out and do a big carve on a wave. But if you can drive with power up into that section of the wave that's hucking out and complete a powerful turn in the lip, break the fin sphere, and come out of it with speed, you know, that's what they're looking for, is that power pocket in the lip, you know, maneuver.
Yeah, I mean, you said, it's like Janet Jackson said, it's the pleasure principle, right? You want to watch a surfer experiencing that joy through each and every turn. The judges want to see it. They're surf fans just like the rest of us. If you excite them, a big number will follow. Of course, they have certain parameters they have to stay in. I always say that's why I would be a terrible judge, because it would be 9s and 10s all day long. They have level heads up there, and they're able to keep this scale right in the zone.
They are human.
True.
And they may
no
get
AI
things
judging
wrong
yet.
every once in a while. But for the most part, I'd say they're 95% on point.
It's a pretty good percentage.
If not more.
But let me say this, though. The major difference nowadays is that with the criteria, with that difference of not counting, you know, maneuvers anymore and it being quality over quantity, the subjectivity level is much higher than it was before. Because now you're considering what I feel is more difficult than what another person could potentially feel. And as long as you're within a certain spread, it's totally fine. But there's moments in certain heats, especially towards the end of the heat, where you have to make a decision. Was this more difficult, or was this better than what the other person did at the end? And, you know, those are the moments where you just have to think to yourself, I need to go back to my own personal experience and what I feel in the moment, too.
Agreed. 18:50 to go. Yago Dora in the lead for now. What's going on with Baron Mamiya? He's sitting out the back with a .37 and a 2.67. Not indicative of what we're used to seeing from Baron. And, you know, you kind of think of Baron, right, as one of the gnarliest guys in big, hollow, scary waves. But if you've seen any of his video parts, this kid has an incredible air game. He's lightning fast. I mean, he fulfills all the requirements that you need to have to be a potential world champion.
Maybe Britt Merrick's making him nervous caddying for him out there in the water.
Well, he's sitting in priority, though, so now he's got the luxury to kind of just wait and see.
I can't wait. He's going to blow up on one.
Don't want to wait
sure.
too long, though.
Do you think Jake Marshall maybe just let a little bit of a secret out of the bag by saying that he wanted the biggest ones, but they weren't necessarily the best ones?
No, I mean, these guys are also educated and understanding of their platform that they're on. No matter where they're at, they know which waves are good, and they're watching, heats, and it's for them and their wave knowledge. That's not a secret.
Well, here we go to back up potentially that 683 and that 467. Yago Dora getting around that kind of fat section there on the inside. Here we go. Quick stall on the top. Drops to the bottom. Bam! Come on! Extended backside reverse. Pretty much a nose blunt right there. Whips it around. Now, if he could do something cool here on the inside, he might have just made a lot out of a little here. This thing is reforming, getting all weird. Here we go. Does it grow? Does he have a ramp? Does he have a section? He does. Big vertical whip on the inside. That was really cool surfing. That was video part stuff right there. That'll be interesting to see what the judges throw out for that one.
It's unbelievable. People work all year long to make video parts. I've said it before. These guys are doing it in heats.
Yeah.
Like in 35 minutes, these guys are creating
in a
videos.
jersey under pressure.
He already did a crazy 3 earlier. Then he comes around the corner, and it's not like this wave was timed out perfectly, but then he sets up and this thing doubles up. I mean, this turn that he does,
see that little stall,
blows out so much of the tail.
Ew.
I mean, that was just crazy pivot right at the end. The technique to do that, the core strength, and he was so laid out when he landed, it was crazy.
You know what's so funny about Yago and his development throughout his CT career? Like, he's been around for a good amount of time already, and I don't think people realize how much effort he puts into competitive surfing outside of a jersey too. Like, the guy is physically fit. His father Leandro, one of the best coaches in the world. That was radical right there, guys.
He traveled like 20 feet across the lip line.
But as you said,
that one maneuver.
Look at how far out the tail is on that thing right there. Moving down the line with the wave too at that speed.
Yeah,
that's rad.
Well, inverted. Like, how do your feet stay on your board when you're going that fast, upside down?
But
what do you do if you're a judge? Because it was basically a 2-maneuver wave, right?
Without a lot of flow.
Huh.
But to me,
that's a video part ender.
That's a pretty impressive wave. I mean, that's a good
Yes.
wave. That's like 6.5 to 7 to me. In my mind, I'm just like, how do you do it? But then you're like, okay, was the wave subdued? It was a little smaller wave. These is when I do not want to be a judge.
That's a hard post right there. That's straight up real. Don't put that on your stories. Put that on the hard post. Because that was amazing.
Look, even Britt liked it.
Yeah, Britt's like, okay. That was pretty awesome.
Hey, real recognize real.
Yeah, I saw the Mayhem logo for a while. I saw the bottom for a while.
I feel like Yago, I said it earlier, he is just one event away from being in the top 5.
Well, and just let's be real. As we look at the score, Chris, a 6.93. He had an off start to the year. And it happens to everybody.
He knows.
It happens to everybody. He was the last person to qualify, number 22. The World Championship Tour is better with Yago in it, though. And
Yes, for sure. I think maybe I should be a judge because I said 6.57.
Did you?
I'm in a 6.9.
I'm going to have to
The only one
check
you've
the
got it right
receipts
all day,
there.
though.
It's okay.
So Yago Dora
live.
has been, now he's done 2 of the coolest tricks. And I love that the judges are rewarding cool tricks. 683 and a 683. Interesting to think of those 2 waves too, right? So the 683, the first one, 3 snaps, big backside air, right? Got the air 3, landed perfectly, whipped it around. That one right there, totally different type of air. It was almost like he was inverted. His nose was just barely out of the water, but arguably more difficult than that fully rotated 3 out the back, and then finishes it up with that vertical snap. So I love what the judges did there. Let's look at them both, why don't we?
Let's remember.
Here's your little quick video part.
All this is done under priority.
Oh, yeah.
See how much he's freed up?
It's amazing to watch.
That's why I just like the motto, go out there and surf. Don't try to overdo it and overthink. And, the way he was able to generate speed with just those 2 pumps alone, Chris, is one of the abilities that he has, and not many people on the championship tour have. As you said, much different wave, but look at the size of it. Does take him a little bit of time to get to the open face. I like this maneuver, though, and I personally feel like it's maybe not as difficult, but the intensity of the speed element into it might be the hardest part to really dissect in terms of the criteria. I mean, it was radical.
Yeah, and full credit to stay with this wave, identify this little double up thing here on the inside, and just snap off that inside section, and here we go again. Nobody's going to get mad at more Yago Dora unless you're Cole and Barron, as we now see spray flying all over the place. Yago's backhand activating 3 times in a row. Let's make it a 4th. What do we got on the inside? Comes around this section. Nice just banking, kind of snap floater combo there. So a 4-turn banger for Yago Dora. And he's just making people smile.
He's making money is what he's doing. That was some really just fundamental perfection right there.
I'm a huge fan, as I've said before, but I think seeing him not only get to a point where he's a top 10 surfer last year, having to bounce back after the slow start this year, make the quarters in Tahiti, now start this event off super well, we're looking at something that could potentially become a top 10 surfer back into the year, Chris.
100%. Well, we're just under 12 minutes to go. We're going to take a quick bonsai brew break, but we will be right back. The Yago Show will continue. Stay tuned. Well, opening round, Heat 8 has been the Yago Show. One of the coolest tricks we've seen of the event so far. And of course, it's done by a free surfer who just happens to put on a jersey every once in a while. Yago Dora in the lead with a 7.77 and a 6.93. Cole Hauschman in second with a 6.17 and a 4.67. Baron Mamiya, nothing really of note just yet, but he's sitting out the back with priority. I'm Chris Cote. Next to me is Mitchell Salazar. We've got Strider Wasilewski out of the water and into the booth right over there. And so far, the grade of the day, I'm going to go ahead and say A-. Is that fair?
A.
You're going A?
Yeah.
Strider?
Yeah, I'm in the A. I just feel like this has been such great, you know, a playing field and the surfing and everything about it. I mean,
it's a playground, right?
Yeah, and well, Molly Pinkman paddled by me in the middle of her heat, looked over at me after she got one of the best waves in the morning and just said, that's why I came to El Salvador, was for that wave right there.
There you go.
And I feel like, you know, that just speaks volume and how great of a day we're having, and the platform that we have here is pretty amazing. So I'm going A.
Right.
A+ if it was bigger.
Well, now I feel bad.
I don't know.
Can I change my A? I'm going to go A.
No, I think you're right on.
There's
because
room
we
to
could
grow.
We could have hollower sections. We could have a little bit more size and more consistency.
2 days from
so
now.
I'm with you. I'll go with you on that. I'll go A-.
Thank you. 2 days from now, I know this is forecasting,
don't get
and that's
too far in front of
Surfline's
yourself.
job. But a couple days from now, new swell coming, and who knows? I mean, you never know. Tomorrow could be waist to chest high and absolutely perfect.
No, tomorrow's going to be pumping.
Really?
Yeah.
For normal people or for pros?
Pros. I think we're going to be right back here.
Good.
Dude, I love working with you guys. You guys are awesome.
Oh, this is work?
See,
It's
and
like we're in a parking lot right now, just talking about our buddies. Ripping.
That's what competing at this level after the cut should be like.
I feel like with this current situation and the timing of sets, I'm almost ready to throw this one into the refrigerator.
Really?
Yeah.
With 7:50 to go.
It might be a little early still, I feel.
Gotta put that meat on the counter for a little bit, you know?
Barron could break combo easily. Had a great event here last year. Remember, he had a sick alley-oop, too, in one of his heats. An 8.53 given the standard. That
No, these guys are all totally, the validity of what you're saying is 100% true, but I just feel like the tempo of the heat and how slow things have been, Barron's been behind on all of his work. Cole's looking sticky, hasn't really put together the one wave he needs.
I get it, but don't serve your pupusas until they're done, Strider. You gotta fully cook the pupusa.
They need to be crispy. They need to be crispy on the outside.
The national food of El Salvador, one of my favorite things in the world to eat.
We're having some tonight.
They have to be finished.
All right, well, I tried to throw it in the refrigerator, but you guys wouldn't let me.
We took it right back out and put it back on the oven. 6:50 to go here. Yago Dora in the lead.
On the oven, dude. Oh, you guys are too much.
Well, there's more waves coming through here. There's your overview. Again, drone team killing it. And no
Daniel
go there.
And Sturman have been killing it. Those shots from above are those beauty shots.
This is what I'm saying, though, guys. Like, there's an idea in their head right now that, like Jake said, that it has to be a set wave in order for you to get a score. Just look at the 683 of Yago. That was on a smaller insider wave.
Both of them.
All three of them have the capability to get something above a 6 on one of these waves. And you just start getting into your head, Chris, at a certain point of the heat where you're like, if I'm not on this wave, if I don't use priority a certain way, it's a missed opportunity, and I'm just completely losing it because I should be on this wave in this kind of situation.
Side wedge thing that just came through?
Mama Roca, it hit Mama Roca.
There's actually a lot of side wedge lump out there from the way that the swell is hitting the top of the point and coming down. So I feel like maybe the swell's got a lot of west in it, and it's kind of like pushing down around it, or something's happening out there, because all day long I was seeing a lot of those like multiple like wedges coming down the point.
You can see it kind of in the whitewater a little bit there, kind of push that wave up. We've seen that kind of we're a little ride over double up section that's been providing some pretty exciting moments. I think that last wave that just came through was the same wave that Gabriel got a 983 on in Tahiti. Same swell, right? Mm-hmm. We geotagged it.
Which is pretty awesome that you can be riding possibly the same wave that you rode about 4,000 miles away.
Yeah, it's possible.
4 days ago.
I'm not a scientist.
I didn't think that was
believer.
possible until like I overheard that. I was like, okay, let me do some more research, and then I was like, oh, it is.
Do your own research, Mitchell.
Yeah,
4:50 to go. Strider's refrigerator call is starting to sound a little bit.
But you know what? You look at Yago's fundamental perfection in a 777. You know that's Cole's wheelhouse. So 100% he could get that score. But he is sitting in the bottom of the rotation.
Yeah. At least he's on the outside of everybody else, though, so he does, get to a point where maybe a wide one breaks, everybody else is too deep. And
the scramble.
He gets the pick of the litter right there. But, yeah, the issue with long period south swells is that you do have these long intervals, these long periods in between those big sets and whatnot. But that's what I'm saying about those medium-sized ones. Like, you don't necessarily always have to be on the biggest, baddest waves out there, Chris. They just need to offer up the steepness and the sections out there in order for you to get vertical and as critical as possible, too.
Yeah, I mean, the judges just want to see radical surfing. Of course, wave quality counts, but it's not everything. 345, like a potential set out the back.
Still glassy.
And I think Gabriel kind of put it into perspective. When we watch these surfers come in from kind of masterful, tactical heats, we tend to think that they know something a lot more than the rest of us. But Gabriel said it, right? It's just a feeling that you get when you see a good wave, and you know it's going to be a good wave. If you've surfed for long enough, it definitely has happened to you. Of course, I think it just happens to these men and women a little bit more than the rest of us. But I like that idea that it isn't always like a lineup point or, you know, a piece of the reef that you're looking at. These surfers are the best in the world because they have that, you know, sixth sense as to which wave's going to be good. And then a lot of times, it doesn't even matter if it's a good wave or not. They'll just make it a good wave, like Iago did.
Yeah, well, I think Iago was probably one of the guys in this heat that actually realized that their heat was going to be during dead high tide. So that means that we're going to have a slowed roll. We have, you know, the ocean does take a breath, things mellow out, the tide goes slack, and there's less waves. So I feel like maybe he identified that before he went out, and he just was immediately catching waves if you saw him right on the inside, and that's been to his benefit for this entire heat.
Well, it's been a really fun heat to watch with 2:20 to go. Let's Rochambeau to see who goes into the channel next. 1, 2, 3, shoot. Oh, Strider, you weren't watching, so you're going back into the channel. Mitch and I will stay here in the air condition. Iago Dora's in the lead. I'm Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar, Strider Wasilewski. And so far, it's been so good down here at Punta Rocas, and more action to come. This heat's not over yet. The Iago show continues. Another kind of medium insider, and don't take your eyes off the screen. Even though the wave just got a little bit slow, watch out. Something big might happen on the inside. Just doing work. Ooh, this one growing a little bit. Building speed. Sees the ramp. Gets the varial. Whips it around.
Come on.
The man is at the skate park having the time of his life. Do something again. Give us more. Why not? Come on. You serious?
Let's go.
Hey, what video game are we playing right now? Because I'm having a great time with it.
This is the Liquid Skate Park, and that is Iago Dora taking things to the next level.
I mean, that's Rio Tavares vibe right there. You know, Pedro Barros and the crew are watching going, yep, that's our guy right there. It's the surf skate capital of Brazil. That's where Iago's from. You can obviously see the influence there. That's probably one of the only times I've seen, maybe on the entirety of the tour, that we saw a combination like that. So technical. He did the varial.
Where are they going to go with that
the back
score?
three.
Under priority again for the third time.
If you're a surfer who skates or a skater who surfs, you're throwing a 10-point ride at that. But you also have to go, okay, where did this fall into the heat?
Kick the tail, grab the rail,
execute varial,
land switch over the falls,
revert out.
I like
and then jumps
around.
back.
Yeah, but how's the sense of urgency to try to surf the rest of the wave
And
with just
do
the
a
same
three.
intensity? Yeah,
He wasn't finished.
That was rad.
Well, you know, in technicality, that's a 10, but you know, you might have taken a little bit of flow away from there, having to jump around right there, nearly dead stop after it. Of course, I'm being hypercritical because that's my favorite wave of the contest so far. So with 5 seconds left, that was the Iago Dora show from beginning to end. Maybe Bernamia can get back into this.
Counts?
No, he's comboed, isn't he?
Yeah, he's comboed.
But I mean, it still counts though, so at least get your confidence back up.
Well, Iago was the star. There were 2 other surfers out there. We didn't see much of them. But
Can I put it in
they
the
will have
fridge now?
another. They will have it. Yes.
Don't even start.
Look, I was going in the fridge with you. I just wanted to make it exciting for the viewers, you know, that we disagreed. But you were absolutely right. Strider, I'll give that one to you.
Oh,
there you go.
See?
All right, either way you slice it, Iago Dora, forget about the first part of the season. This is the Iago Dora of now. And he's on fire. 16.64 total, one of the highest of the day so far. Brilliant surfing there, highly technical, skateboarding on his surfboard. Love to see it. More to come. We've got elimination round surfing coming up next.
It's the pulse to get you caught up with women's opening round action. It was a strong start this morning by Joanne DeFay here at Punta Roca. Looked like she had things under control. Caroline Marks looking strong as well in the opening heat. The backhand of the defending champ, strong. DeFay wins. Sakura nearly turns the heat here. Talk about surfing on the edge. But Brisa Hennessy, solid in her approach, making her waves count. #1 in the rankings, avoids the elimination round with an opening round win. Katie Simmers, #2 in the rankings, came up against Tatiana Weston Webb. Weston Webb looking strong on the backhand. But Katie Simmers does not want to fall down those rankings. She's on to the quarterfinals. Gabriella Bryant in her opening round matchup looks strong, as well as Sawyer Lindblad. On the backhand, San Clemente rookie went to town, but #3 in the rankings, Molly Picklum takes out the W, nearly missing Mama Roca, and that's the pulse, and now you're caught up. We're into women's elimination round. This is elimination round 1, where two goofy foots are gonna battle and avoid elimination. That's the name of the round, and that's what happens. Now we have consequence, and the consequence is elimination, an equal 9th. That's a last place finish here, and no chance. So it's going to be, hey, Skype Girl along with Flick Palmentier. Elimination round, we have the defending champ, Caroline Marks, who looks sharp, up against Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica.
Yeah, this is an all goofy matchup, and I mean, obviously, you've got to give the favourite to Caroline. I mean, in the morning show this morning, I mean, she was a favourite. The results speak for themselves. I mean, her backhand is absolutely deadly, but I feel like Leilani's going to want to, you know, improve on her heat this morning. She's going to want to tighten the screws, and I mean, she's also a wild card, right? So she has nothing to lose. And I feel like hopefully she tightens up a few things and, yeah, can get the ball rolling.
All right, so 4 minutes off the clock, 35-minute heat. So we already have a score for Caroline Marks. You can see her on the paddle back out, our defending champ and our defending world champ, Caroline Marks. She's got a 6.83 opener, and that wave, that talk about, to your point, Flick, kicking off with a bang. She's a favorite in this heat. She doesn't want 9th place. She wants to avoid anything. She wants to stay in that final 5 conversation, because this is where we race for the final 5. Here's a replay of Caroline's 6.83.
Yeah, so opening wave here, biggest set wave too. Sort of a little bit of a safety turn on that first one, but really cracks it up there for the second. And just carving through this third section. Does she get a finish here on the inside? That wave kind of a little bit tapered here. It looks like it's going to start standing up and starting to get a bit more of a bowl on the inside. So she gets pretty busy here. And 6.83, I mean, that's a great opener and way to put the pressure on the wild card here. So she does get the finish nice and clean, doesn't fall, and really converting here. This is Leilani's second wave. So let's see what she got done. Big drawn out bottom turn. She really, really draws out this bottom turn for a long time. So just the, looks like maybe just the 2-turn combo. Does she get around? She does, maybe. So no, 2 turns for Leilani. And yeah, she's locked in a 4 for her second wave. So Caroline out in the lead with that 6.83.
Yeah, Leilani, I mean, when we look at, let's look at the numbers between these two in this matchup. It weighs heavily on Caroline's side, a heat winning percentage of 57%. Average heat score, 14.9 for Caroline, 6.83 for Leilani. But things even up, Flick, when we look at best score in El Salvador. Leilani, a 7.67, Caroline, a 7.83. So when we look at the best waves in the history of competition out here, it is close between these two surfers. So that does give really Leilani a fighting chance. And so all the other numbers favor Caroline, but Leilani can still get it done. Caroline here. Under priority finds this one. Lines up, banks off the top there just to clear that section, and the section runs away on Caroline. So just another score, trying to stay busy, trying to back up that 6.3. Here's the use of priority by Leilani McGonigal, and nearly a big error right there. She didn't make it too far down the point, so I think she's going to paddle back out and regain that first priority, which she does.
Yeah, I think, you know, Caroline's decision to go then, she's just trying to back up this 6.83 pretty quickly and really put the pressure on Leilani. I mean, it's such early stages in the heat, but sort of veteran status for Caroline right now. She's got so much experience under the belt, so I understand the theory there, but that one just sort of running off down the point. And also, you know, we've been seeing really big lulls today, and we're at the top of the tide. Things are slowed right on up, so I kind of like the approach of staying busy and, you know, if an opportunity presents itself, trying to convert.
Right now, we got a little bit after that high tide mark. We talked about the doldrums that were that happened, especially at the peak of the tide. Now, what do we expect with the tide receding, the tide going out for the rest of the afternoon?
I still feel like with the tide going out, I still feel like it's going to get a little bit more challenging. I just feel that, I don't know, I feel like this wave likes the incoming tide. I mean, you know, as it's starting to get full of you from that mid to high range, I feel like that's when you see it start to pulse. I honestly feel like, I mean, it could prove me wrong, but I really feel right now, you know, obviously right on that high tide, we're going to see it slow right up. But, I mean, hopefully now that it's swung, it might get a little bit more consistent. So we see Leilani
using priority, stalls that bottom turn. Nice carve, stays in the pocket. Wave steepens up, another nice carve, paced approach here. Good surfing, looking for something a little dynamic on the inside. Slash there with a little bit more tail pressure. Coming through, needs the finish, does not get the finish. He really needed that finish.
She really did, and I think that was probably the best wave that she's put together today so far. I mean, I think back to her earlier round heat at the opening round, and I feel like her pace was slightly off, and maybe even just the wave selection a little bit. So for me, that was shaping up to be her best score so far today. But yeah, just definitely a missed opportunity not converting on that last turn for sure. Let's have a look here. So she used that priority, and she just really does a good job at really drawing that bottom turn out, really extends it. Here once again, you can see there is a little bit of lump and bump in the face of the wave still. Not much wind, but just that little bit of onshore. It's just creating a little bit of texture on the face. But yeah, her pace, the pace was really good here. I feel like she wasn't trying to force anything. It was just up until this last moment that she just really needed to hang on there. But yeah, good pace to that wave and nice rhythm.
Coming in a 5-point ride, so she's still trailing. Needs a 4-point ride to take the lead off of Caroline Marks. The surfer from Costa Rica on the paddle back out, 24 years old, has been got close a couple of times on the Challenger Series to making the championship tour. Comes from a great surfing family. Brother Noah Mars, a great surfer that we saw on the QS for years. Dad, Sean, a San Clemente legend who very early on moved to Pavones to set up a hotel there. One of the pioneers actually out of America to that left-hand point break. It's a dream of the south part of Costa Rica. And so coming from a good pedigree is Leilani McGonigal.
Oh, completely. I mean, the waves are amazing where she's from. And the only thing is she's used to going, you know,
left.
Point break, but left. I mean, this is the opposite here. So, yeah, a little bit different for her. But, I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing. That 5-point ride was good signs. And like I said, I feel like it's the best wave she's put together with you know, the most pace and well-timed.
Iago Dora went bananas out there. 16.64 heat total. Let's hear from Iago.
To start out your campaign here in El Salvador, how did you find your rhythm with the waves so quickly?
Yeah, I think I just got lucky with the positioning. I got in the right rhythm, the right rotation, and I think Barron and Cole got caught a little bit too far out, and then I was just like, I have third priority. I'm just gonna keep riding waves and getting creative with it, and it worked out good for me. So yeah, that was fun.
I would say the creativity worked out well for you, including that high 8 in the final wave. Once you find yourself in a rhythm like that, how do you try to build on each score as you choose the next wave?
Yeah, I just try, like I say, just try to get creative. That my last wave wasn't like the best wave opportunity-wise. It was kind of had a lot of different sections, so I just had to kind of work with it. And that middle part went kind of mushy, so I went for the pop shove it, and then I saw the wave was still going after that, so I got back to my normal stance. It's like, maybe I can do another air here, and the wave did one more turn, and another ramp came up, so I was psyching on that one.
As you should be. Parabéns, congratulations. Para o Brasil, como você ganhou momento durante a sua bateria?
Sim, é muito bom, né? Quando a gente entra na rotação certa e consegue ir pegando onda, trocando nota. Acho que os outros competidores acabaram ficando um pouco para trás do pico demais. Isso funcionou bem para mim, então consegui ficar ativo ali, pegando várias ondas. Deu para suar, muito calor, mas deu tudo certo.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Yeah, Iago Dora with that varial. Being a varial is that when you use your hand on a board that rotates 180 in skateboarding, and since we're using skateboard terminology in a lot of surfing, we might as well do some explanation for that. So that would be a varial, invented way back in the early 80s. Eric Grisham, I believe, was a skater. It was an ode to his skateboard sponsor, Variflex, at the time, so hence varial.
I like it. I like that variety. I like it. We just don't see it that often. So cool little maneuver there, and high heat total. I mean, for this afternoon, highest of the day.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, that's it. We talk about Iago Dora, and this was a pivotal event for Iago just last year when he came back from a broken foot, was making heats, making big airs out here. Then he went on from here to have his first CT win in Saquarema. So he's still in form and actually gaining momentum like a skateboard wheel rolling downhill.
I feel like even he had great momentum over in Tahiti. You know, I think a lot of people were on just because the waves were so good, right? I mean, there were so many close heats, and you can say that so many people lost, so they should have kept advancing. But when it's so good, I mean, you're splitting hairs, and he honestly had some crazy hero moments. It was incredible to watch. So I feel like he's just continuing off that high, like a lot of surfers would have been from Tahiti.
Yeah. And getting some messages in the Red Bull athlete zone. I don't think Dad Leandro's here, so probably Dad give him the call. So good job. Keep it up. Whatever you did then, do it again. You got to do it again 4 more times, and you can win.
Oh, so good. Oh, Jesse Mendez, surfer, fellow commentator. We miss you.
Yeah. Try to get in here at some point.
He's probably had enough of us.
No. All right, Caroline with priority. Here she goes. Marks. Hits the mark there on that first turn. Long bottom turn to a carve. Little sleepy section here, so she's going to do some S-turns through this sleepy section. Nice gaff there. The rhythm of Caroline Marks evident, and really polished backhand. Right behind her, Leilani McGonigal. You can see the sets stacking up here. Talk about a dream wave on this wide shot. You can see almost synchronized backhand surfing between the two surfers. A little caught up there for Leilani. He's going to have to make up for it. Some downtime. And again, little caught up there. And so you can see how that killed the momentum really at the end part of Leilani's wave, which may have been an actual better wave than Caroline's, but Caroline really hit the mark over and over again with just some good tempo throughout the entire wave.
Yeah, that's definitely a good read. I think Leilani's was definitely a better wave, but in my opinion, Caroline she surfed that wave so well that she had. I mean, it was a C grade wave, and she surfed it up. And she's going to create a score for herself here. She's easily dropping that 2.23. She's backing up her 6.83 beautifully. And yeah, just a great pace and a great read, and technically so good.
So she just has to better at 2.23, and she's done that. By how much is going to be the question for Caroline. Just 22 years old, already a world title to her credit. Here she goes again on the replay. I just love the tempo of this wave.
Yeah, I just think she had a good read. It's kind of like what we were saying before, Kai. the ability to predict the future on a point break is what you need to be able to do and read that next section, you know, and she's just doing it so well. I mean, good pace. She's noticing the waves slowing down here. Okay, let's just S-turn our way through. It gets steep again. She whips it up into the lip. So, yeah, great read by her. And then out the back, Leilani, sort of a bigger wave and a little bit more of a bowl to it. But, yeah, she's just going out on the face that little bit more. That turn there was really well timed. I feel like that's probably the best moment. And then from here, things just got a little bit funky. She got off kilter there on that turn, and then in turn, the rest of the wave was just a little bit mistimed. Those last two turns, a little bit funky there. So she'll know that too. I mean, Leilani's, you know, she's been competing for a long time. She's been on the qualifying series. She's been on the Challenger series. And, I mean, it's just not her first rodeo either. So she's going to know that, just being the caliber of surfer she is. And she's going to feel that, and she's going to probably recorrect, I'd say.
Yeah, gonna have to make up for that, and we'll wait for scores for both of those waves. Another set coming through here. Caroline Marks did regain priority, and so with that, heat control to Marks, and likely improving upon her score line. She just did that. Actually, score just dropped in for Leilani McGonigal. Temporary lead because the lead changes with a 5.5 for Caroline Marks, 4.87 for Leilani McGonigal on that last exchange.
Yeah, you know, I'm being hypercritical, but I really do feel that Leilani had the, you know, ability on that last wave to probably surf that up into maybe like a 6.5. I feel that, you know, it just had a really good bowl to it. It's just, I feel like, yeah, her read on this wave just isn't quite as good as Caroline. Or Caroline, obviously, with a lot of experience here and great stats, great results, and good memories. I mean, last year defending event champ. But yeah, Leilani just needs to figure that out. And I mean, she's definitely got the skill, that's for sure. I mean, her backhand can be electric, so she just needs to sort of figure out the pace.
She needs a 7.33. We're going to see if she's able to score that 7.33, because we're going to step away for a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back after that Bonsoy brew break with the conclusion of Heat 1 of the elimination round. Stick around. Surf City, El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, Punta Roca, and Up and Riding, Caroline Marks. Nice snap for the defending world champ one more time. Looking good here. Winds up and bats it there for the third turn. One more strike to the lip for Caroline Marks. Looking lethal on the backhand. She's already at lead over Leilani McGonigal. Anything over a 5.5 and Caroline will extend her lead. Here's McGonigal on the answer back. Nice carve there for Leilani. Big snap. Times a little bit of backwash coming off the rocks there, but that's all she's going to get.
Whoa, okay, Caroline's wave was amazing. That was just reminiscent of, you know, her road to the world title last year. I just felt like just backhand hanger after backhand hanger, so well timed. And yeah, once again, just the rhythm's there, the pace is there. Let's break it down. So she goes straight up into the lip. More of a carving maneuver here. Transitions, and then once again, just straight up into that lip. It just is, for me, it's just, I just see lowers. That's all I see. Lowers and her on her way to her world title. Just that same form. Behind her, Leilani. And her wave two, she's a little bit sleepy there for this first turn, but goes up into the lip for the second. Really hard section to ride out of there. A little bit of backwash to contend with. So a couple of scores to drop.
Well, the number's big for Caroline Marks, a 7.67, 6.83 backup. That backed up Leilani McGonigal up against the wall. And the wall she needs to break is a 9.5 for the Costa Rican. To add to that challenge, Leilani sitting under the priority of Caroline Marks. So far in, you know, high tide with a receding tide, a little bit slow, but Caroline Marks just going out and surfing outstanding and also playing such a smart heat. It seems like she's always on top of the priority when she needs to be.
Yeah, I think sometimes you can kind of surf your way into that, and sometimes it is just luck. I think she's just done a really good job. Her wave selection's been great, but once she has that wave, I mean, she's not falling. I probably just jinxed her, but she's not falling, and she's converting on every wave she's getting. I mean, and her scores are growing. I mean, that 7.67, I mean, a couple of the judges even went excellent on that as well. And yeah, for me, it was just reminiscent of her road to a world title last year, that same form.
At the WSL Finals, let's take a look at that road for Caroline Marks. Came out at lowers, the only goofy foot in a room full of regulars, and the backhand was too much. This is her match against Katie Simmers. Even late to the party, she still brings home the present there. Moving on into the next match up against Tyler Wright, who we'd think would be a favorite.
Yeah.
Not today.
No, I mean, going into this, I definitely thought Tyler was on. I had a feeling about her, but I mean, she took down the Aussie and then came up against Carissa Moore.
Title match up against Carissa Moore, and the assault on lowers Wrights continues, throwing the fins out the back, and the feeling of a young world Caroline Marks. It's going to happen again this year. Lexus WSL Finals, buckle in for that. But right now, this back half of the season and this contest in particular, it's really the race for just even getting a chance at that world title. And to get a chance at that world title, you got to be in the final 5. So every heat, ultra important, especially for someone like Caroline Marks, who comes into this event number 5 on the rankings. So she's right on the cut line. She doesn't want to fall below that cut line. She wants a chance to defend her title. She falls below that cut line, the title's going to go to somewhere else without Caroline even putting up a fight.
Yeah, this is so true, right? But I feel like Caroline's got really good memories from here last year. I mean, this event, El Salvador, was, you know, her first win last year, and it's kind of what kick-started that momentum. From here, she went to Tahiti. She got another win. And I feel like, I mean, she's also, you know, you look back to that final 5 day, she was the lone goof. It's this point of difference. I feel like it's the same situation here, you know, at Punta Roca. And yeah, she just looks good. Obviously, it's reminiscent of lowers as well. It's just, yeah, her surfing goes hand in hand here.
Okay, well, Leilani just there and other priority, so she just had a look at that one. Take a look at our live rankings coming into this event number 7. Caroline Marks right on the cut line. Opportunity for Gabriella Bryant. Tatiana Weston-Webb's looking in form. She's number 7 coming here. And Sakura, we're going to see Gabby, we're going to see Tati, we're going to see Sakura, all in the elimination round along with Tyler. So this is going to be an important elimination round when we look at these live rankings and the order. Number 1, 2, and 3 already into the quarterfinals, breaking away from the pack.
Yeah, super exciting stuff as we see Caroline taking off in a big wave.
All right, so that one, Caroline Marks 2 deep, so this is a big opportunity for the Costa Rican. Leilani eyeing up this one. Good size wave, beautiful wall, steep section. Nice doubled up, steep cupped out wave. Able to negotiate a first turn there. Soup gets a hold of her for the second turn. some warbles in the face, the refraction from the first wave affecting her just a little bit, but managing it. We talk about tempo and rhythm, a little bit better rhythm on this wave for Leilani McGonigal. That was a money turn there, and that was a nice way to finish off the ride.
Yeah, it was a pretty good wave, right? That it had a funny angle on it though. It was sort of peeling, like a funny refraction. It was kind of peeling back onto the onto the point break, and I feel like it was forcing her to cut her turns a little bit short. That last turn though, she was really able to project up and really hit the lip properly. Which, I mean, you commented on it, it was great. But once we break this down, you'll be able to see it. I feel like that wave was sort of forcing her to sort of cut that turn, her first turn, or the first few turns a bit short. Let's have a look here. So she always has this big deep bottom turn there, which is so nice to watch. And yeah, this wave here, you can't really tell from this angle, but when we're watching it live, you could see it. It was just peeling back on the point, a bit funky. Sort of forcing her to cut that first turn, the first few turns a little bit short here. She brings it through to the inside. I mean, that turn there, that was a lot better. It was a lot more well-timed, for sure.
Well, she got a 5.6. So what she did was she did reduce her need. Now she needs an 8.9, 7 minutes remaining. She's under the priority of Caroline Marks. We can see some lines marching through, but we can also see the long paddle up the point, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, we spoke about it earlier, right at the beginning of today, but these women who, they've already surfed once this morning, and it's such a long day, and it is so bloody hot here. It is honestly, I mean, you step outside, right now it's got to be probably the hottest time of the day too. We'll get back to that. Caroline delays that bottom turn late on that one, but stays on board, but then decides to just eject off. And smart, that's good heat IQ, because she recognized that Leilani, she was late on that first turn. Leilani's further down the point. Look at her, she's going to scramble to reestablish priority and continue to control this heat. Yeah.
That was a good play. That's like heads up play.
Yeah, it's smart. I mean, that's just what experience gives you, right? I mean, so many, years on tour, a world title already, a lot of heats, banked, and she was never, and she could already know, as soon as she went up for that first turn, she knew it was mistimed. She's like, hang on, am I going to improve on a 6.83 or a 7.67? Probably not. Had to look down the line, scoped that Leilani was there. I'm just going to pull off and regain priority. I mean, that's veteran moves.
Yeah.
And she's still so young. I mean,
22 years old.
I say veteran, but I mean, she did qualify for the tour at a very young age.
Yeah, she's the youngest ever to qualify for the championship tour at 15 years old. So we call her a veteran, although she's only 22 years old. She's got 6 years on the championship tour. She's really a child prodigy, right?
Yeah.
This child surfing prodigy that everybody saw coming through the ranks, originally from Florida, moved over to California, and then people were just like, well, here comes Caroline.
Yeah.
I feel right now, I would say the same thing that we're going to say, well, here comes Aaron Brooks.
Yeah, completely.
Well, here comes Sierra Kerr. I feel like you could, you do this long enough and you can see them coming. Right?
Oh, completely.
Here's Leilani on the fight back. Nice bang on the backhand. One more time. Just a smaller wave, however, and she needs an excellent score. So just the size of the wave, although the backhand surfing is really good right here, and the quality of turns are really nice, it's just, I think the size of the wave is going to limit any opportunity to take that lead off of Caroline.
Agreed. I also think, 8.9, it has to be the best wave of the heat, and that's not. I was really great surfing, exactly to your point, Kipes, but she's definitely going to need something bigger. It doesn't always mean that the bigger wave you get a bigger score, but the bigger wave is going to, force a more critical section. Therefore, it's going to, draw bigger points. So this is good surfing. I mean, this is what I want to see. I want to see her go more up into the lip and, not cut that turn so short. So it's good surfing, but yeah, she's definitely going to need a bigger wave here, and she's going to need to get back out the back and sort of force Caroline's hand here, because this heat's ticking away.
Yeah.
Or she's going to need to find some space.
Find some space or a multiple wave set and just got to go ham on it. And, it's still possible. We've seen great comebacks actually throughout this entire championship tour season from both the men and the women. We've seen a ton of heats turn within the last 2 minutes. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility. But I say that to give hope, but also Caroline Marks probably is one not to make mistakes at this point in the heat.
You got to be thinking too. I mean, Leilani might try and create space here, but Caroline's no dummy. Like, she's going to start moving down that point. She's going to she's not going to give Leilani room to move, and well, I don't think she will. And you know, all the opportunity in the world. I think even if there is, you know, to a two-wave set that comes through, you got to be thinking that, you know, even if Caroline takes one, Leilani might get the second. So Caroline's going to try and improve on her situation. But I liked what Leilani's ended up doing here in the end. I feel like her surfing's improved throughout this heat. I feel like as she sort of surfed a bit into herself into confidence, it looks like there's actually little lines starting to come through now. So Caroline's on the move.
And Caroline keeping a watchful eye on Leilani McGonigal. Will she hang out and play defense or decide to play offense and better that 6.83 is decision time now for the reigning world champ? And she says, you know what, I'm going to surf my way into a bigger score here. Passing Leilani, winding up and stabbing that lip there. Wave tapers a bit, but it looks like it has a line inside here as it starts to double up. Gets steeper on the inside. Caroline throws that one away.
Yeah, that's not going to improve on a 6.83. I mean, the first turn was pretty critical and it was a bigger wave. I sort of understand it because, you know, there was only a couple of minutes remaining. Actually, looks like Leilani might get an opportunity here.
Yeah, Leilani will have an opportunity here. Now, will it be the first wave of the set? The second wave of the set? Because this is a multiple choice question. And she says, I'm going to go with A, first wave. Let's see what she has here. That's a nice opening turn for McGonigal. Big second turn for Leilani. Carves through here. This wave steepens up. Has to cut it short. Snap. Convergence. She pulls it through. She's going to get right back in the game. Likely to reduce her requirement. Don't think it's going to be that 8.9 that she needs. And unfortunately, she's going to have to make fast work of it once she knows her new requirement because we're down to a minute.
Yeah, it's a good read. I think she's definitely got to lesser that requirement, but whether or not she gets another opportunity, I don't know about that. I feel we know how long this paddle back out is. Caroline's out there, she's going to get priority. I don't see her getting another opportunity. And, I mean, but you know what? She can hold her head high because that was great surfing. I mean, those first two turns were done really, really well. I mean, she went straight up into the lip, really critical section, backed it up with another one, and then got the finish too on a bigger wave. It's kind of exactly what we're asking for. So she can hold her head high.
Yeah, and she's going to come in, start preparing for her next on the radar for Leilani McGonigal will be the Challenger Series in Bolitos. She can prepare for that. She's got some championship tour experience. Great surfing, but our defending event champ and reigning world champ not to be denied. As we thought, 6.43, Leilani's best wave in this heat. She did reduce the requirement to an 8-point ride. She's just going to run out of clock right now.
Yeah, I like what you're saying, Copes. I mean, she's going to Bolito. You know, that's her next event after this. But, I mean, she's got some CT experience under the belt. And, you know, coming from here, I guess she can kind of continue with that momentum. And, yeah, a little bit more confidence, knowing that, you know, she can put together a couple of decent scores on the CT and knowing that that will translate well, you know, onto the Challenger Series.
Well, we're on to the next heat. Caroline Marks, she's on to the quarterfinals. Next up, it's going to be Tatiana Weston Webb against Sawyer Lindblad. It's going to be the battle of the goofy foots here at Punta Roca.
Estamos acá en Playa El Sonte, uno de los paraísos del Salvador.
Y para ver el atardecer queda muy cerca también de Playa Punta Roca, está como unos 20 minutos. Yo voy con mis amigos, con mis primos y la paso súper bien, la verdad, siempre lo disfruto a lo máximo.
Un lugar que se ve el atardecer es súper bonito, un lugar mágico, la verdad para mí. Yo vengo acá siempre a despejarme la mente, a escuchar música, a pensar, disfrutar de este paraíso, disfrutar de la vista que tenemos, ¿sabes? De la vista, del sol, de las olas. Y disfrutar con una cervecita siempre cae rico. Salud.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Women's elimination round out in the water. We've got a couple of goofy foots. Tatiana Weston Webb coming up against Sawyer Lindblad, Kuiper Girl, as well as Flick Palmentier on the call. And here we go, starting quickly with Sawyer Lindblad. Lindblad, the rookie on tour out of San Clemente, California, looking sharp on the backhand. Talk about swinging your board through the paces. So nice start for Sawyer Lindblad. However, she's faced up against Tatiana Weston Webb, who is a veteran on the championship tour. 8 years on the CT, 4 CT wins for Tati. So big challenge for the rookie. But the rookie, she has met challenges this year over and over again, Flick. We can look back to Western Australia where Sawyer Lindblad needed to make the final. She did that and stayed on tour. Missed step by Tatiana Weston Webb, missing that wave, and now she's going to be out of position for this next one. Scratching for the shoulder, trying to get into position for this one. And a missed opportunity.
Wow, okay, so she paddled for that first one, which, you know, she wasn't ever going to get. It kind of was like a little sidewinder, hitting the point break a little bit funny. And then therefore she was out of position, got caught inside by that next one. It looks like she was having a look there. But I'm really impressed with Sawyer. I mean, yeah, Tati, incredible career, incredible event in Tahiti. But if we talk about Sawyer's year, just as a rookie and, you know, the fight to stay alive, to keep her place on tour.
Let's talk about Sawyer's year. For a rookie, like, some damaging results in the beginning. You know, she came off of Hawaii with 2 9th place finishes. She went to the Chile Wilds of Portugal, again, 9th. So she was staring down, you know, to be relegated to the Challenger Series, right? Got in gear at Bells where she made the quarterfinals, gave herself a chance. We got to the cut line in Western Australia. She needed to make the final. She did just that. Here's the year for Sawyer Lindblad on the graphic there. Like,
yeah, you know what? I mean, I actually think, okay, yeah, she had 3 nights, right? Pipe, Sunset, but she had a 9th in Portugal, but she had this really close heat with Caroline, right? Where it was just like, you know, rapid fire. They were both on the backhand, both looking deadly, and Caroline just got the jump on her, right? And I feel like that's when things started to click into gear on the CT. But then once she got to Australia, we started working with Jake Patterson. I mean, things just started to work. They were gelling together, and a second to keep her place on the tour, absolutely incredible.
And there's no denying, you know, the talent. She's just 18 years old, mind you. In between Tahiti and here in El Salvador, congratulations, Sawyer Lindblad. She just graduated from San Clemente High School, the Tritons.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, just 18 years old.
Just 18 years old.
I know.
You know what a Triton is?
What is a Triton? Enlighten me.
A Triton, when we look back at Greek mythology, a Triton actually has a man's torso and a fish's lower side. Tritons actually, a lot of times blowing their conch, control the waves, control the oceans. They can make the waves still or bring the waves. So what a great mascot for San Clemente High School. And she's calling on a Triton right now to bring her another set because she started off with a 5.83. Let's take a look. Just a week ago, congratulations, Sawyer Lindblad. You're a graduated Triton. There she is on her graduation, San Clemente High School.
Oh, it's so crazy, right? I mean, because she's on tour, you kind of automatically think, wow, she's a mature woman, she's had all this experience, and, you know, she has had great experience around the world, but you just forget sometimes that a lot of these women qualify when they're so young. I mean, great example in that last heat, we talked about it, Caroline Marks qualifying at 15 years old. You know, Sawyer qualifying, you know, 18 years old on first year on tour. There's still so much growing, so much learning to do. And I've just been impressed with her mindset this whole year. It's been incredible, and especially once she got to Australia, she had such a job ahead of her. and to sort of pull yourself out of the trenches and, you know, get your head back in the game after a string of nights. I mean, it's easier said than done. And obviously working with Jake is going well. I mean, already off to a great start here, and looks like she's going to force Tati into this one.
Sure did. You saw that effort and that paddle. So here we go, Tatiana Weston-Webb on her first wave. Nice carve for Tati. Eases through a cutback there. Inside section setting up. Little off kilter. And you could see that happening. The reverb coming through for Tatiana Weston-Webb. And you saw the mistake that happened on a bottom turn where she skipped out, killed all her forward momentum. And that's going to be a strike for Tatiana Weston-Webb.
I think that was a strike of brilliance for Sawyer, just forcing her into that. She just sold Tati a dud.
Yeah.
I mean, that wave was not a good wave.
I said before, Flick. I mean, that was she sold her a nice, shiny lemon.
Yeah.
And then Tati bit into the lemon and found out it was super sour.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could already tell this wave had such a taper on it. Good first turn, but already here, this wave is just tapering off like no tomorrow. And I mean, she's doing her best to try and stick with it, but when they taper so hard on your backhand, it can be really easy to get off footing, and I mean, we saw it just there. So let's have a look at this one. This is Sawyer's, and I mean, I just feel like she's got great pace. It feels like to me, I mean, that she's sort of figured out this pace, and I feel like obviously her wave selection, really great as well.
You see her the bottom turns and how she hold her arms. She has great fundamentals right there. And I think that comes natural. But then to your point, when you have someone like Jake Patterson that helps you polish what you already have in some of that skill set, and then you add heat IQ, I think you're right on the call that that's really when Sawyer's year started turning around. And the formula seems to be working. Now she has heat control at 5.83, and she's going to be smart with this priority.
Yeah, I think, yeah, just to sort of go a bit deeper on that point, I think, you know, Jake realizes that all these surfers that he's coached over the years, right, they're the best in the world. They've qualified for the tour. Their surfing's there. Yes, there's things that they want to improve on. As we get a little shot right there of Jake in the channel, Caddy and Ross on Tati's board. But, you know, he's locked it in that, okay, you guys are here for a good reason. You're really good surfers. You're the best in the world. Like, obviously you want to improve on your surfing. But where Jake's strengths lie, I feel, are very much in strategy, in putting together heats, what to do in what position with what priority. And it, you know, the sort of heat drills that he puts together when, you know, when you're training before and after an event. Like, I honestly feel like that's where his strengths are. And because, you know, it's a big change jumping from the Challenger Series to the CT, and having that confidence, I feel like Jake's instilled that in her.
Yeah, look at Sawyer Lindblad floating in the water right there, number 24 on her jersey, and that she's doing to honor the late great Kobe Bryant. So she knows the feeling of a winner, and she's got it right on her back, and that's more inspiration. And comes from a great surfing family as well. You know, dad's a ripping goofy foot, and her brother Taj is another up-and-coming San Clemente surfer. There's the family there in support. Dad looking a little bit nervous because it's early days here, and, you know, understandably so, because this Tatiana Weston-Webb can certainly turn this heat when she gets back into priority.
Oh, definitely. And I think, you know, Tati's coming off one hell of an event in Tahiti. I mean, if not the best wave ever ridden by a woman, in my opinion. I think this wave was insane. You know, that 10-point ride that Tatiana got, it was just, you know, a major moment in women's surfing once again this year. I feel like it's crazy how much the performance level is continually being pushed.
Right.
Not just once, not just twice, but like 3 times. I can think that Pipe, Erin Brooks on the Gold Coast, backhand tube ride, and now Tatiana and Vahine Heat, you know, in Tahiti. The story this year is women's surfing, in my opinion.
Women's surfing, you know, growing leaps and bounds, and we're able to watch it in live time in jerseys at the World Surf League when we look at those performances. Here's Tatiana. This is a 10 all the way, and not just a 10. 10s are not all created equally. This is a perfect 10. All 5 judges saying that was perfect, and get all 5 of those guys in agreement, you know you drop the mic, and that's exactly what she did right there. And it's amazing that she didn't win that heat. So she's also going to go down in another stat of having a 10-point ride and not winning the heat.
Yeah, you know what? I think this comparison's already been made, but the movie Blue Crush, right, which is absolutely iconic, Anne-Marie, you know, all she wants is to get this hero moment at Pipeline, right? And it's kind of like this was this exact moment in reality, right, playing out. Tatiana gets this hero moment, which she's been waiting for her whole career, right? She comes out of the barrel, literally both arms up in the sky. You look at Blue Crush, Anne-Marie comes up out of the barrel, both arms in the sky. It's like crazy. The future was predicting itself, and Tatiana doesn't get the win. Anne-Marie didn't get the win, but she got the cover of the Surf Mag, and that's all she ever wanted. And it's literally what happened to Tati. Anyway, it made me just super stoked and fangirling. Anyway, let's move on.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love that. That was some good Hollywood trivia right there. Well, there's nothing trivial about our reigning world champ and event champ. Let's hear from Caroline Marks. She had a heat win. She's with AJ McCord.
That's right, Kaipo. Caroline, we were talking about just how special this place is to you. I want to talk about your relationship with this wave in particular in just a minute, but that heat against Leilani, how did you put in the work early on to set yourself up for the back half?
Yeah, you know, I had an interesting heat this morning. I pretty much had like a 7-minute heat. I was in just really bad priority rhythm. I made a couple mistakes with my priority, and then it set me up to have like a 7-minute heat, and then I needed like a small score at the end. So I really wanted to avoid that in that heat, and the waves have gotten a lot better, a bit more consistent. The tide kind of helped it a lot. So yeah, we had a really consistent heat actually, so that was a lot of fun. And yeah, I don't know, I just try to find like steep face. It's sort of hard to identify a wave sometimes, just because sometimes they double up, sometimes they don't. But I just really wanted to like just surf and not like sit there too long. And yeah, thankfully I got a couple really good scores at the beginning.
And Kaipo mentioned sort of your resume here at Punta Roca, of course, the coming in here as the defending event champion. You told me yesterday this wave is something special for you. It fires up something in you. Why is that?
Yeah, I don't know. El Salvador's been really good to me. You know, being from Florida, this is a pretty short flight for us, and I used to come as a kid a little bit. I've never been to Punta Roca and up until the event was here, but I spent time at Las Flores and other areas in El Salvador, and I don't know, it was my first event back here. I've taken time off, and my first win back to kind of start my world title campaign, and it's just been fun. I just always get fun waves, and people are really nice, so I just enjoy it. It's good vibes over here.
Great vibes. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Cool. Thank you. God, bugging my face. Sorry.
Good stuff. Caroline Marks on to the quarterfinals. Quiet right now, and that's been the story, right? So Felicity, we talked about like, okay, the doldrum on the high tide coming on the backside of the high tide is going to slow stuff down. Every time you get to your feet, you got to make it count, because you're going to get fewer opportunities with this long period swell, with the receding tide, with the high tide, and that is really playing into Sawyer Lindblad's favor, because she's got heat control. She's got, in my book, what we've seen so far, pretty much a keeper score with that 5.83. Get another good number, anything over a 6, and she's on her way to locking this thing up.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like 5.83, I think that's a great backup. I just feel like with the caliber of surfer coming up against Tachi and knowing what both of these surfers did in Tahiti, I mean, we just spoke about Tachi, right? But we've got to speak about Sawyer too, because on that opening day of competition for the women, I mean, Sawyer also got one of her best waves of her life and her career, and she did it in a jersey. I mean, it was incredible to watch, that 9-point ride. And I feel like she kind of shocked herself too, you know, just with how hard she pushed herself.
Yeah, she had to go. You know, there's no hiding at the end of the road. You have priority, and the hoots come from the channel. And that's just what she did. Tippy-toed into a wave, made the drop, pulled into a big barrel, got into that tube stance, and came flying out. It's amazing these days that we can see some of the best surfing in competition jerseys too. I want to comment on that, because when we're celebrating women's surfing and we're seeing the strides that we're making this year, and we're seeing barriers getting broken, we're not seeing that in video parts where you have multiple tries. We're seeing that with a clock, with a jersey, needing a score under pressure, and the women succumbing and coming up and performing under that pressure.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think, you know, it just, for me, it comes down to opportunities and WSL willing to give the women that, you know. I think it's been a long time coming, and the women have been more than capable for a long time. And I just, you know, up until recent years. I mean, we still do have women that have chased those sort of waves. I mean, this is why it was so incredibly special for Tati, because she's been someone who's really been vocal about how she believes that the women deserve to be in conditions like this, and that she believes that the women are up to that challenge. And I feel like up until Tahiti, she'd had free surf moments where we know she charges. She'd gone on trips when her husband Jesse was on tour, Jesse Mendez, and she'd go to Tahiti and she'd put in the reps. And there wasn't any other women going, like not many more women going and doing that self and actively putting themselves in those waves of consequence. So I feel like that's why it just made that moment so much more special for Tati, because it had been a long time coming and she's just always campaigned for it. So yeah, it's awesome when you see someone really just back themselves like that.
Yeah, you're right. Like I think it was 2018, Jesse there in Tahiti, and Tati accompanied him, and she was a standout in the free surfs before and after the event. Here she is right here, trying to make things happen, getting caught up a little bit on this tapered wave. You can see it pushing into this double up section, allows herself one snap there. Another powerful snap, a lot of pressure on the back foot. Third snap, so getting some rhythms, getting some tempo, and super late to that one. What a finish.
That was crazy.
What a finish. She met a falling lip at the same time. That is such quick reaction time. There's Jesse Mendez, Tati's husband. You can see the kick, the pep in her paddle, that she knows she's right back in this.
Yeah, she's fired up. That thing was crazy. She got inverted. She was basically upside down. That lip was halfway broken when she went up to meet it. I mean, the start of this wave was a bit how you going. It was a bit ugly, and she did the best she could, but she already had eyed up. I like this that she stayed with it, because she obviously could see that it had potential down the line, and it just stood up, it bowled up perfectly, and this is going to be an epic score. I mean, she got so much work done here on the inside, and that she just like projected out of that turn with so much speed, more than when she went into it. And this is where all this damage starts being done. I mean, look at that. And the way she whips out of that, she came out of that turn with more speed than what she went into it. And that gives you a good indication, too, of just how much energy that inside section has.
Yeah, fist pump for a good reason. And the judges, they enjoyed it, too. That fist pump and finger snap. Take a look at the numbers for Tatiana Weston-Webb, and she goes excellent. Throw away that 8.5 and that 8-point ride for Tati, and she turns the heat in a big way and puts a fire under Sawyer Lindblad, who now needs a 5.68 to take the lead. But Sawyer's likely going to need more than that, because remember, Tati has a backup of just a 3.5, so likely she's going to improve upon that 3.5 and increase the need for Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah, that's Tati's next mission, right? Like, I don't think she's going to be sitting around too long. If there's waves and there's opportunities, she's going to be taking them, because she's going to want to, make Sawyer sweat. She's going to want to really, exemplify this moment, and she's going to want to put the pressure on Sawyer. She's a veteran.
Yep.
She's been around for a while. She's not a silly girl.
Nope, it's going to be the veteran putting pressure, and it's a test for the rookie. So if the rookie can hold her ground, Sawyer Lindblad, right now, and not panic, because she's hearing, no doubt, 8-point ride over the speakers coming out to the ocean. 8-point ride over and over again. She's hearing 14 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. She's realizing right now, you can see her looking towards land, looking at her landmarks, making sure she's ready. You can see the pressure, and how she handles it is going to determine really if she stays in this heat.
Yeah, you know what? Just from performances recently in the most recent events, I feel like she's going to have all the confidence and belief to know that she can pull a rabbit out of a hat. So that's good for her.
Well, we'll see. It's been a battle. Can the rookie come back? Tatiana Weston-Webb's gone excellent. We'll be back with the conclusion. Heat 2, elimination round.
this day bring?
This is one of the best days for women surfing in the history of the sport.
I just knew that, like, man, this is women surfing. You know, like, we're doing it. I'm just so stoked right now.
That was a monumental day for women's surfing in Tahiti. That's stop number 6. We're stop number 7 right now. Tatiana Weston-Webb has a lead over Sawyer Lindblad. If you're just joining us, this is the elimination round. Head-to-head competition. Loser takes an equal 9th. That's as bad as you can do at the back half of the tour. Kakagura, along with Felicity Palmentier on the call here. And Tati, you can see, like you said, continues to apply pressure. Even though that, you know, that was a nothing wave, she's trying to bait Sawyer into taking something, make a bad decision.
Yeah, she's trying to bait her. She's also just trying to ask questions of Sawyer. I mean, she's so experienced. She's got so many years on tour, 8 years. And she just wants to back up this 3-5. She just wants to, you know, really make this job a lot harder for Sawyer. And she has the potential to do so. I mean, you've got to be thinking, like, we've really only had one sort of proper set wave, right? So
we're due for one.
Yeah, exactly, right? So you'd think stranger things have happened, but it looks like there's a little bit of movement up the Pointo, so maybe a Seto is on the way.
Yeah, and it's going to be really important when Sawyer Lindblad decides to use her priority, because she will not get many more chances if she doesn't fulfill the requirement and actually pad that requirement. So for Sawyer, we see in the needs column, she needs a 5.68, but really, she needs a 7. Because we have to go under the presumption that Tati is going to improve upon that 3.5. That's a pretty easy presumption, that even if she gets a 4.5, then that goes up to basically a 7, her Sawyer's need.
Yeah, I'd also go as far as saying she just kind of needs to keep pace with Tati and match it with an excellent score. I just, yeah, K7 for sure. I just feel that Tati's just going to squeeze her. You know, the moment that this set comes through, I think Tati's just going to want to continue with this momentum, and you can see it already. I mean, she's fired up too. You can see her kicking after that wave, that 8-point ride that she got. You know, already that first sort of opportunity that came through, she already went it. She's I find it hard to believe right now. It's going to be hard to shake this off and hard to break this rhythm of Tachi.
Well, with this quiet time, it gives both surfers time to think about the situation. And so, you know, as a former competitor, how do you stay centered in this quiet time? I mean, there's nothing really going on, and it's been a few minutes of nothing going on. How do you stay centered and focused?
Look, I think it just comes. Everyone's got their own preferences, right? And some people like to be amped up, some people like to slow down, and I feel it's all about, you know, really understanding yourself as a competitor and what you like. I mean, we've got some people that are into, you know, different breathing techniques, trying to control that nervous system, keep the heart rate down. People trying to, you know, focus on the water in front of you. Someone that comes to mind is Gabrielle Medina, always playing with the water, making the little splashes. Let's keep us in the here and now. Let's focus on this. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. I mean, obviously, some people might have mantras. There's stacks of different things, right? I think once you start seeing someone's head on a swivel and going around, you're looking in all different directions, that's when I think you haven't got the head in the game and you're a bit concerned about what's going on and not what's right in front of you.
Both surfers paddling out right now, Flick, so some sets coming through, some waves coming through. We'll see if Tati can build upon her scoreline or if Sawyer Lindblad will use her priority. Lindblad, nerves of steel, says, nope, that's not up to my liking. So here goes Tati. Steep section on the inside. Nice opening snap there for Tatiana Weston-Webb. One more time to the lip. Great tempo again. Little caught up, but 2 quality turns. She's going to stick with it, hoping for some clean water. The warble and the reverb, though, affecting that wave. So the score's going to really lean on those first 2 turns. Those first 2 turns were quality turns.
Yeah, they were. They were great time turns. And, I mean, yeah, it was a smaller wave and it tapered off, but I'm thinking it could possibly go higher than this 3.5 ever so slightly. Just put a bit more pressure on Sawyer.
Yeah, judges are pretty quick putting in their numbers right now, and it's right slightly higher, a 3.93. So Tatiana Western-Webb continues leading in this heat. Strider Wazalewski, though, he's out on the loose. Where are you, Strider?
I found my way to the Corona bar. You know I had to come down here and get me a Corona Cero con limon. Pairs up perfectly just like a Corona. And, well, 100% natural ingredients in these guys. No alcohol, but a great taste, and we're down here at the beach. This is where the brand was born, down on the beach, so this is the perfect spot to be at the Corona bar, hanging out, watching the waves and watching all the action. Stick around for the Corona Cero post-show coming up right after this.
Yeah, thank you, Strider. Yeah, Corona Cero post-show, where we will be wrapping up all today's action. We had a big day today with opening round for both the men and the women, and the women's elimination round. So 16 heats total today, and we're going to wrap that all up in the Corona Cero post-show following heat number 4 of the elimination round.
Yeah, what a big day. What a big day. And I think back to even, you know, the ocean has provided. I mean, sometimes it taketh, but today it is giveth. And it is just, I mean, that swell that we've seen, it's just the tail end of it that we had in Tahiti. And yeah, it's been pumping all day. And great glassy conditions earlier this morning through to that opening men's round. And then now it's still continuing to pump. It's been good.
Yeah, it's been, you know, you talked about it earlier, Flick, in that how consistent this surf town is, Surf City, El Salvador, and Surf City, El Salvador, and just all of El Salvador just really hones in year-round, but especially right this time of the year, we're going into these south swells, ultra consistent and a ton of variety.
Completely. I mean, I feel like there's always a wave, and just lots of variety. My personal favorite is La Bocana. Little A-frame peak, lots of different sections. I personally love going left. There's a left there. It's good fun.
Yeah, it's, I hear people comparing that wave to a lower trestles oftentimes. But
yeah, poor man's trestles for sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure every dog has its day, and I'm sure it does pump, but you know.
Well, and you think about it, what makes a lot of these waves really is all of the watershed that we see here. You have steep volcanic mountains with rivers running off of that. We talked about the orographic lifting in the past, where it's really a lot of rain. We can count on rain because of the geography here and the wind. We can count on rain happening often as those lows and as the winds pass over these tall hills and these volcanic mountains. They just get ringed out rain. The rain obviously flows downhill down these rivers. The river mouths create surf breaks, just like this beautiful surf break right here at Punta Roca. What a setup.
Yeah, well, I mean, you think back to, you know, all the best surf breaks in the world. Tehopo, Pipeline, Backdoor. I mean, all created by, you know, freshwater creeks or reefs or volcanic eruptions. And, yeah, I mean, it's all connected, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And, you know, and also when we talk about, you know, taking care of our stadium here in competition, or our playground for, you know, as we free surf, is paying attention to everything that involves in this. And especially one point is, you know, the shoreline, but the other thing to pay attention to, especially in spots like this, is the watershed and everything that flows downriver and into the ocean. So I think the folks over there at WSL One Ocean have done some great activations here in El Salvador, and they continue their good work. Well, we're down to 3 minutes and 35 seconds, and the rookie, Flick, nerves of steel, as she's held on to priority for nearly 20 minutes now, just hanging on and giving her a chance. She now needs a 6.11 to take the lead and earn a spot into the quarterfinals.
You know what, though? There actually hasn't been an opportunity. So there was that one that came through, 2, right? Tati took off on that one, 2-point ride. Second one Tati took off on, 3.93. Both those waves, that's not the 6-1-1. So good choices, not going. I mean, there has been a couple of opportunities, but right now she needs the second highest wave of this heat. And it's going to need to be, you know, she could do it in 2 turns, but I'm thinking it has to be like a bigger set wave, a bit more critical. And I mean, really, this if you think back to the beginning of this heat, I feel like it's been a bit wave starved. I mean, let's be real here.
No,
like,
Don't lie to people's eyes. We know it's been wave stuff, you know. And we also know that that 8-point ride from Tatiana Weston Webb was completely manufactured.
Yeah.
Because that wave was not an excellent wave, but that finish was incredible, and that's how she earned the score.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. I mean, we're not beating around the bush. Like, Tatiana just literally took off on that. It looked like a dud. She obviously eyed up that inside section, and like what you said, Kai, she manufactured that score, and she went to town and really did some work on the inside section. But that has literally been all she's wrote in this heat, and I really hope, I mean, just under 2 minutes on this clock, I hope for Sawyer's sake that we do get another chance.
Well, strong will by Sawyer Lindblad just to hang on and not flinch at all. So she's actually made 0 mistakes. She started off winning the opening exchange with that 5.83. Tati just made it happen on pure talent, you know, and now she's down to 90 seconds, looking for an opportunity.
There's not many times when you can be like, well, you come in from a surf and you come in from a heat and you think, well, it was kind of the ocean's fault.
Well,
I didn't get the opportunity. And usually when I hear that, I'm like, come on, let's be honest.
Hold on. Here comes some waves and decision time for Sawyer Lindblad. She's not going to get baited into that first one. The second one looks like it's got a wall on it. She's paddling up the point to meet this one. 1 minute remaining. There's some taper on this wave, so she's going to have to get busy on this thing. Here we go, opening turn. Carve off the top, that was tough, and the taper in this wave is telling me that it will not be the score she needs. Stays on her feet, but this wave is not offering that 6.11. Bonus section on the inside here, maybe a surprise. Make me eat my words. I don't think so.
I have to agree. Let's go back to what I was saying before. I honestly feel like this is one of those rare occurrences today, and this is what happens. It's surfing, it's the ocean, it's nature. There is a lot of variables here, a lot of unpredictable nature. But honestly, I mean, it's hard to say where Sawyer went wrong.
She really didn't make a mistake. Here we go. Tati. Why not? Why not, huh? Well, this just shows you the talent of Tatiana Weston Webb, and she should be one of the favorites when we look forward into this event and the rest of the event window. Remember, she made the quarterfinals last year. She had to pull out to an illness. She was in this winning form just last year as well. So continuing on that winning form and just belts this wave, I don't know, 8 times to the lip right there.
Wow. That's really good small wave surfing there.
Talking about sealing the deal. That was Tati sealing the deal.
Yeah, completely. Just continuing the form. And back to your point, Kai, that's so true. You know, she made the semis here last year but had to pull out because she got sick. And unfinished business for sure. And I feel for Sawyer because that was tough for her right there. It was really tough. I can't see where she kind of went wrong. I love to be a fly on the wall when I hear Jake debrief that because...
Yeah, there's the debriefing happening right now with Jake Patterson.
To watch the body language, you know, see what he's thinking.
Tati's ready. There you go. She's on to the quarterfinals. We're on to another heat. Gabriella Bryant, Lakey Peterson coming up next.
El Salvador es un país súper bendecido, un país que tiene olas por todos lados. Una ola perfecta, tenés el tubo, tenés el para hacer aéreos, o sea, tenés tantos spots y que los puedes surfear en un solo día. Aquí está Punta Roca, ahí está el Conchalillo, que es un beach break muy divertido, el Cocal, que es una ola increíble, una derecha, la Bocana, ahí está el Sunsal. Si quieres surfear olas de beginners para aprender, hay olas. Si quieres olas intermedios, también puedes encontrar olas. Si quieres olas ya de élite, o sea, hay olas de todo tipo. Es una oportunidad y poder crecer en este país lleno de olas tan buenas me ha llevado a poder estar compitiendo con los mejores surfistas del mundo.
And we are back. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona in the water. We've got 35 minutes to go. Gabrielle O'Brien and Lakey Peterson here in the elimination round. That means 2 surfers enter, 1 surfer exits. I'm Chris Cote. That's Mitch Salazar. Let's land this bird. Only 2 more heats on the afternoon. And then, of course, the Corona Cero post show. It's going to be a fun hour for us to watch. A little slow in that last heat, but still plenty entertaining. And some big scores coming through, specifically for Tatiana Weston-Webb. A little bit of a heartbreaker there for Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to find anything to really back up her opening ride. Only coming through with a 10.33, but still respectable in the double digits. So we'll see what this heat has to offer for us. We do know we're going to see some precise, powerful surfing. Got Lakey Peterson, the vet, always shines in right-hand point breaks. And Gabrielle O'Brien, I mean, she is known to push hard through her turns. That's a nice little chippy paddle battle to start us off there. That wave goes by unreaded. We'll see if that affects priority. And this is a nice looking set. This is just what the doctor ordered. Oh, they're just right in the zone playing a little cat and mouse there. Is that dangerous? Can you have priority stripped by looking at waves too much?
Well, if you keep somebody off of a wave, you'll get a block, which will put you in second priority. So yes, open priority right now. So unless you truly keep somebody off of a wave or you impede them from even catching it, then yeah, you'll go to second priority. It's not something that I would recommend, Chris. I just feel like if you're fully in position and you feel like that's your wave to go on, might as well just go, you know? And if not, if it's a dud, then just be content with establishing priority. Then afterwards, you can kind of just play freely and see what's up. You still have 30 minutes on the clock, you know?
Yeah, plenty of time left to go here. Gabby Bryan in red, Lakey in blue. Husband and wife dynamic duo. That's a surfing power couple right there. Jessie Mendez, Tatiana Weston-Webb. Tatiana doing the work today. She had to earn it. Sawyer Lindblad did not make it easy for her. And it's still at the end of it, even though Sawyer didn't really get the last final wave she wanted, still kept Tatiana honest. Only a 3-point differential there between those 2 surfers. But Tatiana Weston-Webb escapes this dangerous elimination round.
Yeah.
And here we go. It's going to be Gabrielle O'Brien. Late drop, straight back into it. This little swooping arc to start, building up tons of speed, waiting for the section. And somehow, quick reaction after kind of a blown bottom turn, is able to get back up into the lip. So, seems like some intensity from Gabrielle O'Brien right there. Maybe just kind of working through a couple things on that wave. Now a little bit cleaner of a wave here for Lakey Peterson, but not as long. So only a 2-turn combo for Lakey, but we're off to the races here. And how the priority works, if you don't know, Gabrielle O'Brien makes her way back out into the lineup before Lakey Peterson. It's just that simple. Sometimes you see paddle battles and jet skis and all that, but right now it's pretty cut and dry. If you get out to the peak before the other surfer, this being a right-hand point break, you're going to get priority.
Yeah, the primary takeoff zone, regardless of where you are, further up the point, further down the point, and the priority judge will adjust to what the surfers are doing and what the waves are doing too. But what a great opening exchange right there. Gabby with her first CT victory over there in Margaret River over Sawyer Lindblad. Lakey Peterson, 12 years a veteran on the championship tour. I'm, really shocked to say that she's a wild card in this event right now, but that's just the law of the land right now, Chris. I mean, we saw a big cut over there in Margaret River, and Lakey was unfortunately a victim of that too. As we look at Gabby's first wave here, get opening carve, Love the speed management right here. Was able to lay it on rail once again, but as you said, a little bit of a speed bump right there on the bottom turn. Much better right there. She recovered so well afterwards. And then once again, just put on the finishing touches right here. Should be a good opening score for Gabby Bryan.
Yeah, you don't always get rewarded for cleaning up mistakes.
She will there.
It's really hard to do, so full credit there for Gabby. Here's Lakey's opening wave.
Yeah, really like that extended bottom turn right there, Chris. And then nice little combo to finish that wave off. Too much larger in size, and I would have to say, despite it not being as long, the maneuvers had a lot of consequence in them. So
it was impactful.
Yeah, I would feel that it's going to be pretty evenly matched when it comes to the scoreline. 27:30 on the clock, still plenty of time, and just look at this non-stop waves here in a beautiful afternoon. Still glassy, Chris. We are stoked on day number 1 of competition.
Yeah, the tide is completely filled in now, and it's obviously looks very similar than it did this morning, but I think what you have at the high tide is just a little bit fuller on the face, some flatter section through the mid part, but you just look at the cup on the takeoff, and again, this is one of the most perfect little bowls, just in terms of fun waves, right? We haven't seen a lot of barrels, or if any, ridden today. On its day, you can get drained out here, but right now it's all about this, right? Takeoff, you get that slingshot on the takeoff. You gotta be patient, wait for the thing to form up, and Lakey Peterson. It almost just looks like speed wobbles. And the whitewater just grabbed her ankles, flipped her over, and she went down. And who knows what the rest of that wave was looking like. Maybe she saw it kind of went flat, didn't try too hard, but we'll never know, because it was a no-go for Lakey Peterson. Just probably a 0.5 or something. So now we're just waiting to see what the judges throw out for those first 2 scores. They're going to be interesting numbers, pretty similar, I feel like, in the number realm, although there were very vastly different waves served.
Yeah, but both of them very well served, given, the texture that they had on both the open faces. And as of right now, it's that situation where you want to minimize your mistakes, Chris. We're in the elimination round, so big points on offer. If you're somebody like Gabriela Bryan, who was in the top 5, looking to make her way back into that top 5 conversation.
100%. 25:50 to go. AJ is on the glass with Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, Tati, just still processing what happened in that heat. You told me the beginning didn't go exactly the way you wanted it, but you managed to make the adjustments. Walk me through what was going on internally throughout that heat.
Yeah, I had a strategy in the beginning. I wanted to sell her on her 5 and wait for the 8, but I missed the 8. So yeah, she went on the first one, and I turned around, and there was just probably the best set of the day. And yeah, it was just bigger than I thought, so I couldn't dart over as quickly as I wanted to, and that plan totally backfired, and I just started from the ground up, and then I went on my terrible 3.5 and so on and so forth. But managed to construct a really good heat after the fact, got my waves under priority, and yeah, I was just proud of the way that I really fought back.
Yeah, and in a situation like that where you do have to fight back, you did have some wins though as well. You had that high scoring wave in the middle there. What did you see on that wave?
Honestly, I just saw potential for a wave to match her wave. That way, if it came down to the last exchange, we would be kind of even keeled, and there's been 2 to 3 wave sets, so I knew I would be able to get the opportunity if another set came. Yeah, I don't know, there's just so many things that go through your head in that moment, so you're just like, okay, I gotta construct my heat, and I gotta start surfing, because if you don't catch waves, you're not gonna surf, you're not gonna get scores, and honestly, sometimes you just gotta dumb it down.
Just surf the waves. You managed to do that. Moving on to the next round here in El Salvador. Before we let you go, para o Brasil, quando as ondas estão devagar como isso, qual é a sua estratégia em sua bateria?
Então, minha estratégia era exatamente isso, era para vender a Sawyer na 5 e vem na série atrás. E funcionou a primeira parte, mas a segunda parte não funcionou. Eu esqueci, não. Eu estava mal posicionada para a série, então eu perdi a série. A melhor série do dia, então eu fiquei tipo assim, meu coração começou a quebrar, mas daí eu comecei a pensar um pouquinho mais positivo, falei que eu poderia lutar e fazer uma nota embaixo dela e consegui fazer isso, consegui passar a bateria, graças a Deus ele me deu essas ondas, muito obrigado, Senhor, e queria também dar um oi para todo mundo no Brasil, muito obrigada pela torcida e é isso.
Parabéns, see you in the next one.
Thanks.
Thank you, AJ. Congrats, Tatiana Weston Webb. Sometimes you got to get that, weird heat behind you. She ripped the waves she got. And the good news is that Tatiana Weston Webb has jumped up 1 spot. So right there, she's already doing work. She's 1 spot away from jumping into that final 5 picture. You got Gabriella Bryan in the water right now at number 7. We'll see if she can make it through this heat, what that does for rankings. It's all fluid. Mitchell, it's all happening in real time. It's like we're living in the Matrix. Numbers are flying. Tabulations are being made. Dogs and cats living together. It's all happening here in El Salvador. 22:38 to go. Let's fire it up with Gabriella Bryan. Look at this speed bump coming her way. Well, that actually might have helped this wave. Doubles it up. Good section to work with there. Jams the tail out. Gabriella Bryan. It's really fun to watch because you could tell she just puts everything into every turn she has. This is the 2-for-1 we love to see. Out the back, Lakey going. Gabriella goes down on the inside. Now Lakey trying to fight her way around this section, hoping for a double up herself. Did like that turn, liked that noise, liked everything about what just happened. Lakey Peterson did not get the inside reward, but felt like she did a lot of work on the outside, and she's going to maintain priority and get out the back in time. It's just so fun when you have that angle where both surfers are riding at the same time. It just looks cool. Any surf fan will tell you that's what you want to see. I did make a visit up to the Nerd Cave, and they've been locking in all these visuals. The wrap-up show every day is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
And all the content, all the shows that come out of these events is being captured as we speak in real time. These guys are experts in the business. I can't wait to see the highlights from today. And I think this exchange right here most likely will make the highlights package because of that visual right there.
It wasn't a bad wave surf by Gabby. She just got surfed up a little bit more by Lakey on the one behind it, Chris. I really love this last turn right here, and pardon my weird grunts every now and then, but that was fully on rail and committed. Pretty gnarly right there. I mean, Lakey Peterson, former finalist out here in 2022. Once again, 12 years on the Championship Tour, 6 event wins, and look at how diverse her resume is, too. She's won at the Surf Ranch. She's won at Jeffreys Bay. The big win over there in Caramas, which is a similar wave, as you've mentioned before, here to Punta Roca. So there's a lot of resemblance in her major victories coming into this event here as a wild card. And case in point, pressure is off right now because she's no longer a member of the elite. This result doesn't necessarily count point-wise. There's a lot to gain if you're Lakey Peterson. More than anything, just a lot of attention and taking away the attention from everybody else who's actually a member of the CT.
Well, when you're grunting, that just means something awesome happened. I think you and Richie Lovett get grunt passes.
Yeah.
And
I got it from Richie, actually.
It's fine. I'm a fan of that. I don't think anyone's going to complain when we see turns like that with sound effects like that. Something awesome just happened. And here you go. Your exchange is exactly what you just said. Lakey Peterson with a slight edge, so she'll get into the lead with a 6.67 and a 5.43. Gabriella Bryan, a 6.50 and a 5.17. It's about as even as it gets, and we still have 20 minutes left. So this is the second to last heat of the day. Elimination round heat 4 is just around the corner, and that's going to also dictate a shakeup in the rankings. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson will be going up against Tyler Wright. That's number 8 and 9 in the world.
It's a good heat.
Ooh, that's going to be fun. There are no walkthroughs anymore. There are no heats that are kind of like, oh, I might actually get a little bit of work done right now in this heat, because every heat is extremely watchable and entertaining. And we apologize to all the employers out there on a day like today when the contest is this exciting. Not a lot of work's getting done.
Keeping a tab
in a lot
open
of places
secretly.
Oh
phone in the corner over there, a little hidden, just so like they can't fully recognize
you have one
it.
earbud in.
Slightly paying attention to the actual customers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's surfing, dude.
Yeah, we don't, when the waves pop up,
we're on.
Let's go.
It's pretty cool. I mean, just look at how many people this sport has reached due to, not only the increase in broadcast production, and obviously want to say thank you to our amazing production crew. Without them, this wouldn't be possible, but look at how much impact the sport has grown and how much impact the broadcast has had in the last decade. You know, that heat with John and Kelly at Chopes 2014, probably still the greatest heat of all time. Millions of people watch that. Millions of people just watched the event over here in Tahiti, and we're reaching a lot of people over here on the West Coast right now with this great event in El Salvador once again, Chris.
I'm right there with you, Mitch. Here's Lakey Peterson coming through to this strange yet fun inside section. She opts out, 1750. Trying to better a 6.5 or 5.17. A lot of really cool social media has been coming out of this event as well. Social media team firing on all cylinders, keeping us engaged via Instagram and all the outlets. It's a really cool look kind of behind the scenes as to what's going on in and around the contest area. They're on it. I see something happen, I go, oh, that was pretty cool. And then 5 seconds later, I'm looking at the gram and they're on it. They covered it. And it's already got 300,000 views.
It'll get even more once we're, you know, in the finals days too, which seems like could potentially be this weekend given the forecast that we're seeing from our partner Surfline. And, you know, I don't know about you, 17 minutes into the heat, Lakey had a priority. She's looking to better her mid-5. I was kind of surprised that she went on that wave personally. A 4.43 is the outcome of that score. And not only did she not improve, she gave Gabby priority right now at a pivotal moment of the heat.
Well, this just tells me that Lakey was watching that last heat. She saw what happened to Sawyer.
Slow,
didn't catch a wave, so
I understand that.
I'm not necessarily mad at it. She's in the lead. Sometimes you roll the dice on one of those insiders. Who knows? You could have a kind of a Yago experience with third priority, and you bust probably one of the most entertaining waves of the day.
You know, just thinking though of Gabby's abilities and her already having close to 12 points just on 2 waves, that shows you her ability. And you know things can change with her with just a single turn too, Chris. So you got to watch out with this surfer who's already in year 3 competing here on the championship tour, coming off of the first win over there in Margaret River. And she wants a result too because she had an elimination round loss over there in Tahiti. So there's a lot of motivation behind Gabby Bryan right now, given that she also does have a chance to qualify for lowers and make a push for her first world championship.
Yeah, it's in the cards. We'll see what happens next. 15:40 to go. Lakey Peterson on top for now, but Gabriella Bryan is out the back with priority. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break. Ross Williams, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, they'll be coming up next. Don't go anywhere. All right, let's go back into a little bit of a time wormhole here, all the way to Margaret River, your 2024 Margaret River Pro Champion. She surfs with dolphins. Her name, Gabriella Bryan. What a way to win it. Look at that wave. You know it was destined to be her day when you share a wave with a pot of dolphins like that. And also, she forced Destiny's hand. She's just unstoppable in so many ways. It was so fun to watch, too, because she has been fighting for a victory for quite some time now and earned every bit of it right there. Big win for Gabrielle O'Brien.
That's the thing. When the waves are a certain size, they have a certain amount of power. You know who to count in terms of your fantasy team. I can guarantee you for the majority of the people that played fantasy during the Margaret River event, around 80 to 90% had Gabby Bryan on their team.
Yeah.
Including yourself.
I think I did. And there's Gabrielle O'Brien's coach, Richard Dogmarsh, surfing icon.
Yeah.
And now a coaching icon.
Sydney's finest, Chris.
Ripping surfer.
West Oz's finest over there on the left, Jake the Snake Patterson.
Do a little coaches meeting.
What is it about surfers and nicknames that involve animals?
Rat Boy.
Yeah.
Flea.
Yeah. Condor.
Condor. There should be more nicknames on the championship tour, like Jaguar, like John the Jaguar, right? Gabrielle O'Brien, the Lion. I don't know.
That
These
one kind of fit in because of the name, yeah.
You know, they could take time. But yeah, we're definitely kind of out of the nickname era, and I think it should come back.
Well, we have a couple for certain people in Latin America. Like Italo has like 3 different ones.
Okay.
Animalitalo.
Okay.
So it's like one word altogether. We also call him the Energizer Bunny.
Okay.
Because he catches a lot of waves. That's pretty
That's
obvious.
technically an animal name.
Well, yeah, a bunny, a rabbit.
I call Gabriel Medina Monstro.
Yeah, is that an animal?
Is that a description, though? Yeah.
But I like where you're going. I think it should be a thing.
We should let them choose. That'd be the right thing to do. It's 2024. Let them choose.
Is that?
But we mandate that they choose. It's 11:14 to go here. Nice little double up for Lakey Peterson. She's able to wind up a little bit through that bottom turn.
Oh.
That right there is the Lakey Peterson money turn. Do it again. Quick snap there. Kind of cutting halfway into that turn. Waiting for this wave to form up. Kind of does on the inside. That was a foam climb to a closeout snap. Nice fundamentals there for Lakey Peterson. It was a well-surfed wave, but the wave just wasn't that exciting. She made the most of it. She might have bettered a 5.43. I mean,
could be, yeah.
Did everything down the line, mixed up the maneuvers, and made it look cool.
Wave lined up well on the inside, too. It's a little double up that you get. Little bonus section at the end, Chris. And as you said, this wave does have that characteristic where it just slingshots you down the line. A lot of power with that white water behind you. So setup carve right there, much better on rail for the second one, Chris.
That was awesome.
And then, once again, this wave kind of let her down in terms of the critical sections up until this point. Right here at the end, she stuck with it, might as well. Foam climb. Once again, foam climbs are very cool. Not only are they technical, they are efficient when it comes to certain sections, too. Case in point right there with that maneuver for Lakey Peterson. That turned completely on rail, though. Some beautiful stuff.
That was perfect.
For the surfer from the 805, Chris. And, you know, we've spoken about her past results here, including her runner-up finish in 2022. Imagine this year. You could potentially get a finals day berth, get on a roll, all of a sudden you're in the final once again. Why not win as a wild card at one of your favorite spots on the CT?
Yeah, and I don't think we talk about how good Lakey's style is enough. I mean, look where her arms are, just the fundamentals, the technical ability she has. She's so clean. And, you know, when she lays into a turn like she did on that opening snap, I mean, it's precise, so well done. And here we go, the answer back from Gabrielle O'Brien. Quick snap there, gets around this section, has a good pocket to work with there.
There we go.
That's a 3-turn punch right there. Gets a 4th, right out. Stay on your feet, stay up.
Does.
Sell it, make sure the judges know you're in control. Bam, that was a 4-turn banger from Gabrielle O'Brien, and she had to answer back, did it just in time, because Lakey Peterson did slightly improve on her 5.43. That's going to be a 5.87, but I think Gabrielle O'Brien did that and some. That was a really well-surfed wave.
Whoop.
Big fan.
There it is. The 6:05 is what she needs, Chris, just like the freeway. And as of right now, 8 minutes, 20 seconds. Looking pretty good right here for Gabby Bryan. How about the efficiency, too? Only caught 3 waves and has more than 11 points as her heat total. Love that carve right there. Brings it all the way around. Kept it on rail, into the lip. And how's this combo with the last turn? Given she did get a little hung up going into it and coming out, but we can't forget about how critical the section was right there at the end, especially after doing 3 maneuvers in a row like this in succession.
This second turn is... I was waiting for a growl from you, Mitch.
I think she caught me off guard.
Yeah.
I was expecting her to go up into the lip again and not use the carve like that. But
I mean, right there. The carve, straight back into the bottom turn, right back into the lip. I mean, most surfers could maybe have done 2 turns on that wave. She did 4. But watch out. Lakey's back. Quick start there. This wave kind of foamy on the face, which just adds a little bit of difficulty, kind of adds air under the fins, bounces you around a little bit. But this could be an inside reward for Lakey Peterson.
Good wave, Chris.
Yeah, this one's forming up nicely on the inside. Slidey snap there, comes through, closeout section. So kind of having to work against that wave a little bit, but she did make it work and did a couple good high-speed turns. That looked a lot like Rincon in that inside section.
It did, and you know, you have the chance to compete at a wave that is very similar to your home break, a place that you grew up surfing. And I felt like this, to me, is one of her top 2 waves. Let's look at it all the way on the outside, Chris. So frothy, as you said, kept it on rail. The first one was good. Nearly lost the edge with the fins right there, though recovered well with the second one. So cleans up on the first 2 carves from what she had done on, you know, a couple waves ago. And then the inside section right here stands up super well. Once again, lays it on rail, so was looking for some variety. Into the lip right there, much better. And was able to get the finish with this last re-entry too. A difficult one too, because got a lot of momentum down the line because of that slingshot section with the white water behind her. Had to go into the lip with enough speed, rides out cleanly, and still waiting on the previous score of Gabby Bryan. I feel like she's going to get the 6:05, so the requirement might be a little higher right here for Lakey.
This has been a fun heat to watch. Gabriella Bryan, boom, goes the dynamite. 7.83, the highest single wave score thus far in this heat. And that now means that Lakey Peterson needs a 7.67. So compare and contrast, action, reaction. Did she do as well, if not better, than Gabriella did on her 7.83? Kind of a rhetorical question. It's really not up to us. But.
Yeah, but there's a lot of technical things to look at right there. Gabby may be a bit more vertical, but that's the subjectivity part of the criteria, right, Chris? What do you like better? Do you like the surfing on rail that we saw from Lakey Peterson? A bit more maneuvers, but maybe not as crisp, maybe not as difficult as going up into the lip as we saw with Gabby. I still think it's good surfing, though, but a mid-7 to change the heat, it's right around there. So I wouldn't, mind seeing either or. And I think these last 5 minutes, we're probably going to get at least one more exchange out of these 2 surfers.
Yeah, we are now inside of the 5-minute mark with 4:50 to go. Quick pep talk right there. Lakey Peterson's board caddy out in the lineup. Scores are coming through now. Needing a 7.67. It's not going to be enough, but it does help her out a little bit. Well, 1/10 of a bit. 6.77 for Lakey Peterson. Now she needs a 7.57. So this one's heating up a little bit here.
It's competitive.
It's fun, yeah. It's
less than a point separating Gabby in lead and Lakey in second. That's tough. But once again, we've talked about the role that Gabby had been on before her early exit over there in Tahiti. This is a wave that suits her style, Chris.
100%.
Styles make matchups. We're seeing one right now.
Well, Gabriella Bryan in the red jersey right there does have priority, and now we're inside of 4 minutes. This is where time just starts flying away from you.
If you're in second, if you're in the lead, it's taken forever for that thing to just wind down and go to 0. So you've got to be aware of where Lakey is in the lineup right now, Chris. A 7.57, it's easily attainable. Talking about somebody who was a top 10 surfer for many years on the CT, former NSSA Open Women's National Champion, product of USA Surfing too.
Prodigy at a very young age.
Oh yeah, and she hadn't been surfing much long before she actually won her Open Women's title, so Lakey been on a roll for the time that she's been a professional surfer. And it's funny, two people from the same region, Dane Reynolds and Lakey Peterson, hadn't been surfing that long until they actually became professional surfers.
And Lakey's grandpa invented the McMuffin.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Makes
One
it
of the
even
funnest
cooler.
facts in all of surfing. Inside of 3 minutes now, 2:50 to go. Where is Gabriella Bryan in the lineup? There she is. Apex predator. She does have priority. So what do you do here, Mitch? If you're Lakey, do you kind of hang out on the inside and hope for one of those medium waves that has a kind of a growing line through the inside? Do you go and sit right next to Gabriella?
Well, it seems like she's kind of choosing to get closer to Gabby. I'm on the side of maybe keeping a bit of distance. There's still a good amount of time, though, 2 minutes 20, so you could try to sew Gabby on a wave if there's, you know, a multiple wave set. All in all, though, you just want to get a chance.
So you go to the inside and become a salesman.
If you can.
Saleswoman.
The one thing here, though, with Gabby is that she's been known to be a tactician. And we saw that at Margaret River, and look at that.
Yeah.
She's going to try to control, be on the outside, not leaving anything up to chance right here, Chris. And smart move right there by the 22-year-old.
Yeah, here's where it's totally fair to roast your competition.
Within the rules. And then once priority switches, it goes to the other person to try to
They
do
can
the
roast
opposite.
you right back. Just like when you're surfing with a sibling. You know you're going to burn them.
Been there,
Yeah.
done that. Happened to me too. It's fun though. I mean, what a day, what a heat. Once again, look at how good Gabby's been surfing in this heat. 3 waves, nothing lower than a 5.17. Give it up to Lakey too. 6 waves. She's throwing away a 5.87, a mid-5, mid-4.
And something wicked this way comes. A minute 15 to go. Will this set perk up enough? Will it give them the pep to zip down the line and
Well, she's looking at the
do
first
some
one.
radical surfing? All right. Job well done. Sold this wave to Gabriella Bryan. Is it going to be a good one? Will it be a difference maker? Pretty cool combo there. Big S. But the wave kind of went pretty small, quick. The reverse of a grower. And here we go, out the back. Love the double shot. Lakey throwing a huge arc on the outside. Gabriella still going on the inside. She gets the finish, and she goes down, and she stands back up. Possibly a completed ride, but then Lakey goes down in the white water. 30 seconds to go. Just when you thought it was safe to take a siesta, think again. Judges now working overtime. Gives them something to think about. That could be the heat. That exchange right there could be the difference.
I was focusing so much on Gabby finishing the turn that I only saw the first couple turns by Lakey, and it seems like the wave might have just ran off on her right there, Chris. Was needing the second best score of the heat. First car was crazy good, but
I heard it.
I also,
Trust me. We all heard it.
I also felt that Gabby could have improved on the 6.5. I don't know if they're going to team that fully ridden out of right there at the end, but for the size of the wave, she surfed that as good as he could have. And driver 3.0 right there by Mayhem working really well underneath her feet.
That board looks great.
Yeah, it does. Round tail too.
Just got to be careful walking on those rocks. I mean, one slip, fins are gone. Here we go. This is the exchange in the final seconds of this heat. Great combo for Gabriella Bryan to start.
I love that opening carve right there into the lip, and then once again with the variation of carve.
Now watch outside.
So that was sick.
Insert the Salazar growl on the opening carve.
And then Gabby right here, don't know if they're going to team that complete or not. So Lakey didn't really get much done after that. Seems like the heat's going to be over with, and it's going to be Gabby Bryan, Chris.
Wow, so close. There's the relief. But a job well done, a well-earned victory for Gabriella Bryan, and full credit to Lakey Peterson. Great heat for her as well. More to come. Last heat of the day, then the post show. Let's go. We'll be right back.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. And by Corona, this is living.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. We've got one more heat for you. And then the Corona Cero post-show. We're not even thinking about that yet because this heat right here is going to be awesome. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Tyler Wright, Hawaii, Australia. Both of these surfers hungry to fight their way into the final 5. We're looking at number 8 and 9 in the world. A lot of ramifications here. And I do not use that word lightly. You know me, Mitch. When I say ramifications, I mean it.
You've had a very diverse vocabulary today, though, Chris. I'm really excited.
Well, Tyler Wright started off quickly, late into it. This was right off the buzzer.
6.67 right here, Chris. Great combo on the outside for last year's runner-up. Nice turn right there in the pocket, too, and diversifying her attack on this one as well. So a great opener right there by the two-time world champ, Wright.
Yeah, and I think when you give Tyler that opportunity to do that frontside layback, that really is her, you know, that's her bread and butter, right? Whoa.
Jinx.
Yeah. It's her money turn. It's her bread and butter. It's
PB&J.
Always awesome when she does it, and this wave suits that turn so well. But watch out. That's loud surfing right there from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. If she can follow up with another big snap like that, she's going to be looking good. Only a 2-turn combo, but I'm going to say that first turn was like a turn and a half. It was that good. You know when the spray goes like a Christmas tree?
Yeah.
Straight up like that. You know you placed your turn perfectly. That was exhilarating.
Your timing was on point. Everything was crucial. I'm going to use the word ramification again, Chris.
Do it.
There were ramifications with that first turn right there. Just gnarly stuff by Sakura. And then, as you said, just trying to get a finish right there. Comboed it up well. You know, jumped off afterwards. Real smart. But how's the bottom turn on that opener right there? And the engagement of the rails, Chris. I mean, crispy surfing right there by Betty Lou Sakura Johnson on the opener. Also got the last maneuver in right here. Great timing. I'm a big fan. Feel like she's due of not only a victory, but really getting in the conversation for the final 5 too. And, you know, making the final over there at Sunset Beach, getting the semifinal to start things off over at Pipe. She's good everywhere she is. So wouldn't be surprised to see her get into at least the semis here at this event.
Well, if anything, that was a highlight package turn right there. That was really precise. Just great surfing. And here we go.
Oh my.
Again, nice little high line there, building up speed, coming around this section. Bam.
Oh!
Makes it. Just throwing everything at that opening turn. Trademark Tyler Wright power surfing right there. Stays on her feet, trusty Paizel board. Hanging on with her heels. I think right here she knows that she's onto something good with an opening turn like that. This thing's forming up nicely. More speed on the inside. Just knowing that she just has to get a good, clean finish to get all the points available. Kind of scary to dive head first like that. She knows what she's doing, though.
You are right, though.
Inside of 30 minutes now. What a way to start this heat. We're already seeing some big scores on the board. 6.67 for Tyler Wright. We're thinking Betty Lou Sakura Johnson posted up a solid number. And this wave right here was incredible. This opening snap was huge.
And it was, you know, spontaneous, too. Not only creative, but spontaneous. Look at that. Back foot comes completely off right there. Recovers so well. Then straight into the wrap afterwards, Chris. And as you said, was on to something. Might as well just clean things up here on the inside. Stick with it. Make sure that you've already done a good amount of work on the outside. Just clean it up and finish it off right here. Good work by Tyler. Staying on her feet right there. This wave lined up. And then eventually got the floater for the finish. So 6.67 on her opener. I feel like Sakura's going to have something at least in the 6-point range too.
Watch this again.
The degree of difficulty of this is understated, really, because we're talking about a maneuver that isn't necessarily used as much as we had seen before. But look at that. Back foot comes completely off, recovers in a span of just a couple of feet maybe, Chris.
Bro, that was intense.
It was. Ramifications were high on that one.
And we're just going to keep it up. Why not? Here goes Betty Lou. Streaking down the line, straight on the open face. Quick snap there. Good section to work with. Coming up, bottom turn. Bam! Nails it. Frontside vertical snap for Betty Lou. And you see the intent that she had. In every pump she did down the line, you knew she was going to finish strong there. Quick dive off the board. She's right back out there. This is going to be an epic way to end our day. Just wave after wave. We love to see it. We'll let the judges catch up here. That gives us a chance to go down to the glass. We've got Gabriella Bryan standing by with AJ McCord.
Yeah, Gabby coming out of that heat victorious, but it didn't start out the way that you wanted to, trailing Lakey for the majority of that first part of the heat. How did you reset and find a rhythm?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like a horrible start, but I just made some mistakes and I fell on my last turn on one, which is not ideal here in El Salvador with the heat and the long paddle. It's like the worst feeling ever. So after that, when I had like the moment of where I had first priority for a while, it was just kind of like I just hit the reset button and told myself I could do it. I just needed to trust myself, wait for the wave I wanted, and it ended up paying off, so I'm stoked.
And speaking of reset, outside of Tahiti, you have made the quarterfinals or better in 3 of the last 4 events here on the CT, and now coming into this one, locking in your spot at the quarterfinals. How have you found that consistency over the last stretch of events?
Yeah, this year has been super tricky for me. I mean, the beginning of the year, I didn't have good results in Hawaii, and all my other years on tour, that's what I relied on. So I don't know, I felt like I had to dig deep and kind of it helped me grow as a competitor and an athlete, and it's as cliche as it sounds, it's like trusting the process, but yeah, here I am, grateful to be here and stoked to be in the quarters.
Process continues. See you in the quarters.
Yeah, thank you.
I like that. She kind of caught herself, right? We all, we all do a little thing I call disclaimers, right? When you kind of say, well, it was a good wave, but I did this, and she caught herself in the middle of it. She said, hold on a second. Let me just enjoy this. I made it through that heat. It's been an up and down year. But now we're moving forward. Forward momentum. Gabriella Bryan into the quarters. And the quarterfinals for the women's draw is getting stacked with talent, obviously. I mean, Captain Obvious, hello. Every heat has been an absolute banger today. So more of that to come. Could be tomorrow. Just have to see what happens tomorrow morning bright and early. But I'm excited. I'm excited also for the next 25 minutes, Mitch.
Whoa. I'm also excited that if we don't run any day, we get to surf these amazing waves, explore this beautiful place too. Shout out to Surf City, the incredible staff too, Chris, as we look at Sakura's last wave right here. Comes in as a 4.7, so not enough for the lead. Setup carve right there on rail, and strong second turn right there too, so not convincing the judges just yet that it's enough for her to move up in the first place, but there's a lot of positive things to take out of her first 2 waves. First of all, not a good amount of maneuvers, but some critical ones. If she is on the right wave, you need to watch out. She's going to drop something excellent, Chris.
She's surfing with a lot of pep. Pep is an underrated element of great surfing. I mean, you see the energy she's bringing on every wave she rides. Tyler Wright, a little bit different of a kind of approach right now. She's going full power surf. Whereas you got Betty Lou kind of right there in the middle. She's going precision. She's going power. She's going really fast. And as a surf fan, and I'm sure the judges feel the same way. When a surfer's going that fast down the line, it just gets you excited.
Yeah.
Right? It gets you pumped up. You're expecting something big to follow when they build up that much speed. And neither one of these surfers have let us down in that category. And we've got plenty of time to go with 24 minutes left. Tyler Wright's in the lead. Not huge. Betty Lou just needs a 5.30. And as I mentioned a minute ago, the quarterfinals are looking incredible here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Let's take a look at this bracket. Careful, it might burn your eyes. It's that awesome. Caitlin Simmers, Tatiana Weston-Webb. What a matchup in quarters 1. Quarterfinal 2, Molly Picklum, Gabriella Bryan. We just filled that one. Current world number 1, Brisa Hennessy, will be going up against the winner of this heat in the water. And then we've got Joanne Defay Caroline Marks in quarterfinal number 4. That's a who's who right there of women's surfing.
That's a tough one,
I'm
Chris.
very excited to see this quarterfinals.
Tati is kind of the sleeper right there because she still hasn't broken through with a final appearance just yet. Caitlin has obviously, you know, worn the yellow jersey for a good portion of the year, but quarter 2 also, Molly Picklum has a lot to prove right here. And Gabby Bryan, once again, she's looking to vault back in to the top 5 of the rankings, Chris.
Well, we got more rankings being tabulated as we speak. Here's your 2024 Vissla CT Shaper rankings. These are the surfboards that these surfers are riding to great effect. Right now, Lost Mayhem boards.
Big lead.
128,220 points. That's a huge lead. A lot of team riders for Lost Mayhem surfboards. Sharp Eye second, Channel Islands third for now, Paizel in fourth, and Town & Country has entered the chat. Love to see that. Classic, iconic surf brand. And I believe that one of the main reasons that Town & Country is on the board is
Brisa Hennessy.
That's right.
Sally Fitzgibbons also added a few points.
Yeah, there's just something
Beginning
so
of the year?
cool about
Yeah.
the Yin Yang logo. I mean, that is one of the all-time
The colors too.
best surf logos there is.
Always got some nice airbrushes as well. And, you know, Dave and I always joke on the lineup that it's the event within the event. And that's what matters, you know, quite a bit. We're talking about not just the manufacturers, everybody that's involved in the process too. Glassers, sanders, everybody that works at these shops, and truly appreciate what we're seeing from surfboard manufacturers around the world. I mean, just how many people do they employ, Chris? And
Man, I would love to joke around with you guys on that podcast.
you'll eventually get him, but I think our producer Miguel is watching right now, and he's writing it out. Okay, Chris has mentioned
I'm
it like
just a big
3 or 4
fan.
times.
I'm a fan.
He wants
You
to
don't
be
have
on
to have
eventually.
me on it. It's fine. Someday. We'll see. 21 minutes to go. Tyler Wright's in the lead. It's slim. She's got to fend off Betty Lou, who just seems to have some electricity right now. They both do. I mean, Tyler's forehand jam was probably one of the turns of the event. Here we go. A little bit late on the drop, but it sets her up perfectly for the bottom turn, and that was a great pullout. See how excited I get when I see a wave like that? But that shows you that Tyler, who was already in second priority, I mean, she knows when a wave's going to be good. She has that feeling, and that wave just wasn't going to do it, so why waste time? Just get out of there and get back into the takeoff zone. Betty Lou's out the back with priority, 20-30 to go. And here's where we build the tension.
Yeah.
The drama's starting to build.
Got to bring down, you know, the intensity levels with the electricity right here.
Well, Ross Williams was the first person I talked to when I got to the beach today. And this is what he said about coaching in talking to Betty. He's Betty Lou Johnson's coach. Polar opposite of Tahiti. You know, you don't fall into the trap of feeling like you need to absolutely destroy every section. It's a long wave, just surf it, right? Surf the wave how it's supposed to be surfed. You got to control your heartbeat. Keep a level head. Don't force things. Because everything on this wave is telling you to attack, which you should, but only when warranted, right? Don't overcook the section.
Don't try to oversurf the wave.
Yeah.
Surf it for what it's worth. And when you try to overdo things, guess what? What happens to chicken? What happens to steak? It's not as good anymore, Chris.
Right. It's got to be just right.
Yes. I've called you crisp a couple of times. I think I'm thinking about food.
You're thinking about pupusas.
At this point, I am.
Me too.
I'm looking forward to them. Also want to mention, too, that we've seen not only Tyler Wright win 2 world championships, she's also been runner-up twice. A good amount of experience, obviously, in her corner. And you do the big contrast to Betty Lou. Just a few years on the championship tour. She's fallen off, re-qualified, 2 wins on the Challenger Series, 1 at home in Haleiwa, 1 at the U.S. Open. So she is very diverse in the way she's able to surf multiple waves, including both Finals Day appearances over there in Hawaii at Pipeline semifinal. Runner-up finish at Sunset, Chris.
Well, I mean, that's why we're looking at, 8 and 9 on the leaderboard right now. So whoever wins this heat is going to make a bit of a jump.
Ooh, look at
or at least put some distance between your competitor. So 18:30 to go. Nice set rolling through here. Looks like 3 or 4 waves.
Oh.
Lurching off the horizon. Straight into the zone. It's going to be Betty Lou Johnson using her priority wisely. Looks like this wave could have a lot to offer. Gets over this hump. Starts to double up. Here's this section of impact. Big snap there for Betty Lou. Comes around it again. Nice bottom turn, top turn combo there. Beautiful surfing. Powerful, precise, and more to give. But just gets a gut punch on the inside closeout section. I don't think she's going to mind, though, because those 3 or 4 turns she did out the back were
legit.
Incredible.
The board looks good, too, Chris. Riding Paizel right now. You know, and Ross has been talking about getting her on different shapers this year. I feel like Paizel's with this wave, especially with the success that we've seen from Tyler and John at this event.
Oh, no. Is this friendly fire Paizel on Paizel action?
Yeah, but we only count results on the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. Quarterfinals are better.
Okay.
So this is a crucial moment for either or. That turn was sick. Deep bottom turn once again. Held it for a long time. Really like the rail surfing we're seeing from Sakura right now, Chris. And wasn't able to get there in time for that last little foam climb, but did the work on the outside. How's that, though?
Perfectly placed.
Always in the pocket, too.
And then this right here. Look at, no hesitation. Straight into the deep bottom turn, right back at it.
Extended, too. I love that. I think it's one of the most underrated and more underutilized maneuvers in the entirety of surfing, too. And seems like Tyler had another wave out the back. Gets the carve right there, Chris, and goes down real quick. So a couple waves in a row where Tyler's either kicked out or gone down with incompletions, and I feel like it should be a big score right here for Sakura.
Do you think that was kind of a jump off? Or was that a fall?
I feel like it was a fall. I thought she tried to ride out of it, yeah.
Okay. Well, the scores come through, and Betty Lou now jumps into the lead with a 7.27. Fully earned every point of that 7.27. And it was, you know, you could tell it was almost like one clean line, right?
The whole time.
S turn, big snap, got a little wild at the end. With 16:14 to go, we're going to take a very quick, we promise you, very quick Bonsoy brew break. Who's going to make it out of this heat and into the quarterfinals? You're going to have to stay tuned and find out. Just when you thought it was safe to sit down and enjoy a pile of pupusas, think again. We've got 14 minutes and 18 seconds left here in the final heat of the day. Elimination round, heat 4. Beautiful Punta Rocas here in Surf City, El Salvador. We got Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in the lead with a 7.27 and a 6.7. Tyler Wright right there in the mix with a 6.67 and a 5.33. I'm Chris Cote. That's Mitchell Salazar.
Hola, Chris.
Mitchell, this heat, just like the last heat, has been great. Highly entertaining.
Yes, it has.
Dramatic, enjoyable, exciting. There's been some big moments. So far, I think they've gone turn for turn, in my estimation, 2 of the best turns we've seen in the afternoon. One was a vertical snap tail slide by Betty Lou. The other just a harsh, savage layback by Tyler Wright. And now we'll see Betty Lou in second priority. Little runner here on the inside. Just such solid fundamentals.
Oh, dude.
And right when I say solid fundamentals, she goes ahead and flips the scripts and gets all technical and radical. Tail slide there. Just like Uncle Kelly Slater showed her how to do.
Hey, Ross Williams has that in the back, too. That's kind of his turn. I feel like Kelly got that from Ross.
Ooh, deep cut.
Yeah, I know. Kelly might be
Momentum
hearing
2. Focus era, Ross Williams.
I'd even say Ross Williams cameo.
Silky Cat.
Campaign, maybe. Okay. This is a sick wave, though.
I'm happy we get to see it again.
And this roundhouse set up the inside track right here, Chris. So the first one was good. Look at that full extension right there. But the second one was much better. I mean, that was radical right there. And cleaned it up on the inside.
I'm taking both names out of the hat. I'm calling that the Sakura turn.
Okay.
She made that her own.
BSJ, we're doing Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. That turn right there.
Yep.
Look at that, dude. I mean, brings it all the way around, slides the fins.
That was rad.
To be able to control your board like that, especially with so much momentum going forward, especially that big ball of white water behind you, it's really difficult. I mean, speed control, we talk about it all the time. That's why fin selection is so important on a wave like this. That was cool, though, and I feel like we're seeing a big shift in a lot of those maneuver selection be happening at a performance wave like this.
She threw up a wall of water and then somehow rode through it fakey and then spun around.
And still continued to ride, yeah.
With speed. Technical. So 11:30 to go here.
What's that song? Don't Sweat the Technique?
Yeah.
Well, don't sweat it if you're Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
I'm in the air conditioning right here. But we are getting the golden hour right around the corner. Corona Cero post show. Posted by, let me see. Posted by Chris Cote. You get more, Mitch. You get more of me. 11 to go here. Betty Lou in the lead. Tyler Wright needing a 7.30.
Still a close heat, though.
Oh, yeah. This thing's by no means over.
And especially since Sakura didn't improve with the 5.67 on the last smaller wave, I get it. 7.3, easily attainable. Tyler Wright, runner-up last year at this event. I want to talk about the incredible year that she had in 2023, if that's okay with you,
I would
Chris.
love to hear it.
Look at this.
Spin a yarn, Mitch.
Her worst result was in Portugal, elimination round exit. Outside of that, a 9th at the Surf Ranch. And in her defense, she was battling an illness over there in Lemoore. Outside of that, did not have anything worse than the 3rd place finish. Just absolute dominance throughout the entire season for Tyler Wright. She was really close to being the #1 seed, heading into lower trestles, but because of Caroline's great performance over there in Tahiti last year, ended up being #3. But as of right now, we're looking at momentum shift, younger generation coming up. We've seen the success of both Caitlin and Molly in the top 5 right now. Both these ladies just outside of top 5, 8 and 9 respectively, as you've said, coming into this event here.
Yeah, but look, anytime Tyler Wright puts a jersey on, she's going to be a menace. You're going to have to do everything you can to beat her. She's super consistent, powerful. I mean, she's hungry every time she gets in the water. You know she wants to win. It was really fun watching her in Tahiti because, I mean, she was vocal about it the day before going, look, I'm scared. It's going to be big. It's going to be gnarly. And you wouldn't have known on the day of days because she was charging. And it was, you know, testament. She's been through a lot, but you wouldn't know. The way she's surfing, the poise, just the, you know, her whole deal is just 2024 Tyler Wright is awesome. I'm sure she brought a quiver of fishing poles down here to El Salvador as well. She does on her off time. And like I said, perennial title threat.
Yeah.
For as long as she wants to do it, she's going to be a title threat.
Long time on the championship tour already. Has, you know, not only the foundation to be one of the greatest ever to do it, especially on the female side, Chris, but I think that gets overlooked every now and then by Tyler is that she has been a pivotal part of why female surfing has, you know, developed so much over the last 5 to 10 years too. And not only has she had success, that's one thing competitively. Outside of it too, what has she done for the sport? You know, major contracts obviously with certain apparel companies. Outside of that too, being an Olympian and now
you know, I think most importantly, pushing the boundaries of what is possible within a jersey. We've seen it in Tahiti already. We're seeing it right now here in El Salvador with
We saw
great
it with
waves.
that turn she did.
Yeah. So I've always been a big fan, but I think despite, you know, her not winning the last few years, I think she is still a big part of why a lot of these women are succeeding the way they are. Because she's been pushed. You know, she's pushed everybody else too to get to the point where they're at. And isn't it crazy that there's 3 siblings that have been just as good and successful? Like when we had all 3 of them on tour, Mikey, Owen, and Tyler, I was like, oh, geez. We're going to have all
This
3
is
of them
fun,
be world
right?
champions eventually.
7:30 to go. Silence in the lineup. You had the bleachers filled all day long. Full credit, props to the surf fans that came out here. I mean, it is paradise, so why wouldn't you if you were close enough?
Not just locals, too. A lot of international people that have come to see the event from neighboring countries.
Yeah, this is a hot spot, you know? A lot of places, not all sunshine and rainbows, but in El Salvador, it is all sunshine and rainbows. This place rules. Corona Cerro Pro Show's coming up after this heat. We're going to break down an awesome day of surfing.
It's a beautiful shot right there, Chris. Look at the clouds. It looks like a painting. Dreamy day. Awesome to work with you.
Sorry, I was just taking a minute there, soaking it in.
Waves.
Really is nice.
Non-stop. Surfing was awesome. Excellent performances up and down the
Well,
day.
save it for the post show. Save some of that
I'm
good
hyping
stuff.
ourselves
I
up.
know. It'll be Kaipo, Flick, and Mitchell.
Oh. So you
thought it was me. I read
gave
it.
me the impression that it was you.
You're just vying for that day after tomorrow.
So as of right now, Chris, still waiting for that 7.3. And not that she hasn't been active. She's caught 8 waves so far. The last 5, though, nothing better than 0.8. So really just quick waves right there for Tyler. And playing the patient game right now. Seems smart. Long period swell. There are some big intervals in between those big sets. And with 6 minutes to go, though, eventually she's going to have to make a decision. And Sakura's still looking to improve on the low score, which is a 6.7 right now. Given by today's standards, that's a tough score to improve on. So 7.3 needs to be on the right wave, needs to surf it well.
Well, that sounds easy. Be on the right wave and surf it well. It's the equation, though.
If you
I
are
hear you. I'm
coaching,
here for it.
You do want to simplify things.
And again, if you don't know, the surfers in the water cannot hear us. It does happen, though, at some events.
We did it at the surf ranch, yeah.
Surf ranch, yeah. But they do hear our expert technical announcers, giving them the requirements, giving them their scores. Really just the basics, right? Just the essentials.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be that you'd hear, beach announcers going off, oh my God, great way, and we've kind of gone past that. I remember the days where the beach announcer would be like, here comes a set, You're not allowed to do that anymore. It's just the facts, and that's what the surfers are looking there. So, Mitch, maybe you could just break down a little bit what they're seeing from the water. There's a big 1, there's a big 2, there's a blue, there's a red. What does that mean?
Yeah, so that's the priority LED board right there. 3-person heat. There'll be smaller cubes, but you'll still be able to see them very easily. But 1 signifying the person who has first priority. 2nd, obviously, the person that's in second priority rotation. And that'll change, too, when it's suspended. It'll have a big S on it, too. And how's that structure right there
I was
that
just
they
going
set
to say, you know what? Surf City El Salvador
every year
does it right.
Every year.
Make the coolest event sites. I mean, it helps that we're in an absolute paradise of a place. But the way they configure everything, I mean, it's for the fans, the judges, the announcers. Everybody is in the proper zone. And they just do such a great job. They're incredible hosts. There's a reason why El Salvador, in the past few years, has probably hosted a dozen big
at the
main
minimum,
events.
yes, at the minimum.
And yeah, I'm talking about, of course, WSL events, both shortboard and longboard, ISA events, a lot of Central and South American events come through here, the Alas Tour. And why wouldn't you? I mean, it's called Surf City for a reason. They didn't just like say that. They stand behind it, and the proof is in the pudding.
It'll be a historic moment, too. We're going to be crowning men's and women's longboard world champions at El Sunsal in October.
It's a great longboard wave.
Yeah. A really fun event last year.
I was there.
Yeah, you were.
That was so
We
fun.
scored every day. I think we're going to score again this year, too. I hope so.
When you walk into the airport in San Salvador, the international airport there, which has been completely redone, it's awesome, brand new, super easy airport to get in and out of. But the first thing you see is a big, actually a surfboard you can stand on and get your first selfie barrel shot in the airport before you even get to the beach.
Did you get one?
Of course. And another thing too, they're around the world. There's a lot. Oftentimes you have issues in waiting for your board bags. Every time I've been here,
they're quick.
Board bags are right out there. That just gives you more time in the water.
Airport looking great too. Really stoked on everything.
Yeah.
The food's been amazing, by the way. Lunch today, superb.
Solid.
Yeah.
2 minutes to go. Hasn't been a lot happening in the past 5 to 10 minutes.
Even before that for Tyler too. She's been waiting for a long time with priority, Chris.
Well, we had so many awesome replays to look at. It just felt like there was wave after wave after wave. But if you look, waves 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 have all been under a 1. So those were not waves of consequence. Either she pulled out or fell right on the takeoff. She's sitting on that 667, which is her best number so far. She needs a 730. This is not the time for the ocean to go flat if you're Tyler Wright.
And no harm in losing this way. Been waiting forever for your wave, a wave that you know is going to give you the chance to get that 7 or better. And as of right now, I mean, might as well stick with the game plan. If you've already waited this long, go out on your shield if that's going to be the case. She hasn't surfed bad either. 6.67 to 5.33, 12-point heat total. It's a solid one for Tyler, but, you know, for herself, the way she carries herself, she wants to get a win here, and especially after being runner-up last year, this isn't going to be the result that she was looking for. Props to Betty Lou, though. 2 scores she's throwing away, 4.7, 5.67, solid heat, well-structured, very efficient, too, 4 waves.
One of the turns of the day, too.
I would say so. No, and 2 of them, actually, on the 6.7 and then the one tail slide.
So right.
But didn't even go into her top 2 waves.
All right, now Betty Lou is trying to close this thing out. She's in second priority, so if a wave does come towards Tyler Wright, never count her out until it's over.
Went flat, though, Chris.
20 seconds left, and well, I'm excited because now we're only 15 seconds away from the best post show in the biz, the Corona Cero post show. Your host, Kaipo Guerrero, I believe Mitchell Salazar and Felicity Palmatier will be in it. I'm going to run to a computer because I got to see this. This post show is going to be epic. And that's it. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson gets the win and surfs her way into the quarterfinals. Tyler Wright is out, but a valiant effort by the Australian Ripper. Well, we're going to take a quick Bonsoy Brew break. Coming up next, the Corona Cero post show. Don't go anywhere. You're going to want to see this one. Trust me.
Welcome to the Corona Cerro Post Show here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, where we wrap up all of day one's happening. Thank you for joining us right here in the studio at Punta Roca. Remember, Corona Cerro, all natural ingredients, 0% ABV, and I like it paired with a lime. Thank you for joining us here. I'm Kai Pagura, along with Felicity Flick Palmentier and Mitchell Salazar. I'm going to start with you, Flick. We got a lot of work done today. We saw a lot of drama on the rocks and the cobblestones here at Punta Roca. Some highlights for you.
I think the highlights for me have to be the surf. I mean, obviously the surf has surfed great, but we saw the tail end of that swell, you know, that hit Tahiti. It's ended up here in El Salvador, and it pumped all day. I mean, we've surfed through 16 heats. It was a massive day. But yeah, Punta Roca just provided throughout the whole day. Consistency was there, wave size was there, and a lot to break down.
Your takeaway, Mitch?
The swell. I mean, the waves, dude. This is really what we were supposed to see from Punta Roca the last 2 years, and we finally got a swell where not only were the surfers able to capitalize, Kaipo, most importantly, we showcased what this place is about. Why Surf City is one of the newer destinations we see worldwide, becoming the center of attention, especially here in Central America, Kaipo.
Yeah, you're right. Well, there was drama today, and we're going to start with some of that drama. The drama in that our defending champ and current world champ found herself in the elimination round. I'm talking about Caroline Marks coming up against Leilani McGonigal in the elimination round. But you know what, Flick? Caroline Marks was not going to be eliminated with this kind of surfing.
Oh, definitely not. For me, it was just, you know, shades of what we saw, you know, Final Fives last year when she ended up getting the win, getting the world title. I mean, this form right here is reminiscent of that. It's very similar, right hand, you know, rock bottom. And yeah, I just feel like, yeah, her surfing was on point. She surfed really well. Her pace with this wave is also on point as well. And I feel like, you know, she kind of got the job done pretty easily.
Sure did. She's looking like one to be reckoned with. She's still in form, Mitch.
Yeah, and as Flick mentioned, the tempo to me, the pace that we saw right there, especially coming from behind the section most of the times, had a couple of great scores, Kaipo, and more than 14 points in terms of the heat total right there.
14.5 to be exact for the heat total for Caroline Marks to move on into the quarterfinals. A great showing by Leilani McGonigal, who has a bright future representing Costa Rica, but it's Caroline Marks into the quarterfinal. Let's take a look at our quarterfinal bracket here. And we got some interesting matchups, but I really want to highlight quarterfinal number 4, because when we look at the rankings, this is number 4, Joanne DeFay, going up against number 5, Caroline Marks, Flick. And when you're racing for the final 5, a loss in the quarterfinals will not help your cause.
Yeah, completely agree. Number 4 for me is definitely a standout. I feel like Joanne's going to be hungry to get, you know, a win here. You know, she's kind of been trending downwards since the start of the year. But Caroline, on the other hand, as we know, is probably the most consistent surfer out here. She's also the defending champion. So I feel like, you know, and we just looked at her elimination round highlights and just how well she surfs out here, how well her backhand fits into the pocket, and it's so critical. So that's going to be a cracker of a heat.
Yeah. You have any favorites so far from what you've seen with the women's for a champ?
I thought Brisa Hennessy competed very well. Comeback right there at the end too, Kaipo. I will say, though, Caitlin Simmers, you know, that one turn on the end section surprised me, and I feel like due for a good result right here, especially after losing early on last year.
Yeah, I would love to see that. Well, we'll pivot now to the men's, and in the opening round, heat number 5 for the men's was stacked. We had 4 world titles in the water. I'm talking about Gabe Medina. I'm talking about Leo Fioravanti, and I'm talking about Italo Ferreira in this opening round. But Medina was way too strong on his backhand, Mitchell. I mean, he's a machine.
Yeah, especially those floaters right there, Kaipo. A lot of risk, and you know, I thought not only did the waves turn on right here, the surfing did too. They understood the assignment, and what we've seen so far from Gabe the last few events, he has looked unstoppable when he's catching his right waves, Kaipo.
Italo Ferreira looked sharp as well. He just couldn't match Gabe's number, a 7, a 6.93 for Ferreira in this heat, but that wasn't enough.
Yeah, for me, it all came down to wave selection. Gabe just was on the money. He was finding waves that were allowing him to get tighter and more critical in the pocket. I mean, that was a perfect example. Whereas Italo's waves, he had moments, but they were a bit more tapered. And, I mean, this heat definitely lived up to the hype, too. We also have Leo in this heat, too, where he also posted a 7-point ride and kept it pace with, you know, Medina and Fierro. So I feel like this is, for me, this heat was an absolute standout. It was always a standout on paper, but whether or not it lives up to the hype is another story. And this one definitely did.
Yeah, it was entertaining. Gabe Medina, happy and super talented, because we can look at the numbers to back that up. A 7.9, a 7.5, nearly an excellent heat for Gabe Medina. He skips the elimination round, moves on to the round of 16. We'll see Italo Ferreira and Leo Fioravanti in that elimination round. Well, we went through the elimination round for the women. We're setting up the elimination round for the men, Mitchell. But what's on store? What do we have in the future? For that, we always call up Surfline to look at our Surfline forecast to see what's on the charts. Let's see what Surfline tells us about tomorrow and ahead.
Yeah, so that incoming swell that we saw over there in Tahiti has been hitting so far this week here at Punta Roca. Onshore winds this afternoon, relatively light, to be honest. It was quite glassy for the majority of the afternoon, but it should be pretty strong tomorrow, Kaipo. But as we look at the rest of the window, the next 4 days, Saturday, Sunday, to me, look like very good days, especially when you consider the offshore conditions we're going to see in the morning.
Ooh, look at that purple right there on the color chart
Me gusta.
for Surfline. That means it's going to be good, Flick.
Yeah, it does. I think we already said it this morning, but there's so much opportunity. There's so much swell. It's literally just going to be picking the eyes out of it as to when we're going to have lightest winds and pulling the trigger then, because there's just so much opportunity.
Yeah, so much opportunity, so much swell. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate today's top 5 moments, and let's get into it with our top 5 of day number 1 here at Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Number 5, magnificent Molly Flick.
I mean, she just, oh wow. So every time I watch that, I just am reminded of how much she's willing to put it on the line. I mean, that was right in front of that big rock, Mama Roca. It's super consequential. But you know what? I said it when we were watching this heat. I just feel like she had a lot to prove after Tahiti, because I feel like, that was something that she wanted to be a part of. I know that she loves pushing women's performance, and the fact that she kind of wasn't one of those names, I just know that she would have just been so hungry to get a good result, and she did.
Number 4, Jack Robinson. He takes flight. Watch this. Big air for Robinson. Front side rotator. Bango, Mitch.
8.33 right there, Kaipa, one of the highest single wave scores of the day so far. Contender to take out another W here. Would be his 3rd one if he's able to do it at Punta Roca.
Yeah, Jack Robinson. You got to be one of your picks with that kind of surfing. Looking energized, looking focused, and knows how to finish a wave. Number 3, Tatiana Weston Webb. Flick. She triumphs in the elimination round. She manufactured an excellent ride right here.
Yeah, this heat right here. I mean, let's just talk about this wave for starters. I mean, she surfed this incredibly well, and it was one of the best waves that came through this whole heat. This last turn, the way she accelerated out of that, she came out with more speed than what she went into it. It was really impressive. But that heat was wave starved. It was really slow, so she did such a good job to pull out an 8-point ride.
Number 2, John Florence. We know he goes excellent. He went excellent again, Mitchell. Check this out from above.
With the skate-inspired move too, Kaipo. Not only was he competing well, he surfed the waves that he selected just as good, and if not even better. Truly feeling like he's going to get his 3rd World Championship at the end of this year. Great start right there with the 7.83. Really close opening exchange between him and Liam O'Brien. Love this air attempt here right though, Kaipo.
Straight front side air, gaining a lot of ground down the line, and he continued to assault this wave all the way to the end, Mitch.
An 8.5 on this one. Not only that, solidified himself as the leader in the rankings too.
Number 1, Iago Dora put on a show, Flick.
Yeah, he did. And I mean, he was actually probably one of my picks going into this event. You're kind of thinking, what surfers are going to do well here? And I feel like this whole year kind of hasn't really had a moment. Tahiti, he had moments of brilliance, but this heat, it all came together. I mean, highest heat total of the day, 16.64. 2 excellent scores. I mean, it wasn't an easy job out there today. The waves were pumping, and then threw in this variety. I mean, you don't see those kind of maneuvers every day, do you? I mean, it's rare, and I just love that he brought that creativity to this heat and kept us guessing. So, yeah, really job well done by Yago, and I mean, he just does it with such ease to him. It's kind of just like a video game. Like you're just playing it, and all of a sudden, I want to do an air. Here we go, let's go. It's just like seems too easy for him.
First day of the window, you guys. Epic day behind us. Let's cheers. Cheers to an epic day, and thank you for watching the Chronocero post show. Enjoy the end of day highlights. Check worldsurfleague.com for all of the updates here from El Salvador.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.